Throbbing pain hammered through his skull. Li Hao tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as iron. After what felt like an eternity, a thin line of light finally forced its way into his vision. The faint glow slowly outlined a vast, ancient hall. Lofty pillars rose into the dimness, and beneath him stretched a dark gold carpet patterned with dragon scales, rugged and solemn, leading straight ahead like the spine of a slumbering beast. At the end of the carpet, atop a flight of steps, sat a colossal figure. His presence alone filled the hall. His gaze cut through the gloom like twin torches in the night, sharp and unervingly bright. Where is this? Wasn't I just playing a game? Right, my phone battery died, and I was about to plug it in. Li Hao's thoughts moved sluggishly, as if wrapped in cotton. He stared blankly at the scene before him. Don't tell me I fell asleep hugging my phone again, but this doesn't feel like a dream. 19 years old, champion of the armies, he cut down foes at the royal court, slew great demons, and ended 100 years of chaos in Qingzhou. Such a hero is not only the sorrow of the Li family, but also the pain of all subjects under the Great Yu Dynasty. A majestic voice thundered across the hall, shaking Li Hao's eardrums. Marquis of Qingzhou, step forward to receive the decree. Li Hao forced his head up. On both sides of the dragon-scaled carpet stood rows of officials in formal robes, lined up with rigid backs and solemn faces. Is this an imperial court? Great Yu Dynasty? There's no such dynasty in real history, is there? As confusion churned in his mind, a towering figure beside him moved. The man stepped out, posture as straight as a spear. Even from the side, Li Hao could almost smell the cold, metallic tang of bloodshed clinging to his armor. Today we confer upon the ninth son of the Li family, Li Jun, the title of first-class Zhenghua Marquis. The decree continued. He is promoted to Great General, buried in the imperial tombs, rewarded with 10 carts of ancient treasures, 3 Yu dragon orders, and 10 dough of gold. As of this day, the entire nation will mourn for 3 days, and the court shall abstain from meat for 7 days, to honor the valiant soul of the Zhenghua Marquis. The rewards were so generous that a ripple of shock ran through the officials. 19 years old, already a marquis and a great general. Normally, nobles were granted titles like Marquis of the North or Marquis of Pingyuan. The title Zhenghua was reserved for those whose names would echo through the ages. Unprecedented, likely impossible to replicate in future generations. To be made a first-class marquis at 19, it was an honor that defied belief. Your Majesty, this subject receives the decree on behalf of my 9th brother, and thanks Emperor Yu for his boundless grace. The towering man dropped to one knee. His voice was deep and steady. Though he showed no joy or excitement, there was a hoarseness buried in it, a weight of sorrow that could not be hidden. This is what your Li family has earned. It is I who owe you, the emperor said softly. Marquis of Qingzhou, that child in your arms is yours, is he not? I would like to bestow a name upon him. Are you willing? Without merit, this subject dares not accept such imperial favor, Marquis of Qingzhou replied. The sons of the Li family are all heroes of Great Yu, Emperor Yu said. As the Zhenghua Marquis died for the country beyond its borders, your child was born into this world. Perhaps this is heaven's cycle. Heaven took away my beloved general and granted Great Yu another fine young man. I shall name him. How? I hope he will inherit the will of the Zhenghua Marquis, cleanse the world in the name of Great Yu, and one day unify Dongwang. Your Majesty, this name is too noble. This subject fears my child is unworthy of such an honor. There is no need to fear. The sons of the Li family can bear it. How? Just one character? Li Hao was stunned for a moment, then almost laughed. What kind of coincidence was this? It was the same as his own name. Hold on. The child they're talking about. Don't tell me it's me? He looked down instinctively and froze. He was wrapped tightly in swaddling clothes, his limbs short and chubby, held securely in the arms of a beautiful woman in battle armor. Bring forth the dragon blood jade pendant for Hauer, the emperor ordered. Soon, a pale-faced eunuch with a grave expression stepped forward, holding a dark red jade pendant carved with coiling dragon patterns. A slender, fair hand reached out and took it. The armored woman holding him bowed slightly and said softly, "Thank you for the great favor, Emperor Yu." "What is happening?" Li Hao blinked hard. Is this really a dream? A wave of dizziness swelled in his head. Darkness rushed in, and he could no longer hold on. He fell into a deep sleep. Qingzhou City, Divine General Mansion, Li family. In the Great Yu Dynasty, there were 5 divine generals. The Li family was one of them. 9 generals in one clan, all fierce and loyal. The Li family stood at the pinnacle of nobility, basking in unimaginable glory and honor. But behind that endless splendor lay the blood and bones of their own kin. Of the 9 sons of the Li family, 6 had already died. The youngest Marquis had joined the army for only 2 years. He had just been promoted to colonel when, during the Qingzhou campaign, he led tens of thousands of cavalry deep into the enemy's territory. As a mere colonel, he charged all the way to the enemy royal city, smashing through 15 cities and slaying 100 great demons. His military achievements were enough to glorify 10 generations. And with them, he became the 6th Li son to die on the battlefield for his country. Now his spirit resided in the Temple of Valor, remembered and revered by all under heaven. 3 months passed since he was granted the title of Zhengguo Marquis. In that time, the grief within the Li family slowly dulled. The sorrow in everyone's faces faded a little, replaced by pale calm. Today, the mansion was unusually lively. A rare, joyous occasion had come. Nobles and high officials from various states either arrived in person or sent trusted representatives to Qingzhou. Luxurious carriages lined up in front of the divine general mansion, an extravagant procession that made passers-by stop and stare in envy and awe. Today was the 100-day celebration of the 7th young master of the Li family, the son of the Marquis of Qingzhou, Li Hao. Born with a golden spoon in his mouth, named personally by Emperor Yu the day he was born, famous across the land, and belonging to a clan of divine generals, this child's future seemed guaranteed. There would definitely be a place for him in the world to come. As the saying went, if you want to build ties, you start early. In the mountain and river courtyard of the divine general mansion, inside a quiet room, Li Hao lay nestled in his mother's arms, watching the bustle outside the courtyard with curious eyes. In just a few months, he had confirmed one thing. This was not a dream. He had really transmigrated. This wasn't any dynasty from Earth's history. This was the ephemeral realm. Here, martial artists walked the land. Great demons lurked. Swordsmen and temples all held real power. Luckily, the Great Yu Dynasty was strong. Demons were forbidden within its borders, and very few dared slip into the country. So the common people lived stable, even prosperous lives, especially someone like him, born into an apex family. The days ahead looked bright. However, your mother actually didn't want you to be born into the Li family, you know? Outside, the noise was lively and joyous, but in the room, Ji Qingqing's expression was clouded. Her voice was low, tinged with sorrow. Li Hao raised his eyes to look at her in surprise. His vocal cords were still underdeveloped. He couldn't speak. Even if he could, asking questions right now might scare this young lady half to death. Although Ji Qingqing looked only in her early 20s, the gentle care she had given him over the past months had already made him quietly dependent on her. "Mother already thought of a name for you," she murmured. "Luping. Li Luping. I only ever hoped you would be happy and safe, to grow up healthy. As for unifying the world and all that, that's the royal family's dream. Not the Li family's, and certainly not mine." She spoke softly, almost as if talking to herself. The obsequious smiles of the nobles outside did not fill her with pride. If anything, she found them irritating. "Emperor, you gave you the name, hoping the Li family would rise again after your 9th uncle's death," Ji Qingqing said quietly. "That name carries the expectations of the Great Yu royal family, and it's also both a hope and a burden pressed onto the Li family's shoulders." She fell silent after that. The meaning was clear enough. The more favor they received now, the heavier the weight he would need to bear in the future. Li Hao saw the sadness between her brows. At this moment, she was no longer the imposing seventh lady of the divine general mansion, nor the iron-blooded female general who shook the battlefield. She was just a mother worrying about her child. Unable to speak, he simply snuggled closer, burying his face against her chest, trying to share a bit of warmth with her. Feeling his small movements, Ji Qingqing lowered her head. Seeing her child's long eyelashes and soft little face, the hardness in her eyes melted away. She cradled him gently, rocking him lightly. Her delicate hand stroked his back in soothing motions, as if comforting her own heart as much as his. "No matter what happens, Mother will help you," she whispered. "Your father has already stepped into the immortal realm. You have a chance to inherit that power. Even if your talent in martial arts isn't anything special, with the strength your father passed down, you'll be able to keep up with how your forefathers were when they were young. You won't fall behind your peers. No matter what the future brings, Mother will always stand behind you. I won't let anyone hurt you." Her voice gradually softened into a murmur. "The 100-day feast is about to start. Why are you still here?" A hearty voice came from the doorway. The Marquis of Qingzhou strode over, his broad palms sliding around Ji Qingqing's waist. "What are you thinking about? Aren't you happy?" "Of course I'm happy." Ji Qingqing tucked away her worries and looked up with a smile. She did not speak her true thoughts. She understood very well that the men of the Li family were all the same. They took pride in dying on the battlefield. Her tender hopes for her child would never outweigh the 1,000-year honor of the divine general mansion in their hearts. "Have all the sisters-in-law arrived?" she asked. "They're all here," the Marquis of Qingzhou replied. "They're just waiting for you and Hao." He glanced at Li Hao and rubbed his son's little head. His callous palm felt like sandpaper, making Li Hao's eyes roll back slightly. Can this brainless father be a bit gentler? Ji Qingqing carried Li Hao into the next room, where a group of ladies and madams were already gathered. The moment she stepped in, the room buzzed with chatter. "Oh my, Hao is so handsome, even more than Jinger was at his age." "Yes, Schwanger, look at your little brother. Isn't he adorable? He's staring at me with those big eyes." The women from the various courtyards circled around them. Their children were there too. The youngest, only 1 or 2 years old, clung to the adult's legs, staring at Li Hao in his swaddling clothes with wide, curious eyes. The older ones, 5 or 6 years old, were unusually well-behaved. They stood neatly to the side, expressionless, not running around or making a fuss. They looked bored but didn't dare wander off, and they clearly weren't too interested in this newborn little brother. "Come, let Fifth Lady hold Hao for a while." A beautiful woman stepped forward and carefully took Li Hao into her arms, her face full of affection. Then she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, is Hao hungry?" "He just ate this morning," Ji Qingqing replied. The Fifth Lady didn't doubt her. She simply assumed the child was hungry again, and after hearing Ji Qingqing's answer, she let the matter drop. Instead, she squeezed Li Hao's cheek gently and laughed. The other women crowded around, taking turns teasing him.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
When it seemed everyone had fussed over him enough, they began presenting their gifts. Ji Qingqing kept trying to decline, but the gifts were pushed into her hands one after another. These were all treasures money couldn't buy. By the time they were done, half the mountain and river courtyard was filled with rare and valuable items. Among them was a bracelet made from a jade-like material. The Fifth Lady slipped it onto Li Hao's tiny wrist, saying it nourished the spirit. Li Hao had been getting sleepy from all the noise, but the moment the bracelet touched his skin, a stream of coolness seeped from his wrist into his body. His dazed mind instantly cleared. Sleepiness vanished. His thoughts became sharper than ever. He narrowed his eyes, and suddenly, faint characters appeared in his vision. When he had first transmigrated, they were just blurry streaks in the dark. But as his infant brain developed over the months, those characters slowly took shape. And now, it was as if a nearsighted person had just put on a pair of glasses. Everything snapped into focus. Name? Li Hao. Age, 0. Cultivation level, mortal. Mastered artistic skills, none. Skill points, 0. Clear, neat lines floated before his eyes. It was a character panel, and not just any panel. Li Hao knew this thing very well. He'd seen it before in his previous life. Not in reality, of course, but in a game. Right before he crossed over, he'd been bored and had casually downloaded a chill little mobile game from the top rankings on the App Store. This panel was the exact same character interface from that game. Only now, there was an extra line, cultivation level. The name and age fields had also updated to match his current body instead of that long-standing gaming ID he used to go by, passed with the wind. As for skill points at the bottom, that was what he remembered most clearly. Unlike most adventure or card games that demanded endless grinding, this one was all about light, casual play. No combat system, no weapons or armor, just a ton of fancy outfits and all kinds of artistic and leisure activities. Chess, fishing, painting, carving. You could even watch movies or play poker. Legit poker. The only thing missing was monsters. You literally couldn't fight anything. Leveling up your different arts earned you skill points, and each point could be used to boost an art directly, raising your proficiency and unlocking more ways to play. And somehow, after crossing over, he'd brought this thing with him. Hold on. Don't tell me this thing wants me to be some full-time lifestyle player here too. Li Hao was stunned. His expression, if he'd had any control over it, would have been very dark. This is the ephemeral realm. What good is being a master of arts here? I need to fight. Report. While Li Hao was still reeling from the panel, a sharp military shout cut through the cheerful atmosphere in the courtyard. A Li family elite rushed in and dropped to one knee in front of the Lord of Fatsi camp, his voice urgent. My lord, chaos has broken out in northern Yen. Prince Pengcheng has colluded with demons and massacred Moffing City at the border, along with the 8 surrounding towns. Emperor Yu has issued an edict ordering you to depart at once and suppress the rebellion. Everyone in the courtyard, whether high-ranking guests or noble ladies, turned to look at the Lord of Fatsi camp. Their expressions shifted in different ways. Li Hao snapped back to himself, surprised. It's only been a few months, and there's another war already? The smile vanished from the Lord of Fatsi camp's face, replaced by a chilling, killing intent. His eyes turned sharp as lightning as he stared at the kneeling soldier, then slowly stood. As if sensing something, he looked up toward where Li Hao was and met Ji Qingqing's gaze. The killing intent in his eyes faded at once, leaving a trace of regret instead. Qingqing, stay and accompany Hauer for his 100-day feast. I'll be back as soon as I can. Ji Qingqing's face went slightly pale. She passed Li Hao into Fifth Lady's arms. Looking at the baby wrapped in swaddling clothes, she suddenly had a strange feeling, as if the child was truly looking at her too, and there was a hint of reluctance in those clear eyes. She froze for a moment, then shook it off as an illusion. He's only a few months old. How could he possibly understand what separation means? Mother will be back soon. You must be good, Ji Qingqing whispered, gently stroking Li Hao's forehead. Her own eyes were filled with reluctance. Then she turned and walked toward the Lord of Fatsi camp. This trip is dangerous. I'll go with you, she said. He shook his head immediately. You stay here and look after Hauer. He's still young. He needs you. I am a senior general of the army, Ji Qingqing replied, her tone firm. With the commander summoned, how can I remain behind? Prince Pengcheng is crafty and patient. He's been hiding his claws for years. Now that he's finally moved, I'm afraid there's more to this than we know. It's better if I go with you. The Lord of Fatsi camp stared at her. He knew his wife's stubbornness well. At last, he sighed and gave in. Very well. Ladies, sisters, I leave Hauer in your care. We will return as soon as we can. You must be careful, the lady of the house said, stepping forward with worry written across her face. Leave Hauer to us. You can rest assured. Thank you, sister-in-law. The Lord of Fatsi camp gave a brief smile, then turned and shouted, Prepare the horses. Fatsi camp's elite, Assemble and follow me." The divine general's mansion was used to the rhythm of war. Orders were given, preparations made, and within a short time, the couple led a group of elite soldiers out of the mansion, riding through the night toward the northern Yin front. That was where the Li family had fought for years. They knew the terrain, the demons, and the enemy like the backs of their hands. It was their line of defense. That was also why Qingzhou insisted on going. Too many eyes were watching in the courtyard. There was something she hadn't said aloud. Why had Emperor Yu's edict arrived before the Li family's own scouts brought word of the rebellion? Early winter. The first snow of the year fell on Qingzhou city. More than a year had passed since the 100-day feast. Li Hao was now a year and a half old. His parents were still on the northern Yin battlefield and had yet to return. According to secret reports from the Li family army, the war had entered a stalemate and might drag on for a long time. At this moment, the 1.5-year-old Li Hao stood alone in the mountain and river courtyard, his hands clasped behind his back like a tiny adult, watching the large goose feather flakes drift down from the sky. He couldn't help wondering how the girl who had become his mother was doing in northern Yin. The servants and maids nearby were already used to the young master's strange habits. Although he had only just turned 1, the name Prodigy was already quietly spreading throughout the Li mansion. From a moment he started babbling at half a year old, he had stopped wetting the bed. When other babies were still wailing and fussing, this little master was already using simple words like eat and poo to remind the wet nurses to feed him and take him to relieve himself. By the time he turned 1, while other children were still stumbling around, he was already running, pointing at words in books, and asking the servants to read to him so he could learn characters. Didn't cry, didn't make trouble, smart and sensible. That was the impression everyone in the household had of him. "Young master is over here, second lady." A graceful, dignified figure stepped into the courtyard. When she saw Li Hao standing alone among the swirling snowflakes, her brows knit sharply, and she snapped. "How are you people looking after the young master? Aren't you afraid he'll freeze to death out here in this kind of heavy snow?" The servants and maids all turned pale and dropped to their knees in a panic. The chief steward stammered, "Are replying to second lady. It was the young master himself who wanted to watch the snow. He told us not to disturb him. The young master is still a child. Is everything he says to be obeyed? If he told you to die, would you die?" Anger flashed across the second lady's face. She strode over, scooped Li Hao up, and brushed the snow from his hair. "Even if he wanted to watch the snow, could you not at least hold an umbrella for him? And he's dressed so thinly. I suppose you all really are tired of living." Cold sweat broke out all over the servants' backs. No one dared breathe too loudly. "Second mother, don't blame them. I told them not to come over," Li Hao said, feeling helpless as he watched the scene. Ever since his parents headed to the northern Yin battlefield, he had been taken care of in turn by the ladies of the various courtyards. Every single one treated him well. The second lady before him, Lu Yurong, had a gentle temperament, but she was ruthless when it came to disciplining servants. If he didn't speak up, these attendants would definitely be in for a harsh punishment. Hearing Li Hao's clear, articulate words, a glint of surprise flashed in Lu Yurong's eyes. Then she snorted lightly. "For Howard's sake, I'll let you off this time. If I see this again, you can experience what late winter in an icy lake feels like." After she finished, her tone softened as she turned to Li Hao with a smile. "Howard, second mother will take you to eat something delicious. Why didn't you put on more clothes? Even with Emperor Yu's dragon blood jade protecting you, what if you fall ill?" She kept talking, her words full of concern as she carried him out of the courtyard. Li Hao was long used to this and let himself be held quietly. Before long, Lu Yurong brought him to Shueihua courtyard. In the courtyard, a 4 or 5-year-old child was practicing with a wooden sword, his movements sharp and steady, the form surprisingly decent. This was Lu Yurong's son and only child, Li Qianfeng. Despite his tender age, his gaze was serious and focused. A burly middle-aged man stood at his side, correcting his posture and nodding from time to time. Li Hao knew this man was one of Li Qianfeng's 7 military tutors, specifically responsible for teaching him sword Dao. When a man noticed Lu Yurong, He bowed at once. His gaze flicked briefly to the child in her arms, aware that this was the auspicious Kylin child, personally named by Emperor Yu. Once his talent was tested, he might not be any worse than his own student, Li Qianfeng. Qianfeng, however, did not look over. He continued practicing, his attention fully on his sword. Lu Yurong didn't interrupt. She only gave the tutor a slight nod and carried Li Hao to a nearby pavilion. On the stone table in the pavilion were fresh fruits and delicate pastries. She sat down with Li Hao, feeding him as she watched her son train. Her gaze gradually grew distant, and at some point, she forgot to keep feeding him. This is the Li family's top sword art, endless sea, isn't it? Li Hao widened his eyes, watching with genuine curiosity. Rumor had it that this second lady's son had tested with extraordinary bone age and exceptional talent. Li Hao couldn't help wondering what they would find when it was his turn to have his bone age tested. In the courtyard, 5-year-old Li Qianfeng's movements were neat and precise. Though he was only going through the motions, every form was accurate. The burly tutor nodded repeatedly, unable to hold back his praise. But the child's face remained calm. He didn't look proud at all, only more focused. Again, even though he praised him, the tutor's standards were strict. Qianfeng started the routine over from the beginning, his movements smooth and familiar. Li Hao watched, completely absorbed. Then, suddenly, a line of text popped up in front of his eyes. You have learned the basics. Record this. Huh. Li Hao was startled and instinctively chose yes. Recording successful. A panel appeared. Name, Li Hao. Age, 1 year. Cultivation level, mortal. Sword Dao. Not entered can add points. Skill, endless sea tide. Not entered, forbidden. Mastered artistic skill, chess Tao. Chess Tao. Level 1. 82/500 can add points. Chess catalog collection, 0. Skill points, 1. Over the past year, Li Hao had been trying to understand the rules of his panel. But he was too young and couldn't afford to act too abnormal, so chances to experiment were rare. Fortunately, there was a chessboard in the mansion. When he was about half a year old, he often lay on the chessboard and played by himself. The wet nurses and maids, seeing how much the young master liked that toy, were more than happy to let him. At least it kept him from crawling all over the place. During those experiments, Li Hao discovered something astonishing. By playing chess, he could gain chess experience just like in a game and easily level up. In reality, improving at chess was extremely hard. You needed concentration, talent, and training. But Li Hao was just a casual player in his past life, not even close to any official rank. Now, simply playing around on the board, he was gaining experience. From unranked to level 1 only required 100 experience. Level 1 to level 2 needed 500. If it weren't for the maids occasionally coming by to check on him, forcing him to hide his true ability, he would have farmed a lot more experience points by now. After all, even if they knew nothing about chess Tao, they still had common sense. If they saw a baby under 1 year old arranging every piece in a proper formation, they'd definitely think something was wrong. But now, besides chess Tao, his panel had 2 new entries, Sword Dao and Skill, which hadn't been there before. The note after Sword Dao made his heart race. Could Sword Dao, like chess Tao, be straight up improved with skill points? Without hesitating, Li Hao chose to add a point. When consciousness began to float, a surge of information suddenly flooded into his mind. Li Hao clutched his head, feeling a swelling in his brain, as if it were about to burst open. This caused him to show a look of pain on his face. However, what's wrong with you? Lu Yurong noticed something was amiss with Li Hao and was startled. She quickly showed concern. Li Hao clenched his teeth tightly. The tumultuous thoughts in his mind gradually calmed down, and Li Hao then realized that his mind was filled with many pieces of knowledge about swords. It was as if he had been practicing swordsmanship day and night for 2 or 3 years. Damn, this headache, it's just like when chess Tao leveled up. Li Hao rubbed his head, panting heavily. He was still too young. His brain was not yet fully developed, and the vast information from chess Tao and swordsmanship was a terrifying shock to his fragile brain. Without speaking, Li Hao was trying to calm himself down. Is Lin Shui sick? Lu Yurong stroked Li Hao's forehead, but felt no fever, and she couldn't help being puzzled. By this time, Li Hao had fully recovered. He looked at his second mother's astonished expression, pointed to his mouth, and mumbled in his baby voice, "Be bit my tongue." Lu Yurong was taken aback and immediately breathed a sigh of relief and rolled her eyes speechlessly. Li Hao got away with it and didn't pay her any more mind. Instead, he secretly started checking his own panel. Name, Li Hao. Age, 1 year old. Cultivation level, mortal. Swordsmanship, level 1. Skills, endless sea. Tide, perfect, forbidden. Mastered arts, chest Tao. Chest Tao, level 1. 82/500. Chess manual collection, 0. Skill points, 0. Li Hao was somewhat shocked. The skill points at the end were gone, but his swordsmanship had really started at uninitiated and become level 1. And the skill below, endless sea, tide, had changed from uninitiated to perfect. Li Hao had heard the military teacher who taught Li Qianfeng say, every skill is divided into 3 levels. Initiation, dexterity, and perfection. Initiation means being able to proficiently perform a whole set. Dexterity means that in addition to proficiency, one can also apply it flexibly, having fully understood it at one's fingertips. When facing different situations, one can counter moves spontaneously, rather than mechanically repeating set moves. As for perfection, it means the skill has been completely mastered, able to be used as naturally as moving an arm, even if performed in reverse, effortlessly without any flaws exposed. Unless there are inherent flaws in the skill itself. It is said that above perfection, there is an even higher realm. Such a realm could even compensate for the flaws in skills, increasing their power even further. And now, after his swordsmanship had advanced to level 1, Li Hao had reached perfection immediately with the first layer of endless sea sword technique. This would require at least a decade of hard training to achieve. The current Li Qianfeng, it was said that he had practiced endless sea for half a year and had already initiated the first layer of tide, considered a swordsmanship genius. So what did that make him now? A monster? Seeing that his second mother wasn't paying attention to him, Li Hao's gaze returned to the courtyard. At this moment, the children in the yard were still practicing swordsmanship, but through Li Hao's eyes, it no longer appeared as impressive as before. Instead, at a glance, he could tell the others' techniques were immature and their postures stiff. If it were someone who knew how to use a sword, they would only need a light tap to knock the wooden sword out of their hands. Not bad, said the burly middle-aged man, quite satisfied with Li Qianfeng's performance. Excellent foundation and very good comprehension. In 2 more years, he should be able to reach dexterity with this first layer. You should know, Li Qianfeng is still only a child right now, his brain not yet fully developed, so this was already quite remarkable. Time passed. Li Hao watched while eating snacks fed to him by his second mother. Gradually, he began to feel a hint of fatigue and boredom. He yawned, nestled into his second mother's arms, and slowly closed his eyes. Something seemed to pass by in front of his eyes, but Li Hao had already fallen asleep. Hearing the faint breathing in her arms, Lu Yurong looked down, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. But when she raised her head to look at her son practicing swordsmanship in the snowy yard, the complexity in her eyes vanished, and her gaze returned to calm. She stood up carrying Li Hao out of the pavilion back to her own rear courtyard's bedroom. She gently placed Li Hao on her own bed, tucking him in carefully. Her movements were gentle, as if she were his birth mother. Li Hao, half asleep, felt his body being laid down and became slightly more alert. He felt warmth in his chest, a slight heat emanating from there. It was the dragon blood jade pendant given by Emperor Yu, which he wore at all times. This was also the reason why he could stand in the snowy yard without feeling the slightest cold. Just as Li Hao was about to turn over and continue sleeping soundly, he suddenly heard a low voice coming from outside the room. Did you really feed that thing to the child? A voice of an unfamiliar man. It has come to this. I had no other choice. That was his second mother's voice, but it wasn't soft and affectionate, only as cold as one would be to a house servant. You saw it too. how hard my son is striving and that he is a once-in-a-century talent. The people from Mount Wuliang have already come to see, and when Qianfeng turns 6, they will take him to Mount Wuliang to cultivate. When his divine blood awakens in the future, inheriting the power passed for his father, he will certainly become famous throughout the world. I must pave the way for him. Li Hao slightly opened a sliver of his eyes, the drowsy fog in his mind filled with confusion. Who was second mother talking to? We still don't know the child's talent. This action is too reckless, the deep-voiced man sighed. Outside the door, a brief silence ensued. Then, Lu Yurong's voice rose, colder than before, with a hint of mockery. As parents cherish their child, they plan far ahead for them. I wouldn't have wanted to do this, but the wooden heads of the Li family are beyond help. Blame the child's father, if you must. How exceptional was that Marquis of Qingzhou? Others may not know, but I am well aware that he had stepped into that realm by the age of 23. Which means there's a not insignificant chance that his child might also awaken the divine blood. What? The deep-voiced man responded with shock. 23 years old, and he stepped into the 3 immortal realms? That's right, the Li family ancestor was a founding divine general of Daiyu, with a powerful bloodline. Father succeeded in the ancestor's will, and he was the same, she confirmed. In the previous generation, apart from Qianfeng's father, the Marquis of Qingzhou was a monster, as were the 3rd, 6th, and 9th brothers. Especially the 9th, who was even more terrifying. Fortunately, he died early and left no descendants. The 3rd brother's wife is always by her side, and being a girl, she will marry off eventually, so it doesn't pose a problem. The 6th brother also entered the 3 immortal realms early, but that was after his marriage. Lu Yurong said coldly, "The only one who can compete with Qianfeng is this child. Otherwise, why do you think Emperor Yu bestowed his blessing on him? Even if his martial arts talent turns out to be mediocre in the future, with the awakening of the divine blood, he can contend with the top geniuses." Outside, silence fell again. The deep-voiced man sighed lightly. "Since the lady has made such a decision, I shall say no more. You needn't worry. This medicine comes from Mount Wuliang. After being taken, it leaves no trace to be tracked, nor does it cause any pain. I've even coated it with sugar. It won't taste odd. Although he is still young, it won't leave any deep memory since children have too many sweets as it is. Besides, if it turns out he cannot awaken the divine blood in the future, it can't be determined that we were behind any interference. Anyone in the divine general mansion could be a suspect. Moreover, the bloodline of that realm isn't guaranteed to awaken 100% of the time. Maybe the child simply didn't have it in him." At this, Lu Yurong chuckled scornfully. Thank the Northern Yan Wars for this. Ji Qingqing, so deeply loyal to the Marquis of Qingzhou, followed him to the battlefield, providing us this opportunity. Otherwise, if we waited till the child grew a few years older and they returned, martial guards would be secretly watching over him, making it difficult to act. The man did not respond, but sighed softly. Before long, their footsteps gradually faded away. Inside the room, Li Hao was now fully awake, his mind reeling, disbelieving. Second mother was going to harm him? The seemingly protective and caring attitude of every day, was it all false? Li Hao was reluctant to believe it, but reality lay stark before him. Although he didn't understand what divine blood was, second mother, wishing to clear a path for her own child, perceived him as an obstacle and thus chose to destroy him. Li Hao's expression was grim, his fists clenched tightly. The tender smiles had lulled him into a false sense of security. If this was how second mother behaved, what about the others? Who else was sincere? He had been here for only a year and a half, but being cared for in turn by these ladies, Li Hao had developed some emotional attachment. Now, however, it all felt like an illusion. Was this the internal strife of an ancient noble family? He touched his body with his small hand. Besides a slight warmth in his chest, he felt nothing else, and even this warmth was from the dragon blood jade pendant. His mother had said that he had his father's strength within him, but now it was gone. Li Hao clenched his small hand tightly in the dark. vowing to exact revenge in the future. Spring turned to autumn. In the blink of an eye, Li Hao turned 3. Nowadays, he spent most of his time in the mountain and river courtyard. Being careful with the food delivered by the ladies from various courtyards, he sometimes pretended to be picky and refused it, acting like a capricious child. Gradually, the house servants in the courtyard came to understand that the young master was extremely fussy about his food and drink. 3 years old, in the divine general mansion, this was a crucial age. Ordinary families start their martial arts training at 7 or 8 years old, or even in their teens. Some, already set in their physical development, could have latent talents yet might not achieve great success due to missed opportunities during the best training period because of their family circumstances. As a martial arts household, the Divine General Mansion had the most rigorous training methods, with children of the clan laying their foundation from a young age. Foundation establishment at 3. Blood melting at 4. Bone testing at 5. By 6, it was time to formally train, not a moment wasted. On the path of cultivation, thousands strive to cross, and an early lead often means leading at every step. Cultivation aptitude was to be tested at the age of 5. If the bones were well developed and the marrow rich and solid, one could begin training after bone testing at 5. But with the profound depth of the Divine General Mansion and their belief in not rushing, they prescribed formal training to begin at 6, allowing the body another year to grow and solidify for smoother future cultivation. Even someone with exceptional talents like Li Qianfeng followed this, able to train after bone testing, but still only ascending Mount Wuliang at 6. Even if practicing swordsmanship daily, it was still just the basics to develop a sense of martial arts, not considered real cultivation. And for those with average talent or delayed development, they couldn't start training, even at 6, needing more years of growth, which could be at 7, 8, or 9. However, with countless precious medicines in the Divine General Mansion to enhance martial arts qualifications, the mansion's worst case still began cultivation at 8. I heard that this case was due to premature birth and prenatal injury, leading to such a result. On a sunny day, the Divine General Mansion arranged for a military strongman to come to the mountain and river courtyard to help Li Hao with his foundation establishment. This was a short and stout middle-aged man with dark skin, yet he wore a flowing blue robe. His name was Lin Haixia, sounding like that of a girl. Li Hao later called him Uncle Lin. Coming back with Lin Haixia was a little girl. She was about the same age as Li Hao, just 2 months younger. It was said that she was the orphan of a comrade in arms of the Marquis of Qingzhou, who fought on the distant northern Yin battlefield. Before the girl's father met with misfortune, he entrusted his young daughter to the Marquis of Qingzhou, and before he died, the two agreed on a betrothal when they were infants. Li Hao was speechless about this sudden betrothal. Fine, you fight your battles, and it does not matter if you never return. But such a big matter. Did anyone ask for my opinion? Despite his irritation, Li Hao did not take out his accumulated resentment on this little girl. So, in the vast expanse of the mountain and river courtyard, there was now another small figure aside from Li Hao. The little girl's name was Bian Ru Xue, and she had delicate and exquisite features, her skin fair and tender, like a porcelain doll. When she first arrived in this strange place, the little girl was timid and shy, asking everyone she caught, "Where's my daddy? Where did my daddy go?" The little girl was looking for her daddy, but no one in the courtyard dared to answer, and some of the softer-hearted servant girls could only secretly wipe away their tears in a corner upon hearing her. The little girl lost her appetite and grew thinner by the day. Seeing that none of the house servants in the courtyard knew how to comfort child, Li Hao was annoyed. It seemed he had been too competent himself, not training these people properly. He had no choice but to step in himself, using a mixture of intimidation and coaxing to tell the little girl, "Your daddy is hiding somewhere, and he will only come out if you behave and eat well." The little girl, with her innocent tear-filled eyes, asked, "Is Schwer not being good? Why is daddy hiding from Schwer, and where is he hiding?" "Hiding where?" Li Hao, looking at the little girl's pitiable expression, softened a bit and said a cliché line, pointing to the sky. "Your daddy is up there on one of those stars." From that point on, Every night in the courtyard had a small figure gazing up at the sky. The myriad stars and their silver glow shone down, illuminating the solitary little shape. In the house, another little figure, who lay on top of a chessboard, would order the house servants every day to fan beside the little girl, driving away mosquitoes so she wouldn't be bitten all over. Half a month flew by, and the military strongman Lin Haixia had prepared the Foundation Establishment elixir for both Li Hao and Bian Ruxue. Both of them underwent Foundation Establishment in the same year. Foundation Establishment is the foundation of the martial arts. The elixir for Foundation Establishment, made from countless precious medicinal ingredients, immerse the body every day, soaking in a medicinal bath to forge a body suitable for martial training. As one of the top elite families of DU, the Divine General Mansion had abundant resources. From Li Hao's Foundation Establishment onward, countless precious medicinal herbs and rare treasures were sent to the mountain and river courtyard, inexhaustible like snowflakes. The elixir for Foundation Establishment was divided into 3 grades: common, rare, and supreme. The elixir used by Li Hao was naturally of the top quality, with a 1,000-year treasure as the primer, supplemented by many other precious medicinal ingredients, capable of nurturing an 8th-layer battle physique. Once one embarked on the path of cultivation, one could break through the first realm in just 2 to 3 short years. Martial arts is a crucible of money, and this top-grade Foundation Establishment elixir, used up daily, was costly to maintain for half a year to a year. Only top-tier elite families like the Divine General Mansion could afford to use it so freely. In the yard, 2 large medicinal tubs. Li Hao and Bian Ruxue were soaking in them separately. However, the area around the little girl's tub was screened by curtains, with female attendants looking after her. These female attendants were different from maidservants. They had some cultivation and were akin to trusted aides within the household. On Li Hao's side, Lin Haixia personally supervised him. At that moment, the dignified dark purple elixir was surging against Li Hao's body, his chin submerged in the liquid, leaving only his nose exposed for breathing. An indescribable bitter scent from the elixir filled his nose like swallowing bitter lotus, which kept Li Hao's spirits acutely alert. Li Hao asked, "Can I drink it?" Lin Haixia replied, "It's better not to." The elixir was potent, and the intestines of children couldn't absorb it. It could actually cause harm instead. Moreover, it's for external application. Just as Li Hao was focusing his mind, a string of texts suddenly appeared before his eyes. Detecting unknown substance, analyzing. Analysis failed, automatically isolated. Li Hao, what's going on? Damn, could it be the kind of situation I think it is? Li Hao was full of doubts. Next to the medicinal tub, Lin Haixia's calm face was gradually turning grim. As time passed, his brow slowly furrowed into a deep Chuan character. Li Hao noticed his expression and couldn't help but feel a lurch in his heart. He asked, "Uncle Lin, is there some kind of problem?" Haixia wasn't surprised by Li Hao's perceptiveness. He had realized over the days that this little young master was more precocious than his peers, extremely intelligent, as smart as a 5 or 6-year-old child. However, he was not in the mood to talk to Li Hao right now. Suddenly, he quickly lifted the curtain to check on the situation on the other side, and soon after returned to Li Hao's side, his face looking extremely ugly. "Uncle Lin." Lin Haixia reached his hand toward the edge of the medicinal tub, feeling closely, his gaze becoming complicated. He looked at the child in the tub, wanted to speak, but then the words stopped at his lips. "Uncle Lin, just say what you want to say," Li Hao couldn't help but say. Lin Haixia was slightly surprised and took a look at him. Although Li Hao was more precocious, he was still just a 3-year-old child. Could he actually tell that she was hesitating to speak? However, her mood was so bad at the moment that she didn't think too much about it and just said, regardless of whether Li Hao could understand, when it comes to martial arts talent, besides the bone measurement at age 5, which can directly reveal it, it is actually hinted at during Foundation Establishment. The faster the absorption of Foundation Establishment medicine, the higher the martial arts aptitude. But young master, your absorption speed is too slow. She looked at Li Hao inside the medicine tub, her eyes revealing incomprehensible doubt and pity. Then, she thought for a moment and muttered to herself, "Maybe today was just an accident, my refining mistake. I will check more carefully tomorrow." A chill went through Li Hao's heart. Was that hint just now really about the Foundation Establishment medicine? What do you mean by too slow absorption? It's all being blocked. There's nothing to absorb. Li Hao was speechless in his heart. Was this panel going to adhere completely to the game's settings? He had discovered this over the past year while exploring the panel. Since there was no combat system in the game, it seemed that he was also estranged from martial arts. Or more accurately, estranged from practicing martial arts. If he tried to cultivate combat skills, it wouldn't give experience. Only the arts defined in the game had an experience bar. Although he could improve himself through diligent practice, in this case, it would be better to go back to pursuing art since it was more rewarding. At least experience would soar, points would be allocated, and one could create their own cultivation technique. Overnight, that would surpass decades of hard training. It's just that now, it's a pity for all these resources piled up around him. If fully used, they could at least nurture a first-rate martial artist. Speaking of which, since this extraordinary medicine that far exceeds modern elements cannot be absorbed, why was the poison before effective? Or was it not effective? Did I just fall asleep and not notice the prompt? Maybe whether or not I'll awaken the divine blood in the future will be the judgment. However, that woman had said that awakening divine blood had a chance, not certainty. Forget it, regardless. Whether harm was avoided was due to your ability. But this bill certainly cannot be written off. Don't lose heart. I'll try again tomorrow. If it really doesn't work, I'll inform Lord Ho. He will definitely come up with a solution for you. As Li Hao pondered, Lin Haixiao reassured him, although she didn't know if Li Hao could understand. There's no need. Li Hao waved his hand slightly, ready to climb out of the medicine tub. Since the Foundation Establishment medicine was being blocked by the panel, soaking in it any longer was pointless. Don't get up yet. Let's try again. Keep soaking for a bit longer, Lin Haixia said immediately when she saw Li Hao getting out. Li Hao shook his head and said, "It's no use. You have to obey." Lin Haixia's face became stern, taking the matter seriously. Li Hao was dumbfounded and could only say, "I'll go check on the little girl first." As he spoke, he lifted the curtain and came to the little girl's medicine tub, and immediately saw that the Foundation Establishment medicine that had been poured in, identical to his, was now almost clear water, turned from purple, with only wisps of faint purple liquid like mist still drifting in it. "Brother Hao." Bien Rushua looked up at Li Hao from the medicine tub with a puzzled expression, being too young to understand discretion, simply wearing a look of incomprehension. "Uncle Lin, considering the little girl's absorption speed, how would you rate her talent?" Li Hao didn't turn around and asked Lin Haixiao behind him. Lin Haixiao was feeling depressed and puzzled, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but chuckle. Despite being the same age, this little fellow always seemed so precociously serious in front of Schwerer. Her absorption speed is considered very good. Lin Haixiao had already checked before, and now her eyes reflected some emotion. If the blood melting at age 4 goes smoothly, then by the time of the bone measurement at 5, with the top resources of the Divine General Mansion, her warrior physique could very well leap to the 8th layer, and maybe even the 9th layer, ranking her among the top prodigies. 9th layer? Li Hao was puzzled. Lin Haixiao was patient with the young master of the household, regardless of his understanding. Since the child had asked, she, acting as a temporary teacher, ought to answer. After listening to Lin Haixia's detailed explanation, Li Hao finally understood. It turned out that Foundation Establishment, blood melting, and bone measurement altogether were known as 3rd, 6th, and 9th layers. Foundation Establishment medicine is divided into 3 layers. Blood melting into 6 layers, and bone measurement aptitude into 9 layers. A 1st to 3rd layer physique would be of ordinary aptitude and considered lower grade. A 4th to 6th layer physique would be among the elite, regarded as middle grade. A 7th layer is already termed a genius. An 8th layer can make a name across a province. A 9th layer physique is already the most top-notch martial arts constitution, belonging to the level of unrivaled geniuses. With such a top-tier constitution, breaking through realms would be as easy as eating and drinking, and they could generally reach the fourth and fifth realm. As for higher realms, apart from talent, one also needs some other elements, like one's own understanding, perseverance, destiny, opportunities, etc. Li Hao turned to look at the little girl in the medicine tub, his eyes showing some astonishment. Will this little girl be a talent who will shake the world in the future? In his mind, he pictured the image of the little snotty-nosed girl standing proudly among a crowd and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Haixia looked at Li Hao, her eyes filled with worry. Indeed, he was a child. He seemed clever, but after all, he was only 3 years old. He still didn't understand the magnitude of what happened today. The likelihood that there was a problem with the Foundation establishment medicine was remote. And this also meant he might turn out to be a martial arts invalid, unable to cultivate. In this family of warriors, especially being a son of the Li family, unable to practice, he couldn't even imagine how cruel this would be. An hour passed. The medicinal concoction in Bien Rushue's tub had completely cleared, leaving no trace of the medicinal liquid. The maids dressed her in clean, new clothes and dried her hair. Standing silently beside Li Hao's tub, she did not understand the significance of all this. She just quietly waited for Li Hao to emerge. In contrast, under Lin Haixia's insistent demands, Li Hao could only obediently soak in his tub. The color of the liquid inside his tub remained a glaring purple. The female servant accompanying Bien Rushue glanced over and was dumbfounded. As another hour went by, other house servants and maids heard the news and rushed over to take a look. All of them were shocked. Having been influenced year-round within the divine general mansion, they naturally understood what this signified. They looked at each other at this moment, each seeing in the other's eyes a sky that had fallen. The noble son of the martial marquis being unable to practice martial arts? This was the bloodline of the Li family. Such a thing was simply unbelievable, but the reality was right in front of them. The whole courtyard fell silent. Very quickly, a house servant snapped out of it, and in a flustered rush, ran off. Before long, mountain and river courtyard filled with a multitude of brightly colored figures. Ladies from various courtyard arrived. They gathered around the medicinal tub, and, upon hearing from the servants next to them the duration of Li Hao's soak, everyone was in disbelief. Lu Yurong stood in the crowd, her heart skipping a beat. Could it be that medicine? But she had not heard of such a severe side effect from that medicine. Her chest felt panicked, but she remained composed on the surface, her expression turning to one of urgency and sorrow. Meanwhile, within the tub, Li Hao, who felt life was no longer worth living, also saw the second wife with her outstanding acting skills. From her eyes, Li Hao even detected a hint of genuine panic. Had the second wife been startled? Li Hao sneered inwardly. As the courtyard grew increasingly noisy, the chief wife wore a stern face and ordered the servants to leave, only allowing the ladies from various courtyards to stay. She instructed that this matter must not be spread and must not be leaked. Seeing that the Foundation establishment elixir showed no signs of diminishing, Lin Haixia's heart went completely cold. This couldn't even be described as slow. He thought of a terrible constitution and shivered. Could it be that the Lord's Kylan child was indeed a total waste who couldn't cultivate martial arts? Without continuing any further, Lin Haixia lifted Li Hao out of the tub. Seeing how Li Hao's body had become oxygen-deprived and pale, his skin wrinkled and contracted, the ladies looked on with various expressions in their eyes. They learned that Li Hao had been soaking for 6 hours. Yet the Foundation establishment elixir showed no change whatsoever, highlighting the gravity of the situation. Lu Yurong, seeing that even Li Hao's lips had turned white from the soak, was certain that this was not a ruse. Her heart tightened. She had only intended to destroy the boy's divine blood, not completely ruin him. After all, becoming a complete invalid would make the matter too suspicious. This was the powerful bloodline of the Li family. Unable to cultivate? If the reason were to be investigated later, The first to snap out of it was the chief wife. She immediately instructed Lin Haixia to take good care of Hao Er and had her own maids bring some warm and tonic medicinal soups to nourish Li Hao's weakened body. The next day, Lin Haixia prepared 2 tubs of foundation establishment elixir for Li Hao and Bian Ruxue to soak in separately. Lin Haixia watched intently as Li Hao entered the bath. Li Hao felt somewhat helpless, knowing it was a futile effort and a waste of herbs, but he could not win against the other party and only complied. He estimated it would not be long before they gave up hope. At that moment, the same font prompt as yesterday appeared. Detection of unknown substance. Analyzing. Analysis failed. Automatic isolation initiated. Li Hao had expected this and was not too surprised. He obediently stayed in the medicinal bath, fiddling with his toes out of sheer boredom. As time passed and the elixir stayed unchanged, the short man from the military completely lost his composure and let out a low growl. How can this be? Lin Haixia was agitated, seemingly more incredulous than Li Hao. He paced back and forth beside the tub, striking his own head. There's nothing wrong with the elixir. It can't be wrong. Could it be that the Lord's child truly cannot cultivate? This was the Li family bloodline. Li Hao didn't feel too upset. After all, he had the panel and could become stronger without relying on these elixirs. But seeing his teacher so distressed, he felt somewhat awkward and consoled him. Uncle Lin, it's okay, don't be so sad. Hearing this, Lin Haixia's body shook. He looked at the child in the tub and suddenly felt tears welling up. The child, you don't know what fate lies ahead of you. Seeing the child's optimistic and untainted eyes, Lin Haixia felt as if his heart were being torn apart. The commander-in-chief's only son, could this really be his future? But he could do nothing about it. In Li Hao's case, he could only think of one possibility: innate meridian obstruction. This was the classic sign of a martial arts cripple. If it had happened in an ordinary family, it would be normal, as 8 or 9 out of 10 commoners are like this, not an extraordinarily rare occurrence. But this is a Li family, the Li family that produces true dragons generation after generation. Even the least talented children of the Li family are superior compared to others. Not to mention those true dragons of the Li family. Aren't they all figures renowned throughout the world? And yet this child, Lin Haixia, was choked with emotion, rendered speechless. Even on the battlefield, where he could look directly upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood without changing color, at this moment, he dared not look at the child any longer. Those clean, innocent eyes were heartbreaking. It's okay. It's okay. Seeing that the man was genuinely sorrowful for him and was not pretending, Li Hao felt a warmth in his heart. He stood up from the medicinal bath, pulling at the man's trouser leg, trying to offer some comfort. The second foundation establishment elixir was declared a failure. The news spread throughout the divine general mansion like a hurricane. With this, the news of Li Hao's inability to cultivate was solidified. The madams and house servants of the various Li family courtyards were all shaken and incredulous. In the following days, Li Hao no longer soaked in the medicinal baths. Instead, people came one after another to examine his body, but all left shaking their heads. Li Hao also took the opportunity to overhear them, learning that in their eyes, his condition was one of a martial arts disabled body. This physique did not completely preclude cultivation, but it would be exceedingly difficult. Unable to absorb elixirs or external energy, one could only rely on grueling self-cultivation for a modicum of achievement. Moreover, one could only cultivate up to the second realm. To break through, one needed to connect with the energy of heaven and earth, and thus the second realm was the limit. The news apparently reached the Northern Yin battlefield. Not long after, an urgent family letter was sent back over 1,000 miles. Yet the information in the family letter once again shocked the divine general mansion. The Grand Marshal had actually reached the 3 immortal realms. The letter stated that the lady of the house must not give up on Hao Er. No matter how arduous or difficult, she must see to it that he starts on the martial path. Even just beginning would suffice. In the future, once the divine blood awakens, he could still achieve something. Although he might no longer have the potential to become a genius, he could at least secure a centurion's position in the military. Thus, he would not fall short of the name of a Li family boy. The lady of the house was from a He family, named He Jianlan. He Jianlan, though over 60, appeared only to be in her 40s. After reading the family letter, she sighed deeply. How heir's fate is bitter. It's all because of that despicable woman. Nobody knew whom she referred to as that despicable woman. In the days that followed, Li Hao felt as if things had returned to normal. Foundation establishment was no longer necessary. It was said that when he turned 4, they would try the blood melting for him. As such, Li Hao, having nothing else to do, found even more time to secretly play chess, and his experience points grew quietly and rapidly. However, the news of Li Hao's martial arts disabled body somehow leaked out and spread beyond the mansion. Inside Qingzhou City, the tea houses and restaurants suddenly had a new topic of discussion, but most people took it as just a storyteller's fancy and didn't truly believe it. After all, he was a Li family boy. But to some enemies of the Li family in the royal court, the news immediately caught their attention. Upon sending people to carefully investigate and confirming that it was true, many within the family were both delighted and astonished. They were delighted that the Li family, glorious for 1,000 years, finally showed signs of a failing bloodline. The astonishment was due to the depths of the Grand Marshal's concealment, having achieved the 3 immortal realms long ago, and only now being revealed. Fortunately, his son was disabled in martial arts. Otherwise, in the future, he would likely have become another Li Juni. In the blink of an eye, Li Hao turned 4. After a year of sneaking around and working hard, Li Hao had successfully entered the 2nd tier of chess Tao. He also gained another artistic skill point. Without hesitation, Li Hao used the artistic skill point in Sword Dao. His Sword Dao was thus elevated to the 2nd tier. Compared to the first tier's overwhelming barrage of information, the now 4-year-old Li Hao could barely withstand it, only feeling a slight swelling in his head. With the improvement in Sword Dao, the skills on his panel changed as well. Name: Li Hao. Age: 4. Cultivation level: Mortal. Sword Dao: 2nd tier. Skills: Endless Sea Tide, Perfected, Forbidden. Known art: Chess Tao. Chess Tao, 2nd tier, 0/1000. Chess Catalog Collection, 0. Artistic Skill Points, 0. However, after advancing Chess Tao to the 2nd tier, Li Hao found that playing against himself no longer earned experience points. He needed to find someone to compete against. In addition, as his swordsmanship advanced, Li Hao had perfected his Endless Sea Tide technique, progressing from perfect proficiency to flawless. Rich memories of swordsmanship made Li Hao feel as though he had been wielding a sword for decades. Flaws started to appear in the title sword skill, which he had originally mastered to the pinnacle of perfection, in his eyes. These were the inherent flaws of the sword skill itself. In other words, they were the limits of what the sword move could achieve. After all, no sword technique could cover every aspect perfectly. Like an extremely perfect stick, it could be used for slashing and smashing, but couldn't cut others. Now, the shortcomings in that sword skill Li Hao had compensated for through his own understanding of swordsmanship. Li Hao thought of the swordsmanship instructor from the military who taught Li Qianfeng and said that beyond the 3 realms of technique, there existed a 4th layer. Today, Li Hao had reached that 4th realm, flawless. But, although his swordsmanship had improved and the title sword skill had attained flawlessness, Li Hao had not executed it even once. He had only pushed it to the limit in his mind. Yet, Li Hao had a feeling that as long as he had a sword in his hand, he could execute it exactly as envisioned. However, he couldn't predict what kind of toll it would take on his body when the time came. His current child's body was far too fragile, and even if he were to grow up, he feared that a normal body wouldn't be able to withstand such a dazzling technique. An extremely strong physique was required. No matter how exquisite the sword technique is, if it can't be executed, it ultimately remains a moon reflected on the water. Perhaps I should find a body refinement cultivation technique. I wonder if I could include one. The Li family's martial arts secret archives were countless and varied in nature. All of these were housed in the listening rain tower within the divine general mansion. In Qingzhou City, there are 3 renowned holy places where multitudes of martial artists long to visit in their dreams. One is the Black and White Hall of Tan Palace Academy. One is the 100 Birds Garden of Rouge Pavilion. And the last is the listening rain tower owned by the Li family of the divine general mansion. Li Hao planned to look for an opportunity to visit there. But before that, the special blood prepared for him within the mansion had already been concocted. This year, like Bien Rushue, he would undergo the blood melting with the same age group. The blood used for blood melting was still of the highest quality, a master-level potion refined from the bones of a millennium great demon. Furthermore, it was said that the martial lord of the Northern Yan's front line had, especially for his adopted father, slain a great demon with 3,000 years of cultivation and sent it back to the divine general mansion, elevating the grade of this blood-melting potion to another extreme. A great demon of 3,000 years was nearly as old as the age of the Great Yu Dynasty. Beyond awe, Li Hao also had a new understanding of that man's strength. With Lin Haixiao's assistance, blood melting commenced. The crimson liquid exuding an exotic fragrance covered Li Hao's body. Li Hao was tense. Before long, the familiar text appeared before his eyes again. Unknown substance detected, beginning analysis. Analysis failed, automatically isolated. Li Hao was completely speechless, but this time he felt some heartache. After all, this was something the man had prepared for him at great risk, and now it was wasted. Lin Haixiao shared in that heartbreak. When he saw that Li Hao's body had no abnormal reactions and that he was trembling slightly more than Li Hao himself, it looked like Lin was even more excited. But everything seemed to have a trace to follow. Having experienced the failure of Foundation establishment before, this time he didn't lose his composure but silently closed his eyes for a moment, restraining his feelings of loss and sadness. Uncle Lin, did it fail? Lin Haixiao gently opened his eyes, his gaze slightly weary. He looked at Li Hao's young face, inwardly bitter smiling, as despite being reborn into the golden cradle of the divine general mansion, the countless top resources prepared for Li Hao by the divine general mansion were something this boy couldn't enjoy. It was hard to tell if his fate was good or bad. Uncle Lin, do you think I can give this special blood to that little girl? Li Hao asked. Lin Haixiao nodded slightly. At this point, since Li Hao was not blessed to benefit from it, the next best thing was to make it available for the little girl. That's great. Seeing that nothing was wasted, Li Hao smiled. Lin Haixiao also revealed a slight smile, telling Li Hao, "Young master, I'll scrape it off for you. Then you go rest." His smile was feigned, carrying a touch of sorrow in his eyes. Okay. Li Hao nodded, not pointing out what went unsaid. The news of Li Hao's failed blood melting quickly spread to the ears of the various ladies of the courtyards. In Shueihua courtyard, Lu Yurong slightly raised her eyebrows upon hearing the quiet report from a maidservant by her side. Though her face showed little joy, just a faint shake of her head. She had secretly inquired on Mount Wuliang, and knew the medicine wouldn't cause such side effects, which meant this boy was naturally defective. It was only his luck to have been born into the Li family and in Ji Qingqing's belly. Had she known earlier, she wouldn't have even needed that medicine. A defective being, even with divine blood, what could he amount to? On the contrary, it would only serve to highlight her own son Qianfeng's superiority. After all, when the time came, both were third generation of the Li family, both possessing divine blood, but one would be useless while the other a true dragon among men. Everyone knew how the old matriarch would choose. After Li Hao's blood-melting failure, the little girl's fusion was outstanding. Having absorbed the foreign blood prepared for Li Hao, Bien Rushue's martial talent was further enhanced. In the coming days, all she needed was to be nurtured slowly, and at the age of 5, the bone measurement would reveal the specific outcomes. Li Hao, upon hearing the news, was happy for the little girl, but he himself had encountered a troublesome issue. No longer could he gain experience from Qingzhou through self-play. so he had to find maids around him to accompany him in his chess games. Though these maids didn't dare contradict their young master's daily commands, they were all hesitant and afraid to agree to this request. These servants knew Li Hao had failed his blood melting and possessed no talent for martial arts, yet now he still wanted to play chess. They were aware that the young master had been plopped before a chessboard since childhood, seemingly born with a natural talent for chess tao. But in a military family of such standing, such talent was trivial. It was even seen as indulging in frivolities that could lead to ruin. If the ladies found out they were accompanying Li Hao in such an irresponsible activity, they wouldn't be able to guarantee that the wrath derived from Li Hao's inability to practice martial arts wouldn't be taken out on them. Smart as they were, these servants in the divine general mansion dared not touch such bad luck. Thus, having no other choice, Li Hao had to find Lin Haixia. Knowing he wanted her to play chess with him, Lin Haixia was speechless, unfamiliar with such things and somewhat helpless towards the young master's optimistic ignorance. However, she did not outright refuse. Perhaps this last year before the bone measurement ceremony is this child's final period of happiness, Lin Haixia thought to herself. She agreed to Li Hao's request, and, after sorting out Bian Rushua's situation, she started accompanying Li Hao in his chess games. From then on, a common scene in the courtyard was the two figures, one tall, one short, playing opposite each other in the pavilion, with a little maid standing on tiptoes nearby, peering over. Now and then, the voice of the child bent over the chessboard could be heard shouting, "That's not right. You have to place it at the intersection of the lines, not inside the squares. That's not cheating. That's called capturing. This has already been surrounded and is dead. You can't place any more inside. You're so silly. I've already told you 3 times." After one game of chess, Li Hao would be exhausted, having gained just 1 point of experience. This was far more tiring than playing against himself. Whenever the opponent broke a rule, the game would be invalidated, so he had to teach while playing, explaining the rules to his opponent. Lin Haixia, who had thought she was merely humoring a child, did not expect there to be so many rules and regulations, and her face showed signs of strain. After several days, Lin Haixia disappeared, leaving Li Hao stamping his little feet in frustration. Having no choice, he decided to first pay a visit to Listening Rain Tower. Listening Rain Tower stood north of Divine General Mansion, leaning against the mountain. The Divine General Mansion covered an extensive area, so vast that one could even ride a horse carriage within it. Apart from the ladies' courtyards, there were also sceneries like mountains, lakes, and gardens. Weathered through the years, Listening Rain Tower appeared to be nothing more than an old building midway up the mountain, quite unremarkable. Yet in the world, countless eyes yearned to glimpse its true face. However, all those gazes dared not cross that golden wall towering above. Accompanied by the old steward Zhao from Mountain and River Courtyard, Li Hao arrived in front of the tower. Zhao put Li Hao down and, with a tone of earnest caution, advised, "Young master, this place is a crucial site for the Li family. Even if the ladies of the courtyards come, they must seek permission from the senior madam. Let's go back, shall we?" Aside from the direct second-generation descendants of the Li family, only 2 ladies could freely enter Listening Rain Tower, one being the senior madam. "Didn't I ask you to send someone to notify them? I just came to look around. Should be fine, right?" Li Hao said nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. Zhao had long grown accustomed to the young master's precociously stern demeanor, baffled about whom he might have picked it up from, replying with a pained expression, "But no reply has come yet, and the senior madam might not give her consent. Although you are entitled to enter, young master, you are still very young after all. So what if I'm young? You look down on me," Li Hao said, keeping a straight face. "I wouldn't dare, young master," Zhao hastily replied. Li Hao, bored by the exchange, quietly surveyed the Listening Rain Tower before him. The ancient tower, aged and 7 stories high, had been the place where, after his bone measurement, Li Qianfeng reached the 9th rank war body, and that night, the woman sought permission from the senior madam to choose a martial art for her child. She found the endless sea at the top of the tower. There were a total of 4 styles within Endless Sea. Each style was tremendously difficult, with rumors suggesting only the third uncle had mastered the final style, almost cleaving half of Qingzhou with a single sword stroke. Eternal Spring Court. He Jianlan sat dignified on the smoothly polished Nanmu armchair, listening to the young house servant's trembling report. A trace of movement stirred in her heart. She had long heard that the child was precocious and very clever, but sadly lacked martial arts talent, wasting all that intelligence. Thinking of a letter from the border side of the Li family, He Jianlan sighed inwardly and said indifferently, "Xuejian, keep an eye on the child. Just make sure he doesn't tear up the books." "Yes." To the side, a woman with almond eyes and red lips, fair complexion, quietly answered. The directive from Eternal Spring Court was conveyed to the outside of Listening Rain Tower. Li Hao looked at the young girl who came to supervise, a bit surprised, but he did not mind, since it was quite normal for the lady of the house to not feel at ease letting him enter the tower alone given his young age. Both house servants, but Zhao's status was clearly lower than that of this girl called Xuejian, who stopped him from entering the tower. Inside the ancient tower, the light was dim and dust covered the floor. Rows of towering bookshelves stood in the tower, each side bearing a wooden label categorizing them. There were books on swordsmanship, saber techniques, spear methods, as well as categories on weapons, poisons, and more. The variety of books was vast, almost anything you could think of. Li Hao couldn't help but exclaim. This small tower practically contained half of Jianghu. Before long, Li Hao found the body refinement sect secrets, the shelves densely packed with various body refinement techniques. Vajra secret, divine turtle 9 transformations, 7-star seal, and so on. Li Hao casually took down a book called Stone Skin 100 Refinements and began to leaf through it, leaning against the bookshelf. The tower was extremely quiet, with only the breathing of the two of them, one large, one small. Xuejian followed, Li Hao like a shadow, proper in her behavior and even more dignified than the daughters of ordinary nobles. She watched the young master who had been the center of attention since birth, and curiosity glimmered in her eyes. He really does seem very precocious, and he even seems to be literate. And he's reading with such focus. Can he really understand it? Time passed. As Li Hao read over the initial chapters repeatedly, trying to understand every word, a joyous message finally appeared before him. "You have learned the basics. Do you wish to record this?" Li Hao immediately chose yes. Soon after, a panel leaped before his eyes. Name, Li Hao. Age 4. Cultivation level, mortal. Swordsmanship, level 2. Skill, endless sea, tide, exquisite, forbidden. Physical body path, not started. Skill, stone skin 100 refinements, not started. Forbidden. Chest Tao, level 2, 18/1000. Chest manual collection, 0. Skill points, 0. Seeing the successful recording, Li Hao felt pleasantly surprised. His speculation was correct, and with this, he could officially start his cultivation. But before that, he needed to accumulate new skill points. Thinking of this, Li Hao's brows furrowed in worry. Grinding experience by himself was fast, but playing against others was much slower. It took 3 days just to accumulate 18 experience points, and the scapegoat had been frightened away. He needed to find a stable scapegoat. Li Hao muttered to himself, stuffed the secret back on the shelf, and then turned to ask the young girl behind him which floor has the best body refinement secrets. Xuejian, with a bit surprised, does this child truly understand body refinement? Who taught him? Could it be that military officer who helped him with foundation establishment? Martial meridians blocked, so he intends to pursue the pure body refinement path. Realization flickered in Xuejian's eyes as she replied softly. To answer the young master, Listening Rain Tower's strongest body refinement secrets are on the 6th floor. I will take you there. They're not on the 7th floor? Li Hao felt a tinge of disappointment, saying, the strongest should mean the only one, right? Because one text is complete and can be cultivated, while the other is incomplete, it can still be practiced, but not to the pinnacle, said Xuejian. Li Hao was somewhat surprised. An incomplete text made it to the 6th floor? Soon, under the little girl's guidance, Li Hao was carried up to the 6th floor. By his own efforts, he had already begun to tire by the 3rd floor. The higher up they went, the fewer the secret manuals on the floors became, and by the time they reached the 6th floor, there were only a few short bookshelves left. Glancing over them, it appeared that all the secret manuals combined might total to just 20 or 30 books. However, Li Hao didn't underestimate this number. With the 1,000 years of accumulation of the Li family, these 20 or 30 books would probably be invaluable if placed outside. Very quickly, Xuejian brought back the 2 body refinement secret manuals she had mentioned to Li Hao. One was called 1,000 Jiao's Holy Body. The other one was named Taichu. The covers were somewhat worn and damaged, likely to be treated as trash by ordinary households, used to prop up a wobbly table leg. Li Hao took them and started flipping through them one by one. Just the opening of the manuals made him feel a vast difference from what he had seen on the 1st floor. He couldn't understand it at all. The words within were extremely abstruse, like reading classical Chinese. Oh no, it should be said more like oracle bone inscriptions. With great difficulty, he recognized a few characters, but when strung together, they were completely incomprehensible. Li Hao's little face scrunched up in frustration. He kept at it stubbornly for a while, but ultimately decided to give up decisively. He couldn't even grasp the basics. When I first watched that little brat practice swordsmanship, it also took me several days to record the endless sea, and that was directly observing someone demonstrating. This is self-study. Li Hao shook his head. It was better to wait until he had accumulated enough skill points to enhance his physical body path before trying again. He had Xuejian carry him downstairs. Although Li Hao wanted to learn other types of secret manuals, it was clear that he didn't have the energy to spare at the moment. Without skill points, everything else was in vain, and the problem returned to the lack of tool people. After leaving the listening rain tower, Li Hao said goodbye to the little girl, who was very precise in dealing with people, and then returned to the mountain and river courtyard with Zhao. Brother Hao. Seeing Li Hao's return, Bian Ruxue immediately ran over but tripped and almost fell. Don't rush, Li Hao quickly said. Where did Brother Hao go? Can you take me with you next time? Bian Ruxue pouted, her eyes filled with hope. Over the past year, the little girl had become attached to Li Hao, even taking her pillow at night and sneaking into Li Hao's room. Only with this arrangement would she willingly go to sleep. At first, Li Hao had driven her away several times, but after the little girl woke up crying several times in the middle of the night, running to find Li Hao, her tearful appearance finally made it impossible for him to harden his heart. Fortunately, the bed was big and his own body small. Having one more person did not make much difference, and as the little girl was quiet and did not fuss in her sleep, he let her be. You must be obedient. As long as you stay here, no matter where I go, I will come back, Li Hao said, patting her small head. The surrounding house servants and maids were accustomed to this scene and did not find it surprising. Pinky promise. Bian Ruxue extended her small hand. Feeling helpless, Li Hao pacified her with a pinky promise. No takebacks, you said it. Whoever changes is a puppy. Bian Ruxue pouted slightly. All right, Li Hao said helplessly. In the following days, Li Hao was determined to showcase his chess Tao talent and began to forcefully request the house servants and maids to play chess with him. Those who disobeyed would receive 3 strikes from Zhao. After 3 strikes, even though their skin wouldn't split, it was enough to deter them from sitting down on a chair for half a day. Under the tyranny of the young master, these maids and house servants had no choice but to take turns at the table to entertain him. As days went by, 2 scenes appeared in the courtyard. One was Lin Haixia teaching Bian Ruxue simple swordsmanship and boxing, suitable for the young and the small. It wasn't formal cultivation-level training, just routines for getting familiar with the feel for martial arts. Though occasionally painful, the little girl was rather stubborn and never cried over this. On the other side, things were bustling. A group of house servants gathered in the pavilion as Li Hao played against one of them, with the order that the onlookers had to study the game. Among these house servants, some are clueless about chess, while some seem to have picked up a bit from somewhere. Li Hao found that when playing against those with chess skills, if he won, he would gain not just 1 point experience, but 2, and occasionally even 3. On the other hand, playing against those who were ignorant of the game, even if he won, he would only get 1 point of experience. If the opponent carelessly made a wrong move, the whole game would be invalid. So, gradually, these house servants were no longer needed on rotation, and Li Hao picked out the 2 with the best chess skills to accompany him in grinding experience every day. In the blink of an eye, Li Hao was 5 years old. And this year, the conflict on the northern Yin border grew increasingly tense, with constant battle reports. There were problems with weaponry and military supplies, and Prince Pingqing's collusion with the Great Demon implicated yet another force behind the scenes, making the war situation even more complex and difficult. Within the Divine General Mansion, there was much discussion and concern for the front line. It was said that the court was also in constant debate over this matter, with many proposals being put forward. But although the storm of politics blew into the mountain and river courtyard, it did not touch upon those 2 young figures. At 5 years old, Li Hao underwent the usual bone measurement. Weak bones, no special color, no special glow, no marrow condensation. The elderly Taoist measuring Li Hao's bones was from Qingzhou Mountain, with the looks of a crane-haired youth. He examined the little boy before him with doubt. If it wasn't for the presence of the Li family's lady, he might have even suspected a case of switched at birth, a grudge between noble families, with the young master being secretly replaced. Bone talent, inferior to inferiors, battle physique, not of any rank, just a normal skeleton of an ordinary child. The elderly Taoist eventually concluded the bone measurement. Upon hearing this, ladies such as Yi Jianlan had difficult expressions, and the 5th lady couldn't help but say, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could he possibly have such a talent?" The other ladies remained silent. This elderly Taoist was a familiar figure in the Divine General Mansion, having measured bones for the children of various courtyards, never making mistakes. Moreover, since Li Hao's foundation establishment had failed before, and then his blood-melting failed, they were all well prepared for this outcome. Now seeing this result, it was almost as expected. Li Hao quietly scanned the expressions of everyone present. That second mother of his was also there, her face even more sorrowful, perhaps even more so than the others. Yet, of all these people, how many were truly upset for him, he couldn't tell. Brother Hao, Bian Rushua clutched at Li Hao's clothing, her little face full of tension. Although she did not understand what was happening, she felt that Li Hao seemed to have lost something. Li Hao looked at the pitiful expression on the little girl's face and couldn't help but grin. He pinched her tender little face. He should be the one to feel sad. After all, in 2 months' time, when she had her bones measured, she would probably astound everyone. The elderly Taoist left, and the crowd dispersed. It was like the receding tide. The mountain and river courtyard returned to calm, with only the 2 small figures left, and Lin Haixia standing nearby. That night, the military officer, who had refrained from drinking for many years, drank alone in the courtyard. Smelling the alcohol, Li Hao also developed a craving. He found a small jade cup and, hugging the bottle, was just about to pour himself a little when Lin Haixia, who had gotten tipsy, gave him a fierce look. She snatched the bottle from his hand and scolded with rare anger. "You're incredibly bold, even daring to drink alcohol." "I'm just keeping you company," Li Hao said with a cheeky smile. "What do you know? Drinking is for adults," Lin said irritably. "Drinking alone is lonely. It's better to have company." Li Hao tried to snatch the bottle back, but couldn't reach it as the military officer lifted his hand higher. Lin Haixia gave Li Hao a look, intending to reprimand him, but hearing his words, she suddenly fell silent. It was then she suddenly remembered that this little guy had been alone since his parents left after the 100-day banquet. Yes, he must want company too. When Schwerner's father wasn't around, the little girl had cried all the way to the Divine General Mansion. Looking out at the vast mountain and river courtyard, with its beautiful interior, Lin realized that even the most scenic beauty could not replace the accompaniment of parents. Lin Haixia said nothing, poured herself another 2 gulps of alcohol, then looked at Li Hao, who wore a carefree smile. Out of the blue, she remembered she had been at this place for 2 years and had never seen the little guy cry. Hey, perhaps the alcohol was getting to her, but Lin Haixia couldn't be bothered with formalities and no longer called Li Hao young master. In her eyes, he was still a little brat. "Do you miss your parents?" she asked. Li Hao was taken aback. His mind conjured up the image of the young girl holding him at the window, mumbling to herself in sorrow. 5 years had passed, and he had already forgotten the warmth of that embrace, but the sorrow in those eyes had instead been seared into his heart. "I guess I do." Li Hao gazed up at the starry night sky and said softly, "It must be hard fighting in northern Yin. I hope they're okay." Lin Haixia was stunned. She had thought the child would become sad, or had perhaps forgotten his parents, since they were not around when he was so young, and he probably had no concept of them. But not only did he remember, he harbored no grievances and was even worried about the generals. For a moment, Lin Haixia felt as if her heart had been harshly stabbed. She felt a pang of heartache. She rubbed her eyes and tipped her head back to gulp down more alcohol. "Uncle Lin, are you crying?" "Nonsense, it's just a spilled drink. What do you know?" The night wind turned cold. Haixia became drunk. The drunken Haixia began reciting war poems in the courtyard, practicing her punches and kicks, and eventually collapsed like a heap of mud. Li Hao instructed a house servant to carry her back to her room to sleep, to avoid feeding the mosquitoes. 2 months later, it was time for Bian Ruxue to have her bones measured. It was the same elderly Taoist from Qingzhou Mountain, in the same courtyard, at the same spot, measuring Bian Ruxue's bones. It wasn't long before the old Taoist's eyes widened, and he looked at the little girl with barely concealed excitement, laughing loudly. "Bones like gold, iron, divine jade. Divine bones indeed, 7-colored dim light, bone marrow full and flowing with patterns, supreme quality, 9th layer peerless battle body. Ha ha, worthy of a child from the divine general mansion. Truly not disappointing. The Qingquan list will surely add a new name in the future." As he spoke, he glanced at Li Hao when he looked down, and his smile instantly stiffened. He then coughed twice, feeling slightly embarrassed. That was close. He had almost forgotten about this record-breaking little fellow from the divine general mansion. This time, only He Jinlan was beside them. Other ladies from the various courtyard were not interested in Li Hao's daughter and did not come over. Hearing the old Taoist words, both He Jinlan and Lin Haixia's faces broke into smiles. Then, both of them glanced at Li Hao at the same time. Although Li Hao did not have martial arts talent, having such a wife with peerless talent, he would have support for his future. "Amazing little girl," Li Hao said with a smile as he pinched the cheeks of the cluelessly cute Bian Ruxue, who still had a clueless expression on her face, clearly not understanding what had happened. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Bian Ruxue did not look happy, but instead pouted slightly. At this moment, the little girl only wished that the old grandfather had treated brother Hao the same way earlier. After sending off the old Taoist, Lin Haixia started to teach martial arts knowledge to Bian Ruxue in the courtyard. The little girl was already 5 years old and had started to understand things. It was time to teach her some things. A 9th layer peerless battle body, breaking through realms as easily as eating and drinking. Once she started her cultivation, it was estimated that within a year, she would break through the 1st realm. In 3 years, break through 2 realms. In less than 10 years, reach the peak of the 3rd realm. This is the terrifying part about the 9th layer battle body. The 3 realms of martial arts are the power passage realm, circulation realm, and soul succession realm. Each realm has 10 layers. The 4th realm is divine traveling. Lin Haixia is a 4th realm strong practitioner, and he, this year, is already over 40. One should know, in 10 years, Bian Ruxue would be merely 16 years old. A 16-year-old at the 10th layer of the soul succession realm would be in existence as dazzling as the moon, capable of overseeing a city as the city's guardian, a true strong practitioner. While an ordinary martial artist, being able to step into the circulation realm at 16, would already be quite an accomplishment, enough to be accepted into a prestigious clan. With the placement of the piece, the game of chess was decided. Li Hao won. Experience points +2. Li Hao yawned, glanced out the window, and saw the little girl practicing swordsmanship with Lin Haixia, her posture awkward and adorable. He withdrew his gaze, told the house servant who had been playing chess with him to leave, and then pulled up his panel. After a year, he finally had enough experience in chess Tao. He had earned another skill point. Without hesitation, Li Hao chose to add the point to the physical body path. Soon, a complicated surge of information flooded in, and he frowned slightly as he endured it. After a while, he had slowly digested it all. As insights about the body refinement realm came to mind, Li Hao felt inspired, closed the door, and then started practicing poses in his room. He began practicing the body refinement art, stone skin 100 refinements. As he assumed his pose, his body moved like a dragon in flight and a leaping tiger, and his body emitted cracking sounds. His blood, meridians, and bones all seemed to twist, and the cells in his body seemed to be activated, his whole body burning hot. With the completion of one set of stone skin 100 refinements, Li Hao's entire skin turned red and emitted steam, while his hair was wet with sweat, his little face covered with dense beads of sweat. Feeling something special, Li Hao checked his panel and was astonished to find that his attribute and cultivation level had changed from ordinary to the power passage realm. Third layer. Li Hao could feel an unprecedented strength filling his body, as if he could easily split rocks and crack steels. He was extremely delighted and then repeated the practice once more. This time, with abundant strength, his posture was more precise, and his skin swelled even redder, with heat wafting like smoke. After practicing the second time, Li Hao saw his cultivation level had unexpectedly risen to the 4th layer. He then continued to practice. The 3rd time, the 4th time, until after the 8th round, his cultivation level no longer increased and settled at the 7th layer of the power passage realm. Strength akin to that of lions and elephants roamed within his body, as Li Hao slightly clenched his fist, feeling as if his small hand could effortlessly crush a large rock. Merely moments ago, he was a mere mortal, but now, in a short span of time, he had become a cultivator. The power passage realm is the first realm of martial arts, focusing on strength. Strength pervading the entire body is called power passage. After long years, each level of the power passage realm has been clearly defined, with the first level being the ability to lift a tripod, which is to say a 200 gene arm strength. Ordinary families, through common sustenance and exercise, could also barely match the first level of the power passage realm. But to reach higher levels, one either needed to be born with great strength or had to enhance it through cultivation. With each advancement of a level, the strength increased by the weight of an additional tripod. 7 levels equated to 7 tripods. That is to say, Li Hao at the age of 5 could now lift an object weighing 1,400 gene. And that was just the strength of his arms. The power that could burst forth from his entire body would allow him to easily leap 100 meters, move as fast as lightning, and effortlessly combat 100 ordinary, robust men. I can finally cultivate. At least now, I have the power to protect myself, he thought with excitement. Li Hao felt that with just a bit of effort, his entire body tensed, and the surface of his body became incredibly thick, although still tender to the touch. But if one were to pinch him, the skin wouldn't pinch up easily. It was like stretched oxhide, impossible to twist. However, this is probably just the limit of the stone skin 100 refinements. If I were to cultivate those 2 secret manuals, my cultivation level should increase further. Li Hao thought to himself. He took a deep breath, adjusted his body's condition, and waited for the reddish hue on his skin to gradually disappear and revert to normal before leaving the room. Next, Li Hao called for Zhao and asked him to send word to his aunt. Soon, his aunt's response came, still accompanied by the maidservant named Xuejin. This time, he went straight to the 6th floor, picked up the 2 secret manuals, and began to leaf through them one by one. With his understanding and insights from the initial segment of the physical body path, Li Hao found many previously incomprehensible sections suddenly clear to him. Learn the basics. Would you like to record them? Yes. After consecutively recording both secret manuals into the panel in less than a moment, Li Hao had Xuejian take him downstairs. Although Xuejian felt helpless inside, she didn't show it on her face. After all, the child was just playing, so she indulged him. As for understanding the secret manuals, well, not to mention this short amount of time, even if he studied for several more days, if he could understand them, that would be something. Even the secret manuals on the first floor, which would be considered mid-tier if taken outside, required at least 3 to 5 days of contemplation to learn basics, let alone those on the 6th floor. The more powerful they are, the more difficult naturally, with higher thresholds for cultivation. But Li Hao was unaware of the young girl's thoughts, and even if he did know, he wouldn't care. After all, who takes a child's notions seriously? Back at the mountain and river courtyard, before starting his cultivation, Li Hao had the maidservants prepare some food and drink. After cultivating stone skin hunter refinements, he felt a great depletion in his body, and now, in just a moment's time, he felt ravenously hungry. Is this little bit enough for anyone? Bring me another serving. I mean, one more of each item. I'm still growing. Don't you think I can't eat that much? Under the dumbfounded gazes of maids, Li Hao ate an entire table's worth of meat, and after wiping his greasy little mouth, he felt only 6 parts full. But fearing to scare the servants, he did not continue. Instead, he swaggerously returned to his room and began to cultivate. The previously obscure 1,000 Jiao's holy body had 4 layers, and when he recorded it onto the panel, only the first 2 layers showed as mastered. The first layer, Jiao Fiend Body, conferred a body with bones as hard as the hardest substance and skin like dragon scales, impervious to blades and swords. The second layer, Jiao Dragon Body, contained half-dragon strength, further enhancing various aspects of his body. Phew! Li Hao took a stance, his body crouched like a fierce tiger, his spine arched like a drawn bow, and his bones made a light crackling sound. With the understanding from the initial segment of the physical body path, he was opening the secret gates of his body. Every cell in his body seemed to be stimulated, his blood circulation accelerated once again. This time, Li Hao also felt a cool, subtle energy permeating from the outside world and seeping into his body. This was the power of Taiyin from the celestial energies. As the power of Taiyin entered his body, Li Hao's previously reddened flesh gradually returned to its normal hue, while his flesh and blood rapidly transformed. The secret gates were opened, refining himself with the forces of heaven and earth. As more and more power of Taiyin surged in, Li Hao's skin turned pale and then a shade of blue, as if he were a corpse. Even on the surface of his skin, faint protrusions akin to dragon scales started to appear. After 3 incense sticks of time, the first layer's cultivation was complete. Li Hao glanced at his cultivation level, and to his surprise, it had risen from the 7th level of the Power Passage realm to reach the 10th level, perfection. The first 9 levels of the Power Passage realm were not significantly different, each with a 200 gene increase as the boundary, but the jump from the 9th to the 10th level was a threshold where the strength would double. The 10th level signified complete power passage, strength reaching through the whole body, perfectly unified, and the strength he could lift with both hands would reach 3,600 gene. Overjoyed, Li Hao meticulously felt his physical body, and immediately a tinge of regret crossed his mind. Divine blood had not awakened. Those with the inheritance of divine blood would awaken it upon reaching power passage realm perfection, at which point their strength would increase again, reaching 7,200 gene. Such a gap was sufficient for those of divine blood in the power passage realm to easily sweep across peers in the same realm, and even make up for differences in technique, forcefully breaking through with strength. It was like the difference between a big spender and an ordinary player in a game. It looked extremely unfair, but that was normal because divine blood inheritance required a parent to reach the 3 immortal realms, and across the 19 states of the Great Yu Dynasty, few reached such a realm. Without the enhancement of divine blood, Li Hao was not discouraged, but simply adjusted himself a bit and continued to cultivate the second layer of the cultivation technique. Half an hour later, he slowly finished his practice. As he opened his eyes, divine light seemed to burst forth, and his pupils appeared even darker and more profound. He felt his own body. The strength was significantly greater than just before. At this moment, he even wanted to find someone to spar with, to test out his exact level of power. Bringing up the panel, Li Hao was astonished to see that he hadn't made a breakthrough in realm. His cultivation level was still at the 10th level of the power passage realm. His strength had clearly surged, yet did not reach the Zhou Tian realm. Li Hao was startled for a moment before he realized that he still did not know how to channel his qi. After reaching the power passage realm perfection, a kind of energy known as qi had emerged in his body. Where there is strength, qi follows. This sensation of qi was like the feeling of power swelling in the biceps. However, the qi roamed through his body uncontrollably. Li Hao suddenly remembered that the second layer of the 1,000 Jiao's holy body did not seem to mention how to channel qi either. And for the third layer, with his current understanding of the physical body path, it was beyond his ability to comprehend. With the Jiao dragon body commanding the power of the half-dragon, I wonder how much strength I possess now. Li Hao mused silently. He could feel that he was much stronger than before, at least twice as much, if not more. Li Hao was not in a hurry to test his strength, but turned his attention to another body refining skill. The incomplete, primordial volume. With the insights of the physical body path bolstering him, Li Hao quickly understood much and began practicing immediately. The general outline of the incomplete primordial volume recorded that this body refining skill has 5 realms. However, the incomplete volume in Li Hao's hands only contained the first 2 realms. The latter 3 had been lost. Just the first volume of the primordial secret technique required 1 to open the secret gates within the body, to feel the power of the sun and the power of tying from the heavens and earth, and to achieve the simultaneous infusion of both yin and yang forces to temper the body. Without the aid of the physical body path, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to complete the first step. But at this moment, Li Hao handled it as if it were second nature, with ease. As the yin and yang forces converged in his body, his physical form was continuously transformed. By the second volume, it was about using the yin and yang forces contained within the body to draw on the power of the stars, cultivating a starry body. This was a physique more domineering than the Jiao dragon body, containing the power of both Taiyin and the sun within, with a body as the furnace core like that of star, brimming with vigorous heat and strength. When Li Hao opened his eyes again, it was already the middle of the night. He had been practicing for 7 or 8 hours without realizing it. His eyes were retracted and calm, slowly opening, his breath deep and continuous like a coiled dragon resting. His hearing and vision had been greatly enhanced. Li Hao could even hear a faint whooshing sound within the courtyard, not of the wind, but of swords. Someone was practicing swordsmanship. With Li Hao's swordsmanship realm, he could visualize a person's sword-fighting stance and style based solely on the sound of the sword wind. It was that little girl. Was she also working so hard? A smile appeared on Li Hao's lips as he then checked his status on the panel. Name, Li Hao. Age 5. Cultivation level, Power Passage Realm Level 10. Swordsmanship, Level 2. Skill, Endless Sea Tide Sublime Forbidden. Physical Body Path, Level 1. Skills, Stone Skin 100 Refinements, Great Accomplishment, 1,000 Jiao's Holy Body, Small Success of Jiao Dragon Body, Primordial, Starry Body Beginner. Chest Tao, Level 3, 0/5000. Chess Manual Collection, 0. Artistic Skill Points, 0. Still at the Power Passage Realm? Li Hao was somewhat surprised. He could feel tremendous changes in his body, several times stronger than when he had just reached the 10th level, and he believed that even using the sublime level of the tidal sword skill would be effortless for him. Yet, he still had not broken through. However, up to this point, he indeed did not know how to circulate qi throughout his body. These first 2 volumes of the primordial body refining skill seemed only to be applicable within the power passage realm. Yet, the strength they brought was far beyond the power passage realm. The only problem was that cultivation was extremely difficult. Even with his current insights at level 1 of the physical body path, he was barely a beginner. Ordinary people would probably take 10 or 20 years to reach this level. By that time, they would have likely already stepped into the Zhou Tian realm. After all, compared to entering the Zhou Tian realm, this seemed even harder. Li Hao stood up and got used to his body before he opened the window and saw indeed, in the courtyard under the starlight, a small figure was practicing swordsmanship. However, to Li Hao's surprise, compared to the clumsy and awkward sword swinging in the morning, she was now wielding the sword with proper form. That little girl actually had some talent. Li Hao smiled and, with a push of his hand, flipped through the window, landing agilely on the ground. He went to another part of the courtyard by a rockery. Zhao had mentioned that this rockery was personally carried back by his father in his youth, weighing 100 cauldrons. Crouching slightly, as all the house servants and maids were resting and a few guards were patrolling elsewhere, Li Hao took advantage of the absence of others. He went to the front of the rockery, found a groove in a stone cave, and tried to push it. Gurgle! To Li Hao's amazement, when he exerted all his brute strength, he actually lifted the rockery, weighing over 10 tons. As the rockery moved, the water in the nearby pond surged and backflushed beneath the rockery. At the Power Passage Realm Level 10, without divine blood, capable of lifting 10,000 caddies. Startled, Li Hao quickly let go, gently setting down the rockery. Li Hao was wondering if he were to have his bones measured again, what the result would be. But the chance came only once, and no one thought the old Taoist from Qingzhou Mountain had made a mistake. Since the day of the bone measurement, he had clearly felt the bustle at the mountain and river courtyard diminish. In the past, the ladies from each courtyard would often bring their children over to play or invite him over to eat some border or tributary states' delicacies and specialty fruits, then let their children play with Li Hao, trying to become closer from a young age. But now, 2 months had passed, and only the First Lady, Fifth Lady, and that young Ninth Lady had come to visit him. They just saw that he was unharmed, and then they didn't come over again. However, he occasionally received fruits, pastries, and the like sent over from the Eternal Spring Court. Now that it was winter, he had even received 2 sets of little cotton-padded trousers and jackets made of fine beast fluff, as well as a scarf. Li Hao put the scarf around the young girl's neck. The next day, at the break of dawn, Lin Haixia was already practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard with Bian Ruxue. Previously at the weapon rack, Lin Haixia had the child choose among various weapons, performing drills with each to gauge her affinity for them, and Bian Ruxue ultimately chose the sword. And through practice, Lin Haixia found that she indeed had a talent for swordsmanship, so she taught her earnestly, occasionally being strict. Around noon, Li Hao finally woke up leisurely. He was not yet 6 years old and didn't have to abide by the family rules of visiting the Eternal Spring Court each morning to greet the head lady, so he could comfortably sleep in. Seeing the diligent little figure practicing in the courtyard, Li Hao shook his head slightly and murmured to himself, feeling sorry for her. Then, with the help of his personal maid, washed and had breakfast. Afterward, he routinely summoned the 2 house servants who knew how to play chess to set up the game in the pavilion. Before long, the game of chess came to an end, but Li Hao noticed he didn't receive any notification of experience points increasing, which made him pause in surprise. Then he saw the following words appear before his eyes. To advance to the 3rd segment of Chess Tao, one needs a chess heart. A chess heart? Li Hao was puzzled. As if sensing his thoughts, the words gradually faded away. Then another line appeared. To cultivate a chess heart, one's mind must contain only chess, only a passion for chess. Good, a straightforward explanation. Li Hao was somewhat surprised that he could actually interact with the words. Hello. The words disappeared. Li Hao tried calling out a few more times, but there was no response, so he stopped pondering about it, and instead ruminated internally. A passion for chess? So, He needed to refine a chess heart first before he could earn experience points. At the Divine General Mansion, Li Hao had heard of a sword heart, a spear heart, and even the phrase sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. But he had never heard a chess heart. It made sense. After all, playing chess and other minor pursuits were considered insignificant trifles not worthy of attention at the Divine General Mansion. However, a chess heart should be something similar to a sword heart, right? He thought back to when the ladies in the courtyard would hold him and chat idly about how a certain young man had been practicing swordsmanship every day since childhood, holding a sword even while eating, sleeping with a sword, and after refining a sword heart, progressing at a rapid pace in his swordsmanship training. So, did he need to do the same to refine a chess heart? But did Li Hao like chess Tao? In his previous life, he had only a slight understanding of chess, but it was really just a little. Playing chess. Who really enjoys playing chess among serious people? Playing poker is more enjoyable than playing chess. After a day's hard work, who has the energy for such a brain-draining activity? Unless it's for a change of pace or an occasional alternate form of entertainment. Even though he had a panel that could improve his chess Tao experience, Li Hao only saw it as a tool for farming skill points, not something to truly fall in love with or become passionate about. That would be difficult. Li Hao was a bit stubborn and had the house servant play another round of chess with him. Then he became a believer. This left Li Hao somewhat troubled, his little face creasing in frustration. Just when he was starting to enjoy cultivation practice, you tell me I can't earn experience from playing chess. How can this be? Does it really mean that he should embrace the chess set every day? But without the experience, why would I bother holding it? Maybe he should switch to practicing some other art? But this chess heart, he wondered what its use was. He'd figure it out later. In the following days, Li Hao moved the chess board to his bed, laid a blanket on it, and simply used it as a pillow. During meals, he also set the chess board beside him as if it were a statue of Buddha. But this formality seemed to have no effect. Li Hao didn't continue to play chess with the servants, instead spending his time watching the young girl practice swordsmanship or browsing through various books at Listening Rain Tower. One day, while flipping through books at Listening Rain Tower, Li Hao saw several pages of a chess manual in one of them, which made him curious. The book told stories of a famous figure from hundreds of years ago who had been humiliated in his youth and sought revenge later on. However, his enemy had given up martial arts for chess. The figure had said that when the day of retribution came, he would crush his opponent completely, driving him to despair before killing him. It turned out that the opponent had been studying chess for many years already. They engaged in a chess battle right on the spot. The figure was soundly defeated, and although he was stubborn, he did not kill his enemy then and there. Instead, he executed the enemy's entire family, sparing no one, not even children, leaving only the enemy alive, vowing to return in the future. But he never managed to solve that chess game before he died. After reading this, Li Hao couldn't help but want to laugh. It seemed the enemy knew the figure very well. Although his talent for martial arts was inferior, he was clever enough to learn this skill to avoid a deadly fate. Suddenly, Li Hao felt that chess might be somewhat interesting after all. It's not surprising that the Li family, like him, in this martial world deep down felt that playing chess was merely casual entertainment, meaningless. But now this idea had changed somewhat. Chess manual, myriad detected. Would you like to include it in the collection? Text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Li Hao was surprised, and then remembered that there was a feature on his panel for collecting chess manuals. It was also clear that he indeed had no interest in chess Tao, having treated it only as a tool for gaining experience. In 5 years, he had never bothered to collect any chess manuals. At this moment, he felt somewhat ashamed. Li Hao immediately chose yes. Soon, an entry named Myriad appeared in the collection section of his panel. At the same time, there was a prompt indicating that it could be embedded. Li Hao, puzzled, tried selecting the embed option. Then a line of text popped up. Please select an embed target. Physical body path, swordsmanship. Li Hao was surprised. What did this mean? He thought about it and chose the physical body path. He had just begun cultivating and experienced the feeling of a sudden increase in strength all over his body, so he was looking forward to the physical body path even more. Embedding successful. At that moment, Li Hao suddenly felt a complex stream of information rushing towards him. This feeling was very familiar to him, and after a brief moment, it was completely assimilated. Li Hao saw behind his panel, physical body path, level 1 myriad, and the patchy information in his mind told him exactly what had happened. Myriad places the target amidst the myriad elements of the world, impossible to discern, concealing all traces of one's energy. Li Hao exerted a little bit of effort, and his bodily presence immediately retracted. The surging strength and energy inside his body seemed to shrink into every pore and cell, invisible to any observer. A special attribute. Li Hao was shocked. He hadn't thought that a chess manual could have such an effect. It was simply inconceivable. With his level 2 chess Tao, he could somewhat understand this manual. It contained a grand maze within a smaller one, with traps and pitfalls at every turn. It was no wonder that the great figure had never been able to solve it in their lifetime. However, after embedding this chess manual into the physical body path, it turned out to give similar attributes. If he had chosen swordsmanship as the embedding target, would his sword techniques possess additional deceiving effects, making the true killing moves imperceptible to others? If matched with the title sword skills, exquisitely lavish sword moves, it would probably be even more dazzling to the eye. Li Hao glanced at his panel where the option to embed Myriad Chess Manual had disappeared, signifying that only one choice could be made. However, this had opened a new world for him. Chess manuals were truly the way to go. If he could collect various other chess manuals, wouldn't he be able to imbue his attacks with all kinds of special buffs? Thinking of this, Li Hao's interest was piqued, and he began searching around the tower. But listening Rain Tower, while a sacred place for martial artists, was not a sanctum for chess players. After several days of searching within the listening Rain Tower, Li Hao only found 3 chess manuals, one of which was even used to prop up a bookshelf. Flying Phase, Hidden Bow, Tiger Press. After obtaining these 3 chess manuals, Li Hao studied them and guessed their attributes based on the characteristics of each, embedding Flying Phase and Hidden Bow into swordsmanship. Tiger Press was embedded into the physical body path. Flying Phase doubles the attack range, gaining long-range striking effects. Hidden Bow. The killing move remains hidden until it strikes fatally in one move. Tiger Press slightly increases strength and has an intimidating effect. The 3 chess manuals brought significant improvement to Li Hao. Unfortunately, although Divine General Mansion had everything one could possibly need, the martial artist household did not have the habit of collecting chess manuals. Li Hao returned to his courtyard and could only ask the house servants to look for chess manuals outside on his behalf. But they all made excuses, none daring to aid the young lord on a path that seemed far from the right vocation. With no other choice, Li Hao had to offer a hefty reward to entice them. In the following days, aside from waiting for chess manuals, Li Hao slowly began to ponder over the art of chess. He removed the blanket covering the chessboard at his bedside, put it back, and took away the chessboard on the dining table. Occasionally, he would walk around the courtyard or watch the young girl practice swordsmanship. Perhaps because she had lost her parents at a young age and experienced hardship, the young girl had an extremely hard-working nature. Under the guidance of Lin Haixia, her swordsmanship improved day by day. "That's not right. This move is not correct," said Lin Haixia as she was teaching swordsmanship one day, showing her strict military officer side. Even though she was very pleased with Bian Rushue's natural talent for swordsmanship, she still severely criticized any mistakes made during practice. The young girl held back her tears and stubbornly practiced over and over again. Li Hao shook his head helplessly, thinking that even though Lin was a nice person, he might not always teach according to the learner's abilities. A few harsh words, and the young girl's sword moves were almost deformed. That night, Li Hao saw the little one still practicing in the yard and called her over. "Your posture is incorrect. Bend your arms a bit more. Yes, like that. Don't be too stiff in the waist." With no one around, Li Hao took the time to personally guide the young girl. Bian Rushue was not dull. In fact, she indeed had a talent for swordsmanship. Under Li Hao's instruction, She quickly corrected her stance and began to emit the essence of swordplay. "Brother Hao, do you know swordsmanship too?" the young girl asked excitedly after practicing. "Then can we practice together tomorrow?" "Don't talk nonsense. I don't want to get up early," Li Hao said, startled and quickly responding. "If Uncle Lin finds out that you know swordsmanship, he will be very happy," Bien Rushua said, hopeful. Although she didn't understand many things, she could see that the adults around seemed somewhat disappointed with Li Hao. The young girl was so diligent and hardworking because, deep down, she was filled with the desire to prove something. Everyone said Brother Hao was no good, but she believed Brother Hao was actually very smart. "I don't know swordsmanship. Don't go spreading rumors," Li Hao quickly said, hoping the young girl wouldn't shoot herself in the foot and ruin his chance to sleep in. It would make him cry. Bien Rushua looked puzzled. "But you clearly—" "Go to sleep, sleep." Li Hao rolled his eyes and sent the young girl off, reminding her not to talk nonsensically. The next day, in the courtyard, Lin Haixiao watched Bien Rushua swing her sword, and slowly her eyes began to widen in disbelief. The swordsmanship that felt somewhat unfamiliar yesterday, today already shows the charm of a swordsman. The posture is precise, the movements are swift and decisive, there's a sense of agility. Sword Dao prodigy. At this moment, these 4 words were the only thing that surfaced in Lin Haixiao's mind. You know, how many days has Bien Rushua been learning this set of swordsmanship? It would already be good if she could get a grasp of it in half a month. But now she has already become proficient, and there's a rare spirituality in her moves, and that's the key. Although he scolded the young girl harshly yesterday, it was only because he saw the child's talent in Sword Dao and the hope that she could become a strong swordsman in the future, which made him strict and demanding. He didn't expect that Bien Rushua's performance today would far exceed his expectations. She's definitely a Sword Dao genius, a rare kind. "Good, very good." Lin Haixiao smiled, nodded repeatedly, and when Bien Rushua finished practicing, he asked, "Did you practice by yourself last night?" Instantly, Bien Rushua thought of Brother Hao's guidance, but then she remembered his stern advice and warnings, hence she gently nodded. Lin Haixiao was not surprised. If she hadn't put in the effort last night, she wouldn't have been able to perform like this today. But having progressed so rapidly after just one night of practice, this was what was truly pleasing. "This swordsmanship is a bit too simple for you. Today I'll teach you a higher-level swordsmanship," Lin Haixiao said. The previous one was only a low-level swordsmanship. He had no right to enter the Li family's listening rain tower, and he wasn't qualified to teach the higher-level swordsmanship, let alone the supreme-level swordsmanship listed there, to the young girl before him. Unless it was by the instruction of Li Hao's parents, even the current Li Hao wasn't qualified. He was still too young to lead the family. Bien Rushua nodded. An adult and a child, they began practicing a new swordsmanship in the courtyard again. One teaching, the other learning. Li Hao looked on for a moment, feeling a bit bored, then continued to ponder his own chess strategy. With black and white pieces in his hands, he flipped them between his fingers, gently rubbing them, while his mind was occupied with thinking about the chess manuals. Time passed unnoticed in this courtyard. During the day, Li Hao stared blankly at the chessboard by himself. In the evenings, he occasionally offered guidance to Bien Rushua, correcting some of her minor mistakes. Bien Rushua's rapid progress in Sword Dao elated Lin Haixiao. Months later, within Piaoxua courtyard, Li Hao stood silently in the crowd, watching an elderly man with an immortal demeanor take the 8-year-old Li Wushuang away for cultivation. Fifth Lady tearfully said her goodbyes, reminding Shuang heir to eat well, behave well, and sleep well. Li Hao remembered, when he was still in swaddling clothes, this young girl clung to his mother's pants, sizing him up with her shining bright eyes. Fifth Lady had 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy. This was her eldest daughter. At the age of 5, during the bone evaluation, she showed a 9th-grade battle physique, and the Li family hailed another prodigy. Now, having exhibited extremely high talent in cultivation, she's been noticed by an expert who has taken her on as a disciple. This scenario, so familiar to Li Hao, he had witnessed it 2 years ago as well. That time, it was Liu Yu Rong's child, led away by a bald monk reciting Buddhist scriptures. Clearly, that person was from Mount Wuliang. In a Li family, those with exceptional talent usually enter Daiyu's top forces for cultivation, which is also one way for top forces to extend their connections. As for those with lesser talent, like the second lady's second son, who only had a 7th grade battle physique, though he was also considered a genius, he was clearly a cut below those prodigies and would study at Qingzhou City's Tam Palace Academy. Compared to 5th lady's maternal feelings, Li Wushuang's young face showed maturity, like a little adult, calmly nodding, reminding her mother to take care of her health, and her father as well. Subsequently, the young girl's gaze swept over the courtyard, looking at everyone in turn. As she passed Li Hao, she gave him a brief glance, already having little impression of him. Amongst the 3rd generation in the family, those whom her mother frequently mentioned to her were only a few with exceptional talent. For example, the second lady's child, Li Qianfeng, was the target she was chasing. The others she barely took notice of. Immersed in the world of martial arts, the words of her mother, the martial instructors, and the servants had influenced her from young age. Despite her youth, her mind had matured, and she had a sharpness in her eyes, with aspirations and goals to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Saying farewell to her parents, accompanied by the well wishes of the crowd, the young girl left with the Taoist. When they would meet again, it would probably be years later when she returned to the family with a famed reputation. Life settled back into calm. In these peaceful days, Li Hao slowly returned to playing chess by himself. But now, he wasn't playing for experience, but rather to purely contemplate each game. He was trying to overcome himself. When playing white, he would switch his thinking to white, and when playing black, he would switch to black. Although the process was a bit difficult, it felt like a challenge. Enjoyment was found in the struggle against oneself. In this world where entertainment was scarce, Li Hao gradually grew fond of this kind of focus on something, especially when it also offered the fun of a challenge. Therefore, the maids would occasionally be startled by the young master's sudden outbursts. For example, while quietly eating, he would suddenly shout out, "Ah, that move should have been placed there," with a look of regret. Sometimes he would point to a flower bed and ask the maids beside him, "Do you see those flowers? Don't they resemble a chessboard?" The maids? They didn't understand, not at all. But if the young master said so, then it must be so. After all, he was the young master of the house. So what else could they do but agree? By the time Li Hao was 6, Lin Haixia found him and said he wanted to teach him techniques. He moved a weapon rack over and let Li Hao choose and practice with each weapon, just like he had done for Bian Ruxua before. However, considering that Li Hao's physique wasn't as top-notch as Bian Ruxua's, he decided to delay it for a year to avoid practicing too early and negatively affecting bone development. Only then did Li Hao realize that this strong figure from the military was lingering in the mansion just to teach him techniques. "I thought I couldn't cultivate." Li Hao dragged out of bed early in the morning, yawning, just wanted to crawl back into bed. First, practice the techniques. If someday the commander finds a way to help you open your meridians, you can start cultivating immediately without falling behind, Lin Haixia said. This was his plan: practice first, be prepared. What if he could cultivate in the future? It would be useful. What if it doesn't work? Li Hao asked. "You'd be idle anyway," Lin Haixia said indifferently. Li Hao felt like vomiting blood. What kind of response was that? Being idle is surely better than being overworked. But Lin Haixia had clearly made up his mind, and no matter how much Li Hao argued, it was futile. Finally, with a stern face, Lin Haixia took out a bamboo stick and threatened to hit him if he didn't obey. Li Hao wasn't afraid of pain. After all, given his current physical strength, unless Lin Haixia really hit hard, it was nothing more than tickling. But seeing the other party taking it so seriously, he decided to avoid the confrontation for the time being. Li Hao picked up the weapons and practiced with each, just going through the motions, handling the saber, spear, staff, and stick without any real form. When he got to the sword, the little girl was waiting with eager anticipation, clenching her little fist and encouraging, "Brother Hao, go for it." Li Hao was speechless, casually swinging the sword a few times and finishing hurriedly. Lin Haixia's face darkened, seemingly seeing through the little guy's thoughts, and said, "None of these weapons pleased me today with your practice. You're not allowed to rest, and you're not allowed to touch that damned chessboard again." "Lin," Li Hao wailed. "Practice." Lin Haixia gritted his teeth, ignoring Li Hao's pleas. Li Hao picked up a saber and started to play with it, but his mind wasn't on cultivation. Although he appeared serious, there was no method to his movements. Seeing Li Hao take an interest in the saber, Lin Haixia began to teach him move by move, starting with the simplest stances. Seeing how serious he was, Li Hao dared not practice at all. If Lin Haixia saw any promise or hope, he would be inspired daily, and there'd be no peace for Li Hao. So, as Lin Haixia taught, Li Hao kept nodding, claiming he understood. As soon as the saber was in hand, it was all over the place again. It was as if his hands and feet were saying, "Understand my foot." An afternoon passed, and Lin Haixia felt like cursing too. He couldn't even get the most basic saber technique right. Did this boy lack any martial arts insight at all? He couldn't help but think of certain geniuses. Some people are extremely talented in one area, but completely clueless in others, even worse than average people. And it seemed Li Hao was just this type. Unfortunately, his talent was in the wrong area. Chess, what a worthless thing. Lin Haixia even began to hate the fact that someone ever invented such a thing. It was infuriating, but after the hatred passed, sadness filled him. Was he truly unable to help the young master? He hated his own incompetence, his inability to repay the commander's kindness. After forcing Li Hao to practice for half a month, Lin Haixia finally despaired and gave up. He told Li Hao that recent changes in the war in northern Yin meant he would have to leave soon. Li Hao looked at the man and knew he had given up hope. During this time, seeing the man's grief, Li Hao felt both touched and ashamed. The other party hated the chessboard, hated their own inability to teach, but never once hated Li Hao. "Lin, do you think a person who can't cultivate martial arts, if they go down the path of body refinement and combine it with techniques, can become an expert?" Sitting in the courtyard, Li Hao looked at the man drinking beside him and asked. Lin Haixia put the wine aside, thought for a moment, and said with utmost certainty, "Yes." He then continued, "I have seen experts in the military with tremendous physical strength. Their spear techniques were virtually perfect. They could be considered among the strong." He turned his head to look at Li Hao, yet his gaze quickly dimmed. "Young master, I know you are intelligent and can endure hardship. If you go down the path of body refinement, you will surely manage, but your comprehension—" He didn't finish, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. The reason he had let Li Hao practice techniques was with this in mind. Li Hao looked at him with surprise and said, "I sleep till the sun is up high every day. Do you think I can endure hardships?" Lin Haixia shook his head slightly, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I have seen how you play chess. I know you can endure hardships. It's just that you don't like to." From Li Hao, he saw the potential to become a top expert. That was intelligence, mindset, diligence. But the only things missing were the innate talent for martial arts and comprehension of martial arts. These two were precisely the tickets to the world of martial arts. Without entering the gate, how could one talk about a superior seat? This also resulted in the abundant cultivation resources in Divine General Mansion being piled up in front of Li Hao, but amounting to nothing more than an empty mountain. Hearing Lin Haixia's words, Li Hao felt a bit astonished, turned his head and glanced at the man, then fell into silence again. As the night wind swept through, one continued to drink while the other silently watched the night sky, as if a shooting star streaked across. Whose falling star was that? 2 months later, Lin Haixia was leaving, saying his formal goodbyes to Li Hao. Li Hao waited for him in the inner courtyard, the vast yard empty. He had the servants of the inner courtyard withdraw to the outer courtyard, leaving only him to see Lin off. "Do you find it too quiet, Uncle Lin?" Li Hao, with hands clasped behind his back, asked with a smile. Lin Haixia sighed lightly and said, "I don't care for these superficial things. As for you, take good care of Schwer. That girl has an extremely high talent for swordplay. She will surely achieve great accomplishments in the future. Treat her well, and she will protect you one day." At this moment, his eyes held a mix of complexity, size, and acceptance. He had completely given up on the idea of Li Hao learning martial arts. He had come to Divine General Mansion full of expectations and passion, hoping to use all his heart to properly mentor the young son of the commander, to repay a debt of gratitude. Now, he was leaving full of regrets and feeling desolate, a bit sad in his heart. Li Hao smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Lin, I don't have much to give you upon our meeting, but since you are leaving today, let me give you a small gift. I don't need any gift, nor do I have the face to accept one. You just need to be well," said Lin Haixia, feeling somewhat comforted but uninterested in the gift mentioned by Li Hao, for he lacked nothing. Li Hao didn't speak, simply walking slowly towards the weapon rack. Lin Haixia was taken aback, watching him with confusion. Then he saw Li Hao slowly draw a sword from the rack. "This sword is for you, Uncle Lin. I'm grateful for your guidance," Li Hao said softly. Then the sword moved. His posture was graceful like snowflakes, and the sword in his hand shone like the surging waves of an endless sea, instantly casting myriad intricate and beautiful sword blossoms, luxurious to the extreme. The ultimate, endless sea, tidal sword skill. At that moment, the brilliant and dazzling sword light illuminated the entire empty inner courtyard. And it also shone in Lin Haixia's eyes, lighting up the dark and contracted pupils into a bright, snowy white. Lin Haixia finally left. However, unlike the regret and desolation he felt earlier, he left the Divine General Mansion nearly running, filled with an excitement that made his heart leap. He wanted to report the incredibly happy news to the commander at the border as quickly as possible. If they knew their child possessed a swordsmanship talent that arose once in 1,000 years, they would surely be immensely surprised and comforted. That one sword, Lin Haixia understood, yet did not fully understand. He recognized that sword technique, the most famous in the Li family's collection, the endless sea tide sword skill. But compared to those versions of the tide sword skill he had seen, even those at the perfect level, this one was not inferior and even had a special feeling. After searching his mind, he could only think of 2 words: complete. Even more flawless than perfect. Lin Haixia knew that beyond technical perfection, there was another deeper realm called perfection. But even for those immersed in a technique for decades, it was very hard to reach. Besides hard training, one also needed an extreme talent. Yet, this world-shocking sword had now been displayed by Li Hao, a 6-year-old child. Even for those dazzling prodigies, to practice a technique to proficiency by the age of 6 was already extremely difficult. Moreover, Lin Haixia had never seen Li Hao practice swordsmanship, but without doubt, he felt Li Hao had been secretly practicing. However, whether poor or rich, every day only had 12 hours. In front of time, everyone is equal, and whenever he saw Li Hao, most of his day consisted of playing chess, playing around, wandering, daydreaming, eating, and drinking. He had never seen him practice swordsmanship, not even touch it. Even if he was secretly working hard, how much time could he possibly squeeze out? He asked Li Hao, "Why do you secretly practice swordsmanship? And why conceal this astonishing talent?" But Li Hao just smiled and shook his head without speaking. Lin Haixia thought of much, including those imperial family feuds and intrigues of noble families he had heard about, and he vaguely guessed something. Looking at Li Hao's quietly smiling face, Lin Haixia felt a twinge in his nose. He understood that if the man from the border returned, this child would not be without support. He could shine brilliantly, yet now he must hide and keep a low profile. If this child had not seen his sincerity, he probably would not have let him see this hidden true face. Thinking of this, Lin Haixia felt quite touched and consoled. This one sword had not only revealed Li Hao's talent in swordsmanship to Lin Haixia, but, combining it with Li Hao's usual manner of speaking, had also made him truly understand how smart this child really was. Lin Haixia left in a hurry, so much so that when he passed the front courtyard, he didn't even greet Bien Ruxue. With Lin Haixia's departure, the courtyard returned to its usual tranquility. But now, being 6 years old, Li Hao needed to get up early every day to go to Eternal Spring Court to pay his respects to his aunt, which was a matter of etiquette. The purpose of this etiquette was to cultivate from an early age respect for teachers and the resolve to repay kindness. Bian Ruxue, as Li Hao's fiancée since childhood, almost considered a member of the Li family, naturally had to accompany him in paying these respects. During these morning visits, it was inevitable to run into other children from various courtyards, though there were only 4 or 5 of them. All were around Li Hao's age. For instance, the second son and youngest daughter of 5th lady, the orphan son of 6th lady, the son and daughter of 8th lady. The other children, either like Li Qianfeng and Li Wushuang, with exceptional talent taken away by famous teachers, or older, enlisting in the military to strive for a career in the army. Like the son and daughter of the aunt, both in their 20s, serving as junior generals in the army, who would occasionally return if there was no warfare. But as members of the Li family, they had military discipline ingrained in their bones, strictly following it. Thus the aunt barely saw her children throughout the year. After the morning respects, Li Hao and Bian Ruxue were invited by the aunt, He Jianlan, to enjoy the nutritious breakfast she had prepared. After chatting casually with the dignified and graceful aunt for a while, the 2 small figures, one after the other, wobbled back to their own courtyard. Li Hao resumed his usual routine of daydreaming about chess. Bian Ruxue practiced her swordsmanship in the courtyard. The high-quality sword technique Lin Haixia had taught her before leaving was enough for her to practice for several years. One would have thought this peaceful and harmonious time would just slowly continue to pass. Until several days later, a sudden message drastically returned to the divine general mansion. Lin Haixia had come back. A warrior enveloped in heavy armor, with a robust body and a cold gaze, had brought Lin Haixia back, but only brought back one hand. When Li Hao heard the news from Zhao, he was stunned. The chess piece in his hand fell to the ground, but normally his eyes were only for chess pieces. Yet now, he didn't even glance at it. He didn't bother to put his boots on, and barefooted, he dashed out and rushed into the Eternal Spring Court. The maid at the door meant to report his arrival, but Li Hao had already dashed inside. Then, he saw within the main hall of the Eternal Spring Court, where he usually paid his respects in the morning, a soldier kneeling on one knee. Li Hao's heart trembled, and looking past this soldier, he saw a piece of red cloth on the ground in front of him, upon which lay a hand. At the point of severance, it looked torn, the flesh mangled and uneven. Wrapped in a blue sleeve, this was the clothing Lin Haixia wore when he left. This hand had, just a few days ago, tousled the little girl's hair. In his ear, this soldier was reporting to He Jianlan. Lin was ambushed by demons lurking on the road to northern Yin while passing through the national highway of Qi State. The stalemate on the northern Yin battlefield led to demons infiltrating various cities of northern Yin, attempting to disperse our army's forces, with other states also experiencing frequent demon attacks. Stop for a moment. He Jianlan interrupted the soldier. She was slightly distracted, watching Li Hao, who rushed in a hall barefoot and in haste. Then, thinking of something, a sigh appeared in her eyes as she instructed Xuejin beside her. Take the arm away for now. Yes. Xuejin nodded gently, and then looked up at Li Hao, who had rushed in. She was quite familiar with this little fellow, and knew that the owner of this arm had been one of Li Hao's mentors in Foundation establishment. However, in a general's manner, she had long been accustomed to life and death separations, and apart from a silent sigh, she felt little else. As Xuejin approached, Li Hao stepped forward, blocking her path. Ignoring her astonished expression, Li Hao turned around and stared intently at the soldier. Which demon killed Uncle Lin? The soldier looked up and saw a little boy of about the same height as his kneeling figure, staring at him with a face full of anger. Those eyes were exceedingly cold and furious, as if they did not belong to a child. Recognizing from the jade pendant hanging by his waist that this was a member of the Li family, though he did not know which branch, he immediately reported truthfully. It was a millennium great demon of the 4th realm, leading several demons in an assault, dismembering Lin and consuming him. By the time the city defender from Qi State arrived, only this arm was left. Consumed. Li Hao's mind roared like thunder. His eyes suddenly reddened. His blood seemed to flow backward, rushing to his head. He could scarcely imagine the scene. How cruel it must have been, having come to this world and resided in the divine general mansion. Though he had heard quite a bit about demons from his surroundings, he had never truly seen one. Although he knew the battlefields were brutal, this was the first time he was facing this harsh reality so directly. "Does that demon have a name?" Li Hao asked in a low voice. The soldier replied, "Yes, that demon resides outside the city of Qi State and has self-proclaimed the title Tiger Robe Immortal." Li Hao silently engraved this name into his memory, a surge of indescribable killing intent welling up in his heart. But he controlled his emotions and asked no further, merely turning around, picking up the red cloth from the ground, and covering the arm properly. Then Li Hao looked up at the family head. "Fifth lady, I have taken Uncle Lin's hand back. Excuse my rudeness today. Please don't be upset." Having spoken, he then turned around, holding the arm, and left barefoot. He Jianlan's eyes flickered slightly. From Li Hao's actions, she sensed something unusual, seldom seen in the boy, an indication that he was more mature and astute than she had thought. "Xuejian, bring Qingzhou's boots for Hao," he Jianlan instructed. Xuejian nodded, went to the side room to find the boots, and just as she was rushing out of the courtyard, she saw that the small figure had already gone far, disappearing from view. Back at mountain and river courtyard, Li Hao found a spot and buried the arm. Then he fetched a wooden plaque, carved Lin Haixia on it, and placed it into the soil. He instructed Zhao, "Cordon off this area. No one is to step here." When Zhao learned that what was buried was Lin Haixia's remaining arm, he quickly advised, "Young master, this is the family head's courtyard. We shouldn't bury remains here. We have a heroes' cemetery for burial of war heroes. Let's take Colonel Lin there. Let's prepare a ceremonial grave there for Uncle Lin." Li Hao shook his head slightly, surveying the courtyard. This vast mountain and river courtyard can accommodate Uncle Lin's hand. "Young master." As Zhao was about to continue, Li Hao stopped him, leaving him no choice but to give up. "Make sure to provide for Uncle Lin's family well," Li Hao said to Zhao. Zhao replied, "As a military man, the Northern Yin side should already be aware and will handle his family situation properly." "That is there. This is here." Li Hao glanced at Zhao. "You should understand what I mean." Zhao paused, then nodded slightly. "I understand. The death of Lin Haixia, much like a small stone thrown into the bottom of a lake, caused little more than a ripple within the divine general mansion. Life continued as usual in the other courtyards, but within mountain and river courtyard, Li Hao became even more engrossed in chess, even neglecting bien Rushua sword practice. He didn't tell the little girl about Uncle Lin to spare her the sorrow. Time flew by. One day, Li Hao awoke from his sleep, wherein he had been playing chess with Uncle Lin. Suddenly, a fierce tiger rushed in from outside the chessboard, knocking it over and pinning Lin Haixia to the ground by his neck. He sat up in bed, gasping for air. The little girl by his side woke up disturbed, her eyes sleepy as she rubbed her eyes and asked, "Brother Hao, what's wrong?" Li Hao came to his senses and shook his head. "It's nothing." As the little girl fell asleep again, Li Hao covered her with the blanket that had slipped aside, then sat up and went to the window. Under the moonlight, words suddenly appeared before Li Hao's eyes. "You have comprehended the spirit of chess." Seeing the prompt, Li Hao's heart did not overflow with too much joy. He had long cast aside utilitarian desires, focusing wholeheartedly on the game, and it was precisely because of this that he possessed a chess Tao state of mind. To use chess Tao as a tool for practicing martial arts, a concept he once held, was now something he could not accept. Even so, a part of him felt an impulse to directly invest these skill points into chess Tao. However, that severed arm, the man who drank wine, made him restrain such thoughts. Playing chess was indeed important, the thing he loved doing now. But there were some things he had to do, such as tearing the tiger robe immortal into thousands of pieces. Nevertheless, that was a great demon of the fourth realm, and getting to the fourth realm was not something that could be achieved overnight. The only thing he could do now was to grow up quickly. Chess Tao's state of mind was a state of mind, a condition. After obtaining the Chess Tao state of mind, Li Hao spent the following days in his small courtyard busily immersed in chess. But now he was not merely chasing the bit of experience one gets at the end of a game. He was truly enjoying every bit of the chess-playing process. The ingenuity of every move, the layout, the contemplation, all deeply fascinated him, like playing a fun game, totally absorbed, with no desire to stop. Whether eating, sleeping, or watching the little girl train in swordsmanship, his mind was filled with thoughts of chess. This made Li Hao lose interest in almost everything other than chess. One day, Xue Jin from Eternal Spring Court brought news that the matriarch had invited Bian Ru Xue to join the training facility of Divine General Mansion. It was the place where the descendants of the Li family cultivated. After turning 6, if one hadn't been taken in by a famous mountain, they would go to train at the facility taught by retired strongmen from the military of the Li family. Li Hao agreed. Although he could teach the little girl, he was currently skilled only in swordsmanship. Besides sword practice, the facility also offered cultivation training and vast knowledge of martial arts, including insights into the outside world, aiming at fostering well-rounded individuals. Since that day, each morning after paying respects to the matriarch, Li Hao would go his separate way from the little girl at Eternal Spring Court, he returning to Mountain and River Courtyard, and she being sent off to the training facility. In the training facility, aside from the direct descendants of the Li family, there were also offshoot relatives and children, making for a significant number, dozens of individuals. Among them, only 5 were direct descendants, the same few who would pay morning respects to the matriarch with Li Hao. Bian Ru Xue also received the treatment of a direct descendant at the training facility because she was Li Hao's fiancée, half a member of the Li family. The descendants were like stars holding the moon in the training facility, their status much higher than the others. Similarly, for foundation establishment and blood-melting cultivation resources, they were at least a level above the others. Therefore, the disparity in martial arts talent between direct descendants and the others was significant. This resulted in, apart from a few just sensible direct-line youngsters, most of the other relatives being teenagers in their mid-teens, with talents ranging around 4 to 6 ranks, considered average, but capable of holding down a territory in the future. Those relatives with talent reaching the 7th rank would be given focus cultivation, enjoying resources close to those of direct descendants. After entering the training facility, Bian Ru Xue officially stepped onto the path of cultivation. That's when the terror of her 9-ranked battle body became evident. In just a few months, Li Hao saw the little girl advancing to the 4th level of the Power Passage realm. She was breaking through a minor realm nearly every month, her progress so swift it seemed as effortless as eating and drinking. While this was inseparable from the lavish cultivation resources of the Li family, poured into her without reservation, her martial arts talent was like a sponge, and the ability to absorb so much was also a skill. And those teenagers in the training facility were still lingering around the 8th or 9th level of the Power Passage realm. It was estimated that, in another half a year, the little girl would catch up to them. As for Li Hao, he continued to play chess day after day, undisturbed in the courtyard, and the matriarch did not request his attendance at the training facility. Li Hao could see that the matriarch did not wish for him, as a direct descendant, to be humiliated in the training facility. The training facility was not only for education, but also to incite the children and teenagers' zeal for cultivation through arranging sparring and competition. Someone like Li Hao, without any martial arts talent, would inevitably suffer if placed among them. Some of the kids were tactless in speech, and it was unavoidable to provoke conflicts that might reach the adults, which would not look good. As the matriarch of Divine General Mansion, she sought peace and quiet, and Li Hao was content with this arrangement, enjoying the leisure. After all, for him, practicing martial arts was a waste of time. He had no interest in squabbling with those teenagers, too dull. After playing so many games, haven't you learned anything? It's the same move that lost you 3 games already. Li Hao scolded the house servant playing chess in front of him. Startled, the servant jumped up, standing with his hands hanging down like a quivering quail, and said, "Young master, please calm your anger." By now, Li Hao already had the bearing of a young master. They no longer dared to treat him like a child, taking his words lightly. "Your mind is not focused on the game at all. What are you thinking about?" Li Hao said angrily. The servant inwardly complained, as he had always played this way, but the young master had never cared before. Instead, the games ended quickly, and the young master seemed happy about it. But recently, it had changed. If the game was played poorly, the young master would get upset, causing the servant much distress. "The two of you play terribly. You've been my opponents for so long and haven't improved a bit," Li Hao said, irritated. The servant hastily pleaded for forgiveness, while the other, as if remembering something, stealthily glanced at Li Hao and said, "Young master, I do know someone who plays chess. He's a third-ranked house servant newly joined here." "Oh," Li Hao raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where is he?" "In the woodshed, handling the chopping of firewood." "Then what are we waiting for? Call him over so I can test him," Li Hao instantly said. "All right, young master," the house servant said joyfully, immediately taking his leave. Before long, a lean and skinny young man, dressed in servant's clothes, was brought before Li Hao. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen the young master?" "Ah, yes. May the young master have peace." The lean young man hurriedly knelt down. Li Hao waved his hand slightly for the young man to rise and speak, pointing at the chessboard. "I hear you play chess. Play a game with me, and let's see how well you do. If you're good from now on, you'll stay at Mountain and River Courtyard as a top-ranked house servant by my side." "Ah!" The lean young man clearly hadn't expected such a stroke of good fortune to fall upon him, and was dumbstruck, then immediately exclaimed with joy, "Thank you, young master, thank you." After saying this, he wiped his hands on his clothes and sat down in front of the chessboard. Soon a game was laid out, and Li Hao took the white pieces in hand. Several moves into the game, Li Hao was already delighted. This skinny young man really could play chess, and he had quite some technique. Li Hao started to take it seriously too, making his moves without mercy. In just a short while, the young man's face turned pale, his forehead was beading with sweat, and fear could be seen in his eyes. In the end, his hand trembling slightly, he slumped low, staring at the chessboard in front of him, then at Li Hao, unable to believe it. Such a young child, so deeply versed in the ways of chess Tao. "I lost," said the lean young man with a complex expression as he stood up, his eyes betraying reluctance and a hint of subtle ferocity. Li Hao was in a daze. He came to his senses when he heard the young man's words and immediately started laughing. "Good, very good. From now on, you're a top-ranked servant in my courtyard. Just accompany me in chess every day." The lean young man was stunned, looking at Li Hao in amazement. But I lost." Li Hao smiled. As soon as the game ended, it had prompted him that he gained experience, a whole 20 points. Normally, when playing chess with the two knuckleheads by his side, the most he'd get was 3 points. The difference was simply huge. This also showed that the more skilled the player in a chess match, the more experience he would get, rather than just rushing through game after game purely by volume. If every game yields 20 points, 10 games will be 200. To accumulate 5,000 points, only 250 games would be needed, and even if calculated at 10 games a day, it would only take a month. The more Li Hao thought about it, the more excited he became, his eyes looking more and more pleased at the lean young man before him. "If you can beat me, I can grant you 10,000 taels of gold," Li Hao said, encouraging him with a smile. The lean young man was shocked, his body trembling with excitement. Li Hao told him not to stand there in a daze, and to sit and continue playing while instructing the two servants by his side to go prepare his registration and handle the transfer procedures. And so, Li Hao and the lean young man began a series of matches in the courtyard. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. One night, after dinner, Li Hao called the lean young man over for another battle. In the bedroom, under the night light, two figures, one large and one small, were locked in a chess battle on a board. "Young master." As Li Hao concentrated on plotting his next move, he suddenly heard the lean young man call out to him. But the tone was not the usual one that was slightly flattering and respectful. Instead, there was a strange tranquility to it. Li Hao looked up in confusion to see a glint of cold light shooting towards him, straight at his face. His pupils shrank, and his body instinctively kicked back, retreating like lightning. Looking back at the chess table, the lean young man's one hand was lying on the board while the other maintained a stabbing gesture with a dagger, his face showing a hint of shock. Obviously, he had not expected that his attack would be dodged by the young master. You. Li Hao came back to his senses. Everything had happened too suddenly and without warning. As he was shocked, his eyes swiftly turned icy cold, and he said in a chilling voice, "An assassination? Who sent you?" A woman from Shueihua courtyard flashed through his mind, but Li Hao promptly dismissed that thought. After all, he was a cripple without any threat, and it seemed unlikely someone from inside would want to assassinate him. "How did you—" The lean young man's mind was in even greater disarray than Li Hao's, more shocked. Wasn't this child a useless person who couldn't cultivate martial arts? For all those days in the yard, accompanying Li Hao daily, he indeed had not seen him practice at all, not even once. To know, children of the Li family were expected to suffer through rough training at the age of 6. Yet, this disabled child spent every day playing chess in his own courtyard, ignored by everyone. The intelligence was not wrong, but it seemed outrageously so. Quickly, the lean young man reacted. His body exploded in movement, displaying a shockingly swift movement technique, lunging directly at Li Hao. He must not let the child cry out. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness and murderous intent. But on the other side, Li Hao's thoughts mirrored his. The assassin must not be allowed to cry out, or else too many would be alarmed. Kill. Seeing the onrushing figure, Li Hao did not dodge. Instead, he suddenly thrust out with his foot. His small frame burst forth like thunder, carrying a faint whistling sound in the action. As he got close, he tilted his head slightly to watch the dagger swipe past his eyes. At the same time, he delivered a punch to the enemy's belly. Li Hao had never engaged in physical combat with anyone since he had started his path of cultivation. This time, it was almost full power unleashed. A sound as heavy as a sandbag hitting the floor echoed. The lean young man's eyeballs nearly popped out as he was struck, curving like a shrimp and forced to fly backward, crashing in front of the chess table. Li Hao didn't know how much force was behind his own punch, but given he could lift up a 2-ton rockery, this forceful punch must have carried tens of thousands of pounds. As the young man was repelled, Li Hao quickly leaped forward. His small hand, like a hawk's claw, grabbed the other's throat, and he said coldly, "Don't make a sound." The lean young man. What's happening? The lean young man's mind was momentarily muddled, unable to discern who the assassin was. But feeling the tremendous force pressing against his throat, he came to his senses and looked at the little boy before him in alarm and fear. What kind of monster is this? Barely 7 years old, yet possessing such terrifying strength. Even at the 10th level of perfection in the power passage realm, plus the resurgence of the noble lord's divine blood, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, should it? Who sent you to assassinate me? Li Hao stared intently at the other party and asked, while various pieces of information surfaced in his mind. Playing chess was a means to approach him, indicating that the other party's purpose in coming to the divine general mansion was straightforward, to assassinate him. The lean young man was somewhat silent, as the child before him displayed a strength and cognition far beyond that of an ordinary 6-year-old. He had thought he was sent to deal with a useless little thing, only to uncover such terrifying information. You're not a martial arts waste. Hiding your strength. Is this your idea, or your old man's arrangement? The lean young man asked, slightly squinting his eyes. Now that the assassination attempt had failed, and he felt the enormous strength at his throat that could crush it at any moment, he knew he had no way out and became calm. Assassinating the direct bloodline of the divine general mansion was a task with very slim chances of survival. It's just a pity that the mission could not be completed. Do you know my father? Li Hao's eyes flickered slightly. You're joking. The lean young man said coldly. Who in the world does not know the martial Marquis Qingzhou? Currently, he is stationed at the frontier pass, and a few months ago, he gathered martial artists from Jianghu in northern Yan to assist in suppressing demons, commanding great respect with a single call. Assisting in suppressing demons? Li Hao furrowed his brows. Could it be that the situation in northern Yan had become so difficult that they had to rely on the strength of Jianghu martial artists? Are you sent by my stepmother? Li Hao asked. The lean young man was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized, a sneer crossing his eyes, you've been the target of assassination? Unexpectedly, even within the iron-blooded divine general mansion, there's such decay. No wonder you're pretending to be useless. But speaking of which, I really haven't seen you train. How many hours do you practice every day? I've always been training with you. Li Hao calmly looked him in the eyes and said, You answer my question first, and then I'll answer yours. That's called an exchange. The lean young man slightly raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but laugh. This child was indeed interesting. Anyway, it's a sure death. You've made me fail my mission and doom my family. Why should I tell you? The lean young man scoffed lightly. Li Hao said, Because I can see that you don't want to die. You're also afraid of dying, and there are many ways to die. I can give you a swift death. The lean young man's smile vanished. He fell silent for a moment, and then slowly said, The one who sent me here is... Suddenly, his arm quivered, and he threw a punch at Li Hao's head. Li Hao slightly tilted his head and easily dodged it, not retaliating, but just looking at him with cold eyes. The lean young man felt a chill as his heart sank. The gap was that big? He, a mighty Zhou Tian realm martial artist, seemed to have switched roles with this child. In front of him, he was like a child, completely seen through. The latter's contempt made him dispiritedly retract his hand. You truly are a monster. Spill it, Li Hao said coldly. You should know that the Li family is a martial family with countless captives and convicted criminals subjected to interrogation. The methods used are beyond your imagination, impossible to wish for death. If possible, I can give you a swift end. The lean young man's eyes twitched slightly. Of course, he knew the child before him was not lying, and a sense of fear began to grow within him. If I tell you, can you let me go? The lean young man asked with a glimmer of hope, relying on the chance that the child in front of him still had a naive nature. I can, Li Hao answered. Spurt, the lean young man almost coughed up blood. Could you not be so blunt? It's so fake it can't be faked anymore. Do you think I'm a child? He laughed bitterly and said, Actually, telling you doesn't matter much. The assassination has failed, and my family won't survive either. I came from northern Yan, and the one who sent me to kill you is Monarch Bai. Monarch Bai. That's right. One of the 3 great demon gods of northern Yan with terrifying strength, and also your father's old adversary. The lean young man's eyes were complicated. Your father is a genius with his troops, and the Li family army is fearless and unstoppably strong. Northern Yan would have fallen long ago. At present, they've managed to hold the front, but Monarch Bai sent me to assassinate you. He wants your death to spread out from the divine general mansion, to reach the frontier pass of northern Yan, to cause great disarray within your father's army. If he leaves the battlefield to return, northern Yan will be conquered. With that, he looked intently at Li Hao. No one knew that this child was the key that could affect the life and death of tens of cities and hundreds of thousands of people in northern Yan. Li Hao was stunned. So, it was because of northern Yan. The warfare there had actually reached the divine general mansion, so far away. Your father commands the battles in northern Yan. They are battle-hardened with no vulnerabilities, unassailable, and you are their only weak point, the softest spot. The lean young man continued. Only by starting with you can they defeat your parents, make the frontier pass of northern Yan fall, and let the demon army march straight in. Li Hao fell silent, digesting the other's words, and after a while he slowly said, You are of the human race. Why would you work for the demons? The lean young man was slightly stunned, paused for a moment, then looked gloomily at Li Hao, his eyes filled with jealousy and hatred. Not everyone is as lucky as you. Even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. Is that so? Li Hao looked at him calmly. Since birth, my parents have been away, and I was betrayed by close relatives. Now, because of my parents, I face assassination. Do you still think my life is good? The lean young man's mouth opened slightly. He was stunned, at a loss for words, and could no longer speak. Li Hao did not say more, merely stating, I promised you, I would grant you a swift death. You're quite a decent person. The lean young man recovered, forced a mocking smile, and said, no matter what is said, in the end, death is inescapable. He had a hint of fear deep in his eyes. He didn't want to die. He was afraid of dying, or else, why would he end up taking orders from demons? Li Hao spoke as if he didn't understand the sarcasm. Actually, I don't want to kill you. Oh, the gaunt young man's eyes revealed a cold sneer, clearly not believing him. Because your chess skills are not bad, Li Hao said seriously. The gaunt young man was stunned. After a while, he came back to his senses, a bitter smile on his face. But the pity is, I've never won against you. Next life, then. Li Hao began to exert force with his palm. In your next life, don't practice martial arts. Just play chess honestly. At least you'll live longer and more at ease. The gaunt young man wanted to struggle, but seeing Li Hao's indifferent and composed eyes left him in despair. He bitterly said, you really are a strange child. In the end, Li Hao still pinched him to death. As suffocation set in, the gaunt young man struggled violently again, but to no avail. After dealing with the assassin, Li Hao remembered that he still didn't know the man's real name. And the name of the house servant the man had used to sneak in was one bestowed by the Li family. However, it doesn't matter anymore. After the assassin died, Li Hao summoned the house servant, scaring him half to death. That night, the entire divine general mansion was shaken. The lights in each courtyard were lit, and the ladies of each courtyard, already in bed, hurried over in their clothes. Upon seeing the corpse of the assassin lying in front of the chess table, they were all incredibly shocked. How could an assassin infiltrate a place like the divine general mansion? Jinlan's normally graceful and composed demeanor was gone, and she hugged Li Hao anxiously, touching and looking him over. Are you all right, Aunt? I'm fine, Li Hao reassured her. After confirming that there were indeed no injuries on Li Hao, Jinlan, now reassured, questioned him closely, and Li Hao relayed the story he had thought up in advance. An assassin attacked, and in a critical moment, an old man intervened and killed him. Afterward, the old man disappeared. Li Hao thought to himself that since an assassin could infiltrate the divine general mansion, making up a story about an old man should also be no problem, right? After all, if you didn't even know about the assassin, then not knowing about other powerful experts is quite normal too, isn't it? After hearing Li Hao's story, Jinlan was visibly shaken, immediately conjuring up some speculations. Could it be a military expert sent secretly by the divine martial marquis? Or is it that elder from the clan? She suppressed the guesses in her heart and never doubted Li Hao's words. After all, no matter how mature Li Hao was, he was still a child under 7 years old, and having not stepped onto the path of martial arts. If there were no experts secretly protecting him, he would surely have died without question. Jinlan then asked Xue Jin to take Li Hao and the little girl Bian Ruxue to rest at the Eternal Spring Court first, to recover from a shock. Meanwhile, she sat in the grand hall of the mountain and river courtyard, called over the house servant who had accompanied Li Hao while he played chess, and the first house servant who had been startled awake by Li Hao's call, questioning them carefully in the yard. At the same time, she summoned the mansion's experts to examine the corpse of the assassin. It wasn't long before the entire course of events was learned from the house servants. When the assassin entered the mansion, how he revealed his talent in chess, performed in front of the mountain and river courtyard servants, and ingratiated himself with them, and so on. Clearly, the other party had gathered information about Li Hao, deliberately approaching him by playing chess, with everything leaving traces to follow. Later in the night, the examination results of the corpse were also out. The assassin was astonishingly at the Zhou Tian realm, roughly between the 3rd and 4th levels. This level of cultivation, thrown out into the world, would be considered quite decent for a knight-errant, capable of upholding justice in Jianghu and gaining a bit of fame. However, in the divine general mansion, where powerful individuals abounded, it would be a very ordinary existence. Nevertheless, to kill a 6-year-old child, this level of cultivation was more than enough. Even like using a cleaver to kill a mosquito, excessively overkill. Moreover, the assassin had consumed some kind of special pill that sealed his own sense of qi, which is why no one had detected him. Hearing this result, the ladies of the courtyards all felt chills of fear in waves. If the target of the assassin had not been Li Hao, but their own children, they would undoubtedly have faced certain death. The sudden rise of a Zhou Tian realm killer beside a child was terrifying. Lu Yurong, upon hearing the results of the examination, slowly let go of the slight suspicion and speculation that had crossed her mind. Even if Li Hao's divine blood had not been ruined, it was not possible for him to kill the assassin on his own. It seemed that the couple, although stationed at the frontier pass, had made thorough preparations for their son. Realizing this, she felt secretly apprehensive. The matter of her drugging should have gone unnoticed since it took place in the Shueihua courtyard, and she also had formidable experts in her own courtyard. At the northern Yin border, Yuanyu City. Inside the city, the skies were filled with distress and dullness, while outside the city, the ground was scarred and pitted. Within a mountain forest 100 miles away, colossal figures with varying shapes lurked, casting a myriad of demonic shadows, along with some slender figures who had the appearance of humans, sitting cross-legged on the peaks. The ground here was stained with blood, and skeletons lay around like piles of firewood. The flayed skins hung loosely from branches and stones, like ragged cloths. At this moment, a beautiful young woman, holding the arm of a corpse in military armor, was gnawing on one of the fingers. Her lips and cheeks were smeared with bright red blood, but she seemed utterly unconcerned. Suddenly, a black speck appeared in the sky, racing towards them at high speed. As it drew closer, it was revealed to be a massive 3-clawed blackbird, over 10 meters long. As it contracted its body, when it landed, it had transformed into a graceful-looking young man with a black headband, walking briskly towards a group of seated figures, and then approaching a youth draped in white who had a long zither lying across his knees. With a leisurely strum of his fingers across the strings of the zither, soothing sound waves emerged, though his gaze was set calmly on the distance, looking toward the city that seemed like an unsightly stone. There one could faintly discern the ominous clouds amassed above the city and the vague silhouettes atop the walls. Monarch Bai, the youth with the black headband, greeted with a slight bow, showing respect as he addressed the white-clad youth. I've just received news that the disposable flesh we sent earlier failed, and even alerted the divine general mansion. Now the entire mansion is on high alert. They say there's a master secretly protecting the child. To fail at such a task? Worthless trash. Standing by, a robust and giant man's expression darkened, his lips parting slightly to reveal sharp teeth unlike those of a human. Didn't you say he had already infiltrated close to that child? The beautiful woman, gnawing on the arm, frowned, stopping her chewing to cast a glance at the young man with the headband. Half a month has passed, and his identity surely has not been revealed. How could he have not found an opportunity to strike in all this time? A young man with yellow eyebrows spoke up with a furrowed brow. To prevent any misinformation from the divine general mansion, that Marquis Qingzhou deliberately concealed the child's true circumstances. That's why we sent a flesh of the Zhou Tian realm for this task. If a sudden punch was delivered from close range, not even someone at the 10th level of the power passage realm could avoid it, let alone if there's a master guarding at his side, they would not have time to react, right? The young man with the black headband sighed. We have no details on what happened, only that the creature turned out to be so useless. Not only did it fail, but it also alerted the divine general mansion. If this news reaches Li Tiangang's ears, he'll surely send more people to protect the child. Damn worthless thing! The burly man grunted angrily once again. The young man with the headband nodded slightly. The next assassination will only be more difficult. Since that flesh has failed, There's no need to keep its family alive. Let the little ones below have their fill. They've already been devoured. The beautiful woman bit off another finger and spoke while chewing. The young man with the black headband said no more, instead turning his gaze toward the white-clad youth who had stopped playing the zither, his eyes revealing a hint of awe. "Monarch Bai, what should we do next? Shall we launch a direct assault?" The others also looked over, waiting for his command. Monarch Bai's emotions seemed undisturbed as he continued to stare at Yuanyu City in the distance, speaking softly. "This Li family is indeed a tough bone to chew. If we were to launch a direct attack, our losses would be too great. Indeed, those scoundrels are unwilling to put in the effort. Damn them," the sturdy man said discontentedly. "So, do we still go through with the assassination?" The youth with the black headband inquired. Monarch Bai turned to look at him and said, "What do you think?" Since Li Hao's attack, the vigilance at the Divine General Mansion had significantly increased. He Jianlan deployed powerful individuals from the inner court to guard the front court and had every house servant who had entered the mansion in the past 3 years carefully screened. There was a lot of commotion surrounding this matter, but each court cooperated actively. After all, the assassination had been perilously close, and no one wanted the same to happen to their own child. After an investigation by the Li family's intelligence network, it was found that the assassination attempt was linked to the demons of Northern Yin. Li Hao sought out his aunt to keep the news of the assassination attempt from spreading to Northern Yin, from reaching that couple's ears, so as to not affect the war on the front lines. Hearing Li Hao say this left He Jianlan in a daze, and as she looked at Li Hao's young face, her heart felt as if it was being tugged at something. The child had barely escaped assassination due to the conflicts in Northern Yin, yet still worried about its impact on the front, truly a thoughtfulness that was heartrending. However, the commotion caused by the assassination was too significant, and keeping it a secret was impossible. News quickly reached the Northern Yin border. Marquis Qingzhou, who was contemplating the military arrangements in the camp, was enraged, and Ji Qingqing was also uncontrollably furious. They immediately discerned the demon's intentions of using Li Hao's death to demoralize the army, compelling them to leave the Northern Yin battlefield. Should they abandon the front, this side would undoubtedly be met with a thunderous assault. Marquis Qingzhou couldn't possibly ignore the battlefield here. In his rage, he immediately sent a trusted aide from his side back to the mansion to guard Li Hao closely. The mansion reported that the assassination attempt was thwarted by someone covertly protecting Li Hao. But Marquis Qingzhou knew well that he had not assigned anyone to secretly guard Li Hao. With the mountain and river courtyard guarded and located within the Divine General Mansion, it never crossed his mind that someone would attempt to assassinate a child. If Li Hao had displayed extraordinary talent in martial arts, he would have concerned himself and sent someone to protect him secretly, to prevent the Li family's potential prodigy from perishing in the cradle. But for someone without martial arts talent, posing no threat, to nearly be harmed in such a manner. And all this was due to the damned stalemate before him. Several days later, at the Northern Yin battlefield, the Li family's army struck like lightning, purging a nest of demons overnight. The news spread, and all demons felt the Li family's wrath. Days eventually settled down and became calm again. Half a year passed, and Li Hao turned 7. The news of the assassination attempt had happened half a year ago, and by now, no one in the household brought it up anymore. In the meantime, the powerful protectors sent back from the military by the Marquis of Qingzhou had been following Li Hao closely for the past 6 months. A tall and upright middle-aged man who seldom spoke or smiled, acted cautiously and meticulously, and was named Li Fu. It was said that Li Fu was an abandoned infant many years ago, taken in by the Li family. People said that although the child's fate was tragic, ending up at the door of the Divine General Mansion was also seen as fortunate. That's why he took the Li surname and was given a single name. In his early years within Mountain and River Courtyard, Li Fu grew up alongside the Marquis of Qingzhou. He was 7 or 8 years older than the Marquis of Qingzhou. On ordinary days, he looked after the Marquis like an elder brother, but in the army, the two shared a senior-junior relationship. At the same time, Li Fu was also one of the marquis of Qingzhou's right-hand men, a person he trusted immensely. "Uncle Fu, you lost again." Inside the pavilion, as a game of chess concluded, Li Hao said with a grin. Li Fu's stern face revealed a hint of helplessness. "I am of the same generation as your father. You should call me uncle." "But calling you Fu uncle sounds like admitting defeat." Li Hao curled his lips. "When I play chess, I only want to win. I don't like admitting defeat." Li Fu found himself speechless, his superiors in the family hierarchy propelled by this silly wordplay. "You can also call me Uncle Li. But this is the Li family. There are too many with the Li surname. If I call you Uncle Li, I'm afraid you'll get confused," Li Hao said. Li Fu was once again at a loss for words. "If you ask me, you shouldn't have been named Fu. Since everyone says you're blessed, you should be called Li Yu." Li Hao said earnestly, "Look, the name Li Yu sounds so nice. You have, it's as if you have everything, corresponding to perfection." Li Fu felt an urge to knock on the boy's little head. Unlike the Marquis of Qingzhou's by-the-book nature, this son of his was slick and smooth-talking. "Stop talking nonsense. If your father were here, he would certainly spank you for being disrespectful," Li Fu scolded with a stern face. "But he isn't here," Li Hao casually remarked. Li Fu wanted to discipline him a bit to prevent him from becoming increasingly unruly, but this indifferent comment made his heart tremble. When the Marquis of Qingzhou went on a campaign back then, he had also been by his side and naturally knew that this year Li Hao was 7, and so the Lord had been in northern Yin for 7 years. The situation in northern Yin made it difficult for Ji Qingqing, who initially accompanied him with the intention of swift victory, to leave. She couldn't neglect her husband's danger. The child before him had been without his parents' company for 7 years. It must have been hard, right? Li Fu felt a pang of sympathy and his heart softened. He sighed. "Your father has his difficulties too. Don't blame him." "I never blamed him," Li Hao said seriously. Li Fu looked into his eyes. His heart warmed slightly, feeling somewhat gratified. "You're very sensible." "Sensible?" Li Hao cracked a smile. Just then, a half-grown figure returned to mountain and river courtyard. Li Hao turned to look and saw Bian Ruxue coming back from practice at the martial arts training ground. The little girl had now turned into a young lady. Her tender face couldn't hide her beauty. "Why are you back so early today? Are you hungry?" Li Hao called out with a smile. Upon seeing Li Hao, Bian Ruxue walked over with her sword in arms. Her expression somewhat sullen. "I'm not hungry," she muttered. "What? Did someone upset you?" Li Hao teased. Bian Ruxue clenched her teeth slightly, turned her little face away, and did not speak. Li Hao had asked casually, but seeing her reaction, he raised his eyebrows slightly. "Tell me what happened?" "It's nothing." Bian Ruxue got up, hugged her sword, and ran off, heading to the place where she usually practiced her swordsmanship. Li Hao thought for a moment, then summoned the female attendant who accompanied her in sword practice, and asked, "What happened to Schwer?" To report to the young master, Miss Schwer was defeated in a swordsmanship contest at the martial arts training ground. Despite Li Fu being present, the attendant still maintained a respectful demeanor, even though she knew that this young master was unfit for martial arts. "Just that little thing?" Li Hao was relieved and said, "So what if she lost once?" As a martial artist, winning and losing are common in the military profession. "She'll just have to win next time." "What? Can't she accept losing?" The attendant hesitated, then said, lowering her head, "No, young master. The one who defeated the young lady was rather despicable, running down the young master in front of her, which is why the young lady is so upset." "Ah!" Li Hao hadn't expected the issue involve himself. Was the little one taking up his cause? Li Hao glanced at the young girl in the distance, who was now practicing her swordsmanship, but looking visibly agitated. His eyes flickered slightly, and he told the attendant, "I understand, you may go now." After the maid had left, Li Hao did not continue playing chess, but stood up and walked over to the courtyard. Li Fu also stood up. When Li Hao did not speak to him, he reverted to his expressionless military demeanor, like a silent shadow, faithfully following behind Li Hao. Li Fu had asked the servants about the previous assassination attempt, had learned the details thoroughly, and felt a trace of fear. especially these days of accompanying the child and playing chess. He was keenly aware that the position he was now sitting in was precisely where the assassin had been, separated by only a chessboard. At such a distance, to exploit a child's full array of openings at a moment of inattention could mean death in an instant. But such an assassination had been stopped. It was uncertain whether to call the assassin incompetent, or the clan elder who intervened terrifyingly formidable, or perhaps the child was truly blessed with a large fortune. Therefore, Li Fu took it as a lesson, clinging closely to Li Hao's side during meals, drinks, and sleep, scrutinizing any house servant or maid who approached within 3 feet of Li Hao with a hawk-like gaze. This caused the servants and maids in the courtyard to secretly groan. Every time they reported something to the young master, they did so with trepidation, scarcely daring to lift their heads. They were nearly becoming introverted. Seeing Li Hao approaching, Bian Ruxue slightly pursed her lips and turned her body away as if she did not want Li Hao to see her. Li Hao looked at her aggrieved demeanor and smiled warmly, ordering a servant to bring over a small stool and some cakes and fresh fruits, then sat down beside her and began to eat. Practicing swordsmanship with a distracted mind, you can't beat anyone like this, Li Hao said with a smiling tone upon seeing the girl waving her sword chaotically, clearly distracted. Bian Ruxue's eyes suddenly reddened a bit, and she stopped practicing. Looking down, she said, "If only Brother Hao could cultivate with your intelligence, you would definitely surpass me in swordsmanship and become the most outstanding one." Having trained in the martial arts field for a year, Bian Ruxue had improved rapidly, and, as she grew up, her understanding deepened. She began to comprehend why. After the bone measurement, the adults looked at Li Hao with that kind of expression, and she also understood what Li Hao had truly lost in that year. Hearing Schwetter's words, Li Fu's brows furrowed slightly. A hidden sorrow and pity briefly showed in his emotionless eyes. This was not only a regret for the Li family, but also for the divine general mansion. Li Hao felt a bit helpless. He had not grieved for himself, yet the young girl seemed sadder in comparison. "Don't say that," he consoled. Li Hao comforted her. "Practicing swordsmanship is so boring. Look at you, bearing wind and sun every day, enduring the hardest days of winter and summer. How tiring that must be. Unlike me, eating chilled melon in the pavilion during summer, playing chess, and in winter, curling up in bed to stay warm, sleeping until the sun is high in the sky. Now, that's what I call happiness." Li Fu couldn't help but glance at the boy. These indeed sounded like his kind of words. Without the divine general around, the other ladies of the mansion could not discipline him too severely, and Li Fu had realized upon his return that the child had adopted a somewhat cynical outlook on life. "You're not afraid of hardship," Bian Ruxue said, lifting her head. "What do you know?" Li Hao responded with annoyance. "Look at me now, too lazy even to stand when I can sit, and to sit when I can lie down. Some hardships are meaningless. Otherwise, why would we have sweets? You're still young. You don't understand. Just focus on your sword practice. Don't talk nonsense." Li Fu couldn't listen anymore and interrupted sternly. What kind of absurd talk was this, that enduring hardship was meaningless? Which soldier at the border was not enduring hardships? As a martial artist, the last thing to fear is hardship. The only fears were lack of talent and resources. This young master, comfortably unaware of his own blessings, lacked talent yet loathed hardship, not taking his own learning seriously, and now he was potentially leading astray the young Schwer. How could this be tolerated? Bian Ruxue's talent in the way of the sword was something Li Fu acknowledged. She was exceptionally talented and destined to achieve greatness in swordplay. In the future, she would become a protective umbrella for Li Hao, and he could not let this mischievous young master undermine his future ally. "Fu, I think Hao is right." Bian Ruxue hastily spoke up for Li Hao. Li Fu's eyes bulged with frustration. The young girl was too influenced by Li Hao's words. If she truly got led astray by him, it would be disastrous. "Don't spill such nonsense to Schwer. You think just because I wouldn't dare beat you? If I did, even your father would approve." Li Fu controlled his impulse to scold the well-behaved orphan girl and instead threatened Li Hao sternly. Li Hao gave a sheepish smile, knowing well that he found no common ground in this respect with the stern and rigid servant. And besides, the divine general mansion was a family of soldiers. The Li family had always advocated frugality and the spirit of enduring hardship. Despite the fact that the ladies of various houses dined and dressed sumptuously, envied by all, in accordance with the standing and the foundation of the divine general mansion, they could actually live even more lavishly. The great lady He Jianlan had for many years eaten vegetarian meals twice a week. Although not a Buddhist, as a soldier who had taken countless lives, she did not say she did it for religious reasons, but rather to remind herself and her children not to get lost in this opulent luxury and forget the duty and spirit of soldier. Yes, you're right, Fu, Li Hao agreed. To Schwerer, he said, "See, you made Fu angry. You should hurry up and practice your swordplay." Schwerer blinked her small eyes and pouted slightly. It was clearly Hao who had provoked the anger. However, she did not argue. If she could take Fu's anger on behalf of Hao, she was willing to do so. Hearing Li Hao's shameless remarks, Li Fu was about to laugh in exasperation, rolling his eyes. This boy was indeed too difficult to discipline. "Fu, can you help take a look and give some pointers to Schwerer's swordsmanship?" Li Hao asked Li Fu. Li Fu said indifferently, "I use a knife, not a sword." "The knife and sword are similar. The difference is not significant," Li Hao said with a smile. "What do you know? To train a weapon to perfection, even the slightest difference can lead to infinite variations," Li Fu said irritably, but then restrained his temper, thinking that it was only natural for this kid, who did not understand martial arts, to see it that way. Li Hao felt a bit helpless and continued to munch on fresh fruits, with one leg casually crossed over the other, watching Schwerer practice swordsmanship. "There's something wrong with your swirling style," he commented. Halfway through watching, Li Hao casually offered Bien Rushue some tips. "If you drop your arm a bit lower, it would look better." "Don't talk nonsense. You're going to distract Schwerer," Li Fu scolded, frowning. An amateur advising an expert? That was simply preposterous. However, Bien Rushue ignored Li Fu. She was used to Li Hao's casual suggestions. Even though Brother Hao had not embarked on the path of martial arts, she found that practicing as he suggested always felt smoother. At that moment, as she lowered her arm and used the swirling style again, she indeed felt an understanding and ease in her heart. Li Fu uttered a light, "Huh," not because Bien Rushue actually followed Li Hao's advice. After all, the young lady was too compliant with Li Hao, but because, as Li Hao said, a slight change in posture indeed added a bit more fierceness to the sword's momentum. He glanced down at the kid who was munching on fruit and sitting with his legs recklessly crossed. Was it a fluke, or was he judging by what looked good? You need to use force in your waist. For a swirling style with a long slash, it's not just the hands that need force. The waist must drive the arms to swing out, Li Hao suggested again. Bien Rushue nodded slightly, then executed the move several times in a row, finally grasping the essence of it. The sword's momentum created a breeze, and its power was visibly greater than before. Li Fu raised his eyebrows in astonishment. One time could be a coincidence, but not twice. Could this kid actually understand swordsmanship and possess a talent for it? Although Li Fu was not fond of Li Hao's disposition, he had to admit that over the past half-year, this kid had shown great intelligence, as well as a maturity and wisdom beyond his peers. Could it be that he actually had a talent for swordsmanship, but couldn't display it because he was forbidden to practice martial arts? Thinking about this possibility, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. If that were true, what a regret it would be. With Li Hao's casual tips, Bien Rushue's sword technique gradually approached perfection. There was no helping it. With Li Hao's understanding of swordsmanship, just by watching for a few moments, he could integrate Bien Rushue's superior sword technique into his panel and directly achieve a level of near perfection. With his perfect level understanding to compensate for any flaws, he even skipped the perfect stage. As long as Bien Rushue grasped a bit of it, she could achieve a might comparable to perfection. Next, Li Hao asked the young lady to perform for him the move she had failed to counter during their previous sparring. Bian Ruxue obediently complied. Li Hao understood immediately upon watching and even imagined the scene of how his opponent had defeated him. However, he kept it to himself, considering that Li Fu was there. It wouldn't matter if he showed a little bit of his understanding of swordsmanship, but getting too detailed would be too freakish. This sword move isn't good looking. I think the downward slash here should be changed to a sloping chop, and the elbow should be lifted behind, he said. It's better to switch from chopping to a straight thrust here, and don't shake your wrist, he pointed out casually. Bian Ruxue was puzzled, but listened carefully, slowly comprehending Li Hao's words, and then practiced again according to his suggestions. After several repetitions, she gradually came close to what Li Hao had described. Li Fu glanced at Li Hao and was now convinced that Li Hao also possessed an extremely high talent for swordsmanship. Although the kid expressed himself in an amateurish way, merely correcting Bian Ruxue's form by what looks good and doesn't look good, being able to perceive the aesthetic of weaponry at such a young age was a talent in itself. After all, in the eyes of a genius, some things appear as a different landscape. Li Fu sighed inwardly, feeling increasingly sorry for Li Hao. The next day, the two went to the Eternal Spring Court for their morning visit, and afterwards, Bian Ruxue hurried excitedly to the martial training ground. After the morning training and lessons at the martial training ground had ended, Bian Ruxue found the young man from the previous day, the one born out of wedlock, clutching a sword nearly as tall as herself. Her little face brimmed with seriousness as she requested another challenge. Upon hearing Bian Ruxue's words, the young man couldn't help but burst into laughter. The other young men born out of wedlock who were crowding around him also mocked and ridiculed her. They didn't dare to provoke the other legitimate children too much, but Bian Ruxue was, after all, not a member of the Li family by blood. She was only betrothed to someone from the family, and the marriage hadn't even taken place yet. Besides, that someone in the family was already known as a useless person within the divine general mansion, and any one of them would surpass him in the future. That's why they naturally disliked the one sitting on a treasure mountain, enjoying endless resources and affection. Didn't I beat you yesterday? Haven't you learned your lesson? Want to stand up for that piece of trash? If you've got the guts, tell him to come himself. But I doesn't even need to lift a finger. I could take that trash with both hands tied. But I already showed you mercy yesterday, and you still don't appreciate it. You do have talent, but Bai has been training here for 8 years. If you want revenge, you might stand a chance in half a year, but by then Bai will probably no longer be here. Bian Ruxue bit her lip, but continued to stare earnestly at the young man in the middle. Do you dare or not? Her words instantly fired up the young man's blood qi. The young man, called Bai, formerly known as Li Dongbai, was one of the 3 most talented among the illegitimate children of the training ground, with a 7th grade battle body. Enjoying resources close to those of the legitimate children, he had already stepped into the Zhou Tian realm. However, the martial training grounds regulation for skill competition required that the stronger party suppress their cultivation level to the same realm as the weaker party. And Bian Ruxue's current cultivation level was at the 10th level of perfection in the power passage realm. Today, I'll make sure you lose clearly and unmistakably. Li Dongbai's eyes were cold. He hadn't planned on provoking this girl with exceptional talent. He was simply chatting with his companions about something, and upon mentioning that trash in passing, he had expressed a few opinions and had somehow been sought out by this girl. Although an illegitimate son, he too had his pride and obviously wouldn't apologize, thus the competition yesterday. Come on. Li Dongbai took his position on the stage in the martial training ground. Soon, the area around the stage was crowded with people, all eager to see the sparring between these 2 illegitimate young prodigies and that extraordinary talented girl. On the outside of the arena, the martial training grounds instructor, that old military veteran, squinted his eyes and smiled, encouraging the spirited competition among these young folks. A good sword is forged from constant sharpening. Without struggles during their youth, how can they experience setbacks? How can they progress? They certainly can't wait until they are his age an old bag of bones, to start fighting for their lives. Soon, two figures, one large and one small, were locked in intense combat within the arena. The same scene had been witnessed by the old military veteran just the day before, and today's difference was not significant, except that Li Dongbai was striking with a few more degrees of ferocity. It seems that Schwerer is going to lose again, thought the old military veteran. After all, her training is too short. Though she has exceptional talent, she still needs tempering. Just then, inside the arena, the figures crisscrossed, and the fiercest sword technique was executed. With a zooming sound, a sword flew out, tumbling to land outside the platform, where it was skewered in the sand. The figures on the platform were also frozen in place. Frozen with them were the cheering and jeering voices from below the platform, and also the smile on the face of the old military veteran. Bien Rushua won. With a single stroke, she sent Li Dongbai's sword flying, while simultaneously thrusting her own blade to halt just half an inch from her opponent's throat. The young man was so shocked that he stiffened. When he finally collected himself, he quickly retreated several steps, staring at the girl fearfully. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. They stared at Bien Rushua, incredulous. Li Dongbai, after 8 years of cultivation here, had been defeated by a little girl who had only cultivated for 1 year. Was this the disparity of talent? Bien Rushua withdrew her sword, her young face blooming with a radiant smile. She had won. She then looked up at the boy before her and said earnestly, "I want you to apologize to Brother Hao." Apologize? To that useless guy? Li Dongbai came back to his senses, his face instantly flushing with shame. He gritted his teeth and said, "I admit that I lost to you, but I will not apologize." Bien Rushua furrowed her brows, unsure of what to do. She thought for a moment, then said, "If you won't apologize, I'll just have to compete with you again." Childish. Angered, Li Dongbai turned and ran off the platform. Sensing the gazes of others, he said nothing and ran straight out of the practice arena. The veteran in the army didn't stop the youth's departure. Some lessons needed to be learned on one's own after a setback. Instead, it was the little girl who drew his admiration. The finesse of her swordplay was already very close to perfection. This was no ordinary swordsmanship. It was of a high grade and quite difficult to master. The 9-tiered battle physique bestowed only the speed of cultivation, not the speed of technique mastery, which highlighted Bien Rushua's sword talent as rare and exceptional, just like her cultivation aptitude. Did she really tap into her potential just because of a small defeat yesterday? The veteran couldn't help but chuckle to himself. In the arena, the children of lesser branches watched the girl's figure with complex expressions in their eyes. They not only witnessed Li Dongbai's proud defeat, but also recognized the disparity between themselves, children of the lesser branches, and those from the major courtyards. "Schwerer, you're amazing." Several small figures ran towards Bien Rushua as she stepped off the platform. 2 siblings from the 5th courtyard and Li Yuanzhao from the 6th courtyard. They were the same age as Bien Rushua, with only a few months' difference. The youngest was Li Yun's sister, Li Jining, who had just turned 6 this year and had recently arrived at the practice arena. And their sister, Li Wushuang, had already left the manor to cultivate with a famous master. It is Brother Hao who is amazing, Bien Rushua thought to herself. The 3 children gathered around Bien Rushua, chattering excitedly about the thrilling battle. Li Yun, Li Wushuang's brother, was the most exuberant. "Schwerer, do you want some milk rice cakes?" Suddenly, Li Yun produced a wooden box, beautifully decorated on the outside, and gently opened it to reveal a fragrant milky aroma wafting out, with soft white-as-jade pastry inside. "Here, have these." Bien Rushua leaned in and sniffed, enticed by the pleasant aroma. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she happily asked, "All for me? If you like them, take them all," Li Yun said with a wide grin. "Thank you." Bien Rushua didn't forget to express her gratitude as she took the treats. The time had come to end the day's cultivation, so she waved her hand and walked away with the lunchbox in one hand and her sword cradled in the other. Li Yun watched her departing figure, chuckling goofily. Next to him, his sister Li Jining looked up, her face etched with confusion. Brother, wasn't that prepared by Mother for you? I haven't even tried it yet. If you want some, Mother can make more for you later. Schwer hasn't had any yet, Li Yun said nonchalantly with a silly smile. Li Jining huffed, puffing her cheeks and turning to leave with a hint of jealousy. Ning Ning, you can have mine, said the short and stout Li Yuanzhao, rushing over with a beaming smile. I don't want your hand-me-downs, the little girl retorted, slapping his offering away, still in a huff. In the pavilion, Li Hao's chess game was only halfway done when he heard Bian Rushue coming back. He glanced over idly, and, seeing the unmistakable smile on the girl's face, he already knew the outcome and continued to focus on his move. What's got you so happy? Share it so I can be happy too. I won, said Bian Rushue as she dashed into the pavilion, full of high spirits. She eagerly fixed her sparkling eyes on Li Hao, as if waiting for praise for her achievements. Li Hao chuckled and placed another piece, as expected of Schwerer, impressive. With that praise, the little girl's smile bloomed even more broadly. You go ahead and play, Brother Hao. I'll give you something delicious to eat in a bit, she said. Oh, Li Hao noticed the wooden box in her hand, but he asked no further questions and continued his chess battle with Li Fu, quickly bringing the game to an end. Li Fu's chess skills were only average among amateurs, far from a professional level, which meant that whenever Li Hao played against him, he could only gain 1 or 2 points of experience. As a result, he couldn't help but ruefully think that the assassin had struck too soon. What's the good stuff? Li Hao turned around carelessly and looked at the wooden box beside him. Bian Rushue put down her sword on the chair, carried the food box to the table, opened the lid, and a scent of milk wafted out. Someone gave me these milk cakes. They look really tasty. Brother Hao, would you like to try some? Who sent them? Li Hao didn't immediately take one, but asked with a sense of caution. Bian Rushue was taken aback, thought for a moment, then shook her head. I forgot to ask his name, but Brother Hao, you should know him. It's the one we often run into when we go to greet the head lady in the morning. Those kids. Li Hao was surprised. Li Fu gave him a look, as if to say, aren't you a kid yourself? But he had long been used to Li Hao's old-fashioned way of speaking. Uh-huh. Bian Rushue nodded. Li Hao felt a bit more at ease. You girl, you've been training in the martial arts field with them for a year already. How could you not remember their names? Bian Rushue looked at him with a hint of grievance. They never told me their names. They definitely have, and even if they haven't, the attendants around them would mention it. It's just that you haven't been paying attention, Li Hao remarked annoyed. Then I will ask again next time, Bian Rushue said with a sullen face. You should be more sociable, or you'll get bullied in the future, Li Hao advised her. Nonsense. Bian Rushue immediately raised her head, her face showing a hint of pride. Teacher said I have great talent and will become very strong in the future. Then I'll protect Brother Hao, and I won't let anyone bully you again. Just take good care of yourself. I haven't been bullied, Li Hao replied, considering that his own daily life in the courtyard chess playing and strolling was too comfortable, almost like he had retired early. Boy, Schwer is offering this with all her heart. What's with your attitude? Li Fu couldn't stand it and scolded. Li Hao looked at him helplessly. The guy wasn't that old, in his 40s, yet he acted like an old traditionalist. Not bothering to argue, Li Hao turned to him and said, Fu, you try it first. Test for poison. Although those kids aren't bad people, I'm worried they could be used by someone else. Li Fu nodded slightly, then took another look at Li Hao. This youngster always gave off mixed feelings. Sometimes he was meticulous. At other times, he seemed clueless. After taking a bite of the fragrant cake, Li Fu then closed his eyes. A moment later, as Li Hao was getting impatient, he asked, How is it? There shouldn't be an issue, right? Say something, Fu. It tastes good. Li Fu opened his eyes and said. Li Hao rolled his eyes at him and immediately told Bian Rushue, Hurry up and eat before it gets cold. He also picked up a piece and started tasting it. It did taste good indeed, and he said, It's somewhat like fifth lady's craftsmanship. Was it Li Yun who sent you this, or his sister Li Jining? It was Brother Yun. Bian Rushue could still distinguish between brother and sister. Next time tell that kid to bring more. This little amount, who's it enough for? Li Hao devoured his half rapidly, but left the other half for Bien Rushua. MHM. Bien Rushua nodded, registering in her mind. Li Fu shook his head discreetly on the side. At such a young age, why did this boy have such an air of shamelessness about him, which was quite distinct from the solemn and respectful style of the Li family manner? Several days later, the divine general mansion suddenly welcomed a distinguished guest. There was a bit of commotion inside the mansion, and the ladies of each court, upon receiving the news, hurried to visit, learning that the guest was none other than that person from the Sword Saint. If they could establish some connection and have their children become his disciples, their future would surely be remarkable. Among them, the concubines were especially active. Their children's training resources couldn't compare with those of the legitimate family, so a lot of the best opportunities had to be fought for on their own. He Jianlan, entertaining the guest in Eternal Spring Court, felt the frequent flitting of figures outside and understood their motives. She wasn't blaming anyone, but when she heard what the rumored Sword Saint said, her face showed a touch of surprise. After talking for a while, He Jianlan nodded slightly, stood up, and accompanied the guest to see them off. Soon after, Mountain and River Courtyard welcomed its long-lost liveliness as a big group of figures approached. Li Hao, playing chess in the pavilion and hearing the disturbance, was puzzled and then saw the leading head lady, with a long white-haired old man beside her. The old man had sharp eyebrows and prominent cheekbones, giving off a very robust and lean impression. Next to this unfamiliar old man was another elder, one from the martial training ground that Li Hao had seen several times and was fairly familiar with. What's going on? Li Hao didn't understand the situation. Li Fu, sitting opposite him, saw the white-haired elder and his pupils shrank in shock. Then he stood up quickly. As he felt astonished, he suddenly thought of something and became secretly excited. Li Hao seldom saw Fu so stirred up and realized immediately that this unfamiliar elder must be a very important figure. However, there weren't many who could make the Li family treat them with such regard. Looking at the unfinished game, Li Hao felt a bit reluctant, but had to set it aside for now and waited silently. Li Fu. He Jianlan saw Li Fu and immediately beckoned him lightly, then called out to Li Hao, "Hao heir, come over here." Li Hao had to stand up and walk over. "Where's Shuer?" He Jianlan asked again. Li Hao pointed to another part of the courtyard. "She's practicing her swordsmanship over there." "Xuejian, go call Shuer over." He Jianlan commanded a maid standing by her side. "Sword Saint Senior, this is the child of Tiangang, Li Hao." While the maid went to call Bien Rushua, He Jianlan introduced him to the white-haired elder beside her. Speaking of Hao heir's name, it was granted by Emperor Yu. "What do you think of this child?" When Emperor Yu was mentioned, the white-haired elder glanced at the woman and immediately understood her intentions, feeling slightly displeased. But he said nothing and began assessing the young boy before him. Li Hao was also looking up and sizing up the other party. When he heard the title the elderly lady used for the old man, he was somewhat surprised and understood why Fu's reaction had been so significant. Previously, while searching through chess manuals at Listening Rain Tower, he had also come across interesting stories and deeds of significant figures in Jianghu. In the records of Jianghu figures from the past century, only 3 were known as sword saints. One resided in southern Surhut, one had retired in the green lakes amid the yellow sands of the North Desert, and another was like a dragon seen in head but not in tail. All 3 were masters of swordsmanship, startling the world with their swords, revered as sword saints. Which of the 3 sword saints was the strongest had been a perpetual topic of debate for enthusiasts over the past 100 years. His own third uncle, possessing extremely high talent in sword Dao, had cleaved half of the Jianghu and demon forest of Qingzhou with a single sword stroke, and yet had not been entitled as a sword saint, which spoke volumes of this old man's terrifying strength. He wondered which one of the 3 was he. As their gazes met, Li Hao immediately saw in the old man's eyes a deeply hidden sword intent, profound as the sea and abyss. Yet this sword intent was concealed beneath dark and placid eyes, imperceptible unless one had a second-level understanding of the sword Dao. I hear the child of Tiangang has failed in both foundation establishment and blood melting and lacks martial arts talent. Jian Wudao coolly looked down at the child before him. The Kailan children of the Divine General Mansion were regarded as extremely prestigious, second only to the imperial heirs, but to him, they were nothing significant, and there was no need to show deference to a mere child. He Jinlan's face stiffened slightly as she nodded. Correct. Hence, I wanted to see Sword Saint Senior, if this child has the talent for swordsmanship, if in the future he can engage in body cultivation and learn the sword, it would be his way of serving the nation and guarding a region for Diyu. At the mention of guarding, Jian Wudao's expression shifted slightly, softening a bit. Given his status, as long as the older generation of the Li family did not intervene, he did not need to concern himself with the thoughts of the younger generation. But the Li family's great achievements over thousands of years indeed commanded respect, especially in recent decades when occasional turmoil at the frontier pass saw 6 of the 9 sons of the Li family fallen in battle, a fact solemn enough to command profound respect. Let's observe together in a while, Jian Wudao calmly said. He Jianlan was delighted, nodding her head. Soon, Bian Rushue was brought before everyone by Xuejian, the little girl obviously nervous before the crowd of adults. She instinctively stood behind Li Hao, using him to shield half of her body. This scene was familiar to her. It had occurred during Li Hao's foundation establishment and bone measuring. Only, the expressions of those adults afterward had made her feel sad. Sword Saint Senior, this is the Sword Dao prodigy I mentioned to you on behalf of Bai Jing, said an elder from the military, moving forward with small steps and speaking respectfully as soon as Bian Rushue arrived. Jian Wudao nodded slightly. He had come mainly because his third disciple had tirelessly entreated him, talking about the maiden from the Divine General Mansion as if she were something miraculous. Having a fondness for talent, he had then descended from the Sword Cottage for a visit to this flourishing age. Power Passage Realm Level 10, Perfection, Robust Skeletal Structure, not bad. Jian Wudao identified the young girl's cultivation realm in a glance, his eyes showing satisfaction. Having heard she was a 9th grade battle physique, top-tier talent, meaning she wouldn't need much worrying over in terms of future cultivation practices. Little girl, demonstrate your best swordsmanship for me, Jian Wudao said. Bian Rushue looked at the unfamiliar, yet imposing elderly man, feeling nervous, and subconsciously glanced at Li Hao for reassurance. Understanding that it was Xuer's opportunity, Li Hao immediately smiled and pushed her forward, saying, "Don't be afraid, don't be nervous. I'm right here." Encouraged by Li Hao, Bian Rushue's timidity dissipated quite a bit, and she nodded. The little girl then walked to the side, and without needing He Jianlan to signal, the rest naturally made way for the young girl. Quickly, Bian Rushue's swordsmanship swept out, like snow cascading down, her posture as graceful as a startled swan, with a mastery and agility in her movements that carried an essence of returning to simplicity and truth. This essence was immediately captured by Jian Wudao, who had been immersed in the Sword Dao for nearly 100 years. The old man's sharp, elongated eyes, like sword blades, suddenly widened, revealing an unmistakable thrill of excitement. This was more than mere talent in the Sword Dao. It was the rare genius of the Sword Dao that one might see once in a century. At this age, to have cultivated a superior sword technique to perfection was already enough to match his most outstanding disciple, not to mention that there was now a hint of ultimate refinement. One exceptional sword training prodigy. Ha ha! Jian Wudao couldn't help but burst into laughter, the hearty sound causing the dry leaves on the nearby trees to tremble and fall. Worth it, so worth it. The trip to the mortal world had not been in vain. The people around, hearing the Sword Saint's resonant laughter, immediately knew that the girl's destiny had soared from that moment on. Although already highly esteemed in the Divine General Mansion, praised by the world, it was really meeting a master like the Sword Saint that she truly climbed to the peak, with a future promising to make her a household name, celebrated for generations. In an instant, Countless complex gazes in the courtyard converged on the young girl holding the sword. Bien Rushue stopped her sword movements, feeling the intense gaze focused on her, and looked nervously towards Li Hao. Li Hao gave her a toothy smile and gave a thumbs up. Bien Rushue understood the gesture. It was praise for doing a great job. Thus, the young girl also relaxed and smiled broadly. You've recommended well, very well indeed. The previously serious-faced Jian Wudao, now radiating a commanding aura, laughed heartily, slapping the shoulder of an old military man beside him. If it weren't for his connection with his third disciple, who highly recommended her, he wouldn't have stumbled upon such an exceptional sword talent. The senior flatters us. It's Schwer's fortune to be apprenticed under the sword saint, the old military man said, visibly moved. The two appeared similar in appearance, both looking like men in their 60s, but in reality, the differences in their ages and statuses were extraordinarily vast. Jian Wudao smiled. In excellent spirits, he walked over to the young girl, bent down, and in a pleasant tone said, "Young lady, you like the sword, right? How about I take you on a journey to train?" Bien Rushue was slightly stunned and asked, "Where to?" "Sword Cottage." Jian Wudao, smiling, revealed this holy land coveted by swordsmen all over the world, saying, "I will teach you swordsmanship there, the best there is." Bien Rushue, not understanding, simply asked, "Is it far?" "About 9,000 miles to the south, which for you is quite far," Jian Wudao said with a smile. Bien Rushue immediately looked toward Li Hao, not far away, and said, "Brother Hao, are you going too?" Jian Wudao then realized that he had forgotten another child. He Jianlan timely approached, quietly smiling. "Sword Saint Senior, you have yet to witness how heirs talent in the sword Dao. It said he also possesses an innate sensibility for it." "Yes, Senior," Li Fu added excitedly, sensing an opportunity. When Schwer practices her swordsmanship, the young master often watches on the side, even giving her some solid advice. Though he hasn't trained formally, he seems to have his own understanding and talent for the sword Dao. Jian Wudao was somewhat surprised, glancing at Li Hao, his brow slightly furrowed. But out of respect for He Jinlan nearby, he immediately said, "All right, give him a sword. Let him demonstrate whatever sword move he wants." "Thank you, Sword Saint Senior." Li Fu was overjoyed, thanking him profusely, then turned to Bien Rushue. "Miss Schwer, please lend your sword to the young master for a moment." Bien Rushue obediently nodded, handing the sword over to Li Hao. Li Hao received the sword, his thoughts swiftly spinning. Now he did not care to deliberately hide anything, but was weighing the pros and cons. Displaying his swordsmanship, revealing his talent, would certainly dazzle the crowd. Even without exposing his body refinement, using just an ordinary child's body to wield the sword, although he could not exhibit the tied sword skill at its peak, with just a hint of its quintessence and the sword saint's sharp eye for swordsmanship, his potential in the sword arts should be recognizable. Having a sword saint as a mentor, he naturally did not worry about others coveting his skill. However, becoming a disciple meant following the other to the southern sword hut to cultivate. That place is a holy land for swordsmen, yet its overall heritage might not match the depth of the divine general mansion, nor the richness of listening rain tower. And he needed to enhance his swordsmanship through chess tao and other arts. Given the sword saint's stern and no-nonsense demeanor, it was likely he would be extremely strict and might not tolerate his distractions. Or perhaps, upon becoming his disciple, he could negotiate with him and have him stay at the divine general mansion to teach him. But the divine general mansion might not accommodate a foreign expert, comparable to a generation of the Li family, staying within its premises for long. And the person in question might not agree either. Forget it. He doesn't need to perform. At this moment, Jian Wudao's voice came, with a hint of displeasure. Li Hao, who was pondering his options, was startled upon hearing this and looked towards him. He Jianlan, snapping back to reality, hurriedly said, "Sword Saint, why is this so?" He has no sword in his eyes, does not love the sword. At such a young age, his thoughts are scattered and he lacks the makeup for sword training. Jian Wudao's expression turned indifferent again. Were it not for the setting in the divine general mansion, he would have already turned to leave, not bothering to explain further. Sword Saint, the child must be nervous inside. Why not give him a chance to demonstrate? Li Fu from behind hastily added, as it was an opportunity of a lifetime, too great a loss to miss. But before he could finish, the other gave him a glance. That sword-sharp, indifferent gaze made Li Fu feel a chill in his throat, as if his life was being sliced apart, and he involuntarily stopped speaking. Sword Saint, how heir has been sheltered in the mansion since he was young, has not seen much of the world, and he couldn't practice martial arts. Naturally, he hasn't handled swords much, so it's normal for him not to have an affinity for them, He Jianlan said with furrowed majestic brows. However, Jian Wudao didn't treat He Jianlan the way he did Li Fu, as she was after all the contemporary madam of the divine general mansion and in charge. He gave her a glance and subtly shook his head. Madam, I understand your considerations, but you don't wield a sword. You don't understand swordsmanship. If it's just about reaching a common standard or becoming a high-level expert in the secular world, with my guidance, it would be feasible. But aspiring to reach the pinnacle, to meet the minimum standard of my sword hut, that's far beyond reach. In training with the sword, I only look at two things: swordsmanship talent and the feeling for the sword. Good talent, but no feeling for the sword, can only achieve a second-rate standard. Love for the sword itself. Even with average understanding, one day, when the essence of the sword is grasped, they can enter the ranks of first-rate. Unusually verbose this time, Jian Wudao made himself absolutely clear. He looked at Bian Ruxue and said to He Jianlan, when this young girl came over, holding the sword, I could see in her eyes the sword, her love for it. Out of 1,000 weapons, she would spot a sword at a glance. With that, even if her talent is lesser, as she continues to practice swordsmanship, cultivating the essence of the sword, her future achievements will be great, not to mention her excellent talent. Having said this, he turned to Li Hao. This boy, however, doesn't have the slightest hint of sword in his eyes. Even when he took the sword, there was no emotion. No matter his talent, it's no longer important. He is not suited for the path of swordsmanship. He gave his final appraisal. After these words, He Jianlan was completely silenced. Silence filled the courtyard. He Jianlan wanted to speak, but seeing the determined look in the other's eyes, she knew further persuasion was useless unless they called upon the clan elders, which would be too demeaning for the Li family status. She looked down at Li Hao with a complex gaze and sighed inwardly. She was all too aware that this child was wild by nature, often indulging in games of chess with the house servants in the courtyard. Such trivial skills were no more than playthings in prosperous times. Yet with Li Tiangang and his wife not present, she couldn't discipline him too strictly. After telling him off a few times without being heeded, and the child secretly enlisting servants to accompany him, she was at her wit's end. Indeed, was all of this simply fate? As He Jianlan remained silent, Jian Wudao, having made his point, paid no more mind to what others thought. He had been explicit enough. If the Li family insisted on foisting the child onto him, he would not be courteous. At this moment, looking at the little girl beside him, his eyes couldn't hide the affection as the coldness on his face melted a bit, and he said with a smile, "Little girl, what's your name?" Bian Ruxue. The little girl answered honestly. Then, looking at Li Hao, she said to the old gentleman, "Can you let Brother Hao demonstrate a bit? Brother Hao is very smart, much smarter than Shuer." Jian Wudao smiled faintly. What use is being clever? Aren't those scholars and literati in the imperial courts all clever? Moreover, he had already noticed the complex thoughts lurking in Li Hao's eyes, the heavy considerations within. At such a young age, his impure heart would make it even harder to lay a solid foundation in the initial stage of sword training, leading him to distraction and delay. This is why some precocious children eventually fade into the crowd, while some inconspicuous and reticent ones may become great figures later in life. Jian Wudao did not like the phrase late bloomer, To him, it was the ignorance of worldly people who could not see through the protective exterior of true talent. Focus and dedication. These are the qualities of genius. Some seemingly clever children, who know a little about everything and can interject in adult conversations, eliciting laughter and praise for their intelligence, are exactly what one should avoid in the path of cultivation. Solid and steady, with a bit of spirit, that is the best seedling. Schwerer, come with me to cultivate in the mountains, Jian Wudao said gently. Then will you take brother Hao with us? Bien Rushua asked, looking up. Just you. Then I won't go. Bien Rushua said immediately, taking a step back as if afraid he might forcibly take her away, snuggling beside Li Hao and hugging his arm. I won't be with brother Hao. I won't go anywhere else. Jian Wudao's expression changed slightly, and his brows furrowed. However, Bien Rushua, despite her exceptional talent, was after all still a child, and he did not get angry, but turned his head to He Jianlan and said, Madam, I'm taking Schwerer with me. When her cultivation bears fruit, I'll let her come back. Of course, it might not take many years before you hear of a renown outside. He spoke with confidence because the moment he announced it, many people in the world would immediately recognize the name Bien Rushua. The new protege of the sword Saint Jian Wudao. With this title alone, she would be famous throughout the province. He Jianlan nodded slightly, naturally finding no reason to refuse Jian Wudao's words. Li Hao had already recovered his composure. His lips twitched slightly. It was fine. She had made her choice for herself, saving him the trouble of pondering. Brother Hao, I won't go. Bien Rushua clutched Li Hao's arm tightly, her eyes red and a hint of timidity in her voice. Li Hao also did not want to see the little girl leave, but understood that this was her opportunity. Staying in the divine general mansion, she could cultivate, but everything else was limited to what was around her. Being the disciple of a sword saint, just the mentorship alone was a significant connection, and she could experience a much broader world outside. Selfishly, he wanted to keep the little girl. Having such a little tail around made him feel secure and happy. But considering Bien Rushua's welfare, he elected to let go for now, softly saying, Schwerer, be obedient. Go cultivate with this old master, and once you have achieved something in your cultivation, you can come back to see me. Then I'll take you out for something delicious. I won't go. I don't want to cultivate. I won't practice the sword anymore. I hate the sword. Bien Rushua suddenly burst into tears. Jian Wudao's brows furrowed as he realized he had underestimated the little girl's attachment to the boy. After all, they were said to be childhood sweethearts who had grown up together. In his mind, if it truly didn't work out, taking Li Hao as well might be an option. With the girl's talent, even with a worthless accessory, she was still worth competing for. Be good. You're already a big girl. You can't always cry. Li Hao wiped her nose with his sleeve and gently reassured her, feeling a pinch in his heart and a reluctance to let go. The adults in the courtyard silently watched one child console another. Many had complicated looks in their eyes, jealousy and envy mixed together. Children were still children, unaware of their fortunes. They too wished their own offspring could enter the sword pavilion for them. The mothers would have kicked those children out the door long ago to let them taste how their mother's kick felt. Eventually, Li Hao managed to soothe the little girl. Bien Rushua, with tear-stained eyes, said, Then we have a deal, brother Hao. You must wait for me to come back, right here, and not go anywhere else. Amicham, Li Hao replied, touching her forehead with a nod and a smile. Jian Wudao's face also relaxed. His gaze at Li Hao even softened a bit. He could have ignored Bien Rushua's wishes and forcefully taken her away. After all, she was just a bigger child, and no matter her reluctance now, a half-year's stay at the sword pavilion would smooth it over with time. But now that she was willing to go with him willingly, it was naturally a better outcome. Such talent should not be delayed. Time was precious. Schwerer is tender-hearted. Old man, you must protect her well for me. Don't let anyone bully her, Li Hao said reassuringly to Jian Wudao after calming Schwerer. Jian Wudao raised an eyebrow slightly at Li Hao's address, but didn't get angry considering the child's behalf, and said indifferently, Young fellow, don't worry. I will take good care, Schwer. By my side, no one in this world will be able to bully her. Good. Liao took a deep look at him and then told Bien Rushu, "For if anyone bullies you in the sword pavilion, write it down in a little notebook, and I will bully them back for you later." The adults dismissed the child's words as deep affection of youth, not taking them seriously. Before leaving, Jian Wudao paused, and, turning to He Jianlan, he said, "In my sword pavilion, there's a body refinement secret manual. I will send someone to drop it off later. Placed in your listening rain tower, it should allow one to reach the 6th level. Let the child try it." He Jianlan was delighted, quickly expressed her thanks, and then clung to hope. Can Hao truly not become your disciple? Jian Wudao walked away, leaving behind only one sentence. That child is fortunate, but his destiny is shallow. As Jian Wudao left with Bien Rushu, the courts were filled with the ladies and their attendants, all eager to catch a moment before departure and to say a word. Some even arranged for their children to practice swordsmanship on the path leading out of the estate. Yet none managed to attract Jian Wudao's attention. Access to the Jian villa was not easy, which made the desire to enter it all the more coveted. The colors of the courtyard seemed to fade with the departure of the ladies, returning to the empty silence of the falling autumn leaves. Li Hao held the sword Bien Rushu had practiced with, silently watching the gate of the courtyard for a long time before slowly withdrawing his gaze. He then handed the sword to Li Fu behind him and said, "Uncle Fu, put this on the sword rack in my bedroom and tell the maids they needn't clean it every day." Li Fu took the sword with a sense of loss. Looking at Li Hao's profile with reluctance and a touch of self-reproach and guilt, he solemnly said, "Starting today, I will no longer indulge you. I will confiscate your chessboard, and you need to start cultivating." Li Hao was startled and looked up, saying, "Uncle Fu, you don't think that this old man refused to take me as his disciple because of chess, do you? That would be an injustice." "I don't care," Li Fu said with a stern face. "It's common to find a good horse, but not a good horse trainer. Missing an opportunity that comes your way because you were not well prepared is your fault. From now on, you must always be ready in your best form, waiting for that chance that could come at any moment. Opportunities in life are rare. What hope is there if you miss them?" Li Hao protested the injustice, seeing that Li Fu was serious, and asked, "Then, Uncle Fu, what do you think constitutes a successful person? As a son of the Li family, you should make a name for yourself, defend the borders, and protect the people of the nation. That is success." Li Fu said without hesitation and with conviction. "Being a member of the Li family is indeed tough," Li Hao said with a bitter smile. "Since you bear the Li surname and enjoy its immense wealth, you must take on this responsibility," said Li Fu coldly. "Have I really enjoyed it?" Li Hao mused with an internal wry smile, but then thought of the pastries and fresh fruits sent by Fifth Lady and a nutritious porridge from the eldest lady. Well, that did count as enjoyment. "Uncle Fu, when you talk about cultivating, do you mean body refinement?" "Of course." Li Fu glanced at him as if to say, what other path is there for you besides body refinement? Body refinement was unpopular because it was hard to cultivate, had a low upper limit, and required great insight coupled with technique to compete with other experts. And among those who were forced to choose body refinement, some could persevere through hardships but might not necessarily have the insight required. After all, the sculpting of pain can lead to beauty, but it can also twist the soul. After some wrangling with Uncle Fu, Li Hao made a deal. He was willing to cultivate, but his chessboard could not be confiscated, and he had to have someone to play with every day. Li Fu could only agree, planning to talk about further cultivation once Li Hao had started. In the days that followed, Li Hao was forced to spend some time cultivating using a basic body refinement secret technique that Li Fu had taught him. With an understanding of the physical body path, his progress was swift, which surprised Li Fu, who did not expect Li Hao to be such a promising candidate for body refinement. Li Hao deliberately controlled his progress to prevent Uncle Fu from completely taking his leisure time away and only reached great accomplishment in the basic body refinement technique after 3 months. Even so, the results excited the battle-hardened man to the point of tears, and he immediately wrote a letter to Northern Yen overnight to share the good news and his joy with the couple on the border. And after a long and relentless accumulation, Li Hao's chess Tao level finally advanced. Name: Li Hao. Age: 7. Cultivation level: Power Passage Realm, level 10. Swordsmanship, level 2. Flying Phase, Hidden Bow. Skills: Endless Sea Tide, Peerless. Falling Snow Sword Skill, Peerless. Physical Body Path, level 1. Myriad Forms, Tiger Press. Skills: Stone Skin 100 Refinements, Great Accomplishment. 1000 Jiao's Holy Body, Minor Accomplishment in Jiao Fiend Body. Taichu, Entrance in a Starry Body, Barbarian Bull Strength, Great Accomplishment. Chess Tao, level 4, 1/10,000. Chess Manual Collection, Myriad Forms, Tiger Press, Flying Phase, Hidden Bow. State of Mind, Chess Spirit. Skill Points 1. Li Hao glanced at Li Fu, who was always by his side, and chose not to immediately use the skill point to upgrade his skills. If it had been swordsmanship, simply infusing the memory would suffice, but he wanted to use his skill point on the physical body path first to ensure his own strength and safety. The insights of the physical body path could inevitably lead to changes in the body refinement techniques and his body, which would cause too much commotion. On this day, Li Hao followed Li Fu to the Listening Rain Tower. Upon learning of Li Hao's talent in body refinement, He Jianlan granted him the privilege of entering and leaving Listening Rain Tower at will, allowing him to select secret techniques indoors. Of course, Li Fu could not enter. Though he was a confidant of Li Tiangang, he was not part of the core members of the Li family's direct lineage, so his status was different. Li Fu didn't mind. The Listening Rain Tower was a heavily guarded place of the Li family. Despite the absence of many guards around, no one would dare to come here to steal treasures. This place was safer than any lady's courtyard in the estate. Li Fu stood guard downstairs while Li Hao went upstairs alone. Now at an age where he is considered sensible, He Jianlan did not let Xuejin accompany and watch him anymore. It was just him ascending the stairs alone. Li Hao had heard that the old sword saint delivered a body refinement secret manual to the 6th floor 2 months ago, and he immediately headed straight to the 6th floor. Soon, he located a new secret manual that had appeared. Dragon Cicada Void Body. Li Hao started to flip through it. With the understanding of the first segment of the physical body path, he quickly grasped the basics. Collected. Soon, the panel displayed this body refinement secret technique, and it advanced to the second layer, Great Accomplishment. The Dragon Cicada Void Body had 6 layers. Each layer refined would forge a different physique. The first layer was the static cicada body, which could sense the slight trajectories of air flowing over the body. The second layer was the subdued dragon body, storing within the body the strength comparable to a dragon or elephant. The third layer was the shedding shell body, granting the ability to exert force and tread through the air. His body made slight cracking noises, and Li Hao could feel that upon entering the subdued dragon body, another surge of power was born within him, probably weighing over 10,000 pounds. Although he was still in the power passage realm, his strength was vastly different compared to the average practitioner in the same realm. With a thought, Li Hao wondered if he cultivated several more body refinement secret manuals, could he accumulate even more strength? Thinking leads to action. He immediately began to search for them on each floor of the Listening Rain Tower. Before long, he found 7 or 8 body refinement secret manuals, all a middle to high quality. With enough practice, they could just barely reach the level of first-rate martial artists. Quickly, as one secret manual after another was collected into the panel, Li Hao felt unusual changes taking place in his body, making his limbs more robust. There was no change in his cultivation level on the panel, and Li Hao originally thought his strength would increase again, but it did not. However, some of these body refinement secret manuals were claw refining skills. Some practiced the legs, others bone tempering or organ refining. He could feel that although the strength did not increase much, these parts received a qualitative enhancement. Li Hao guessed that it might be because his physique was too strong, having already stimulated most of the physical strength, so these slightly inferior secret manuals were unable to provoke more physical strength, but could enhance the corresponding parts. His Stone Skin 100 Refinements manual could increase the hardness of the skin, but it was overshadowed by the Jiao demon body from the Thousand Jiao's holy body. The epidermal enhancement brought by the Jiao demon body was akin to dragon scales, far superior to that of Stone Skin 100 Refinements, making it hard for the latter's effects to shine through. But other body refinement secret manuals complemented areas not yet covered by the previous ones on the 6th floor. Bones, liver, ears, eyeballs, and other parts all improved accordingly. While the strength did not change much, the power in actual combat underwent an earth-shattering change. Li Hao had an epiphany that he needed to collect various body refinement techniques, temper his body with them, and if he could practice every part of his body to a consistent standard, he would be invincible. At that moment, the rich heritage of the Listening Rain Tower truly made Li Hao realize how precious this place was for martial artists. There are not many manuals on Chess Tao, but there was an abundance of body refinement secret manuals. This place had plenty. Li Hao excitedly searched for the body refinement secret manuals within the tower and collected them one by one. Time passed. It wasn't until sunset that Li Hao walked out of the tower holding a body refinement secret manual. In the distance, it appeared as if dusk crows were flying across the sky, and the faint scent of food and firewood came from the front courtyard, signaling that it was time for dinner. Li Hao stretched lazily and flexed his muscles and joints. There were so many secret manuals in the Listening Rain Tower that after searching all afternoon, he had only discovered 1/10 of them, and that was just the body refinement category. Li Hao did not collect all the secret manuals. For instance, the barbaric bull strength that Li Fu previously forced him to learn provided no enhancement for him, as it had been surpassed by stronger ones. For example, if two manuals both focused on claw skills, having researched the stronger one, practicing the inferior would yield no effect since the stronger manual would have already trained the palms to a high level, unless the inferior manual targeted different areas for training, in which case it could serve to fill any gaps. You finally came out. Seeing Li Hao emerge, Li Fu was a bit speechless, having waited all afternoon. This fellow hadn't gotten confused by the choices, had he? He picked up the manual in Li Hao's hand to look, a middle-grade body refinement secret manual, Dragon Spine, focusing primarily on strengthening the back. Is this all you picked? Li Fu felt somewhat helpless. Didn't you go to the 6th floor? I did, but I couldn't understand it, Li Hao said offhandedly. Li Fu thought about it and realized it made sense. The manuals on the 6th floor were all peerless, and even he would have to practice them for months to grasp the mere basics. Don't rush to practice this one for now. I'll ask the 5th lady later to see if there's a suitable one for you in Listening Rain Tower. This one's too specialized, said Li Fu, hoping that Li Hao would practice a more comprehensive body refinement technique that covered the entire body so there would be fewer weaknesses. All right then. Li Hao did not decline and casually said, "Let's go. I'm starving. What for dinner tonight?" Li Fu felt a bit helpless regarding Li Hao's lack of interest in martial arts. The two turned and left the front of Listening Rain Tower. Before long, they bumped into an old man wearing a straw hat, shouldering a fishing rod, and carrying a fish basket. Dressed simply, he looked utterly ordinary. Upon seeing the man, Li Fu's eyes narrowed. His expression immediately became solemn, and he quickly stopped and stepped aside, respectfully saying, "Li Fu pays respects to second uncle." Uncle? Li Hao was astonished. In the mansion, Li Fu's seniority was calculated according to his father's generation. The only ones who could make him call them uncle were of the Li family's older generation. Oh, the old man didn't pay much attention to Li Fu's respectful greeting, merely answering casually before his gaze shifted, and he noticed the richly dressed Li Hao with a dragon blood jade pendant in his waist and the body refinement secret manual in his hands. "I heard the Li family has a martial arts cripple. Is it this child?" the old man asked casually. Li Fu bowed with his hands clasped, extremely respectful, reporting to uncle, "It is indeed Hao heir." He is the child of Lord Qingzhou, born with blocked meridians, unable to practice martial arts. Oh ho ho! The old man slightly smiled. So it's that stubborn fellow's child, huh? TCH, the little guy plans to undertake body refinement, huh? That's a tough path. Li Fu still maintained a respectful demeanor. Though body refinement is a difficult path, to let this child have accomplishments in the future, there's no choice but this. The old man scoffed with disdain. How great an accomplishment can body cultivation be? Even if one reaches the height of those few historical body cultivators, what of it? In the midst of thousands of troops, they're but a slightly larger pebble at best. Li Fu smiled bitterly, knowing that the other's words were not wrong, and only said, "But as a son of the Li family, to die on the battlefield is also an honor." Upon hearing this, the old man's smile vanished, his face suddenly darkening as he let out a cold huff. "What nonsense are you spouting? Should my Li family sons only die on the battlefield? What honor? I think your brains have gone bad. To survive from the battlefield, that's what's truly called ability." Li Fu was somewhat stunned by the sudden reprimand, having heard that this uncle was known for his eccentric personality and unorthodox actions in his youth, indeed different from ordinary people. "Is this what Li Tiangang thinks, or is it your own thought?" The old man seemed somewhat angry as he asked. Li Fu carefully said, "It's what the Lord and us think." That boy Tiangang really has lived to become more and more incompetent." The old man snorted. "What ability is it to force a child? If you have the ability, let him break through the three immortals himself and enter the four stands realm. Then he can defy the heavens and change his fate. Regardless of any cripple, disability, or foolish dullard, all of them can be transformed into unparalleled geniuses. Instead of making the child strive, why not put in some effort yourself, knowing that you're incompetent, huh?" This. Li Fu was left speechless and did not dare to respond. The four stands realm? Although it's easy to say, how easy is it to enter that realm? In the entire DU, the number of people who have reached that step can be counted on one's fingers. By the side, Li Hao couldn't help but smile, thinking the old man was quite adorable. He had thought he was meeting a stern elder of the clan, like Li Fu, who would tirelessly give him some good guidance, likely telling him to work hard, that only through suffering could one achieve success, and so on. Yet, what he said was quite the opposite. Our grand divine general mansion, can it not afford to raise a child? Seeing that Li Fu had no words in response, the old man huffed, "We fight wars, risking our lives, and several of our kids have died on the battlefield. Can't we allow a junior to properly enjoy the hard-earned wealth and honor?" Li Fu, trembling with nervousness, could only nod his head in agreement, not daring to speak. The old man gave Li Fu a dismissive glance, knowing that it was useless to speak with such a blockhead. He had seen too much from his youth and knew well the beliefs and styles rooted in the hundreds of years of tradition of the Li family. However, a glint appeared in his eyes as he caught the little guy at his side, snickering, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "You little thing, I call your father useless, and you laugh?" "Old man, I think you're right," Li Hao replied. "How air?" Li Fu, startled, scolded, "Don't be disrespectful. How do you speak to your elders?" But the old man didn't get angry. Instead, he was taken aback. "What did you call me?" "Old man," Li Hao said with a smile. "It's not like I can call you a young fellow, right?" The old man's face darkened slightly. "Has no one ever taught you how to address your elders?" "You call me little thing. I call you old man. We should be even," Li Hao said. "Surely someone has taught you how to address your juniors, right?" Li Fu, sweating profusely, hurriedly covered Li Hao's mouth and said to the old man, "Uncle, please don't take it to heart with this child. His father and mother went to the Northern Yin battlefield when he was born, and no one was there to discipline him. This is why he's become a bit wild, lacking manners." The old man slightly raised his eyebrows and huffed lightly, saying, "The child does have a point. Let's consider it even then." Li Fu was stunned, then immediately sighed with relief. Thanks to Uncle for his generosity. Li Hao pulled away Li Fu's sweaty hand from his mouth, wiped his cheek with his sleeve where it had touched, then glanced at the old man's fishing basket, inquiring, "Only caught one? It's so small, who's it for?" The old man spoke indifferently. "I, the old man, don't fish for eating. Fishing is a pleasure. You're still young. You wouldn't understand. If it's just for fun, then your fishing skills are too poor." Li Hao said, "To catch only one fish, what's the difference from the Air Force?" When it came to the Air Force, the old man reacted as if he had been stepped on, his response even more vehement than before, glaring at Li Hao. "What do you know, you greenhorn? I wasn't seriously fishing today. I also went to Qingzhou, a lake I'm not familiar with. Wait until tomorrow, and you'll see how many I catch for you." To add credibility to his words, he brought the basket closer to Li Hao's face and said, "Do you think this is just a regular little fish? This is a demon. If I were to let it out, this fellow here might not even be able to beat it." Obviously, this fellow, he referred to as Li Fu, standing beside them. Li Fu, hearing this, had an embarrassed look on his face. "What does this have to do with him?" "Uncle, keep that dangerous demon away from Hao Air," he said cautiously. The old man snorted, "In my basket, do you think it can still turn the heavens upside down?" "A demon." Li Hao, hearing this, became curious as he examined the small fish in the basket. The little fish was only as long as a chopstick, with a golden back and a red belly. Strangely, the fish's skull above its eyes had eyelash-like scales facing backward. As Li Hao leaned in for a closer look, the little fish seemed to notice the ignorant human race child and glared back fiercely. Li Hao could clearly feel the hatred and murderous intent in the fish's eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It was his first time seeing a demon up close. "Old man, are your fishing skills really so impressive that you can catch a demon? How about you teach me?" Li Hao asked with his head raised. If he remembered correctly, fishing was indeed considered an art within the categorization of the panel, alongside carving, painting, playing the zither, and others. He had thought that fishing could only catch fish, but in this world, it turned out one could also catch demons. How was this any different from practicing martial arts? The old man was taken aback for a moment, his eyes gleaming with interest. "You want to learn fishing?" "Yeah, can I?" "Of course you can." The old man burst into laughter and said, "Rare that you have an eye for this, unlike those blockheads. Why practice some broken body refinement technique? I'll teach you fishing and let you see my skills tomorrow. I'm not just bragging. Today I was just unfamiliar with Qingzhou." Still explaining at the end, he clearly couldn't let go of Li Hao's Air Force comment and wanted to prove himself. All this, Li Fu was dumbfounded and bewildered standing aside. He had finally gotten Li Hao to settle down and practice martial arts. And now he was being led astray? "Uncle, Hao Air actually has a great talent for body cultivation. In just a short 3 months, he achieved great accomplishment in a low-grade body cultivation technique. He's definitely a promising seedling. You can't hold him back." As Li Fu spoke, he braced himself. It would be better to take a beating and lie in bed for half a month than for this to happen. What's all this talk about talent? Even if he masters it, how strong can he be? Can he match the Li family's 10,000 soldiers? The old man said indignantly, "Do you really want to turn such a refined and adorable child into a little blackie by making him undergo body refinement?" "I won't become a little blackie," Li Hao thought to himself. Hearing no more from Li Fu, the old man couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He snatched away the dragon spine manual from Li Hao's hand and stuffed it into Li Fu's arms. "Off with you. What's the use of learning such rubbish? There's no future in it. How, right? Let's go. Have you not eaten yet? I'm going to slaughter this demon for you, to nourish your body." Hum. Li Hao nodded again and again, thrilled. "Uncle, you can't do this." The calling from Li Fu behind them was filled with desolation. Being led away by the old man, Li Hao also got to witness the courage of this Li family's uncle. His cooking spot was actually on the 7th-floor balcony of a listening rain tower, a place where the Li family's most precious manuscripts from over the centuries were kept. And now, not far from these ancient manuscripts, possibly older than any of them, a fire was burning. Through their conversation, Li Hao also learned the old man's name, Li Muxiu. Muxiu, as in the rest, needed to recuperate. And also, the resolve to not stop until one is immortal. The golden-backed, red-bellied fish in the basket was released, and it turned out to indeed be a demon. The moment it sprang from the basket, it soared into the air in front of the pavilion, transforming into a body tens of feet in size. Its fish scales were as sharp as knives, its fins like pointed banners, and from its mouth came the pleading voice of a pitiable woman. "Elder, I swear never to harm another human life again. Please spare me." The huge, fierce fish head actually nodded up and down, as if imitating a person's bowing in empty space. Li Hao, smelling the pungent, fishy odor hitting his face, couldn't help but pinch his nose, almost vomiting. "This fish really is fishy. If I spared you, wouldn't I just be a pushover?" Elderly Muxio's words plunged the demon fish into instant despair, trembling with rage, yet not daring to lash out. Into the pot, Li Muxio raised his hand and pointed. Although the demon fish was pleading, it had transformed into its true form and was prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Seeing that the elder was not going to let it go, it immediately started to sway its body, planning to fly away into the distance as if the air were a lake. However, before its body could even twist away, it suddenly trembled as if electrified. Blood violently spurted from its gills, and its fierce body split apart in midair as if countless invisible blades were chopping it on the board of the void. And what was miraculous was that the blood that sprayed out didn't even hit the ground before a breeze carried it away, disappearing from sight. The demon fish carcass, with its flesh burst and separated, left behind only a fist-sized, dark purple, round and lustrous demon core, along with several pieces of snow-white fish flesh. Elderly Muxio raised his hand, and the demon core fell into a boiling pot of water. The snow-white fish flesh, sliced by invisible blades into wings of cicadas, floated down into the pot after the water began to boil. At that moment, the elder somehow produced a salt container, delicately spooned out 2 scoops, and threw them into the pot before covering it again and proceeding to cook. Li Hao watched this entire process with amazement, developing a concrete understanding of the strength of martial artists in this world. This is what demons are, and this is what powerful martial artists are. "Elder, that purple meatball is the demon core, right? Isn't it supposed to be eaten raw?" Li Hao curiously asked. "Where did you hear that?" Li Muxio glanced at him sidelong and said indifferently, "Aren't you afraid to be grossed out? Demon cores need to be processed with many medicinal herbs to be effective, and you can't just mix them haphazardly. After all, demons of different types have differences. Relying on professional alchemists for classification is essential. Eating raw, that's like ordinary people hunting tigers and using tiger bone to brew soup for strengthening. Can you digest it if eaten raw? Then what are you doing? I'm treating it as an ingredient. Though a lot of potency will be wasted, eating this has little meaning for me. I'm just tasting it. For you, have some soup and a few slices of fish to fill the belly later. You're not yet able to handle a demon core of this level." "I see." Li Hao nodded, not feeling any regret or loss. After all, within the divine general mansion were countless elixirs and treasures. Not to mention raw materials like this demon core, there were finished pills refined from them. However, after his foundation establishment failure, he had already tested and found that these spiritual medicines were to him like plain food. They could only fill his stomach, and their extraordinary medicinal effects would be entirely blocked. Despite the abundance of spiritual medicines, the mansion's distribution to each household's members was extremely restrained. After all, common medicines are 3 parts poison. Relying on pills might lead to rapid progress, but to reach the pinnacle realms, most still depended on their own strength to avoid backlash. The water in the pot boiled again, and the heat caused the lid to shake gently. The elder, with a merciless grip, picked up the ceramic knob of the lid and opened it. The steam dispersed instantly, but a light breeze dispersed it, preventing any moisture from reaching the pavilion's beams and columns. A scent of fish meat wafted through the air, but it was mixed with an undertone of fishiness. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Even though he had not tasted it, his instincts told him it wouldn't be delicious. Come on, try it. Li Muxiu somehow conjured up a pair of chopsticks, dark and slick, wiped them on his clothes, then plunged them into the pot, picking up a piece of demon core resembling braised pork balls, and devoured it heartily. At the same time, he flicked his palm, and a swaying branch outside the pavilion broke off and flew to his hand. He handed it to Li Hao. Peel off the bark, and it's ready to use. Li Hao made no pretense to disagree. But he wasn't a rigid person. He sat down next to the elder with a carefree demeanor on the top floor of the revered listening rain tower, casually peeled off the green bark of the branch in his hand, snapped it, and used it to pick up a piece of translucent fish flesh from the pot. To Li Hao's surprise, the fish flesh hadn't fallen apart upon being boiled, remaining intact like jelly when picked up, both tender and silky. He picked up the lid to shield himself from splashing broth and slurped it down with a hiss. How's the taste? Not bad, quite good actually, just a bit fishy. Fishy? I don't feel it at all. Of course you don't. You reek of it yourself. Hey, you little brat, watch how you talk to me. I'm just stating the facts. I didn't say anything wrong. You only dare to act this way because you've met me. If you were with someone else, they would have spanked you until you're but split into 8 pieces. I wouldn't bother talking to anyone else. Oh, you've got quite an attitude. Thus, the old and the young started to eat away, the elder not showing any seniority and the youngster not acting timid. After finishing the fish and soup, both leaned back, spread their legs, and in unison let out a contented sigh. Ah, that's comfortable. They bore a striking resemblance in that pose. This kid. Li Muxiu glanced at Li Hao and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Li Hao smiled faintly, resting his hands behind his head, looking forward across the eaves into the night sky. The faint starlight gradually emerged from the horizon. A gentle breeze blew from below the listening rain tower and the surrounding mountains, bringing with it a sense of coolness and relaxation. Suddenly, he thought to himself that the pleasures of the mortal world, being surrounded by servants, couldn't compare to the freedom and comfort of this moment. Lying still and resting for a while, Li Hao suddenly thought of something, turned his head, and said, "Old man, there must be some techniques to your fishing, right? Why, you want to learn now?" Li Muxiu looked at him with interest. "I'm going to get started tomorrow. How about we see who catches more?" Li Hao said with a chuckle. Li Muxiu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Who would have thought that the Li family, known for their wooden-headedness, would produce such a witty and clever child? Good, from now on, you'll learn fishing with me. I'll teach you that fishing is also a form of cultivation. With one throw of my hook, the 3 immortal realms would twist their mouths. Li Muxiu said with a light laugh, his eyes brimming with pride, not about his cultivation level, but about his fishing skills. Li Hao heard this and couldn't help but chuckle, even imagining the scene and laughing out loud. A scene of a 3 immortal realms powerhouse, standing at the pinnacle of countless martial artists, getting his mouth twisted by a fishing hook. Too damn vivid. What are you laughing at? Don't believe me. Li Muxiu raised an eyebrow, his face slightly stern. Li Hao said with a laugh, "Believe, of course believe. It's just that the scene is too hilarious." And with that, he burst into laughter again. Upon thinking it over, Li Muxiu also found the concept amusing and chuckled, saying, "Tomorrow when we get there, I'll teach you how to fish. Practice a bit first. Talking about it now doesn't make sense anyway. Let's sleep early tonight. I'll go get you a fishing rod." After saying this, he stood up, patted his butt, and with a swish gathered up the residual embers and iron pot on the platform, vanishing them into his sleeve. Then, with a single step, he disappeared into the vast night. The next day, early in the morning, just as the sky began to lighten, Li Muxiu woke Li Hao up. Fortunately, Li Hao had gone to bed early the night before and didn't feel too groggy, so he asked, "Are we going that early?" Of course, the best time to fish is early in the morning when they're most likely to bite. Li Muxiu had a smile on his face. Normally, when he went fishing, it was just him, his rod, and his basket, but today, with the addition of this youngster, his enthusiasm for fishing intensified. "This is your fishing rod. Hold on to it well." The old man produced a black fishing rod from nowhere and handed it to Li Hao. Li Hao took it and found it quite heavy, but for his power passage realm perfection strength, it was nothing. In fact, his strength was 10 times that of a normal person at power passage realm perfection. But Li Hao estimated that this fishing rod would require someone at least in the 4th or 5th level of the power passage realm to handle it with ease. Seeing that Li Hao took it effortlessly, a flash of surprise crossed Li Muxio's eyes, and he said, "It seems that Li Fu wasn't exaggerating. You do have a talent for body refinement. Which body refining skill did you master to great accomplishment?" Only then did Li Hao realize that the old man had chosen the fishing rod based on his cultivation level, putting some thought into it. The barbarian bull force was an inferior body refining skill. Achieving great accomplishment equaled the strength of around the 6th level of the power passage realm. Li Hao didn't conceal anything and told the old man truthfully. When Li Muxio heard that it was bull strength, he nodded slightly without saying much, and then threw a backpack to Li Hao. "Inside are the baits you'll use. The demons of the power passage realm are quite fond of them. Which kind you'll catch depends on your luck." After speaking, he was about to take Li Hao downstairs. "What about my fish basket?" Li Hao asked. Li Muxio laughed, saying, "Let's talk about it when you actually catch something. If you really do, we'll share one." "All right then." Li Hao didn't insist. As the pair reached the bottom of the stairs, they found Li Fu unexpectedly waiting outside the building. "Second uncle, what are you?" Seeing the fishing rod in Li Hao's hands, Li Fu was momentarily stunned, then his eyes widened slightly. "What else?" "We're going fishing." Li Muxio glanced at him, clearly uninterested in conversing with this blockhead. Li Fu was on the verge of tears and said, "Second uncle, how heir learned bull strength in just 3 months and achieved great accomplishment. He has an extremely high talent for body refinement. You can't hold him back. Didn't you say the same thing yesterday? Can't you come up with something new?" Li Muxio dug at his ear and said, "What future is there in body refinement? At most, you'll end up at your level if you push it to the limit. Let me ask you, are you that strong? Can you hold off 10,000 soldiers?" Li Fu was at a loss for words. The 10,000 soldiers Li Muxio referred to were naturally not ordinary troops, but the elite warriors of the Li family's Yuan camp. 10,000 of these warriors were enough to break through half of Qingzhou city, far beyond what he could handle. "However, don't mind him, let's go." Li Muxio, seemingly worried that Li Fu might influence Li Hao's thoughts, grabbed Li Hao's little hand and whisked him away. "Fu, you needn't worry." Li Hao waved at Li Fu. Although this man was stern and rigid in his ways, Li Hao did not overlook his care and concern. "However," Li Fu opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say more, but seeing Li Hao being pulled away, the boy's bright, smiling face as he looked back suddenly turned his words into silence. "The vast divine general mansion, can it support one child?" Yesterday's words seemed to echo in his ears once more. Li Fu fell silent. Perhaps, in this moment, Hao Er was happy. At least he could have a happy childhood. 2 figures, one old and one young, disappeared in an instant, leaving only the man standing there, who, after a long gaze, softly sighed. With an experience akin to riding the clouds and traveling in the fog, Li Hao was led by Li Muxio, soaring through the sky. The courtyards of the divine general mansion rapidly passed underfoot. Li Hao saw maids and house servants drawing water and cooking early in the morning, the lady of the house strolling in the courtyard, and fifth lady taking her child to the training ground, earnestly giving instructions at the courtyard gate. These scenes swiftly passed by, making Li Hao marvel that the human world was already so lively at the time he normally slept in. "Are you scared?" Li Muxio looked down and asked indifferently. "Afraid of heights?" "Well, not really," Li Hao replied. He felt no different standing in the sky than on the ground, as if supported by an incredibly firm force. The cold morning breeze seemed filtered of its chill, leaving only a cool wind that caressed his face and tousled his hair. Li Muxio smiled slightly and said, "I'm going to speed up now." After he finished speaking, Li Hao felt the scenery before his eyes suddenly blur as they zoomed through the air. In the blink of an eye, they had flown out of Qingzhou city, heading for the vast wilderness outside the city. Half an hour later, Li Muxiu slowly descended with Li Hao to the shore of a vast lake. The lake stretched as far as the eye could see, with dark waves rolling. Green water denotes depth, black water denotes an abyss. It was clear that the lake was bottomless. The surface was only slightly rippled, appearing calm and peaceful. But for this very reason, there was an eerie feeling as if standing at the edge of an abyss. Surrounding the lake were several large mountains with open terrain. Some were steep along the lake. Others were more rounded and expansive. They landed at the base of one of the mountains. Li Muxiu looked around expertly and said, "The water here is shallow. You can fish here. I'll go to the middle of the lake to fish for the bigger ones. Take this with you. It can protect you in a pinch. Don't worry, if anything happens on your side, just shout, and I'll be there immediately." "Okay." Li Hao nodded and took the golden amulet handed over by the old man. "Do you know how to bait? Let me watch you cast a line." Li Muxiu didn't rush off. Instead, he smoothed his hand over a large rock, which weathered away to become a fishing platform. He waved his hand again to clear the messy bushes around, preventing the fishing line from getting caught on branches and weeds when casting the hook. Clearing those would inevitably delay a novice like Li Hao. Li Hao jumped onto the stone fishing platform, opened the backpack, and found a bag of moist, red dough inside. For these little demons of the power passage realm, dead baits are sufficient. Later, when you're strong enough, I'll give you live baits, which have a higher probability of success, Li Muxiu commented. Li Hao didn't fuss and nodded. He skillfully pulled out a piece of bait and immediately smelled a fishy scent. He needed the bait onto the fist-sized hook, which took quite a bit of bait to fully cover. To Li Muxiu's surprise, he observed Li Hao's technique and asked, "Have you fished before?" "No," Li Hao said. "Isn't that how it's done?" "It is like that." Li Muxiu nodded, taking another look at Li Hao, but not dwelling on it any longer. He had realized yesterday, after a few words, that the child was bright. "This stuff can conceal your scent." Li Muxiu pulled out a handful of powder from nowhere and patted it onto Li Hao's body, then continued, "Cast a line now. If you manage to catch one today, I'll bring you back here to play again tomorrow." "Okay." Li Hao nodded. He then swung the fishing rod to cast the line as far as possible, hurling it 100 yards out into the lake. As the hook hit the water with a plop, a string of text suddenly appeared before Li Hao. Fishing Tao. Level 0, 1 out of 100. Fishing experience, +2. A smile crossed Li Hao's face. Sure enough, the art of fishing from that game could also be logged into the panel. What surprised Li Hao even more was that simply casting a line had earned him 2 points of experience. Usually, he would only get 1 point for a game of chess. An encounter with a slightly challenging chess game would give 2 points of experience. This meant that fishing was like chess Tao, which suggested that this lake belonged to the more dangerous ones and posed a greater challenge for fishing. Remember, be patient, stay quiet, and don't disturb anything under the water. Don't look around. Keep your eyes on the float. It might feel a bit dull when you start fishing, but once you have a bite, you'll understand that all the uneventful waiting was worth it. Li Muxiu instructed earnestly, worried that Li Hao's childish impatience might lead him to give up soon. After all, fishing was mostly something for older folks like them. A 7 or 8-year-old child, full of energy, would hardly have the patience for such solitude. Li Hao nodded. Seeing Li Hao's calm and composed manner, the corners of Li Muxiu's mouth curled into a slight smile, and he refrained from saying more, quietly watching by the side. Sensing no hook of his own, he stealthily released his spirit to probe the movements beneath the water, spotting 2 small fish swimming his way, one at the Power Passage Realm 4th layer and the other at the 7th layer. As expected of the beginner's protection phase, there's already some activity so quickly. Let's see if he can reel it in. Li Muxiu felt a twinge of envy. Though he could use techniques to make the fish bite directly and greatly cultivate Li Hao's interest in fishing, his own love for fishing made it impossible for him to settle for such dull practices. Before long, Li Hao saw the float move. His eyes lit up, and after a short patience, when the float was more than half submerged, he quickly pulled the rod up. With that pull, the line went taut, Something on the other end of the hook struggled fiercely, sending bursts of tremendous force through the line. But in Li Hao's hands, this formidable force felt like the friction of catkins, and with a strong tug, the other end uncontrollably jerked towards him. "Don't be too hasty. Watch out for the fish getting off the hook," admonished Li Muxio from the side. Li Hao's heart tightened, and he promptly relaxed his pull a bit, then, under Li Muxio's guidance, started to skillfully play the fish. The black waters of the lake churned violently, splashing high. After fighting for about 10 minutes, Li Hao finally dragged the exhausted demon fish ashore. It was 4 to 5 meters long, with a mouth full of sharp teeth capable of swallowing an adult whole. If someone accidentally fell into the water, they would undoubtedly become a feast for this demon fish. A fish of the Power Passage realm had not yet learned to transform and had only just begun to show primitive intelligence, dominated by a bloodthirsty and vicious demon nature. As the fish was pulled onto the shore, text appeared before Li Hao's eyes. Fishing experience plus 37. Li Hao's eyes slightly widened at the sight. Wow, just like that, almost half a bar of experience. The demon fish ashore struggled fiercely and even opened its mouth viciously to lunge at Li Hao, intending to devour the member of the human race. With a casual flick, Li Muxio shrank the demon fish's body, turning it into a small fish the size of a pellet. He scooped it up easily and tossed it into the fish basket. "Kid, I didn't expect you to get started so quickly." Li Muxio laughed and said to Li Hao, "How does it feel? Tired?" This fish was at the 7th layer of the Power Passage realm. The force it could unleash underwater was enormous. Not even someone at the 8th layer might be able to keep the rod steady. "You got some skill. Not tired." Li Hao grinned with a smile. "All right, then continue." "Good, I'll use this fish as bait." Li Muxio, itching to fish, finished speaking, then picked up the fish basket and stepped forward, flying towards the distance. And in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a mere dot. Li Hao gazed distantly and observed the other party reaching the center of the lake. Even with his visual strength, he could only just make out a tiny dot. Shaking his head, Li Hao didn't look any further and continued to seize the time to grind for experience. He baited the hook again and cast the line. Fishing experience plus 2. Li Hao sat on the fishing platform, staring intently at the float, waiting in silence. The recent catch proved that reeling in a fish could earn more experience, so he remained focused. Time slowly passed by, perhaps because the fight with the previous fish had taken too long, stirring up big splashes and alarming the surrounding fish. Li Hao ended up sitting for an hour without any movement on the float. Could it be that the bait had already been stealthily eaten? This thought surfaced in Li Hao's mind, and he wanted to pull the hook up to check, but he held back. He had thought of exploiting a bug by repeatedly casting the line, which would have been faster than simply fishing for experience. But on the second cast, he gained only 1 point of experience. On the third, he didn't gain any at all. Clearly, casting too frequently without a catch meant the experience gained just from casting was limited. Right then, the still float suddenly twitched. Li Hao's nearly numb eyes instantly brightened, but before he could continue to wait, the float plunged into the water, disappearing from sight. Li Hao hurriedly pulled the rod, and the line twanged tautly, with a colossal force transmitted from the other end in an instant, weighing dozens of cauldrons. "It's a big one." Li Hao instantly realized from the giant struggle that the thing in the water was not small. His heart went cold, and he dared not take it lightly. He didn't yank the fishing line violently, as doing so could easily twist the mouth and unhook the catch. Instead, after tightening it, he gently eased the tension a bit and then immediately pulled it tight again. In the blink of an eye, the previously dark and calm surface of the water suddenly erupted into raging waves, churning so violently that they spanned a diameter of more than a dozen meters. Li Hao could vaguely see an enormous shadow gradually being pulled from the bottom of the water and struggling fiercely near the surface. The shadow was ghastly, around 7 or 8 meters long, and as it struggled, the splashes and waves it lifted spread even farther afield. Li Hao tightened the fishing line and, following the same pattern of alternating slack and tension, slowly pulled the massive shadow closer to the shore. The thing at the bottom of the water seemed to sense something and suddenly leaped out of the water, revealing a flat and enormous fish head with a mouth full of sharp teeth like countless sharpened bamboo spikes. Its eyes, a ferocious and emerald green, fixed themselves onto Li Hao on the fishing platform. Upon seeing that it was just a 7 or 8-year-old child, the ferocity in the fish's eyes turned to angry indignation. "Ignorant brat, dare to fish for your grandpa, catfish." The fish demon actually spoke human language, emitting a sharp, grating voice. It didn't continue to struggle, but instead swam rapidly toward the shore. The previously taut fishing line went slack in the water in an instant. "Watch me eat you." The distance of several hundred meters was swiftly closed beneath the churning waves. The fish demon, intending to swallow Li Hao whole, suddenly leaped toward the fishing platform about a zhang above the water. As the fish demon made landfall, the following text appeared before Li Hao's eyes. Fishing experience plus 68. Fishing Tao advanced to level 1. At the same time, numerous fishing skills flooded into his mind. But at the moment, Li Hao couldn't afford to absorb and digest this information as he tensed his scalp and focused his thoughts on the situation at hand. The stench from the monstrous mouth was within inches, and he could even see the trembling of the pink, tender flesh inside the demon's throat. Li Hao, facing his enemy for the first time, felt a shock in his heart and a little nervousness, thanks to the fish demon's intimidating appearance. Fortunately, its movements seemed as slow as a tortoise to his eyes. In the Listening Rain Tower, he had collected 3 books solely dedicated to the practice of visual strength in the body refinement realm. Combining and revising them, he raised his visual strength to an extremely high level, far exceeding what the power passage realm could offer. At that moment, he bit the tip of his tongue and quickly regained his composure. Then, with a sidestep and bend of his body, Li Hao reached out his hand, grabbed the fish demon's sharp teeth, and abruptly turned and flung it away. All this happened in the blink of an eye, the whole motion seamless and fluid. There was a thump. The fish demon hit the mountainside tens of meters behind the bank, its tail flapping hard against the ground, causing a tumult. "What kind of demon are you?" After being smashed silly, the fish demon let out such a trembling exclamation. It twisted its belly slightly, and years of cultivation made it feel the shadow of death at this moment. The pale, tender child before it, only 7 or 8 years old, was terribly frightening. It certainly couldn't be of the human race, but must be the descendant of some great demon's bloodline. Li Hao listened to the fish demon's words and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Still, to prevent the fish demon from having any unforeseen tricks, he decided to end the fight quickly and lunged forward. Suddenly, the fish demon's gills bulged violently, and then it spewed a mouthful of black, fetid silt like a poisoned dart. Li Hao had been cautiously guarding against unknown moves, and the moment the black mud exited its mouth, he twisted his foot abruptly, dodging the attack. Then, pushing off with his feet, he rapidly closed the distance. "Don't, please spare me." The fish demon was terrified, attempting to beg for mercy, but Li Hao's punch had already landed squarely on its forehead. Just the terrifying concussive force of the flesh was enough to make the fish demon's body shudder violently. Its skull caved in with a crack, green brain matter spilling out. Li Hao didn't manage to dodge in time and got sprayed with quite a bit of it. A strong fishy smell filled the air, almost causing him to retch. No wonder the old man always smelled of fish. Constant fishing was bound to lead to such incidents now and then. Although the fish demon's tail was still thrashing against the ground, it seemed to be merely nerve spasms, lacking the previous ferocity. Li Hao, to prevent it from feigning death, added 2 more punches. Only when the fish demon's head had a hole smashed into it and green brain matter bubbled out did he stop his assault and step back, moving away from the fish demon's body. He thought to himself that the next time he went fishing, it might be wise to bring a sword. Otherwise, if they encountered an even more formidable creature, instead of catching fish, they might end up being bait. Of course, with Li Muxiu by his side, Li Hao was basically safe. Even the golden talisman the old man gave him had not yet been triggered. However, Li Hao didn't like to rely on others for everything. After dealing with the fish demon, Li Hao then reflected on the numerous messages that had just appeared in his mind. Many fishing techniques surfaced one by one, making him feel as though he had been fishing by the shore for over a decade. Observing the water, measuring the line, concealing the hook, and so on, he was well versed in various fishing skills. Li Hao went to the fishing platform, tidied up the fishing rod and the tangled line, baited the hook again, but this time with more skillful movements. With a roll and a stroke of his palm, he firmly wrapped the bait around the hook. Afterward, he gazed at the black lake. The once dark waters now showed clear changes before his eyes. His gaze could discern the subtle fluctuations of the water current, and he could see down to the depths of 7 or 8 meters. The ripples that settled after the water calmed seemed like patterns, delineating the directions of the currents beneath the surface. Through these undercurrents, Li Hao's mind conjured a judgment. Away from this spot, at the bottom of the lake, something was moving. Near this fishing platform, after 2 major disturbances, it's likely that nothing remained. The significant creatures from the depths had all fled. A thought crossed Li Hao's mind, and instead of casting his rod and waiting passively, he chose to take the initiative. He carried the rod along the shoreline, occasionally peering intently at the water's surface. The undercurrents below helped him determine the direction of his prey. Soon, after walking about a kilometer, Li Hao stopped at a spot resembling a bay. He picked a solid mound of earth to cast his rod from. This time, despite his vigorous casting, the heavy hook landed on the water with just a tiny ripple, without making the earlier pinging sound. Following that, the line was pulled by the hook and slowly sank to the bottom. Li Hao squatted slightly, waiting in silence. In just a few short minutes, the swim bladder showed signs of movement. Li Hao wasn't surprised. With this cast, he had essentially delivered the bait directly near the creature below. It was like front door delivery. A swishing sound, and the swim bladder plunged into the water. Ah, it seems to be an impatient fellow. Li Hao chuckled softly and suddenly pulled up on the rod. A massive force came from the line, but during the first struggle, Li Hao could sense and judge that it was about 2,000 pounds, likely just a fish demon of the power passage realm with not fully manifested intelligence. No wonder the disturbance it caused in the water could be faintly detected from a kilometer away. He still chose to pull up firmly and tug lightly. The rod swayed left and right, and with every drag, the hook held on more tightly, not easily shaken off. Quickly, after toying with it for 7 or 8 minutes, Li Hao pulled the exhausted fish demon out of the lake. Fishing experience plus 23. The fish demon ferociously lunged at Li Hao once on shore, but he punched it to death and flung it onto the hillside behind him. Then he continued to bait the hook and fish. There was still more beneath the water. This old dragon is quite cunning, not showing even a hint of its trace. Above the demon lake, Li Muxiu's figure vanished into the high sky. He held no fishing rod, only a nearly transparent line that vertically plunged into the depths of the water. His fishing skills had long reached the proficiency of threading the line, allowing him to sense the situation below the water by the movements of the line at the bottom. This skill was no different from directly searching with his divine soul, peering into the depths. He had cast his line as covertly as possible, but the old dragon showed no sign of life. The small fish demon Li Hao had been fishing was eaten by another fish demon. It was a case of big fish eating small fish. But his goal wasn't to catch fish, it was to fish for dragons. Well then, it seems this old dragon must be in deep slumber today, hiding somewhere within this 3,000-mile Black Lake. Li Muxiu shook his head slightly, scanning the expanse of the vast lake which seemed to stretch endlessly before him. He sighed, reeled in his line, and in the process pulled out a fish demon about 10 meters long, covered in spikes, which was meant to be bait for the dragon. At that moment, with a flick of his finger, the fish demon's body immediately contracted and shrank to the size of a palm-length black-spotted fish, which he threw into the fish basket. Wonder if that youngster has had any success. Hope he hasn't grown restless and ended up not catching anything afterward. Li Muxiu muttered to himself, picked up his fish basket, and flew back in the direction he had come from. Soon, Li Muxiu landed on the previous fishing platform. His gaze swept across the area, but there was no trace of Li Hao. His expression changed dramatically as he quickly looked around and immediately saw Li Hao crouching and hiding near a pile of dirt a kilometer away, fishing. Really can't sit still, can he? Li Muxiu shook his head slightly and was about to head over when he caught sight of a fish demon with its head smashed in from the corner of his eye. He was momentarily stunned. Then his figure flashed, appearing instantaneously in front of the fish demon. On closer inspection, he realized the wounds were caused by fierce punches. Li Muxiu reached out and touched the body of the fish demon, carefully sensing it, and his face changed instantly. Zhou Tian realm? And around the 3rd level, this fish demon, was it killed by that kid? A look of surprise flashed across Li Muxiu's eyes, and he couldn't help but look towards the distant Li Hao. Without another word, he sprinted a kilometer, and in the blink of an eye, he was by Li Hao's side. Boy! The sudden voice startled Li Hao. He was concentrating intently on the swim bladder, somewhat engrossed, and hadn't noticed when the old man had come over. Shush! Li Hao quickly gestured with his hand. Li Muxiu paused, about to ask a question, but stopped himself as he followed Li Hao's gaze towards the swim bladder. He could see through to the bottom of the water, and there a fish demon was circling near the hook, seemingly hesitant. What surprised Li Muxiu was that the hook was completely covered by bait, extremely well hidden, and it was impossible to detect that there was a hook inside the bait. When did he learn the skill of hiding the hook so well? While Li Muxiu was astonished, the fish demon, circling below, finally couldn't help itself. Although it felt uneasy, it couldn't explain why, and under the temptation of the bait, it heatedly bit down impulsively. It took the bait. Li Hao's eyes lit up as he waited for the swim bladder to sink. Then he gave a strong pull. The hook immediately secured the mouth of the fish demon, and the pain made it struggle, causing waves to churn in the water. Li Hao was unceremonious, quickly pulling on the line, and utilizing the fish-playing skills he'd learned earlier, he skillfully dragged the fish through the water side to side, wearing out its strength. A few minutes later, the fish demon was dragged onto the shore by Li Hao, a small demon in the 6th level of the Power Passage realm. Seeing how easily Li Hao handled it, Li Muxiu's eyes flickered, and after Li Hao removed the hook from the fish demon's mouth and tossed it onto the hillside behind them, Li Muxiu finally said, "That fish demon over there, did you kill it?" Li Hao nodded in admission. There was no one else around, so lying was pointless. Do you know what realm that fish demon was in? Li Muxiu slightly narrowed his eyes, staring deep into Li Hao's eyes as if trying to see through his soul. Zhou Tian realm? Li Hao estimated based on the burst of power from the fish demon in the water earlier. It was definitely not Power Passage realm. Correct, at least the 3rd level of Zhou Tian realm. Li Muxiu looked at Li Hao. You've only practiced the barbaric bull strength, probably up to the 6th level of Power Passage realm at most. Tell me the truth. Have you secretly practiced anything else? Li Hao had already prepared his excuse, and seeing Li Muxiu bring it up, he pretended to hesitate before nodding. That's right. Which one? The 1,000 Jiao's holy body from the 6th floor, Li Hao said. Li Muxiu raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. He had been thinking of teaching Li Hao this body refinement secret, if it turned out he indeed had a talent for it. But to his surprise, the kid had already gone and learned it on his own and seemed to have grasped it quite deeply. How far have you gotten with it? Li Muxiu asked seriously. The 2nd layer, answered Li Hao truthfully. The 2nd layer was the Jiao dragon body, which could burst forth the strength of a half-dragon. Even without stepping into the Zhou Tian realm, it could exert power comparable to the early stages of the Zhou Tian realm. This could also explain how he had killed that fish demon. Hearing this, Li Muxiu inwardly took a deep breath. The 2nd layer? He looked at the child in front of him, not even 8 years old yet. and he had already reached the second layer? It seemed that Li Fu wasn't wrong. This kid indeed had a talent for body refinement. Even with the Jiao dragon body, hooking that fish demon is quite difficult. This little guy, you not only have a talent for body refinement, but also seem very promising in fishing, Li Muxiu said with a face full of satisfaction and approval. Li Hao scratched his head and laughed modestly, but inwardly he was scoffing. From the old man's tone, it felt like his talent for body refinement wasn't as pleasing to him as his potential in fishing. They all thought you were martial arts waste. Who would have thought? At such a young age, you've already slain a Zhou Tian realm creature, huh? Li Muxiu burst into joyful laughter. No matter the future limits, at least at this moment, Li Hao's combat ability was 3 parts stronger than those supreme talents with 9-grade battle physiques. Ending his burst of laughter, Li Muxiu thought of something and looked down at Li Hao. Speaking of which, Li Fu probably doesn't know about this, does he? When did you start practicing on your own? Why didn't you tell him? Don't you trust him? I started learning when I first entered Listening Rain Tower a few years ago, Li Hao said with an honest expression. As for Fu, he never asked me. Li Muxiu rolled his eyes. So, if he doesn't ask, you don't tell, is that it? No wonder you were able to achieve great accomplishment in the barbaric bull strength in just a mere 3 months. With such a foundation, isn't practicing it as easy as eating and drinking? Was it your father who told you to keep it a secret? After thinking for a moment, Li Hao shook his head slightly. So it was your own doing? Li Muxiu's eyes narrowed. Seeing Li Hao's silence and lack of response, his mind raced through many thoughts, and a chill flashed in his eyes. Could it be that someone in the residence is coveting you, which is why you've kept such a low profile? Li Hao looked into the old man's eyes and saw the chilling, killing intent within. He considered for a moment and merely nodded slightly. Who was it? Seeing that it was indeed so, Li Muxiu flew into a rage. To let a 7-year-old child suffer such an indignity, those second-generation young mistresses were practically turning the world upside down. Li Hao shook his head slightly and said, I don't want to say for now. Why? Li Muxiu blinked in surprise, staring at Li Hao. Then he immediately understood the child's thoughts. You don't trust me? Think I might be related to those coveting you? Ha! You're overthinking it. I have no sons or daughters, and there are few in this world worth my concern. Li Hao continued to shake his head without uttering a word. Li Muxiu watched him with a stern face. After a moment, the anger on his face dissipated, and he nodded slightly, a touch of gratified smile emerging. We've just met, and we're not exactly close, so it's only natural for you to remain this cautious. However, if you're reluctant to reveal who that person is, why are you willing to expose your strength in front of me? You could have easily let that fish demon off the hook and taken the rod away with no repercussions, continuing to hide. Li Hao smiled slightly and said, Because, old man, you're not bad at all. Li Muxiu was taken aback. Looking at Li Hao's radiant smile and those clear eyes, he was momentarily entranced. After a long while, he came to his senses and couldn't help but laugh with a hint of self-mockery. Then you are mistaken. I'm not a bad person, but when I do become bad, I'm not like a person at all. Then what are you like? When you step out of the divine general mansion, you'll hear of my reputation outside, Li Muxiu said with a smile. Seeing this, Li Hao didn't ask any further. You little rascal, so smart at such a young age, it's a bit of a pity. Li Muxiu sized up Li Hao, growing increasingly fond of the child. If such a seedling could practice normally, wouldn't he be another little Junyi? However, it was just a hint of regret, without much attachment. After all, becoming Li Junyi, what of it? Didn't he also die in battle? It seems like the destiny of the Li family's boys. From now on, there's no need to hide your body refinement talent from me. Display it openly and confidently. I've seen many geniuses, and yours is just the standard for top-notch geniuses. It won't scare me, the old man, Li Muxiu said indifferently. If there's anyone in the mansion who covets you, thinking you're obstructing someone, I want to see if our divine general mansion can still accommodate a child with body refinement abilities. After sorting out the catch, Li Muxiu flew back to Qingzhou City with Li Hao. To foster Li Hao's interest in fishing, Li Muxiu did not land directly at listening rain tower within the inner residence, but instead descended at the mansion's main gate. Then, he had Li Hao carry the fish basket, and together, the old man and the child boldly strode into the residence. "Old man, what is this about?" Li Hao asked, puzzled. "You don't understand? This is the fishing tradition," Li Muxiu said with his head held high and chest puffed out, appearing quite proud and composed. "That's not including the one you killed, plus the one I used as bait. You caught 4 more after that, which for a beginner like you, is already a great harvest. You must show it off to everyone. Is there such a rule?" Li Hao was astonished. Li Muxiu gave him a glare. "If I say there is, then there is." Mu Tianho. The house servants and maids along the way were startled to see Li Muxiu, unable to understand why the sea-calming divine needle, who usually stayed in listening rain tower, would be here. They quickly performed salutations and knelt. Li Muxiu acted as if he saw nothing, ignoring them and walked straight past with Li Hao. The two took many turns, intentionally passing through crowded areas. In a practice yard, the family's young members were training, and an older soldier was lecturing from above. Yet, Li Muxiu pushed open the door and entered. The old soldier was about to frown, but upon seeing Li Muxiu's face, he was shocked and quickly got up to greet him. "Old General of Yuan Camp pays respects to Mu Tianho. I'm in the middle of teaching." Li Muxiu, knowingly asking a question he already knew the answer to, said indifferently, "I took Hao Er out to go fishing today. It was his first time trying it, and he had no experience, yet he managed to catch these few little demons. Do you want to take them to accompany your drink?" The veteran in the military was taken aback, and upon seeing the fish demons in the fish basket held by Li Hao, he quickly responded, "Thank you for the generous offer, my lord, but I've already got my drink accompaniment for today." A tactful refusal. Having been in the mansion for many years, how could he not know the character of this old marquis? He immediately understood that this was a routine show-off. If he really took them, he'd surely incur the old man's wrath, and he'd likely come in the middle of the night to give him a secret thrashing. By then, he might not even be able to get out of bed tomorrow. He dare not take such a risk. "Oh, that's fine then. Continue with your lesson." Li Muxiu spoke with casual indifference, then led Li Hao away. Li Hao had a face full of confusion. Is this the fishing tradition? It's too forced. After passing the martial arts training ground, they went to Eternal Spring Court. "Uncle, what brings you here?" "It's almost time for lunch. Should I have the servants add a set of bowls and chopsticks for you? What would you like to eat?" He Jianlan was chatting leisurely with Fifth Lady of the Gao family when she saw Li Muxiu. Both of them quickly got up to greet him. Li Muxiu indifferently said, "Hao Er caught a few small fish, so I thought we could make soup for you." These were caught by Hao Er. He Jianlan was taken aback, looking at Li Hao holding the fish basket and a few small fish within that were jumping and struggling vigorously. "Otherwise, do you think I would fish for this kind of small fish?" Li Muxiu glared at her in annoyance, his face showing displeasure. He Jianlan fell silent, knowing well that this uncle had a strange temperament. Disrespecting him was a minor issue, but one must never touch upon the topic of fishing. Yes, since it's a gift from uncle, I shall gratefully accept it," He Jianlan said immediately. "Why thank me? It's Hao Er's fish," Li Muxiu emphasized. He Jianlan paused, then expressed helplessly, "Then, thank you, Hao Er. No need to be polite, great aunt." Li Hao chimed in quickly, while casting a sidelong glance at the old man, who was making him feel like he was on pins and needles, filled with anxiety and discomfort. After handing over the fish to He Jianlan, when the elder and the young one had left, He Jianlan looked at the small fish, realizing they were all from the Power Passage realm, and couldn't help but be astonished. She had previously heard from Li Fu that Li Hao had a talent for body refinement, and it seemed it was indeed the case. Did that child really catch these? Gao Qingqing was surprised as she looked at the small fish. Li Hao was known to be a martial arts invalid, and everyone thought he was just an ordinary person. Yet he managed to catch small demons from the Power Passage realm. This meant Li Hao had started to cultivate, and his progress wasn't bad. Uncle wouldn't lie about fishing, He Jianlan stated. She gazed toward the courtyard's entrance, where the figures of the old man and the boy had disappeared. It seems the child has started his cultivation journey on the path of body refinement. That's a difficult path, the poor child. Gao Qingqing couldn't help but shake her head slightly and sighed softly. Even though Li Hao had a talent for body refinement, that path was too harsh, and not many could endure it to the end. If it were her child, she would rather they be an ordinary person and enjoy life in peace. It must be the seventh one's doing. They're really heartless, Gao Qingqing whispered sorrowfully. When they got back to listening rain tower, Li Hao saw Li Fu waiting from a distance. Li Muxiu saw him too and snorted softly. Upon seeing the two of them, Li Fu immediately approached, and noticing the fish blood on Li Hao's clothes, his expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Uncle, how air? When fishing, it's inevitable to have a struggle with fish demons. Don't worry, I was beside him, so how air wouldn't get hurt," Li Muxiu said, unruffled. Li Fu breathed a sigh of relief and then handed over something to Li Hao. "This is a letter from the Sword Cottage. It should be from Miss Schwerer. Have a look." A letter from Jianlu? Li Hao felt slightly astonished, and the image of the little girl who liked to cry couldn't help but surface in his mind. Having been away at Jianlu for several months, he wondered how she was faring, whether she was getting used to sleeping there. Opening the letter, Li Hao began to read it carefully. The delicate and unfamiliar handwriting seemed to be that of the little girl herself, expressing both peace and yearning. Perhaps because it was a rare chance to write and send a letter, the page was filled with detailed descriptions of her daily life at Jianlu over the past several months, including taking a master, recognizing fellow disciples, training, learning the sword techniques, and so on, every little detail carefully written out. Although the description was of everyday life, it conveyed profound longing. At the end of the letter, the young girl seemed to realize she had little space left, saying she would train hard, striving to come down the mountain early and urging Li Hao to wait for her return. Li Hao read quietly to the end, then gently folded the paper and replaced it in the envelope, tucking it into the brocade at his chest. Beside him, Li Muxiu asked Li Fu what the situation at Jianlu was. Clearly, this old man, who only ever went fishing or stayed in Listening Rain Tower, was unaware of the younger generation's matters like those concerning Li Hao. If not for the tumultuous news of Li Hao's martial arts disability, which had once caused a stir throughout the mansion, he would not have heard of it. When he learned the full story, Li Hao noticed the old man's first reaction was a visible sigh of relief. His expression seemed to say, so how heir doesn't have a talent for the sword. I almost thought that sword saint would take him away to train. Although he didn't care about Li Hao's training, if Li Hao truly had exceptional talent, he would not have obstructed it. Afterward, Li Muxiu scoffed coldly, his expression displeased. That old fellow, Jianwu Dao, relying on his seniority, bullies Jianlan because she dare not talk back, humph. With a Tier 9 war body and sword talent, which renowned family wouldn't scramble to have her. He gets a bargain and still plays coy, settling with just a lousy body refinement secret text. One of these days, I must go up to Jianlu and have this out. Li Fu, listening, started sweating and couldn't help but smile wryly in his mind, not daring to interject. Others would rejoice at the privilege of being taken as a disciple by a sword saint who dared to haggle. "Uncle, how was today's catch? You got a big haul, didn't you?" Li Fu changed the subject, knowing the old master liked to be praised for his fishing skill. The man, who had always been upright, serious, and stern in the army, now showed a sycophantic and flattering smile, which looked quite awkward and clumsy. Not knowing how to flatter, but trying anyway, was truly fatal. Li Muxiu glanced at him indifferently and said to Li Hao, "See, how air? This is the importance of our fishing tradition. You must show off your catch as much as possible, or those who don't know might think you've returned empty-handed. You go straight home. How can anyone know you went fishing? And even if they knew, who would care?" Li Hao thought bitterly. "Let's go." Li Muxiu ignored Li Fu and led Li Hao in a listening rain tower. Li Fu hesitated, not stepping forward, and just before Li Muxiu entered the tower, he suddenly stopped but didn't look back, saying, "Little Fu, You need not worry about how Air's training any longer. He truly has a talent for body refinement. I will teach him alongside my fishing." With that, he stepped directly into the play of light and shadow inside the door. Li Fu was stunned, the complex and conflicting thoughts in his mind suddenly clearing as though a weight had been lifted. He bowed deeply, expressing his thanks, and couldn't help but feel happy and excited for Li Hao. If Uncle himself was to provide instruction, it would certainly surpass his own teaching. After all, this uncle's achievements are in no way inferior to that sword saint. Although Li Muxiu seemed carefree, he was a man of his word, no doubt influenced by the military family's teachings. Upon entering the tower, Li Muxiu collected some firewood, set up a makeshift stove on the terrace, and began filleting the fish demon he had caught that day. Casually, he said to Li Hao, "If you have any questions during your training, just ask, and I'll help you figure them out." Li Hao shook his head slightly, not at the moment. "No." Li Muxiu, in a displeased tone, said, "Are you implying you haven't encountered any bottlenecks yet?" "Humph. These body-refining techniques are quite formidable. It's impressive if you understand them." "Forget it. Show me your practice. Let's see." Li Hao thought it unnecessary, but seeing that the old man truly wanted to teach him, he didn't want to let down the kindness, so he diligently assumed the posture and rehearsed the movements. Li Muxiu had intended to offer some pointers, but upon closer inspection, he found hardly any flaws and couldn't help sizing up the youngster once more. To have self-taught to this level was indicative of truly astonishing comprehension. Not bad. Your current practice should have reached the 10th layer of Power Passage Realm, hasn't it? Li Muxiu said. Although he hadn't sensed Li Hao in detail, to have practiced the 2nd layer of the Jiao Dragon body, his cultivation must have surely reached the perfection of the 1st realm. Moreover, compared to the common perfection in the Power Passage Realm, the physical strength brought by body refinement was greater, slightly stronger than those of the same realm. Of course, this advantage exists in the early stages of cultivation. As for the later stages, body refinement had no later stages. As everyone says, it is a hard path. One must know that normal cultivation is already extremely arduous, and to be called a hard path, one can imagine just how much more difficult body refinement must be. Thus, very few could persevere to the end, and even if there were ones with great resolve, they often ended up withering away before their natural lifespan due to too slow progress with no breakthroughs. Li Hao nodded in affirmation. Not yet 8 years old and already at Power Passage Realm perfection, such progress in cultivation could indeed catch up to the heels of those top geniuses. Li Muxiu said, "Next is the Zhou Tian realm, where strength is turned into qi, and qi circulates throughout Zhou Tian. There are 2 methods to break through to the Zhou Tian realm. The first is to enter the 100 Jiao body, forcibly breaking through with physical strength. The 100 Jiao body also involves qi circulation skill. Cultivating it to perfection allows you to reach the pinnacle state of 100 circulations. It's precisely for this reason that this body refining technique could be placed on the 6th floor." Seeing Li Hao sit cross-legged and listen attentively, Li Muxiu explained in even greater detail. The Zhou Tian realm has 10 layers, but the disparity between each is huge. In the Power Passage realm, enhancing strength through powerful cultivation techniques and awakening divine blood can create a gap, while in the Zhou Tian realm, it's through elite qi circulation skills that the gap between the chosen ones and the common folk widens. Ordinary martial artists without backgrounds mostly practice inferior skills, circulating qi throughout 10 Zhou Tians. Mid to high-grade skills can achieve 36 Zhou Tian cycles. As for superior skills, they enable the cycle of 72 Zhou Tians. He looked at Li Hao and said, "As for the pinnacle skills, they can complete 100 Zhou Tian cycles. That's the essence carried within the 1,000 Jiao's holy body. Omitting body refinement altogether, it could still be considered an elite qi circulation skill." "I see," said Li Hao with a slight nod. He had flipped through some books on the Zhou Tian realm and had some understanding of it. If one cycle of Zhou Tian meant possessing one's own strength multiplied, then 10 cycles amounted to 10 times that strength. And 100 Zhou Tian cycles meant 100 times the strength. That was the disparity, especially as one advanced in the Zhou Tian realm. With each layer's meridian opening, this compounded disparity became vast. By the 10th layer of the Zhou Tian realm, the gap between ordinary qi circulation skills and elite skills was like that between the earth and the sky. Major forces, distinguished sects, and geniuses combined. The top Zhou Tian realm martial artists, even if not reaching 100 Zhou Tian cycles, would at least achieve 72 cycles, allowing them to easily sweep through common Zhou Tian realm martial artists, the unsupported heroes of Qingzhou. A pinnacle qi circulation skill in any distinguished sect is almost of a heritage-preserving level, typically taught only to direct disciples or chosen successors. Within Listening Rain Tower, there are 3 such pinnacle skills, and the 100 Jiao chapter of the 1,000 Jiao's holy body is indeed one of them, Li Muxiu explained. But even so, in our divine general mansion, it's passed only within direct lineage, not to collateral family members, so as to avoid inverting Tiangang and causing social upheaval due to human greed. The disparities in martial arts cultivation are ultimately for the sake of combat between individuals. Some people cultivate not to become the strongest, but to surpass others. Therefore, when they can't surpass, to diminish others is also a way of surpassing and often more effortless than striving to improve oneself. This is why top powers and distinguished sects keep their extraordinary techniques secret and do not pass them on. Once they are leaked, those who obtain them may instead meet with deadly misfortune. Li Hao asked, "Isn't cultivation for the purpose of slaying demons?" Li Muxiu's tone paused, and he gave a glance, saying mockingly, "Slaying demons is the affair of a few martial artists, such as early family and other divine general mansions. But most people live in tranquil and prosperous areas where demons are forbidden to tread, and there is hardly an opportunity to slay them. Even when there is, how many dare to do so? Have you seen ordinary hunters, with no benefit, willingly go hunt fierce tigers and giant bears? Our Diyu is in a golden age. During such times, people seek fame. Slaying demons is for fame, competing and fighting are for fame. Founding sects and schools is also for fame, for the sake of reputation and wealth. Many pursue it continuously, a life not regretted in death. Who doesn't wish to be remembered by the world for thousands of years after death, enshrined in the martial temple, cast in a golden image, with incense burning for a millennium?" His voice was somewhat impassioned, but it carried not so much aspiration as it did some suppressed anger. "I don't want that." Li Hao shook his head slightly and said, "If I had a choice, I would choose to live forever." Hearing Li Hao's words, Li Muxiu was taken aback. He gazed at Li Hao steadily, then suddenly burst into laughter, but his eyes revealed a trace of sorrow. So many affairs from ancient times to present are brushed off with laughter. It is ridiculous how many people in the world are far less insightful than a child, he said. With that, he turned around. Li Hao suddenly noticed the old gentleman secretly wiping away tears. This was a strong man on par with a sword saint, yet he was crying. What could have brought him to tears? Li Hao, wisely choosing to remain silent, waited a moment until Li Muxiu seemed to have adjusted his emotions and turned back toward him, smiling. I just mentioned that there are 2 methods to break through to the Zhou Tian realm. 1,000 Jiaos is one, and the other is the Zhou Tian breathing skill, he continued. Within Listening Rain Tower, there are 2 such methods, both of the highest caliber. Mastering one to perfection allows for 108 circulations within a single meridian, while the other can achieve 128 circulations. Across the entire Diyu, they are considered top-notch, and it's likely that only the royal family's all heavens Zhou Tian skill practice within the palace could surpass this 100 battles cycle heaven skill, he explained. 168 circulations, truly unparalleled in this world. That powerful, Li Hao exclaimed in surprise. Reaching 72 circulations was already considered superior. The fact that the royal family's method could more than double that figure, didn't that mean within the Zhou Tian realm the royal family was virtually invincible? Of course. Otherwise, how could the royal family command the world? Li Muxiu continued. This is known as monopoly over cultivation techniques. Apart from the royal family, no others may learn or practice it. That's why powerful families last through the ages, by monopolizing a domain. Li Hao nodded in understanding. Wasn't listening Rain Tower doing exactly the same? With this tower alone, it was enough to ensure the prosperity or decline of the divine general mansion throughout the generations. However, the more supreme the cultivation technique, the harder the training. Hence, it also puts one's comprehension to an extreme test. It's not something anyone can master casually. In our Li family, although there are quite a few who practice the 100 battles cycle heaven skill, even more people opt for the other skill, the heavenly gang Zhou Tian skill, explained Li Muxiu. The reason is simple. If it takes you 5 years to learn the 100 battles cycle heaven skill, but you can learn the heavenly gang Zhou Tian skill in 3, then in 3 years, those who practice the latter will surely win in a competition. You might think in just 2 more years you could surpass them, but never underestimate the importance of those 2 years. When you finally perfect the 100 battles after 2 years, others may have already reached the sole successor realm. One step ahead is always leading the way, stated Li Muxiu. Li Hao nodded. One should practice the cultivation technique that matches one's aptitude. This was key. Otherwise, it's like an elementary school student trying to understand high school lessons, unable to grasp anything while being surpassed by those who progress step by step, a waste of precious time. Since you have an excellent talent for body refinement, I suggest you challenge the Zhou Tian realm with 1,000 jiaos. With your comprehension, you should have a prospect of mastering it within 3 years, Li Muxiu advised. By then, at 10 years old in the Zhou Tian realm, with 100 circulations in 1 meridian, you would only be slightly inferior to your father, he said. He's that formidable? Hao was astonished. Average people, at the age of 10, if they have achieved power passage realm perfection, they're considered pretty decent. The divine general mansion was filled with marvels, and naturally, the expectations were higher, but reaching the Zhou Tian realm at 10 was also a mark of genius, right? If my memory serves me right, Li Junyi's talent was slightly inferior to yours. He perfected the power passage realm at 7 years old, your current age, and perfected the Zhou Tian realm at 9, the soul succession realm at 12, and the divine travel completion at 16. That lad later went off to join the military, and I'm not clear on the specifics after that, said Li Muxiu, shaking his head. Li Hao inwardly gasped in amazement at these incredible feats. Consider that Uncle Lin was also regarded as having a decent talent, yet he was still in the divine travel realm in his 40s. And here were the geniuses perfecting it by the age of 16. And this was still considered inferior to that 9th uncle? Li Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. But thinking about 9th uncle's talent, which stood out among the tens of millions of martial artists across the 19 states of Daiyu, he found some consolation. Once you step into the Zhou Tian realm and are cultivating the qi circulation skill, you must also learn the meridian opening skill specific to that realm. Your father, within 2 years, mastered both the extremely difficult top-level martial arts, the 100 battles cycle heaven skill, and the Dragon River Divine Meridian. To reach perfect Zhou Tian, second only to the royal family amongst his peers, Li Muxiu continued. Apart from the difference in qi circulation skills, the meridian opening skill is the same. The ordinary skills open 1 layer for each meridian. Reaching the 10th layer of circulation realm means 10 channels. With a mid-level meridian opening skill, when perfected, there would be 18 channels, and for a high-level skill, 36 channels. For the most supreme skills, there would be 54 channels. The Dragon River Divine Meridian is our Li family's finest meridian opening skill, offering 5 channels to be opened with each of the first 9 layers, and 9 channels upon perfecting the 10th layer, explained Li Muxiu. Li Muxiu looked at Li Hao, smiling and asking, "Now do you understand how much of a gap exists between the supreme meridian opening skills and qi circulation skills and the ordinary ones?" Li Hao counted on his fingers and took a sharp breath, visibly shocked. Both at cycle heaven realm perfection, the top tier versus the ordinary differed by over 50-fold, a gap as vast as the heavens from the earth. Should both chi circulation and meridian opening be of ordinary grades, 10 channels, 10 circulations, the power they could unleash was only marginally superior to that of the first layer of the top-tier chi circulation techniques. The disparity was simply unimaginable. This also made Li Hao realize just how precious and important resources were on the path of martial arts. Average martial artists without any background could only cultivate ordinary cultivation techniques, becoming fodder at their cultivation level. And such disparities would, for countless martial artists, drive them to climb upwards by any means necessary, whether by currying favor with connections or through their own struggle, all leading down a bloody path of ruin. For this reason, top-notch martial artists could possess everything renowned throughout the realm. This path was not easy to walk. If you were born with obstructed meridians, the difficulty of opening your meridians would increase, which could slow you down. However, with our Li family's top-notch cultivation techniques, at most you would fall from the ranks of the top prodigies. In the eyes of the common martial artists, you would remain an untouchable genius, Li Muxio said. In the Li family, far too many geniuses were born. Having held high positions for so long, they had seen countless other minor forces and families rise meteorically like comets. Therefore, it was only extreme outliers like Li Tiangang and Li Junyi that could catch the attention of these old-timers, while the rest were akin to the numerous illegitimate descendants in the training fields, merely qualified members of the family. Li Hao nodded slightly, but didn't speak. The fish is ready. Li Muxio lifted the clay cover, and the scent of fish drifted out. He extinguished the firewood and took it away, then said to Li Hao, "Eat first. After you finish, practice here on your own. I have to go out this afternoon. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me tonight." "Okay," Li Hao responded. The chopsticks used for skinning yesterday had not been discarded, and the old man handed them to Li Hao again. Li Hao followed suit, wiping them on his clothing before reaching into the pot to pick out meat and start eating. This time, Li Hao no longer felt the fish was too strong-flavored but savored the sweet and tender delicacy instead. After finishing the meal, Li Muxio packed away the pot and the chopsticks, gave Li Hao a piece of advice. Then, with a sleeve flutter, he stepped forth and disappeared into the horizon. Li Hao stretched lazily and walked over to the bookshelf containing the cultivation techniques, quickly finding the several books the old man had mentioned, all preserved in the glass cabinet on the 7th floor to slow the decay of the books. Of course, Li Hao believed that the Li family definitely had copies of these cultivation techniques stored in secret places. In fact, these displayed copies might well be duplicates. Li Hao flipped through the 100 Battles Cycle Heaven skill and the Dragon River Divine Meridian. But for a while, he couldn't incorporate them into his panel, an indication of their status as top-notch skills. He brought up his panel, and, seeing the 2 skill points he had accumulated, he didn't hesitate to allocate them all to the physical body path. In an instant, vast amounts of information poured into his mind. When the first wave finished, a second one followed. It took him a full quarter of an hour to gradually digest it all, and his eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. He checked the panel again and saw that the skills he had mastered had undergone earth-shattering changes. Name: Li Hao. Age: 7. Cultivation level: 10th layer of Power Passage Realm. Swordsmanship: 2nd phase, Flying Phase, Hidden Bow. Skills: Endless Sea Tide, perfected. Falling Snow Sword skill, perfected. Physical Body Path: 3rd phase, all-encompassing, Tiger Press. Skills: Stone Skin 100 Refinements, True Form. 1000 Jiao's Holy Body 3rd layer. 100 Jiao Body, Great Accomplishment. Tai Chu 3rd layer, Subtle Body, Great Accomplishment. Dragon Cicada Void Body 3rd layer. Leap Shell Body, Great Accomplishment. Chest Tao, 4th phase, 5/10,000. Fishing Tao, 1st phase, 112/500. Chess Manual Collection, all-encompassing, Tiger Press, Flying Phase, Hidden Bow. Fishing Manual Collection, none. State of Mind, Chess heart. Skill points, 0. The enhancement to the third phase of the physical body path propelled the Thousand Jiao's holy body to the third layered great accomplishment, and simultaneously, Tai Chu and Dragon Cicada Void Body also reached the third layer, achieving great accomplishment. However, what surprised and astonished Li Hao the most was the low-grade body refinement skill, known as Stone Skin 100 Refinements. The realm indicated behind it reached true form. Li Hao's mind automatically gathered countless details about the Stone Skin 100 Refinements technique, enabling him to perform it beyond mere perfection. The stages of body refinement are similar to those of artistic skills, consisting of beginner, minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection. These correspond to the technique's beginner, dexterous, perfect, and ultimate stages. But what the hell is this true form? A higher stage beyond ultimate perfection. Apart from Stone Skin 100 Refinements, all other low-grade body refinement skills also bore the True Form tag. Barbaric Bull Strength, True Form. Li Hao could feel had its original flaws overcome. He intuitively acted upon the insights in his mind and started to perform the skill. Strength flowed through his body. Qi force erupted, and his veins bulged like bull tendons, concentrating upon his fist at the will of his mind. With a whoosh, he threw a punch, and the curtains on the terrace over 10 meters away were set dancing by the force of his punch. This barbaric bull strength, upon reaching true form, brought a significant boost to his strength, at least 4 to 5 times more effective than before. Moreover, it possessed a sense of returning to the essence, where every movement transcended the original barbaric bull strength's flavor, embodying an indescribably harmonious and rounded momentum. It was as if this was the true face of barbaric bull strength. Subsequently, Li Hao started practicing the Thousand Jiao's holy body. In a flash, the vast force within his dantian began to stir, spinning like a windmill. Qi circulation completed. Like a robust python, the Qi force rapidly weaved through his body. Even though it was his first execution, the abundant memories in his mind were as if he had been immersed in this path for decades. The moment his body mobilized the Qi force, he entered a state of innate, instinctive action. Faint rumbles of thunder seemed to sound within his meridians. A major channel was opened by the penetrating Qi force. With the major channel opened, the Qi force flowed unobstructed, zipping back and forth within it, completing 16 circulation cycles in a single breath. Then, Li Hao executed the move for a second time, this time with even greater proficiency, his body gradually synchronizing with his memory. In a single breath, 38 circulation cycles. The third time, 52 cycles in a single breath. The fourth time, the fifth time, until after the seventh time, he reached 100 cycles in a single breath. The 100 Jiao body is also called the 100 cycle body because, when cultivated to great accomplishment, it could reach exactly 100 circulation cycles, no more, no less. At this moment, Li Hao glanced at his panel and saw that his cultivation level was no longer at the 10th layer of Power Passage realm, but had entered the Zhou Tian realm, the first layer. Having officially stepped into the Zhou Tian realm, Li Hao felt the Qi force surging and tumbling in this major channel, brimming with tension. Compared to before, it was like his body had suddenly grown an extra spine, and he stood upright. With every movement, he could casually circulate his Qi, unleashing far greater strength than before. As Li Hao felt a sense of joy in his heart, he then proceeded to execute the primordial technique. According to the memories of practice, he would refine from the second layer, the starry body, to the third layer, the mystic vein body. With practice, the Qi force inside Li Hao's body became even more wild and furious, like the raging waves of a great river. Li Hao discovered that the mystic vein body also contained a Qi circulation skill, not inferior at all to the 100 Jiao body, and even more terrifying. Li Muxiu didn't tell him about this, mostly because the old man had not deeply researched this martial art. After all, it was about body refinement, and it was also an incomplete text, the old man probably hadn't considered letting Li Hao cultivate it. As Li Hao practiced it again and again, he became familiar with it, and his body underwent a tremendous change, slowly opening up a second major channel. This channel was extremely thick and robust, capable of accommodating far more chi force than the first channel. This channel was the core of the mystic vein body. The mystic vein, through the description in the cultivation technique, Li Hao knew that in martial arts, this mystic vein had another name, the Great Yu channel. Li Hao looked at his cultivation level and saw that even though he had opened a second major channel, he was still at the first layer of the Zhou Tian realm with no advancement. This Great Yu channel was like a hidden vein, not included in the count of other major channels. The 100 Jiao Qi force originally in the first major channel also began to flow into the Great Yu channel, circulating back and forth between the two. Yet, the Qi force that almost filled the first channel felt like a small stream inside the Great Yu channel, scarcely able to collide and churn against the walls of the channel. Sounds like thundering rolls and tiger roars emanated from within Li Hao's body, as if a dormant beast was slowly awakening and opening its eyes. The external force emanating from his rampaging Qi force scattered the dust around his body, leaving no speck of dust within 3 feet. The insights into the initial stage of the physical body path's third level granted Li Hao a profound understanding of both cultivation techniques, allowing him to immediately feel that the Qi circulation skills of both techniques overlapped and intertwined. With a thought, he executed both techniques simultaneously and quickly. The two Qi circulation skills began to interact. The Qi force split into 2 streams, chasing each other like twin dragons within his major channels. As Li Hao practiced more and grew more familiar, the 2 streams of Qi force began to intertwine and merge. This was the mutual integration of cultivation techniques. The overlapping parts were merged, and the intersecting areas became one. As a result, his Qi force circulated even faster. From 100 cycles in a channel, he reached 132 cycles. This was an increase of 32 circulation cycles. This achievement had already surpassed the Li family's top-tier Qi circulation skill, the 100 battles cycle heaven skill. One should know that aside from the royal family, this was one of the top-tier Qi circulation skills within DU, coveted and sought after by martial artists the world over. At this moment, with the Qi force roaming the Great Yu channel, Li Hao realized that there was a special, extremely yin and cold force flowing through his body. Should he practice certain techniques like the cold eyes palm or eye soul body, he would achieve twice the results with half the effort. After completing his practice session, Li Hao planned to look up what this Great Yu channel was. However, he continued to practice the third top-tier body refinement skill, the Dragon Cicada Void Body. However, compared to the first 2, the third layer of this technique was slightly inferior. The flying phase, which also contained a Qi circulation skill, only had 72 cycles. In other words, cultivating this technique alone could also help Li Hao break through to the Zhou Tian realm. Flying phase allows the use of Qi to control force for brief periods of hovering flight. One must know that the ability to hover in the air is a power possessed only in the soul succession realm. However, the capability of the leaping shell body to hover in the air still cannot compare with that of the soul succession realm. It merely has some special effects in certain battle situations, but it does not significantly enhance head-on combat prowess. But the second layer of the Dragon Cicada Void Body is rather powerful. Previously, when Li Hao was in the first stage of the physical body path, he only achieved minor proficiency in the second layer. Now, the second layer's subdued dragon body has reached perfection. This brought him a terrifying force as violent as a dragon or an elephant, purely derived from increased physical strength, amounting to at least 20,000 jin, approximately 12,000 kilograms, of tremendous force. Li Hao estimated that his raw physical strength alone was around 50,000 jin, approximately 30,000 kilograms, at the moment. Yes, it was that exaggerated. Now, at the third stage of the physical body path, Li Hao could roughly sense the state of his body without the need to go through any trials or tests. If combined with the circulation of his inner qi, merging qi force with strength, he could unleash a force of about 100,000 jin, approximately 60,000 kilograms. One cycle of qi force circulation equates to the force of one cauldron. At this moment, Li Hao, circulating at 132 times, amounted to 132 cauldrons, and with 2 channels, that was 264 cauldrons. With each cauldron equivalent to 200 jin, that was about 50,000 jin, approximately 30,000 kilograms, of force. Such a force was enough to easily shatter an ordinary martial artist at the cycle Heaven Realm Perfection with one punch. An ordinary martial artist at the cycle Heaven Realm Perfection with 10 meridians circulated 10 times represents the lowest level of the cycle Heaven Realm, with hardly any hope of advancing to the Soul Succession Realm, and a chi force of only around 100 cauldrons, which is about 20,000 jin, approximately 12,000 kilograms. While at the first layer of the Zhou Tian realm, the circulation of one meridian 10 times equates to an increase of 2,000 jin in strength. Though this is almost double when compared to the ordinary Power Passage realm's 3,600 jin of chi force. Those of Divine Blood can double their strength in the Power Passage realm to 7,200 jin of force. Even at the Power Passage completed stage, they are capable of contending with common martial artists at the first layer of the Zhou Tian realm. That is the strength of those with Divine Blood. Moreover, this doesn't include the enhancements provided by additional techniques and cultivation techniques. After all, which martial artist doesn't master at least 2 main cultivation techniques? Especially those of Divine Blood with their rich familial resources, their cultivation techniques are bound to be of high level, widening the gap even further. A typical martial artist with Divine Blood who has completed the Power Passage stage can easily defeat those at the second or third layer of the Zhou Tian realm with their techniques. Some exceptional prodigies can even engage in battle across 4 or 5 layers above their own. And once they reach the Zhou Tian realm, the disparities in cultivation techniques and cultivation resources lead to an even greater divide in martial power and cultivation speed. Just the 2 peerless techniques of qi circulation from the Leaf family, when both reaching great accomplishment, would provide 1 million jin of force at the perfection of the Zhou Tian realm, and the weakest would only have 20,000 jin, a gap of over 50 times. However, martial artists of the usual cycle Heaven Realm Perfection rarely cultivate just the weakest qi circulation skill of 10 cycles, which represents the absolute lower limit. Everyone has some fortune, even without it. By struggling and fighting on their own, whether enlisting in the military, they can gain access to a medium-grade qi cultivation skill and a medium-grade meridian opening technique for breaking through 18 channels. The Yuan camp of the Li family, once led by their ancestors, means that any soldier selected for it can cultivate high-grade techniques for qi circulation and meridian opening. Taken out, they are all strong martial artists of the same realm. Thus, the Yuan camp's 10,000 soldiers are more formidable than a common army of 1,000,000. Li Hao, feeling the surging qi force inside him, showed a slight smile on his lips. The terrifying enhancement brought by the cultivation techniques far exceeds that of Divine Blood. After all, Divine Blood can only stimulate and double the basic strength of 3,600 jin in the Power Passage realm, but the skills brought by cultivation techniques cannot be doubled. To him now, an increase of merely over 3,000 jin in strength is not worth mentioning. Without considering techniques like Tiger Press, Flying Phase, or the Endless Sea sword skill, just with physical combat, I should be able to easily defeat Jianghu martial artists at the 10th layer of the Zhou Tian realm who do not have any powerful background. However, I am still far from competing with those soldiers at the perfection of the Zhou Tian realm from the Yuan camp, Li Hao thought to himself. The soldiers of the Yuan camp were fierce tigers of Diyu, and within the demon races of northern Yin, they were synonymous with death itself. Once they marched under the banner of Yuan, even demons would tremble with fear, for in the perfection of the Zhou Tian realm, Their training in high-grade qi circulation and meridian opening techniques granted them a force of 500,000 jin. How terrifying would an expedition of 10,000 such soldiers be? Moreover, the Zhou realm is just the weakest level within the Yuan camp. Right now, I'm only barely able to spar with soldiers of the Yuan camp around the 3rd or 4th layer of the Zhou realm, but with their rich combat experience, I might not even come out as their equal, Li Hao admitted. Despite the significant improvements, Li Hao's heart remained unswelled. He continued to integrate the 3rd layer of the Dragon Cicada Void Body's qi circulation skill, and by eliminating the overlapping parts, his speed of qi circulation once again increased, reaching 143 cycles in one breath. That was 15 cycles more than the 100 battles cycle heaven skill, and the difference of 15 cycles in one meridian, once accumulated to the cycle heaven realm perfection, would result in a massive gap. But compared to the royal family's all-heaven Zhou skill, it still fell short. Li Hao then practiced various other body refinement techniques of upper, middle, and lower grades several times, achieving complete synchronization between memory and body. This led to a substantial boost in his physical strength, reaching about 15,000 jin, approximately 9,000 kilograms. After all, it was the cumulative interweaving of dozens of techniques. Furthermore, all parts of his body were greatly enhanced, with vision, hearing, and skin sensitivity all strengthened several-fold. In combat, these would all have a considerable impact on the outcome. Afterward, Li Hao began searching through the materials in the building regarding the grading channel. Novel the martial arts within the building were complex and categorized, but perhaps due to the Great Yu channel being too obscure, Li Hao searched for several hours and failed to find any related records in any cultivation technique. In contrast, he acquired 2 more low-grade body refinement skills, which gave his body a slight boost once again. That evening, Li Muxiu returned, stepping through the air, with a somewhat weary look on his face. Seeing Li Hao holding the Dragon River Divine Meridian cultivation method, Li Muxiu shook his head with a smile and said, "What? You're thinking of opening your channels already? Have you stepped in the Zhou realm? Or are you just being overly ambitious?" "I just stepped in," Li Hao said. Li Muxiu was taken aback and couldn't help asking, "You've entered the gateway to the 100 Jiao body?" "MHM." Li Hao nodded. Great accomplishment could be considered as entering the gateway, right? Come, show me what you've learned. Li Muxiu didn't waste any more words. He simply asked Li Hao to demonstrate. He would know the true extent of it at a glance. Li Hao didn't hold back either. He freely began to perform the techniques. Although his exposure to these techniques hadn't been for long, his grandfather gave off a very open and straightforward feeling. If his grandfather had any thought of harming him, Li Hao wouldn't even be able to defend himself. Besides, it was just the great accomplishment of the 100 Jiao body. Surely that didn't count as anything too significant, did it? As he swung his fists, his chi force surged tumultuously. In an instant, an aura akin to a Jiao dragon emerging from the sea emanated from Li Hao's body. Li Muxiu watched with a focused gaze, which soon turned into a stunned expression. Li Muxiu looked at Li Hao in astonishment. If it were merely the gateway to the 100 Jiao body, it wouldn't be anything special, at most a rather exceptional talent. The Li family wasn't short on talents. You could throw a stone and either hit a servant or a talent. But from the gateway to minor accomplishment, then to great accomplishment, that's the great accomplishment level of the 100 Jiao body. Enter the gateway in one day and reached great accomplishment in one day. Good heavens, such a cultivation talent for body refinement was certainly not inferior to Little Nine's talents for cultivation. Was it? Li Muxiu couldn't help but size up Li Hao. Was this child's talent for body refinement really that exceptional? However, it was a pity that it was only body refinement talent. With this thought, Li Muxiu couldn't help but heave a deep sigh in his heart. Although he didn't like pursuing fame and fortune, being able to cultivate was absolutely a good thing for anyone. After Li Hao finished demonstrating, he saw his grandfather lost in thought, and with innocent eyes, he took the opportunity to ask, "Grandfather, On another primordial cultivation skill, I saw the words mystic vein. What is this mystic vein? You looked at that secret text as well? You didn't start cultivating it, did you? Li Muxio regained his senses, his brows furrowed suddenly, and his expression became serious. He stared at Li Hao's innocent little face and realized he might be overthinking it. This kid was too young. If he had been distracted by other cultivations, how could he have managed to bring the 100 Jiao body to great accomplishment today? Before Li Hao could answer, Li Muxio continued earnestly, "You have a great talent for body refinement, and that's a good thing, but do not squander it. How many talents out there, because they're young and arrogant, relying on their intelligence, study this and that, and end up knowing a little about everything, deemed jack of all trades, but guess what? They get smacked to death by a slap from those among their peers who are left behind. Others only need to practice one move. If that move is strong enough, deadly enough, they could be unrivaled." Li Muxio said, "You see people being named Sword Saint, Blade Saint, and even titles like Arrow King. They're all famous figures. Do they not understand the value of well-rounded development? But they all specialize in their fields, continuously advancing. A person's life is limited, and it's hard enough to reach the end of one path, let alone two. Pursuing both is simply ruining one's own future." Having said this, he addressed Li Hao, "Families like ours, we have an advantage in that we have a strong foundation, a relatively comfortable growth process, whereas those Jianghu heroes without background have to face all kinds of complexities from a young age, the hardships of life, and so forth, forced to learn whatever they can to survive. But we are different. We have the luxury to choose. They delve into poisons, medical skills, boxing, and swordplay, but so what? They may have an advantage when facing someone of the same realm, but how much time do you have to spend learning these? If it's 10 years, others spending the same 10 years on one thing will have a higher realm than you. When the time comes, just being 1 or 2 levels higher in realm is enough to easily overpower you. Therefore, only when you reach your limit, with no hope left in your life, should you consider broadening your scope. Otherwise, it's unnecessary before that point." He spoke with heartfelt earnestness, and Li Hao understood his grandfather's perspective. Being a jack of all trades was powerful indeed, but time did not permit it. However, this was for the average martial artist. As for himself, Li Hao had the advantage of a system panel. But without a sufficient number of artistic skill points, Li Hao too could only specialize in the sword path and physical body path. Indeed, even now, he prioritized the physical body path and personal cultivation above all else. After solemnly advising Li Hao, Li Muxio sighed and resumed his casual demeanor, saying, "The mystic vein you mentioned comes for the primordial body refining skill. That's also why this incomplete skill is allowed on the 6th floor. But to learn to open the mystic vein, you need to progressively cultivate to the 3rd layer, which takes far too much time. This skill is even harder. Those with high comprehension might take 5 to 8 years, and those with lower comprehension, 20 or 30 years, might find it challenging. Therefore, although the mystic vein is precious, it must be forsaken." "Oh!" Li Hao wore an expression of curiosity, wrapped his legs, and sat cross-legged. The mystic vein, also known as the Great Yu Channel, is rumored to be one of 108 veins in the human body besides the normal meridian channels. Li Muxio said, "My Li family's strongest, the Dragon River Divine Meridian, allows for the opening of 54 channels, while the royal family's Dong Huang scripture permits 62. That's already the strongest meridian opening skill. But reaching 108 is still too far off, so whether or not there really are that many has always been mere speculation. However, outside of these 108, there are 2 major veins, which are the Great Yu Channel and the Great Yang Meridian. When these 2 major channels are opened, the cultivation techniques practiced will carry some special powers, making attacks fiercer and more domineering. At the same time, these 2 channels can hold more chi force and circulate it through the Zhou Tian realm." He glanced at Li Hao and said, "If you can circulate 100 cycles in one vein, then in the Great Yu Channel, you could achieve 1,000 cycles, a 10-fold difference. You could stack and accumulate 100 cycles of chi force within the Great Yin channel. And 1,000 cycles in one vein are not just a quantitative accumulation. It's a qualitative transformation of explosive power. The specifics will become evident in battle. Hence, those who can open these two special channels are geniuses among geniuses, the best of the best, once in 100 years. Li Hao suddenly understood. Besides the Great Yin channel, there was also the Great Yang meridian. The existence of these two special channels was equivalent to an extra 20 meridians. Considering that the strongest technique of the royal family encompasses only 64 meridians, opening both special channels could mean an increase by 1/3. By then, even if one were to practice the Li family's Dragon River Divine Meridian, it could unleash a force surpassing that of the royal family. It's extremely difficult to open these two special channels. It requires fate, talent, and comprehension, and outside forces can hardly assist. Li Muxiu observed Li Hao and said, "In the second generation of our Li family, only 3 people have opened one special channel, and it's only your 9th uncle who possesses both channels, showing unparalleled talent." With that, he couldn't help but sigh. Li Hao was somewhat stunned. From what he had said, he thought such occurrences were extremely rare. Yet within the second generation of the Li family, there were already 3 individuals with such a meridian, and the 9th uncle, both? Little Nine was born with the innate Great Yang meridian, while he opened the Great Yin channel himself later in life. Even your old man only had one special channel, similar to your father. Li Muxiu shook his head as he spoke. Li Hao was speechless. This 9th uncle was truly extraordinary. "All right, just focus on your cultivation," Li Muxiu said to Li Hao. "Your talent is exceptional, but you were born with blocked meridians, making it more difficult for you than other body refinement practitioners. If you are unlucky, the Zhou realm might be your limit. So don't be distracted. Refine the 1,000 jiaos holy body well. If you can reach the 4th layer, you may have a chance to break through to the soul succession realm. By then, you would be considered a martial artist who can stand on your own, at least not someone who can be easily killed." Li Hao nodded. Seeing Li Hao so obedient, Li Muxiu felt gratified and said, "In your free time, take a look at the Dragon River Divine Meridian. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me." Your father and the others all had to learn by themselves. Although there were instructors, your grandfather had quite a temper and never taught directly. It was always officers from the military who taught, and often before the instructor finished explaining, your father and his siblings had already mastered it. Little Nine could even extend the knowledge further. It seemed that recalling that time brought a touch of a smile to the old man's face. Li Hao felt somewhat helpless. There were too many prodigies in the Li family, making his own extraordinary abilities seem rather ordinary. Of course, he hadn't leveraged all his efforts on collecting skill points yet. Otherwise, he could have made further progress. But life isn't just about cultivating. It also includes living, or else, what would be the purpose of reliving this life? In the following days, besides following the old master for morning fishing sessions, Li Hao spent his afternoons immersed in books about chi cultivation techniques and secrets of meridian opening. Half a month went by, and he had successfully added 3 top-notch scriptures to his panel. Li Hao believed his comprehension was quite good. After all, he needed to grasp the basics to add them to his panel, and he managed one every 5 days, not too shabby for maintaining the Li family's reputation. He heard that direct descendants of the Li family took about half a month to grasp the basics of the supreme scriptures. However, with the mindset of a person who had lived 2 lifetimes, Li Hao wasn't proud. He merely considered it a normal performance. It was just that these 3 scriptures were not part of the body refinement realm, so his understanding of the 3rd phase of the physical body path remained unaffected even after adding the scriptures. Instead, a new attribute of a great path appeared in his panel. Control path, not yet started. Li Hao guessed that these 3 scriptures were part of the normal cultivation methods for martial artists, and that control path probably corresponded to the normal cultivation path. His name was just slightly odd, but Li Hao didn't think too much of it. As long as he could add points, it was fine. And so, he once again realized the scarcity of skill points. Besides fishing and playing chess, it's time to consider painting and even cooking. These were the types of arts recorded in the game, and without a doubt, they all could increase skill points. As soon as he thought of it, he acted on it. Li Hao asked Zhao to prepare the paints, as well as brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone for him, and after fishing with the old master each day, he would ask to return his mountain and river courtyard to rest. Li Muxiu didn't say much about this. His principle in nurturing Li Hao was to let him grow freely. Although Li Hao showed exceptional talent in body refinement, Li Muxiu didn't force him to train arduously every day. If Li Hao wanted to seek his guidance, he would earnestly provide it. If not, he would take the child to wander the mountains and waters, fishing in the wild every day. In a mountain and river courtyard, within the spacious courtyard, Li Hao had someone bring over 2 stools, one tall, one short, and started to draw on the easel like an art student. Zhao earnestly advised him, but Li Hao turned a deaf ear. Zhao was completely helpless in the face of this young master who was fond of indulging in pleasures and neglecting his duties, leaving no choice but to hand him over to Li Fu. Li Hao had long since figured out how to deal with Li Fu, impressing him by demonstrating the second level of the Jiao Dragon Body. Li Fu watched, dumbstruck, suspecting he was seeing things, and asked Li Hao to perform it again. Upon seeing it clearly the second time, the man was so moved that his eyes welled up with tears. He simply attributed it to his second uncle's cultivation and teaching that allowed Li Hao to master the second level of this peerless body refinement technique in less than a month. While grateful to the second uncle, he was also surprised and excited about Li Hao's talent in body refinement. Such talent was even more impressive than mastering the great accomplishment of the bull strength in 3 months. Truly a first-rate body refinement genius. Seeing his wildly excited demeanor, Li Hao was secretly glad he didn't directly demonstrate the third level 100 Jiao body in front of him. After all, not everyone possessed the old master's vision and capacity to handle such things. As a trade-off, Li Hao promised Li Fu that he would seriously cultivate with his second uncle, but only under the condition that when he was doing something else, Li Fu wouldn't intervene. While this delighted Li Fu, it also caused him some consternation. Li Hao's talent in body refinement was so high, he now wished Li Hao would spend all day cultivating outside of eating and sleeping, so he could catch up to the prodigies with 9th-grade battle bodies. Yet, Li Hao's temperament was particularly laid back, which left Li Fu feeling quite helpless. After much back and forth, Li Fu finally relented to Li Hao's persistence. So, Li Hao began to paint openly in the courtyard. With each stroke of the brush, words soon appeared before his eyes. Art of painting, level 0, 1/100. It really worked. Li Hao smiled knowingly and then began to paint with great flourish. Having experience with chess Tao and fishing Tao, Li Hao guessed that the better he painted, the more painting experience he would gain. So, he didn't treat it too casually, but instead began to paint quite earnestly. However, in his previous life, he was a businessman who had spent decades immersed in commerce. What did he know about painting? He did have a bit of understanding of girls who could paint. For his first attempt at painting, Li Hao chose to do a portrait sketch and picked out the most beautiful maid in the courtyard to stand before the easel. Then, with confidence, he picked up the brush. For a person, draw a circle first, then a line, a slant, and a flick, followed by another slant and flick. It needs some hair. Done. Painting experience +1. Hiss. Painting is indeed difficult. Li Hao smiled wryly to himself. Next to him, Zhao sneaked a glance at the easel and asked hesitantly, "Young master, what is this you've drawn? Can't you see? It's a person." Li Hao replied indignantly. "That doesn't look like—" Zhao was a bit puzzled. Huffing, Li Hao said, "You're saying it doesn't look like it on the outside, right? That's because you don't understand the deeper meaning of my art. Look at this circle. You think it's a head, but it's not. It represents being slick. Look at this line. You think it's a body, but it's not. It signifies that to stand tall, one must be slick. Zhao, you still have a lot to learn. Don't be so straightforward and impulsive. But isn't that a bunch of scribbles on the circle supposed to be hair?" "Not exactly. And yet it is. It's both hair and dreams. Dreams, Li Hao said nonchalantly. Dreams belong at the top of your head. Seems logical, right? This lush hair represents many people's dreams. Also logical, right? Zhao was bewildered. Having finished his rambling, Li Hao continued to paint. Zhao and Li Fu exchanged looks, both baffled as Li Hao kept painting dozens of almost identical drawings, while the beautiful maid remained standing in front of the easel, seemingly just for background decoration. What was the point? Clearly, this young master had no talent in the art of painting, unlike his skill in chess. But since it was all just frivolous pursuits that squandered his martial arts potential, they were too indolent to probe any further. Li Hao painted quickly, and soon there was a pile of discarded paper on the ground. Before long, his experience had accumulated to 100. All of it was accumulated bit by bit. Li Hao felt quite exhausted. Art of painting has been raised to level 1. Skill points +1. As the text prompt emerged, a surge of insights into the art of painting flooded his mind. Li Hao closed his eyes for a moment and soon digested the information completely. In an instant, he realized how much of a novice he had been previously. When he resumed his brushwork, his strokes carried a divine charm. Quickly, the graceful figure of a woman emerged on the paper, full of life and poise. Li Fu and Zhao, who were idly looking around, caught a glimpse unintentionally and were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in astonishment. It wasn't long before Li Hao added finishing touches with deft strokes of his brush to the lips, dipped in rouge to apply the colors, and in no time, the image on the canvas stood out vividly and elegantly. Painting experience +13. Li Hao couldn't help but feel elated. Indeed, the more meticulously and beautifully he painted, the more his painting experience increased, and he had finally become someone who could paint. Young master, this is... Zhao stared at the canvas, dumbfounded. Just earlier, he was drawing crude stick figures, and now he had reached this level of skill? Could the young master be a genius who learned to paint in merely a short moment? Or was he pretending before? Or perhaps those stick figures, as the young master claimed, really depicted inner meaning. His preconceived notions were strongly challenged. Basics, don't overthink, Li Hao said indifferently. Zhao didn't understand, but that didn't stop him from being profoundly shaken. After painting a few more pictures and feeling increasingly adept, Li Hao had Li Fu and Zhao stand before the canvas. He painted a portrait for each of them, capturing a dynamic gaze, one showing a time-worn kindness while the other a sternness that betrayed a hint of awkwardness. Looking away, both strikingly realistic. Seeing the completed paintings in their hands, both men showed diverse expressions, their emotions complex. The young master's talent was rarely seen in the world. Had he been born into a family of literati, he would have been treasured. What a pity that this was the divine general mansion where one was born to defend the legacy of Dayu. Once the paint on the canvas dried, both men unconsciously rolled their paintings carefully and cherished them, a sign of their earnestness. They would remember, in the year they turned 7, the young master painted a portrait for them. This was the first time in their lives they had received a painting of themselves. Time flies, and half a year later, on the calm shores of Blackwater Demon Lake, 3 figures were fishing at a distance of over 10 meters apart, 2 elders and 1 child. Needless to say, the child was Li Hao. Among the elders, besides Li Muxiu, there was another person, a fishing companion of Li Muxiu. Li Hao had heard the old man introduce him as Feng Bopping, a thief saint with an interesting name. According to the thief saint, he had chosen the name himself. It did not mean he only acted when things were calm, but that after he made his move, everything would remain undisturbed. In their leisure time, while fishing, Li Muxiu even lightheartedly shared stories of the thief saint's exploits with Li Hao, revealing he truly lived up to his name. Many of the forces that had been stolen from by the thief saint only discovered their treasures missing months or even years later. Oftentimes they were initially clueless about the theft, rendering them unable to track down who had stolen the treasures or when the theft had occurred, or even to discern whether it was an inside job. Reputation well concealed, treasures seek their owners. This was the thief, Saint Foam Bopping. On the shore, Li Hao expertly set up a large pot, simultaneously cleaning the fish demon he had just fished up, gutting and cutting it up while occasionally glancing at his swim bladder. The fishing rod at the other end was fastened to the shore with a rope threaded through a hole and tied to a large stone. Should there be any activity, he'd be able to react promptly. At this moment, Li Hao deftly handled the fish demon's innards with his sword, his movements skilled. Both Li Muxiu and the thief Saint had grown accustomed to this sight. Although it was only fish being prepared, they had long recognized Li Hao's remarkable talent in the art of the sword. When Li Muxiu first saw Li Hao wield a sword, he even ridiculed him, thinking that Jian Wudao lacked insight for missing out on a real treasure. The thief Saint, Foam Bopping, also held a fondness for this lively lad who enjoyed fishing Tao and showed no qualms about his sensitive identity. He had earnestly promised that he would search far and wide for a precious medicine capable of opening Li Hao's meridians. Soon snow-white fish meat hit the pot. Li Hao also needed some fresh coriander and chili peppers into the mix, and the fragrant spicy aroma immediately spread, drawing the elders' gazes again and again. Their lines were cast far out into deep waters, using their bodies as the pole, with the line invisible and no float visible. They could sense any ripple through the line alone. "Both of you, the food will be ready in 3 minutes," Li Hao said with a smile. Having spent a lot of time together, Li Hao's address for Li Muxiu had become second elder, and Foam Bopping as Old Foam, while the two elders had come up with a nickname they thought fitting and vivid for Li Hao. "Little Hao, the young lad's cooking skills are getting better and better," said the old man with a hearty laugh. "I've been fishing my whole life and have long since grown tired of fish. But the fish dishes that the kid makes are something I could still eat." Foam Bopping laughed heartily, flicked his sleeves, and took the lead to sit on the large rock next to the pot. With a wave of his hand, a cup and jade chopsticks appeared in his palm like picking flowers. Although he and Li Muxiu shared similar tastes, there were certain differences between them. Foam Bopping was somewhat finicky about cleanliness and had a fondness for beautiful jade, using luxurious bowls and chopsticks even for eating, which did not pale in comparison to the royal clan within the court. He handed Li Hao a clean pair of bowl and chopsticks with a smile, yet did not bother Li Muxiu, instead quietly awaiting the boiling pot. Li Hao estimated the time was about right, then flipped the lid over, setting it aside on some leaves. The rich aroma burst forth immediately. Ignoring the usual courtesies of elders first and children last, he reached straight in with his chopsticks to grab some meat. "You guys wait for me," exclaimed Li Muxiu as he hurried over, hastily fashioned a pair of chopsticks from a twig, and began stirring in the pot. Although Foam Bopping was particular about cleanliness, he didn't say anything about Li Muxiu's actions. Li Hao felt this was probably the feeling of lifelong camaraderie. The three of them ate with great relish. Despite the significant age difference, neither of the two older men pulled rank on Li Hao. "Sometimes you would call me kid, and I would call you old man," showing carefree personalities. "I didn't expect you to bring out new tricks in cooking fish." Li Muxiu, after drinking a mouthful of spicy soup, clicked his tongue in appreciation. Li Hao smiled. Indeed, in the past 6 months, his self-taught drawing and cooking had both steadily improved, reaching the second level. So how does fishing Tao? Maybe there really was something to the newbie protection phase theory. In the first month, his fishing success rate was extremely high, but now it seemed rare to catch anything. Sometimes he would even stay up until midnight, forced to find a shallow spot and catch a Power Passage Realm Demon fish to avoid returning empty-handed. As they talked, suddenly, Li Hao's gaze darted toward the fish bladder, which was gently touching the water surface. There was movement. He swiftly put down his bowl and chopsticks and crouched, rushing over to the fishing rod. Right at that moment, the fish bladder suddenly plunged underwater. Li Hao quickly set the hook and pulled on the line, which immediately tightened on the other end, transmitting a tremendous force. A massive commotion came from beneath the water as well. This kid, the two elders, seeing this, both revealed a hint of envy. They couldn't believe this youngster had gotten a bite first. Soon, the commotion under the water grew stronger, and a demon beast emerged from the surface. It was not a fish demon, but a shrimp demon with a hardened shell. It was 4 or 5 meters long, covered in spikes, with fearsome pincers capable of crushing rocks. At that moment, the shrimp demon was grabbing the fishing line with its pincers, its bulging eyes glaring at Li Hao on the shore. Seeing that it was just a little kid, it screeched in fury, yet it was also filled with dread. Where did this wild child come from, possessing such strength? Its struggles became more violent, but the fishing line was given to Li Hao by Li Muxiu, impervious to water and fire, and able to withstand 1,000,000 caddies of force, something a common Zhou Tian realm shrimp demon could not break. Soon, under the dragging, the shrimp demon's body slowly neared the shore. Its eyeballs showed a struggle, contemplating whether to mutilate itself to escape the hook and flee for its life. Just then, Li Hao on the shore staggered as if he couldn't steady the fishing rod. The shrimp demon hesitated upon seeing this. After a tug of war, the shrimp demon felt that this child was only slightly more powerful than itself, and had it not been for the injury caused by the fish hook, it might not have been defeated. Its eyeballs rotating, the shrimp demon tried to pull Li Hao into the water, but each time, Li Hao managed to steady himself in the nick of time, narrowly securing his position. Eventually, after a fierce struggle, the shrimp demon, pained by the pulling, couldn't help but let out its vicious nature. It shrieked and surged towards the fishing platform, intent on crushing this ignorant, annoying brat. But as it came ashore, the previously wobbling child suddenly steadied himself, his face revealing a relieved and beaming smile. This isn't good. The moment the shrimp demon realized something was amiss, a massive force suddenly transmitted from the fish hook, pulling its unbalanced body in midair directly towards him. With a whoosh, something like a silver light streaked by. What was that so bright? The next moment, the shrimp demon knew nothing more as the world went dark. A massive shrimp head rolled away as Li Hao casually stuck his sword into the ground beside him. He then dragged the body over near the cooking area, not far from the two elders, saying, "It's a pity it didn't bite earlier. Otherwise, I could have added some shrimp paste to your meal at noon." Seeing how effortlessly Li Hao dealt with the Zhou Tian realm shrimp demon, both elders smiled. They had hidden their breaths earlier, which is why the shrimp demon hadn't detected them, emboldening it. Li Hao cast the bait again and continued to eat and drink. This Zhou Tian realm level 9 demon was so easily slain by you. You must have also reached a small level of achievement with the Li family's Dragon River Divine Meridian, Feng Bopping said with a laugh. Li Hao did not deny it. A small level of achievement? He had already reached perfection. The regular fishing session came to an end as the sun dipped low in the western sky. Li Hao said goodbye to the two gentlemen and the thief saint, who mentioned he had to take a long trip and would be away for half a month. Clearly, some treasure was about to be stolen somewhere. Li Muxiu had long been accustomed to departures, and with a smile, he said goodbye and led Li Hao back to the divine general mansion. Now that Li Hao had taken an interest in fishing, Li Muxiu did not continue to introduce him to the traditional rules of fishing and went straight back to the listening rain tower. Outside the tower, Li Fu, as usual, was waiting there, but this time, beside him stood a young maid, precisely Xuejian from the Eternal Spring Court. Seeing the elder and younger returning, Xuejian couldn't help but size up Li Hao. She had long heard that this second master was eccentric. Many ladies and mistresses from the various courts wished to send their children to him for guidance, but he paid attention to no one. Unexpectedly, he would be so close to Li Hao, a child with no talent for martial arts. As such thoughts went through her mind, Xuejian's gentle face betrayed no hint of them. She smiled, showing her teeth, and stepped forward to explain her purpose. It turned out that Lady He Jianlan was thinking of Li Hao, who had already been studying body refinement realm techniques for quite some time, and wanted him to enter the martial training grounds to practice with other youths from the family. Of course, Li Fu had long learned of this news from Xuejian's mouth, and as she spoke, eagerness spread across his face, almost as if he wished to nod in agreement on Li Hao's behalf. But after hearing this, Li Hao and Li Muxiu looked at each other and both laughed. Li Muxiu knew Li Hao's words carried little weight and refusal might lead to persistent entanglements. So he waved his hand and said, "The little guy is fine following me. I can teach him well enough. Going to the martial training grounds would be a waste of time." The old master grumbled internally, sending the boy to the martial training grounds. Wasn't that just bullying? The disciples in the martial training grounds were at best in the Zhou realm, and those with higher talents would study under famous mountains or join the military. Letting Li Hao, a boy who could easily kill ninth-layer demons of the Zhou realm, go to the martial training grounds would be like beating up children and kicking women. What's the difference? Hearing the old master's refusal, both Li Fu and Xuejian became anxious. But Xuejian, as if having anticipated this response, immediately spoke sincerely and gently, explaining that it would only take a short practice in the mornings at the martial training grounds to hone real combat experience and practice skills with peers. Li Fu nodded repeatedly at her side, agreeing fervently. While following his uncle would afford the best guidance, he was also concerned that the old master might be leading Li Hao astray. After all, though the uncle was powerful, he appeared to be rather unfocused. He had never heard Li Hao discuss matters of cultivation with his uncle. Instead, they would become excitedly engrossed in conversations about which fish to catch, how to set the hook, and so on. Furthermore, even disciples of Sword Saint like Li's uncle had to spar with peers of the same realm. Otherwise, the teachings that remained mere theory would ultimately be understood more slowly. When Li Muxiu heard what Xuejian was suggesting, he nearly rolled his eyes. Would sparring with those kids from the family be more challenging than outwitting demon fish while fishing? It should be noted, fishing for Zhou realm demons was not just brute labor. These demon fish had gained intelligence and knew danger. They would rather tear their bodies than escape the hook. And dealing with soul succession realm demons was even harder to manage. Put simply, fishing is a comprehensive skill involving intelligence, stealth, deception, showing weakness, and engaging in a battle of strength. All of it. For these reasons, the old master had been addicted to it for half his life and was still as enthralled as ever. With an outright refusal and feigned anger, threatening to beat someone up if it was mentioned again, Xuejian and Li Fu could only accept it reluctantly. Once Li Hao had put away the fishing gear in the listening rain tower, he went back to the courtyard with Li Fu, learning along the way that Northern Yin had sent a letter. Their eyes lit up at the news, and they hurried to the Eternal Spring Court. A family letter was in Lady He Jinlan's hands. She sat upright in the hall, her demeanor noble and dignified. Tiangang is running short of military funds. I need to attend court tomorrow. A pensive look crossed He Jinlan's eyes. Just then, Li Hao and Li Fu rushed in hurriedly. Li Fu still had the sense to remember propriety, but Li Hao had already barged in. Li Fu tried to stop him but failed and ended up following him in a fluster. When they faced He Jinlan's gaze, the man's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and he quickly bowed to apologize. "Is it from them?" Li Hao hurriedly asked. He Jinlan's gaze shifted to Li Hao, and upon sensing the faint smell of the water on him, she knew he had just returned from fishing with his uncle. Seeing Li Hao's expectant look, He Jinlan did not mind the boy's rashness and nodded slightly. What does it say?" Li Hao asked, his eyes full of anticipation. He Jinlan paused slightly, a fleeting look of tenderness in her eyes, but quickly vanished as she spoke softly. "It's a military report from Northern Yin. Your father says they've just slain a group of demons, and there are issues with grain and provisions." She did not give details, as it involved military affairs. "Did they encounter any dangers? Did they mention me?" asked Li Hao. He Jinlan's fingers tightened slightly around the letter as she nodded and said with a smile, "Your parents asked me to feed you well and not to overexert yourself. They also inquired about what you've recently eaten, whether you've caught a cold, or whether you have been obedient to your elders." After listening quietly to the lady's words, Li Hao said, "Could I see the letter, please?" "I can read." He Jinlan closed the letter and shook her head slightly. "No, It contains military matters, and you're still too young. All right, then, replied Li Hao. And then he said, please write back on my behalf. Let them know I've been eating well. My cooking is pretty great. I can make tasty food by myself. Also, tell them I'm diligently cultivating my body, which is strong, so I won't catch a cold. I go fishing with the second uncle every day without hardship. The uncle treats me very well, and he even praised my cooking. When they return, I'll let them have a taste. And also, tell them to take good care of themselves and not worry about me. I'm safe here in the divine general mansion. With both the uncle and you backing me up, nobody bullies me. Hearing her child's careful instructions word by word, He Jinlan's expression tightened slightly. She nodded gently and said warmly, Great Lady will convey all that you have said. You need not worry. Practice well with your second grandfather. Obey his words and avoid acting rashly. When you have free time, you may also go to the martial training ground to practice, where you're always welcome. She had not asked Li Hao to go to the martial training ground before for fear he would be bullied, but now that Li Hao had embarked on his cultivation path, visiting the training ground for sparring and real combat practice would be beneficial for his progress. After Li Hao left with Li Fu, He Jianlan couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh. By her side, Xuejian, seeing her demeanor, asked cautiously, Why do you sigh, madam? Xiao Qi is busy with military affairs in northern Yen, perhaps too busy to remember. This couple, too, after so many years without seeing each other, I wonder why they don't send more letters to inquire about the child. Hao Air is actually very understanding. He Jianlan murmured softly, her tone laced with a hint of helplessness and reproach. Xuejian, quick-witted, was taken aback and said, Could it be that what madam just said was all? He Jianlan glanced at her, and Xuejian immediately stopped speaking, bowing her head, but unable to resist quietly looking towards the courtyard entrance, where the small figure had already walked far away. So all the words of concern and greetings madam had just expressed were made up by her? Yet the young master had taken him seriously. Back at Mountain and River Courtyard, Li Hao had not yet taken out his drawing board when he received another letter delivered by a house servant. Seeing the signature, a smile emerged on his face, and the feeling of loss in his heart dissipated. Although he did not have much contact with that couple from northern Yen, strangely enough, in the quiet of some late nights, he somewhat missed them. Maybe it was the warmth of that embrace, which somehow came back to him in a dream. Or perhaps it was those genuine eyes, which he had not forgotten to this day. The letter in his hand was from Sword Saint's retreat, naturally sent by that lovely young girl. Ever since she went to the retreat, she would send letters every so often. Initially, it was one every 3 to 5 days. Later, as the letters said, her Sword Saint master became stricter, wanting her to focus more on cultivation, so the frequency of writing letters gradually decreased. But now he still received one every month. The letter no longer contained daily matters, since she had written about them so many times already. The cultivation at Sword Saint's retreat was quite monotonous and repetitive. Such was the nature of foundational training. Li Hao opened the letter, sat on the sunlit lounge chair, and with a smile, leisurely read every word, leaving none unread. Inside, he saw a misspelled word, accompanied by a circle and a cross, indicating that she wrote the wrong character but didn't know the correct one and simply skipped it. In his mind, Li Hao could almost picture the young girl scratching her head in frustration as she sat writing the letter, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The letter described her recent meals and the precious medicine her Sword Saint master had obtained for her. Her cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Zhou Tian realm, and she had opened 21 mystic veins, practicing the most powerful qi circulation skill in the retreat. Li Hao had heard second grandfather mention that the retreat's qi circulation skill was the Galaxy Sword Qi skill, a top-tier technique. If one achieved cycle heaven realm perfection, they could open up to 49 veins. In comparison to the Li family's 54 veins Dragon River Divine Meridian cultivation technique, it was only ever so slightly inferior. Besides, the young girl had already opened the Tine Mystic vein and was highly favored by her Sword Saint master. Seeing this, Li Hao couldn't help feeling happy for her. The Dragon River Divine Meridian cultivation technique was not shared outside the direct lineage and was off-limits to even Bian Ruxue, his fiancée, as well as all the wives of the various courtyards, including the great lady He Jianlan. However, the techniques they were allowed to practice were also top-notch, only slightly less superior. If someone possessed extremely high talent and could open up 2 special major veins by themselves, they could compensate for the gap in foundational techniques. However, such talented individuals were few and far between in the world. After reading the letter, Li Hao called for a house servant to prepare pen, ink, paper, and a letter for him. He wrote with ease and care, slowly finishing a piece, sharing his recent endeavors in painting, cooking, and the joys of fishing, as well as befriending an interesting elderly predecessor. Of course, the letter did not mention the title or the name of the thief saint. After all, Feng and Diu belongs to the antagonists, unpopular among the various forces. It was only someone with the casual and unconstrained nature of the second master who would become close friends with such a person. However, outsiders were unaware of their relationship. Otherwise, they would have loudly cursed behind their backs, colluding with corrupt officials, no less. Having finished, Li Hao, as usual, casually drew a small emoji to encourage her to work hard at her cultivation and to strive together. After entrusting the letter to a house servant for mailing, Li Hao moved his drawing board over and began to draw as usual. Now at the second level in the art of painting, his technique had improved even more than before. The changes in his seemingly simple sketches were not significant, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that the eyes in his paintings had become more lifelike, as if gazing out from the paper itself. While he was in the midst of an unfinished painting, a group of figures came galloping into the courtyard, their noise preceding them, and from a distance, someone yelled, "How? We're here." Looking up, he saw 3 rowdy kids tumbling their way over. They were the only child of the 6th lady, Li Yuanzhao, the second son and third daughter of the 5th lady, Li Yun and Li Jining. On the day they said farewell to Bian Ruxue as she departed for the Sword Cottage, these legitimate classmates came to the mountain and river courtyard to see her off, and thus had met Li Hao. Afterward, that kid Li Yun came over multiple times, inquiring about Bian Ruxue's whereabouts and when she would return. It was then that Li Hao realized this young rascal, not even fully grown, dared to set his sights on his little girl. However, he didn't stoop to arguing with the kid. He simply spanked him soundly, swelling the boy's buttocks. Then, after a bit of intimidation and threats, he made sure the young brat didn't dare complain to the 5th lady, because after all, it's no fun when adults get involved in children's squabbles. Of course, the main reason was that he could win. Since then, Li Yun would carry a hint of a shadow and fear around Li Hao, but that didn't stop him from coming back to the mountain and river courtyard. He later brought his sister and the other youngster from the 6th ladies to bolster their courage and came over together. After several interactions, Li Hao easily became the king among these 3 children. How? Last time you were telling us about the monkey that got suppressed, but you haven't finished. What happened next? Li Yuanzhao, plump and short, ran up to the drawing board, his dirty little hands hesitating to touch the paper, lest he get a knock on the head from Li Hao. Yeah. Li nodded repeatedly, his head bobbing like a pecking chicken, already tamed by Li Hao. Next to him, the little girl Li Jining handed Li Hao a food box, her bright eyes sparkling as she said, "Brother Hao, this is the crispy cake my mother made. We've all tried it, and it's really delicious. We brought some for you." "I haven't tried it yet," Li Yuanzhao blurted out, instantly exposing a flaw, and reached out his dirty little hand, fresh from martial practice at the training field, to grab some. But Li Jining twisted her body to dodge and gave him a fierce glare. The little fatty instantly looked at her with a mix of hurt and appeal. Li Hao laughed and, without any hesitation, took the food box and opened it. A pleasant aroma wafted out. He tried a piece and found it indeed delightful. Then he shared the rest with the others, saying, "You go grab a little stool for yourselves and come over. Eat while I finish the story." "Zhao chairs!" Li Yun immediately bellowed. Li Hao knocked on his head in annoyance, Zhao is not someone you can order around. Get it yourself. Covering his head, Li Yun appeared somewhat timid and muttered something unintelligible. He then pointed at a house servant and ordered, "You, bring me a stool over here." The servant did not dare disobey and went to fetch it with a smile. Li Yuan Zhao and Li Jining, familiar with the routine, ran into the house to find small stools for themselves and sat down obediently beside Li Hao. That cheeky monkey. Li Hao broke apart the crispy pancake, savoring it slowly while continuing the story for the three eagerly anticipating youngsters. In the pavilion, Zhao and Li Fu watched from a distance, both wearing helpless smiles. The young master had somehow come across these storybooks. If only he would devote all that effort to body refinement, surely he would achieve great things in the future. However, having watched Li Hao be carefree for so long, they had come to accept many things and let nature take its course, just like Second Master had said. The Vasily family didn't lack a specialist in body refinement, but that child might lack a happy childhood without his parents around. Perhaps this was the only joy he had. As the sun set into dusk and the story ended, Li Hao shooed away the three youngsters, particularly reminding the most mischievous among them. Li Yun, go back and behave. Don't get beaten by your mother again. This little guy had become so excited when he heard the part about causing havoc in the heavenly palace, showing his rebellious streak by arguing with his own mother and wanting to switch from swordsmanship to using a staff. Afterwards, under his mother's direct guidance, he still felt that the sword suited him better. Li Yun's face turned red, and he ran off quickly. "Brother Hao, I'll come to see you again tomorrow." His sister, Li Jining, said with a gentle, timid smile. "Brother Hao." Li Yuan Zhao, the little chubby boy, also hesitated to speak. "Go on, go." Li Hao waved them all away with his hand. After the children had all left the backyard, Li Hao calmed his mind and continued to paint. After gaining dozens of skill points in the art of painting, the moon had already risen. Li Hao had dinner with Li Fu and Zhao. After returning to his room, he picked up a book on martial arts taken from the Listening Rain Tower and flipped through it. This book was not about cultivation techniques, but rather served as an introduction to various realms. Soul succession realm, as the name implies, involves inheriting a prior soul. For those without background, ordinary people can enter the soul succession by joining a martial temple. If favored by heroic spirits, they too can undergo soul succession. Furthermore, by enlisting in the army, one can worship the souls of soldiers who died in past Yu wars and possibly receive a legacy from a heroic spirit. Moreover, joining famous mountains, great teachers, or sects also allows access to ancestral heroic spirits. Li Hao quietly read, his eyes flashing with light. He pulled up his panel to check. Name, Li Hao. Age 8. Cultivation level, 10th layer of circulation realm. Sword Dao. 3 stages, flying phase, hidden bow. Sword skill, endless sea tide, perfected. Falling snow sword skill, true form. Physical body path, 5 stages, myriad forms, tiger press. Body techniques, stone skin, 100 refinements, true form. 1000 Jiao's holy body, 4th layer. 1000 Jiao's body beginner, primordial 3rd layer. Enter the ghost body, perfection. Dragon cicada, void body, 4th layer. Dragon soul body, beginner. Control path, 3 stages. Control techniques, heavenly gang, Zhou, Tian skill, perfection. 100 battles, cycle heaven skill, perfection. Dragon river, divine meridian, perfection. 9 revolution, starry sky skill, perfection. Chest Tao, 4 stages, 28/10,000. Fishing Tao, 2 stages, 97/1000. Art of painting, 2 stages, 231/1000. Culinary Dao, 2 stages, 736/1000. Chess catalog collected, myriad forms, tiger press, flying phase, hidden bow. Fishing catalog collected, none. Famous paintings collected, 1000 mountains, birds, flying painting. Snow Mountain Spirit Fox painting, Kylan Steed painting. Cooking recipes collected, none. State of mind, chess heart embedded. Artistic skill points, 0. The panel now was visibly longer than before. Even though Li Hao had omitted dozens of body refining techniques, it was still a dense list. From fishing, he had received 6 points of artistic skill, which he had used up completely. His cultivation in the body path had risen from the 3rd phase to the 5th phase, crossing from 3 to 4. There was a threshold similar to chess Tao that required an interconnection to upgrade further. At that moment, following a prompt on the panel, the previously condensed chess heart could actually be embedded like a chess manual. Once the chess heart embedded into the body path cleared the hurdle, Li Hao's affection for chess skills did not diminish at all. On the contrary, although he had passed the mental barrier in the body path, he didn't develop any extra affection for it, still feeling the usual about it. The panel could transfer state of mind, but it seemed unable to transfer the power of emotions. And when the body path reached phase 4, the many low-grade body refinement skills underwent a remarkable transformation, all evolving into higher-level techniques. Stone Skin 100 refinements transformed into Stone Skin 1000 refinements, and Barbarian Ox Strength into Bull Demon Barbarian Strength, enhancing the techniques and their effects, bringing significant improvements to the physical body. The other numerous inferior-grade techniques did the same, causing all organs throughout his body to undergo new transformations and enhancements. Now, just in terms of physical strength, he had reached 80,000 caddies, while the several peak body refinement arts, even though there was no grade transformation, they had all entered the 4th layer. However, at the 4th layer, he encountered some peculiar issues. Merely depending on the energy of heaven and earth was no longer sufficient to meet the practice conditions of these peak body refinement arts. Even if his cultivation in the body path advanced to phase 5, he couldn't eliminate the external obligatory conditions. For example, to practice the 4th layer of 1000 Jiao's holy body, one must personally slay a Jiao dragon, capture its soul, and refine oneself, subduing and imprisoning its soul to break through the circulation realm and step into the soul succession realm. The dragon cicada void body was the same. The 4th layer, the dragon soul body, required a drop of true dragon blood to be completed. Without resolving external conditions, no matter how much physical comprehension he had, even if he knew how to practice, it was like a skilled wife unable to cook without rice, with no solution at hand. Luckily, these 2 practice conditions were not difficult to meet for Li Hao. With just a word, Li Muxiu could resolve them in minutes. However, the methods of inheriting the soul in these 2 body refinement techniques were both unorthodox, and even if successful, they were considered mid-tier in the soul succession realm, not outstanding. The strength of the soul succession realm depends on the strength of the inherited heroic spirit's legacy. Thus, major powers still maintained their advantage in this regard, creating a vast gap from ordinary martial artists. Famous mountain grandmasters could let their direct disciples worship before the heroic spirit hall of their ancestors, and if lucky, receive the legacy of a heroic spirit ancestor, ascending in one step, which is considered top tier. After all, those capable of passing down heroic spirits were ancient old monsters from ages past, at least possessing the 4 stands realm existence that could defy the heavens and change fate. Such strength in Deyu could be counted on fingers. The inheritance from even a trace of their souls will, like a key to a treasure trove, was immensely beneficial. Whereas for martial artists without this background and heritage, unless they had extraordinary talents and took oath under a famous mountain, their only choice would be to inherit a soul from a martial temple. The heroic spirits in the martial temples were heroes of ancient times, of varying strength, uneven and not all complete, dependent on the inheritor's own talents and disposition, to see which heroic spirit would choose them. Lastly, there were the likes of Jiao dragons and mountain demons of lesser kinds. Such great demons were not stingy with their souls, but as their spirits were too weak, the inheritance they could offer was limited. Being born into the Li family, Li Hao had countless choices, among which the best option was to enter the ancestral hall of the Li family. There were the lineage's ancestral spirits worshipped from the first generation, that ancient divine general who opened the Diyu lands with Emperor Diyu, to the many generations that followed, including many top-tier powerhouses. Moreover, due to the connection by bloodline, inheriting the soul became easier, which was one of the reasons why martial arts noble clans remained powerful over ages. Heritage. What is heritage? It's the existence that can be passed down through layers. After successfully inheriting a soul in the Li family ancestral hall and continuing to practice the two-peak body refinement arts, capturing the Jiao soul and the true dragon soul will merely strengthen himself, not allow him to ascend just by that. The difference is significant. However, before that, Li Hao planned to let his own accumulation deepen further. The control path, as he thought, corresponds to normal cultivation. Qi circulation skill, channeling veins, future soul succession realms, control of souls, and even the divine soul realm. Most likely all depend on the existence of the control path. With the understanding from the third phase of the control path, he practiced both of the Li family's top Qi circulation skills to perfection. You should know, others, even if naturally gifted, would only dare to practice one, since each practice was equivalent to redoing the 10 layers of the circulation realm. But with the insight from the third phase of the control path, Li Hao moved smoothly through several practices and easily completed them. And the two top Qi circulation skills, compared to the inherent Qi circulation skills in the body refinement arts, had some differences which resulted in fewer overlaps than the two body refinement Qi skills, causing a multitude of intermixing, hence leading to a rather exaggerated situation. Li Hao's Qi circulation reached from 143 cycles to a lineage, 248 cycles. Yes, to an extremely exaggerated extent, surpassing even the all-heavens Zhou Tian skill of the imperial family's 168 cycles by a whole 80 cycles. When the cycle heaven realm reached perfection with 54 meridians, it meant an additional 4,320 cycles of strength, which was over 800,000 jin of colossal force. However, the royal family had access to the Dong Huang scripture, Daiyu's top meridian opening skill, capable of opening 62 meridians, adding 8 meridians of cycle heaven strength which, when converted, provided only about 600,000 jin of extra force. But this was not Li Hao's limit. The Great Yin channel was worth 10 meridians, equivalent to 2,480 cycles, which was close to 500,000 jin. In addition, the meridian opening skill that Li Hao practiced was not just the Dragon River Divine Meridian. The 9 Revolution Starry Sky skill was also a meridian opening skill, along with 3 mid to high tier meridian opening techniques and several lower tier ones. However, those lower tier ones only opened the easiest meridians, which were already covered by the mid to high tier techniques, rendering them ineffective. But the 9 Revolutions Starry Sky skill, combined with the 3 mid to high tier techniques, enabled Li Hao to open up major meridians not covered by the Dragon River Divine Meridian, bringing his total to 69 types of open meridians. He had already surpassed the number of meridians opened by the Dong Huang scripture of the royal family. Li Hao was not yet satisfied. Currently, he planned to rely on his own physical insights to deduce the 4th layer of the primordial skill and break through the flawless body. The first chapter gathers the power of yin and yang from heaven and earth. The second layer encompasses the celestial stars. The third layer, the hard-to-notice mystic veins within the human body. For the 4th layer, I hope to open the Great Yang Meridian and combine the yin and yang channels. Li Hao's ideas were not whimsical. With the insights from the 5th stage of the physical body path, he considered himself half a Grandmaster in body refinement. What is a Grandmaster? It is someone who can create martial arts and establish their own schools. How the 4th layer of the original primordial should be cultivated, Li Hao did not know, nor did he need to. It was likely that the Li family had not been able to gather the complete scripture for years, and it had probably been destroyed, becoming dust in history. If that was the case, he would just continue writing a new chapter for this top-tier body refinement technique. Let the pearl no longer be covered in dust. Several days later, by the Blackwater Demon Lake, Li Hao sat outside the fishing terrace when suddenly an insight struck him. His blood chi surged, and bones beneath his skin subtly trembled. The chi force in his body danced back and forth within the 69 major meridians, eventually rushing with immense pressure to the crown of his head, almost causing his brain to burst. This was an exceedingly dangerous endeavor, but Li Hao's control over his body was extremely fine-tuned. He could even fold his ears shut and move each bone as flexibly as his fingers, exerting force at will. With a thunderous crash, his brain seemed to vibrate, and he was assailed by waves of swelling and pain. Li Hao gritted his teeth and endured until that powerful chi force suddenly found an escape, rushing out before returning through the same gap, creating a cycle inside his body. A gleam of brilliant light shone in Li Hao's eyes, filled with excitement and agitation. At last it was done. The Great Yin Channel was a wandering meridian, appearing randomly anywhere in the body at different times, making it extremely difficult to locate and control. Hence, it was called the mystic vein, also implying the elusive and mysterious. But the Great Yang Meridian was fixed, located inside the skull. Comparatively, the Great Yang Meridian was even more dangerous than the Great Yin Channel. Nobody dared to try opening it. Failure could result in idiocy or disability at best, or at worst, a burst skull leading to instant death. While a single meridian could account for the strength of 10, the enormous risk involved to gain just a little more power deterred 99% of people from attempting it. The reason being, almost all who had tried failed. Only certain martial arts fanatics and unrivaled geniuses would even consider engaging in such madness. Now, with the Great Yang Meridian opened, Li Hao instantly felt as if the mystic vein had found an anchor and no longer drifted around. Instead, it gradually approached the Great Yang Meridian, the two intertwining. Yin and Yang combined, I shall call the fourth layer, Yin and Yang. No, flawless body. Li Hao summoned the interface, and, as his will commanded, the entry for primordial skill on the interface actually advanced to the fourth layer, named Flawless Body, minor accomplishment. He immediately circulated the Yin and Yang dual pulse, repeatedly transferring the chi force within his body to familiarize himself with the process. Soon, under the entanglement of Yin and Yang, a faint special vortex of power emerged. Through the swirl, Li Hao seemed to glimpse a golden light within his skull. He tried to reach it with his chi force, only to realize it was extremely distant, far beyond his grasp. Legend has it that there are a total of 108 major meridians in the human body. If all of them were open, perhaps I might be able to touch that golden light, Li Hao thought, as a sense of enlightenment washed over him. This was an insight from the physical body path, enriched by a wealth of cultivation memories, giving him an understanding of the body that was beyond ordinary people. Body refining is not simple, nor is it as unpromising as the elders said. On the contrary, Li Hao felt that the tiers of body refining techniques within Listening Rain Tower were inadequate. Even 1,000 Jiao's holy body placed at the 6th floor could advance to the soul succession realm only by its 4th layer, and the other cultivation methods aimed directly for the top. There were multiple reasons why body refiners were not highly valued, including the difficulty of cultivation. Li Hao also believed the scarcity of techniques was a factor. If the techniques collected by the Li family were so few and far between, what about elsewhere? Li Hao looked at the interface. The previous flawless body minor accomplishment had now become great accomplishment. The intersection of the Yin and Yang dual pulse seemed to connect all the major meridians, allowing all the chi force to be instantly concentrated and orchestrated within, like erecting a dragon's spine in the body. Li Hao tried it out and suddenly threw a punch. With a whoosh, the punch whipped through the air like the roar of a tiger, actually pressing down the surface of the water several zhang ahead, creating waves and ripples 7 or 8 meters in diameter. If this punch had really hit solidly, it would have been like a cannonball hitting the water, bursting forth with a tremendous splash. Li Hao was slightly stunned and shock shone in his eyes. Through the refined sensations of his flesh, he knew just how terrifying the power of his punch was. With the full strength of his major vessels condensed, his power had doubled. You should know that at this moment, with his yin and yang dual pulse condensed, and along with the 69 major vessels he had originally cultivated, it's as if he had 89 major vessels. With each vessel circulating 248 times, his body strength had already reached 4.5 million gene. Under the double burst, it was close to 9 million gene. This was almost reaching the divine power of 10 million gene, and even a Zhou Tian realm true dragon wouldn't possess such fierce strength. Even royal talents, wielding top-notch luck and the meridian opening skill, only have a strength of 2 million gene, unless they also activate 2 major vessels. If there's only one, they lack the ability to instantly condense the energy of all major vessels and unleash double the power. No wonder that uncle of mine is so terrifying, with both pulses converging to instantly double the strength. Too frightening, Li Hao murmured. Bright and peculiar lights burst forth in Li Hao's eyes. He dared not imagine how formidable it would be if all 108 vessels in his body were developed. You must realize, an ordinary martial artist at the Zhou Tian realm would have only 20,000 gene of strength. Although that's the lower limit, the very lowest level of existence. 90% of warriors at the 10th layer of the Zhou Tian realm had at least several 100,000 gene of strength. However, compared to Li Hao, the gap was still too vast. With my current strength, I could easily crush those elite cycle realm soldiers from the Yuan camp. Even at the 10th layer, Li Hao thought to himself. Elite soldiers from the Yuan camp at 10th layer only had a massive strength of 500,000 gene, appearing as mere children before him. Royal talents were 4 times stronger than the soldiers from the Yuan camp, and he was 4 times stronger than those royal talents. Li Hao retracted his fist and regulated his breath. Having just unleashed double the power of yin and yang, he felt a significant consumption of physical strength, which was not sustainable for regular use. However, it was enough to deliver a fatal blow in a critical exchange. When his body had relaxed and recovered, Li Hao looked toward the demon lake, but did not see second uncle's figure. He said he would track the old dragon's trail in the demon lake. Who knows where he had ended up going? This demon lake stretched for thousands of miles, with deep waters. Hiding a dragon demon inside, it really was hard to detect. At that moment, a faint movement suddenly transmitted over. Li Hao's ears twitched, and he quickly turned his head to look, only to see a snow-white figure swaying amidst the withered yellow leaves, as though hiding. He flashed over to the figure, and it turned out to be a snow-white little fox, similar in size to a newborn puppy. After taking a closer look, Li Hao saw that the little fox did not have any demonic aura. It seemed to be a common wild fox. "Little guy, how did you get here? Where are your parents?" Li Hao bent down and picked up the little fox from the leaves. The little fox's ears had a touch of orange-red, seeming like a mix between a white fox and a red fox. When Li Hao picked it up, it immediately struggled and pushed against his hands with its little paws. Li Hao placed it on his hand and looked around, but did not see any sign of adult foxes. Perhaps the little thing had sneaked out from its nest. Seeing this, Li Hao put it back on the ground for its parents to find it. The little fox struggled in the leaves, too small to move swiftly or with agility. Li Hao smiled and paid it no more heed, returning to the lake to continue fishing. Before long, a figure flashed back. It was Li Muxiu. Seeing that his hands were empty, Li Hao knew that the hunt for the dragon demon had failed. The old master had tried countless times over the past half-year, proving that the dragon demon was extremely cautious and cunning. To cultivate to a level that caught Li Muxiu's attention, it must have lived for thousands of years at least. Umph. Seeing Li Hao's cheerful demeanor, Li Muxiu snorted disapprovingly and said with a flick of his sleeve, "What about you, Air Force?" "Caught a small one in the power passage realm," said Li Hao with a hee. Li Muxiu rolled his eyes, even more annoyed. As the sun set in the west, Li Muxiu, in a hurry, could only fish up a power passage realm fish demon to avoid the risk of returning empty-handed, and then took Li Hao back to Qingzhou City. Before leaving, Li Hao noticed that the little fox had crawled to a distant place, and yet was still not found by its parents. He asked the old master to help check, only to find a pool of blood and some snow-white fox fur after a search. From the looks of the scene, the adult fox had been eaten by some demon beast. Such occurrences were common in the wild. Li Hao sighed, found the little fox struggling to climb cluelessly around, and brought it back to Qingzhou City with him. In the yellowed fallen leaves of the mountain and river courtyard, a touch of Snow White was added henceforth. By the Blackwater Demon Lake, Li Hao hauled up a fish demon of the 8th layer of Zhou realm, casually drew his sword to slay it, then set up a cauldron over a fire to cook. Scaling, skinning, deboning, his movements were as fluid as drifting clouds and flowing water. This time, without adding spicy peppers, he prepared a nourishing soup, tossing in some wild mushrooms to cook together. The rich mushroom aroma drifted out with the steam from the edge of the iron lid, making the two elders fishing by the lake sniff the air and cast occasional glances. As Li Hao announced, "Let's eat," the two elders materialized beside the cauldron like phantoms, each already holding their own eating utensils, a pair of exquisite jade chopsticks and a pair of rough ones made from tree twigs, simultaneously diving into the pot. "Tsk, not bad." Li Muxiu slurped up a slice of fish and gave Li Hao a thumbs up. Old Master Feng also smiled as he served himself a bowl of fish soup, savoring it slowly. The contribution of this fish was significant, adding several dozen points to his cooking experience along with the fishing practices. Li Hao figured his cooking would be the first artistry to reach the 3rd segment after chest tao. "Here, little guy, try some." Li Hao picked up a piece of fish and placed it on a nearby leaf, and a white figure darted out to nibble on it. "That's a fox, and you've raised it to be a dog," Feng laughed. He had been back for several months now, and as for what he did, he didn't tell Li Muxiu or Li Hao, and naturally, they would not ask. "There's not much difference," Li Hao chuckled. Halfway through the meal, Li Hao felt the timing was right, and said to Old Master Li Muxiu, second grandpa, "I'm planning on breaking through to the soul succession realm soon. Do you have time to take me to the ancestral shrine?" Both elders paused with their chopsticks and turned to look at Li Hao. Li Muxiu inquired in astonishment, "You're going to break through to the soul succession realm? You've reached cycle heaven realm perfection." Li Hao nodded. He had deliberately delayed mentioning this to the old master to avoid progressing too quickly, which might appear too shocking and outlandish. "Really? For real?" Phone bopping put aside his eating and drinking altogether, staring at Li Hao in astonishment. He knew that, even though the boy played around, he would never joke about cultivation. But at the age of 8, breaking through to the soul succession realm? That seemed a bit too far-fetched. Your Dragon River Divine Meridian is at perfection already? Impossible. Even if you disregard your disability in martial arts. Even your father didn't step into the soul succession realm until he was 9. Li Muxiu looked doubtfully at Li Hao, knowing he wouldn't make such a pointless joke, but still found it unbelievable. He had seen prodigies with shocking talent, like Li Junyi, who also reached soul succession at 8.5 years old. Furthermore, that person was diligent, day and night, intelligent, and extremely hardworking. But Li Hao spent his days fishing with him. Sometimes they fished for an entire day. When did he have the time to cultivate? It's true. Li Hao felt he might have overestimated the old master's capacity to cope, but there was no turning back now, so he reluctantly carried on. "Could it be that your meridians have cleared on their own?" Li Muxiu scrutinized Li Hao. "Even though you have an extraordinary talent for body refinement, breaking through to soul succession would at least take 7 or 8 years, or even a dozen years to a lifetime. How can meridian opening perfection be achieved in just a short year?" "That's simple. Just let the young lad show us," Old Master Feng intervened. Li Muxiu agreed with a nod. "Right, show me." "Fine then." Li Hao immediately stood up, away from the cauldron, then stirred his chi force, activating 54 major meridians throughout his body, with formidable chi waves surging all over. He briefly suppressed the concealment effect of the all-encompassing attributes, allowing the chi waves to burst forth from his body. Li Muxiu's and Feng Bopping's eyes went wide with disbelief. Li Muxiu's reaction even more so, as his chopsticks fell into the pot. He looked at Li Hao in a daze, slack-jawed. Is it really true? As a four-stands realm powerhouse, how could he be mistaken? 54 meridians, full and robust, a bona fide perfection of the perfect Zhou Tian realm. But the boy before him was only 8 years old. After a moment of being stunned, phone bopping turned to look at Li Muxiu with a speechless expression. Your Li family really knows how to breed monsters. First, it was that kid Li Jun, and now it's this one. If the other divine general mansions knew about this, they'd probably be green with envy and thoroughly scrutinize you guys. Li Muxiu had yet to snap out of his shock, just staring blankly at Li Hao. This wasn't just a freakish talent of perfect Zhou Tian, it also revealed something else. Li Hao's meridians were unblocked. It meant that Li Hao was no longer a martial arts invalid. He could cultivate, and with such talent, he would definitely become the number one of the Li family's next 3 generations. Even considering the past 10 generations, this aptitude would unquestionably be the best. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind at that instant, and Li Muxiu suddenly felt a surge of guilt and self-reproach. Such a genius, and yet he had been leading him astray every day with trivial pursuits. Eating, drinking, playing, fishing indiscriminately. Had he not severely hindered his progress? Second Grandpa? Li Hao finished cultivating and noticed his second uncle lost in thought. So he reminded him. Li Muxiu came back to his senses, and the first thing he wanted to do was grab the chopsticks to maintain his composure, but they had already fallen into the soup. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, then stared deeply at Li Hao. How did your meridians become so unblocked? It seemed to happen in a dream. Li Hao said, one day I had a dream, and in the dream I was cultivating. Suddenly, as I exerted myself, my whole body felt relaxed, and when I woke up, cultivation seemed extremely simple. I went through meridian opening without any obstacles. The 2 elders were speechless. Did you unblock it all in your sleep? You're surely speaking in your dreams now. But other than what Li Hao said, they couldn't find any other possibility. Could it be that this boy's previous meridian obstruction was a feigned obstruction? Phone bopping pinched his sharp white beard, pondering. I've heard that some martial arts invalids are temporary, and some become unblocked suddenly during practice. He might be one of those. Maybe. Li Muxiu nodded. He had also heard of such a possibility, but the chances were extremely low. Now that this boy can cultivate, your Li family is truly impressive. A true dragon has fallen, yet another one stands. TSK, TSK. Phone bopping couldn't help but express his admiration. Li Muxiu sighed and said, had I known it would be like this, I would have nurtured him properly. He has been wasting a lot of time hanging around with us. Li Hao was startled by these words and quickly said, Elder, you aren't going to force me to cultivate from here on, are you? What do you mean force you to cultivate? Li Muxiu said irritably. Now that your meridians are unblocked, don't you want to properly cultivate and establish a great and illustrious reputation in the future? Stop joking around. Without a second thought, Li Hao hurriedly said, Second uncle, don't ruin me. I don't want to join the army and go to war. Life is too comfortable now, and fame and honors, a dog wouldn't even want them. Let whoever wants them have them. Li Muxiu was at a loss for words. Others would have been thrilled at the chance to become famous. But this kid, what nonsense was he talking about? Ha ha! Phone bopping burst into laughter. It seems this little scoundrel is nothing like Junyi. I think what he says is quite right. Fame? Youngsters have pursued fame since ancient times, but in the end, wealth and honors aren't for this world. Li Muxiu's expression shifted subtly, and deep down he felt as if a fishbone had pierced his heart, painfully stabbing him. Li Junyi had once emerged dazzlingly spectacular. But afterwards, like a shooting star, he briefly shone before falling rapidly. He looked at Li Hao, who was nervously watching him. Li Muxiu's heart felt like a flower being crumbled. If he sent this child to the battlefield, who could guarantee that he wouldn't become a second Li Junyi? Forget it. Li Muxiu sighed deeply and said, If you don't want to compete for fame, so be it. From now on, just like old me, stay at the Li family, live a life of leisure, and be an unknown old invalid. Phone bopping chuckled. Who dare say the fifth saint is unknown, unless his mouth hasn't been knocked crooked by you yet? Li Muxiu shot him an annoyed look and said to Li Hao, "From now on, when your parents hear the news and come looking, I'll set aside my old pride and take their scolding. Kid, come and eat." After saying that, he flicked his finger and a pair of chopsticks flew out of the pot. He then pulled over a branch, peeled it to make chopsticks, and began eating, but it was noticeably less carefree and joyous than before, as if burdened with heavy thoughts. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as he could continue fishing with the old man, it was good. Although he could fish on his own, fishing at the Blackwater Demon Lake with the old man meant not only assured safety, but also the chance to catch big fish, which was a delightful prospect. Sitting by the pot, Li Hao continued eating. "Second uncle, about the soul succession. Eat up, and afterwards, I'll take you there." Li Muxiu glanced at Li Hao and then started eating the fish vigorously. Li Hao felt at ease and began to eat and drink heartily. The Li family ancestral hall was located in the deepest part of the Divine General Mansion, carved into a mountain slope. The security outside the mountain was tight, with warriors clad in heavy armor, but there were only fallen leaves on the steps leading up the slope, empty and silent. Outside the majestic and solemn ancestral hall, on the flat square, stood several large cauldrons with incense wafting from inside. Two figures descended from the sky, gliding toward the square in front of the ancestral hall, and then ascended the steps on foot. Even Li Muxiu, the old man, reigned in his usual playful demeanor and took on a calm expression as he led Li Hao up the steps with measured pace. "Second brother, what brings you here?" A calm voice came from inside, as tranquil as a placid lake. Just the voice itself seemed to settle one's myriad of thoughts. Li Hao looked inside and saw many ancestral tablets on display. Among them prominently stood a golden statue of the Li family's founding divine general, Li Tianyuan. Off to the side in front of the ancestral tablets was an old man with a long beard and eyebrows, sitting alone on a cushion, with a chessboard placed before him, playing against himself, gently making his moves. "Of course, I'm bringing the younger generation over for the ancestors to take a look," Li Muxiu said as he stepped over the threshold and entered. Upon hearing this, the old man slowly lifted his head, and as his gaze landed on Li Hao, who had just stepped through the threshold, his unfazed eyes revealed a hint of ripples. "Soul succession? This child seems even younger than Junyi. Second brother, you can't be joking, Qingyu." "I can take a joke, but I dare not joke with my ancestors." Li Muxiu spoke indifferently. The elder with long eyebrows slightly furrowed his brow, thinking indeed it was so. Although his second brother was often casual, he was always very proper in this ancestral hall. He asked, "Could it be that this child appears young, yet he is 9 years old?" 8 years old. 8 years old. The elder with long eyebrows was stunned. Waves of emotion rippled through his eyes. "Are you saying he achieved perfect Zhou Tian at 8 years old?" "Correct." Having said this, Li Muxiu then walked to the cushion in front of the golden statue and kneeled down to worship. "Howe'er, come here." After kowtowing 3 times, he called out softly while kneeling. Li Hao immediately walked to his side. "Kneel down and kowtow to the ancestors." Li Hao did as he was told, kneeling on the cushion and kowtowing respectfully to all the spirit tablets in turn. Li Muxiu lifted his head and spoke softly. "Descendant Li Muxiu, today I bring the junior here to listen to the teachings of our ancestors. Please bestow upon us the inheritance." As these words fell, the numerous spirit tablets above seemed to tremble slightly. Li Hao had finished his kowtowing when he looked up, only to see a series of spectral figures materializing before the spirit tablets, seated in the air. Some wore scholars' robes and white gowns. Others were clad in heavy armor, and some even had half their bodies missing, wrapped only in a battle banner. Clearly, these were the ancestors of the Li family. TSK, another fine seedling indeed. Perfection in the Zhou Tian realm, yet with a youth's bone structure, just over 8 years old, even mightier by 3 points compared to that little fellow 20 years ago. Who would have thought that the good fortune of my Li family in the past 100 years would be so thriving? We must caution those youngsters not to become arrogant, or else this child will be their lesson. The many spectral ancestors chatted and shared their opinions in gentle murmurs. When Li Hao entered the ancestral hall, he had already temporarily retracted his myriad attributes, not sure if these ancestral spirits could ignore the concealing effects of myriad attributes. Still, it was better not to invite unnecessary trouble. This child is talented and clever. I'll not interfere. You grant it. With such talent, only ancestors like you are fit to bestow it. After some exchange, many of the ancestral shadows gradually faded once again, returning to the spirit tablets, leaving only 4 spectral figures still suspended above the tablets. They merely watched Li Hao quietly, without speaking. The figure holding a spear was just about to speak, when suddenly a burst of light emanated from the central statue of the golden body, as if coming to life. The other few shadows couldn't help but look over, immediately bowing their heads in a slight nod, while the rest of the spirit tablets also trembled slightly, emitting a nearly uniform voice. We pay homage to our ancestor. In front of the golden statue, a figure with a tall stature and broad shoulders sat cross-legged, more substantial in form compared to the other shadows. His features were identical to the golden statue. If you can uphold my oath, you will receive my inheritance. The middle-aged man looked down at Li Hao, his expression gentle and tranquil, undisturbed by any ripple. Li Hao could feel the old man next to him trembling slightly, seemingly quite excited, and he also recognized the spectral figure to be the Li family's original ancestor, Li Tianyuan. We pay homage to our ancestor. Old Master Li Muxio bowed his head and cowed out. Li Hao immediately followed suit, imitating him. In my time, I followed Emperor Yu in his campaigns, subduing countless demons and tribes throughout Dongwang, and I made 2 oaths to the Emperor that have continued the Li family's glory for 1,000 years, spoke the spirit of ancestor Li Tianyuan. The first oath is that the people of the Li family shall vow to protect the Li family unto death, through thick and thin. The second oath is to defend the Yu Dynasty to the death, to share the same fate with Yu. Can you do this? After speaking, Li Tianyuan fixed his gaze on the Li Hao below. Li Hao looked shocked. Vow to protect the Li family to death? Did the Li family refer to certain people or everyone? The ancestral hall was deadly silent, with all eyes seemingly converged on the young child, waiting for him to speak. After a long silence, Li Hao finally spoke softly. Ancestor, forgive my dullness, for I am confused. Speak, the spirit of Li Tianyuan said, his expression serene. Does protecting the Li family mean everyone, including the branches of the clan? Li Hao asked carefully, does this protection imply safeguarding them, or does it mean I cannot harm them? You only protect the direct bloodline. Since it's protection, you naturally cannot harm them. Otherwise, if you chop off their limbs and leave them just a breath, it could still be considered protection, stated Li Tianyuan, clearly indicating the severity of the oath. Li Hao asked, then what if there are traitors in the family's direct line, or if someone schemes against me? Such degenerates. You can hand them over to those who haven't entered the ancestral hall to continue their souls. But if such degenerates attack or ambush me first, wouldn't I only be able to hide? Li Hao spoke. He who inherits my soul, within the same realm excluding the royal family, shall be invincible. Li Tianyuan said indifferently, if you wish to avoid them, it is effortless. If you encounter those above your realm, you just need to flee for your life. There is no need for unnecessary heroics. What if they die in front of me while I stand by and do nothing? You must intervene to save them, even if they are unworthy, Li Tianyuan said. However, when the unworthy face justice, you may choose to be absent, so your heart's oath will not be broken, and you won't be hurt. Li Hao thought for a moment. That could indeed be a solution. But that seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? As a prodigy, encountering a Li family peer in the same realm, he could only hide away. Even if the other party faces misfortune and he witnesses it, he still has to help? That seems rather unreasonable. Stop talking nonsense. Li Muxio's expression changed slightly, and he promptly whispered to Li Hao. Li Tianyuan's heroic spirit, however, did not get angry but calmly looked at Li Hao and slowly said, "Indeed, it is not fair, but do you know why I would have talents eligible to succeed the ancestral spirits in the family shrine endure such injustices and make such heart's oaths? The Li family indeed has a family shrine and many ancestral heroic spirits, but not every member of the Li family is eligible to inherit these spirits. Their standards are quite high." Li Hao shook his head. "I don't know. It is for continuation." Li Tianyuan spoke slowly. "The first heart's oath is to prevent gifted members of the family from becoming spoiled and arrogant, disregarding the lives of the ordinary and mediocre within the clan, even to the point of breaking away from the family after ascending with the resources of the clan and seeking their fortune recklessly. Therefore, this restriction may seem unfair to the talented, but at most, it is a minor grievance. Yet the benefit is that it can sustain the family, passing down the legacy from generation to generation." Li Hao thought it over. From the perspective of the ancestors, this was indeed the case. And the Li family's 1,000-year existence, unextinguished and not feared by the royal family, is due to the second heart's oath. Li Tianyuan spoke calmly. "Originally, there were 12 divine generals who campaigned with the founding emperor. Now, in the Yu Divine General Mansion, there are only 5 seats, of which 2 rose in recent hundreds of years. The descendants of those old fellows from the past have long been obliterated by the sands of time, and the remaining ones have concealed their identities, their whereabouts unknown. These 2 hearts' oaths may seem like restrictions, like chains, but in reality, they are for the continuation of the bloodline. Otherwise, with the Li family's 1,000 years of accumulated military merits, its connections, the number of generals, and the prestige within the army, how could the royal family dare to empower them so readily? And why wouldn't they use imperial skill to weaken and harm us?" Hearing this, Li Hao was momentarily stunned. From the perspective of this old ancestor, it had indeed been achieved. The benefits outweighed the drawbacks. For a divine general lineage to continue for 1,000 years with just a casual remark, its difficulty was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Perhaps it was because the royal family knew that the Li family's top talents would inherit the ancestral spirits in the family shrine and had these 2 hearts' oaths that they allowed the Li family its current glory. Now that you are fully aware, are you willing to make the heart's oaths? Li Tianyuan asked calmly, yet earnestly. Li Hao pondered and remained undecided, still unsure of what to do. He always felt that these 2 hearts' oaths were like a curse upon the Li family. Though they ensured 1,000 years of glory, were they not also a tight shackle? Generations of honor, this hall full of heroic spirits, 6 out of 9 in the previous generation dying in battle. How many in each generation died a natural death? Instead, those ordinary members within the family seemed to be mostly protected and able to enjoy their old age. Being a prodigy in the Li family, it seemed more of a misfortune, because they had to bear the weight of the entire Li family on their shoulders. In this case, it would be better to inherit the spirit from a martial temple, at least to be free and easy. Li Tianyuan seemed to discern Li Hao's hesitation, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes, and then his figure gradually faded away, leaving only his echoing voice. "This child is talented but lacks determination. Let him consider it further." The other memorial tablets quivered slightly, as if to bid farewell to the ancestor before also becoming silent. Li Muxio was taken aback, then looked at Li Hao helplessly but did not say more in front of the ancestral tablets. Instead, he stood up with a deep bow and then led Li Hao out of the family shrine. Seeing this, Li Hao felt an inexplicable sense of relief and followed Elder Muxio out. Before leaving, his gaze involuntarily glanced at the chessboard. He couldn't help it, possessing a chess heart. As Jian Wudao once said, among 1,000 weapons, a lover of swords will see the sword first. That is only the stage of affection, let alone when it takes hold of the heart. Among 10,000 things, Li Hao would notice the chessboard at first glance. Elder, black piece on the 7th line, 13th spot, can win, he said. After speaking, Li Hao followed his second uncle out of the family shrine. Outside, it seemed to have started to drizzle, a thin, unending rain. Li Muxiu sighed. It was the perfect time for fishing, with the lake assimilating fresh water and the demon fish liking to come up for air, but at the moment, he was not in the mood. Don't overthink, just reflect on it yourself. Li Muxiu knew Li Hao was playful, unwilling to be bound, and couldn't talk him into it. The boy was too young and occasionally willful. Li Hao nodded. The elder himself had inherited the spirit in the family shrine, which showed that, despite seeming carefree, he was deeply concerned for the Li family. Inside the shrine, the old man with the long eyebrows withdrew his gaze. He was not familiar with Li Hao, nor did he care how Hao felt since he would come back eventually. As his eyes fell back on the chessboard, his fingers gently pinched a piece about to make a move when he suddenly let out a soft exclamation. A year later, by the edge of Blackwater Demon Lake, the aroma of fish soup wafted into the air. The two elders sat next to a large pot with their bowls and chopsticks, and Feng Bopping followed the customary sip of soup before eating. He scooped up a spoonful of fish soup and slowly savored it, not being able to help but exclaim. This kid's cooking skills could almost rival those of the imperial kitchen. Tisk, I've been eating it for a year and still haven't gotten tired of it, which is really strange. Li Muxiu was also surprised. He had not expected Li Hao to possess such remarkable culinary talent, a skill that was getting better and better. Feng, have you ever eaten from the imperial kitchen? Li Hao asked with a smile. I've stolen a taste. Feng Bopping's face, though aged, bore a hint of a mischievous smile, reminiscing as he smacked his lips, that half a bowl of leftover soup even had my saliva in it. I wonder which concubine ended up with it. You old thief! If you had served it to Emperor Yu, you would have lost your head, Li Muxiu said, clearly not amused. He had some understanding of his old friend's audacious escapades, and found them incredibly bold. Li Hao couldn't help but laugh. He knew this saint of thieves spared nothing and no one. Last time, the old man even tried to give him a silk scarf thin as a cicada's wing, supposedly used by some sect saintess. It was only when his second elder chased the old man down half a river with a shoe that he gave up on gifting the scarf. This had become one of Li Hao's regrets. He felt that sometimes the second elder meddled a bit too much. Life's pleasures must be fully enjoyed. After all, you have to try everything, Feng Bopping said cheerfully. Li Hao also picked up his bowl and began to eat, listening to the elder's banter. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and words appeared before his eyes. You have comprehended the spirit of cooking. Li Hao's eyes glinted briefly before returning to normal, the revelation falling within his expectations. Since his cooking skill reached the 3rd tier at the fastest speed, he had sought ways to deepen his involvement, often visiting the kitchen to communicate and learn from his chefs. These chefs, upon meeting Li family's young master, the favored genius, dared not neglect him. Though the matter was extremely odd, they were completely open and exhaustive in sharing their knowledge with Li Hao. Through deep conversations with the chefs, Li Hao's horizons had broadened immensely. He learned of the vastness of the culinary arts, which were no less nuanced than chess tao. An array of ingredients, various seasonings, heat control, culinary techniques, removing fishiness, and countless other methods. These revelations gradually made Li Hao fall in love with cooking, exploring it like a vibrant new world. Unconsciously, he moved beyond the phase of cooking for experience and genuinely grew fond of the culinary arts. Even without the incentive of gaining experience points, he would take opportunities to show off his cooking by preparing various dishes. Lately, with the confectionaries being delivered to mountain and river courtyard, he would taste each carefully. If they were made poorly, he would even overturn them and call the cook responsible to offer his personal criticism. Once it entered his heart, he inevitably became earnest and strict. Just like casual gamers in video games who wouldn't mind losing, but those who would rage upon defeat were usually the ones who seriously sought victory. Now, with the prompt of having comprehended the spirit of cooking, Li Hao didn't feel too overjoyed. After dedicating himself to something, he became indifferent to the outcomes, as it had been with his earlier understanding of chess spirit. Nevertheless, with this state of mind, he could now attempt to break through to the fourth stage of control path. The three chatted leisurely, finishing their meal and drinks. Li Hao picked some choice bones to feed to the little white fox by his side. The little white fox was a year and a half old, still petite and delicate, its coat lustrous, snow-white. Li Hao had been feeding its spirit fruits infused with medicinal properties, along with its daily fish soup, setting it on a path of cultivation, reaching the 5th level of Power Passage Realm. From a wild fox in the mountains, it was now halfway to becoming a demon, with a slight demonic aura. If it could reach the Zhou realm, it would develop spiritual intelligence. Demons in the soul succession realm could already appear and vanish like ghosts. After finishing lunch, they went fishing for the afternoon. However, Li Hao only caught one fish demon at the 2nd layer of Zhou realm. His luck in fishing was not good today. After packing up, he returned to Listening Rain Tower. Carrying the little white fox, Li Hao went back to Mountain and River Courtyard and shut himself in his room. Only then did he reveal his panel and, after some consideration, decided to use his new state of mind for a breakthrough in control path. Soon, his control path progressed from the 3rd to the 4th stage. The 3rd stage of control path had enabled rapid progress in opening his channels, and now at the 4th stage, he wondered whether he would gain new insights into the major channels and the qi circulation skill. As he finished allocating points, a rush of information flooded his mind. After a while, Li Hao slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright, with a hint of astonishment. The world he saw seemed to have undergone some marvelous changes, and the deep insights in his mind told him that this universe was far more wonderful than what he had seen before. The world was alive with spirit. Demons and monsters gained insight from the stars, the sun, and the moon. Soul succession, with the blessing of the soul's intention, inherits not only the soul's intent, but must also abide by certain agreements. Humans may inherit from other humans, from demons, or from myriad races. Likewise, humans can also receive the inheritance of myriad races, the spirits of mountains and specters, the legacies of true dragons and phoenixes, or even the inheritance of the stars, the sun, the moon, and the very earth itself. Seeing many martial arts secrets within Listening Rain Tower and with his own numerous cultivation methods, Li Hao suddenly felt an epiphany. To inherit from humans, one must carry on their intentions. To inherit from demons, one must carry on their nature. But to inherit from the heaven and earth, one must carry on their profundity. I will establish my soul with heaven and earth. Li Hao's eyes blazed with intense light. He activated his myriad attributes, enveloping his flesh. Unless he himself made a large commotion with his punches and kicks, others would not be able to detect it. Then, the qi force in his body surged through his major channels, with the yin and yang dual pulse emerging, converging at the top of his head. In an instant, his body's strength crazily surged, containing a terrifying force within. This force seemed as though it would burst forth from his body, breaking through that elusive barrier of nothingness. He wanted to connect with heaven and earth, to question the sky, the earth, and borrow that bit of strength. As if sensing Li Hao's intense will, a vast and terrifying pressure enveloped him like an actual mountain crashing down, causing all his bones to crackle with stress, some unable to bear the weight. The weight of the world, heavier than Mount Tai. Li Hao's eyes reddened, and he roared in his heart. The terrifying power of the yin and yang dual pulse erupted, and in an instant his qi force doubled, reaching nearly 10 million caddies. That boundless willpower seemed to be lifted up by sheer force. But then it was heavily suppressed again. Li Hao's body bent, and his feet deeply embedded into the floorboards. He clenched his teeth, knowing that relying solely on qi force was not enough, as he had not glimpsed the essence of heaven and earth. What were the true features of heaven and earth? It's the sky, the white clouds, the mountains and rivers, the myriad things on earth, all parts of the world, but not the complete picture of the world. And he needed to stand his soul upon heaven and earth. What form would that world take in his heart? In Li Hao's mind emerged a Buddhist martial art from the 7th floor of the Listening Rain Tower, within which there was a line of Buddhist scripture. Buddha has no form. If even the Buddha has no form, how could heaven and earth have a form? I stand within this world. I am the form reflected by this world. A sudden burst of light exploded in Li Hao's eyes. His spirituality and chi force seemed to surge out together, breaking through an invisible checkpoint and reaching directly into the world. All of his chi force gathered and condensed his essence, energy, and spirit above his body, vaguely manifesting a shadow that was his own likeness, establishing his own form as the form of the world, establishing his soul with the world as its foundation. At that moment, Li Hao stepped into the soul succession realm. It seemed an endless strength flowed through the world, through the voids in all directions, pouring into his body. Every curtain in the room was shaking violently, yet the doors and windows were shut. Where was this wind coming from? In the courtyard, within the pavilion. As Li Hao embarked on his cultivation, Li Fu no longer followed him like a shadow, but they still resided in the same courtyard. At this moment, he was playing chess in the courtyard, not because he enjoyed it, but because Li Hao once strongly invited him, teaching him, so that now in his leisure, it seemed the only pleasure he could find. He was engrossed in a game with Zhao, fighting a battle across the chessboard. If Li Hao were to see the game, he would only have one comment: amateurish pecking. Suddenly, both men seemed to pause in their move, involuntarily looking toward a certain direction. An inexplicable sense of shock, as though something magnificent was awakening, filled them with astonishment, as if it was the misconception of a divine premonition. What was this thing? The next moment, both stopped their game and rushed towards Li Hao's room, for an abnormal event surely meant the presence of a demon. As they burst through the door in haste, they saw the room in disarray, with vases that sat on the edge of shelves already fallen and shattered on the floor. And there was Li Hao, his legs embedded in the wooden planks, breathing faintly as if he had practiced a vigorous technique. What's going on? Seeing that there was no ambush, the two men relaxed and immediately hastened to Li Hao's side. Li Hao had already calmed the impact of the power from entering the soul succession realm, and myriad attributes hid his extraneous aura. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Li Hao exhaled and said, "I was just practicing." "You brat, why not go practice in the courtyard?" Li Fu said irritably, yet without suspicion. Li Hao's body refinement in the Zhou realm was hardly a secret, and he was aware of it, although the specific details were unclear to him. "I just had a sudden insight," Li Hao explained. "Well, that's quite good." Zhao laughed, although the vases on the floor were centuries old and quite precious. As long as Li Hao made progress in his training, everything was worth it. Having reassured the two men, Li Hao continued to savor the power of the soul succession realm in his room, which was far superior to the Zhou realm. No wonder it was said that only those who reached the soul succession realm were eligible to be the guardians of a city. And at this moment, he was only 9 years old, yet already capable of commanding a city. After entering the soul succession realm, Li Hao's life remained as usual. Day by day, he ate and drank, either going out fishing, drawing, or playing chess in the courtyard, or running to the kitchen to cook. As time went by, the young master started coming up with new ideas, learning poetry and playing the qin, seemingly ever more determined to drift away from proper pursuits. Time flew by, spring went, and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The Qingzhou era, year 14. That year, Li Hao turned 14. The Qingzhou era was the newly established reign title in the year Li Hao was born, highlighting the deep favor bestowed upon the Li family by Emperor Yu. This dynasty, which had stood for over 3,000 years, was still like a majestic lion. Though it had gradually aged and weakened, its mighty presence profoundly protected most of the land in peace, preventing the daring demons from wantonly setting foot within the territory, and ensuring the tribute-paying vassal states continued their annual offerings. In that year, on the Qingzhou border within the secluded Valley Mountain Range, the 86-year-old veteran General Jiang Tianshou embarked on a campaign amid the cheers of the border shepherds. Leading more than 30,000 royal cavalry, in just 3 days, he annihilated over 100,000 tiger leopard demon clansmen that plagued the border, extending the territory by 1,000 miles, his fame spreading across 19 provinces. That same year, a 12-year-old prodigy known as the Bright Moon Sword braved the 9 heavenly gates and, as a direct disciple, entered the Tao Palace to listen to the teachings of the sage, becoming renowned throughout the world. Also in that year, a secluded old Grandmaster who had retreated for 30 years atop Wanfeng Mountain descended to engage in a duel by the shore of Redwater Lake, drawing onlookers from all over. The final outcome, however, remained unknown to all. Now, in the deep of October's autumn, the withered yellow leaves cover the ground of Qingzhou, the sacred training ground of Qingzhou City, known as the Leap Immortal Gate. Tan Palace Academy also opened its doors that had been sealed for 6 years. Once the news broke out, it swept through the provinces. Countless young talents, heirs and princesses swarmed from all over the world like shoals of fish, racing towards this opportunity for fame and fortune. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard of the Divine General Mansion not far from Tan Palace Academy in Qingzhou City, a young man sat leisurely. He listened to the sound of the fluttering leaves in the courtyard, brewed a pot of green tea, and quietly played a game of chess, as if the hustle and bustle and the struggle taking place outside the courtyard were unrelated to him. "Young master, you've lost again." The last move of the black piece sealed off the white piece's final escape route, a checkmate. The young man picked up the teacup beside him, took a gentle sip, and said with a smile. His lips were red and teeth white. His eyes shone like bright stars, clear and profound. His face, still bearing a touch of youthful softness, carried defined and yet gentle lines. The skin was pale as if long shielded from the sun, with a hint of moonlight coolness. His fingers, holding the chess piece, were slender and strong with translucent nails, free of any impurity. After he spoke, the corners of the mouth of the old man sitting across the chessboard twitched. He scrutinized the chessboard with a frown, and eventually, unable to find a way out, frustration made him toss the white pieces back into the chess box. "You lad, your skills in chess Tao are becoming increasingly exquisite," Li Qingzhou, referred to as the fifth master, said. Even though he was praising the young man, his eyes reflected a deep resentment. Having immersed himself in it for the better part of his life, his proudest and most satisfying skill in chess Tao was continuously defeated by this youth recently. Winning the occasional game only added to his irritation. "It's all thanks to your good training, fifth master," the young man, who was Li Hao, said with a modest chuckle. "You cheeky boy." Li Qingzhou glared at him, not in good spirits, intending to play another round. But then he eyed the current game and felt somewhat deflated. He still hadn't figured out how he lost this last game. At this moment, the sound of crunching dry leaves underfoot arose, and a snowy white figure swiftly darted over and jumped into the young man's arms without a word. It was a white fox. The white fox had reddish-orange ears, which added a touch of liveliness to its appearance. Li Hao rubbed the white fox nuzzling in his arms and frowned. "Why do you smell of medicinal herbs again? Where did you sneak off to eat this time?" At these words, the white fox burrowed deeper into Li Hao's embrace, as if trying to avoid answering. Just then, Li Hao heard footsteps and looked up to see a figure in green, briskly approaching. It was a 16 or 17-year-old maid with bright eyes and white teeth, quite pretty. Panting, she arrived outside the gazebo, greeted Li Qingzhou with a bow, and then hastened to Li Hao. "Young master, Xiao Rou has been to the great lady's kitchen again. She knocked over the great lady's beauty-preserving medicinal soup, and now they are searching for the culprit all over the eternal spring court." Li Hao was speechless, dug the little head out from his embrace, and said with a lack of patience, "I told you not to be mischievous everywhere. Do you want to be spanked again?" The small head of the white fox struggled to turn away, not daring to meet Li Hao's eyes, apparently aware of the trouble it had caused. "If you keep this up, I'll hand you over to the great lady to deal with you properly, and she'll shave off all your fur," Li Hao threatened. The thought seemed to scare the white fox, causing it to tremble, and, with a pitiful look, it turned its head to gaze at Li Hao. "You're already in the Zhou realm. Why can't you talk yet?" Li Hao said, looking at the pathetic eyes of the white fox, and feeling rather helpless. He turned to address the maid, Qingzhou. "Later on, apologize to the great lady on my behalf, and send over a tray of the perilla cakes I made. And, have you bought today's cotton jade pastries?" Qingzhou muttered under her breath. "It's always me who has to go. Every time it makes trouble, I'm the one who gets scolded." "What? Nothing. I'll go buy the cotton jade pastries right away," Qingzhou said quickly, then ran off swiftly like a streak of cloud. "This little maid is becoming more and more unruly," Li Hao said, lifting his cup of tea and shaking his head helplessly. Li Qingzhou gave him a glance. "How many in your courtyard are actually serious?" Li Hao almost spat out his tea, looking at the old man speechlessly. "Fifth grandpa, those words shouldn't be said carelessly." Li Qingzhou snorted coldly. The house servants stand without poise, and the maids walk around frantically. "Go see the other courtyards, where everything is prim and proper. This little demon fox, too, always causing mischief everywhere. Sooner or later, she'll be caught and stewed. It's all because the top beam is not straight and the bottom beams are crooked, mostly because of you. You had a bright future ahead, but you chose to create a mess. Could our family's ancestors really be inferior to a demon dragon?" At this point, he was so angry that he was blowing his beard and glaring. Clearly, even after several years, this matter still troubled him deeply. In the year he turned 8, Li Hao could have entered the soul succession realm, but he himself delayed it for a year. As a result, when the ancestors in the ancestral hall couldn't wait any longer and sent for him to find the boy, they discovered that Li Hao had already inherited a soul. By using body refining techniques to slay a flood dragon, he inherited a demon dragon soul. Although it was a dragon soul that he inherited, how could a mere dragon compare with the Li family's illustrious lineage of ancestors? Moreover, demon souls are prone to inherit their nature, making it hard for him to avoid a temperament of slaughter and brutality upon inheriting a demon soul. Fortunately, over the years, Li Hao hasn't shown this side of him. Mostly it's due to playing chess with me all the time and being influenced by me. He stroked his beard, feeling satisfied. However, that demon dragon soul has lowered Li Hao's qualifications for soul inheritance, dooming him to be considered just above average within the soul succession realm. He might seem sufficient in the face of most in the soul succession realm, but compared to the cream of the crop from various factions, he would look quite inferior. After all, others manifest the soul of an ancestor from the Four Stands realm, while we have a demon dragon. And the ancestors of others have slain countless demon dragons before. Just the dragon-slaying momentum that comes with their soul might be enough to scare Li Hao down. Thinking of this matter filled Li Qingzhou with anger. The ancestors in the ancestral hall were also uncontrollably furious. As a son of the Li family, yet inheriting a demon dragon's soul, where did that leave the faces of our venerable ancestors? There is even an ancestor who proposed to punish Li Hao severely, lock him in the Li family's dungeon, and let him thoroughly learn his lesson. Even Li Muxiu, who was often by Li Hao's side acting as a half-caretaker, was rebuked one by the ancestors. But my second brother deserved it. Just because my second brother coddled and indulged the boy too much and didn't care about anything. That's why he became so unruly. If it weren't for Li Hao's skill in playing chess, I would need to give this boy a harsh lesson myself. Thinking this, Li Qingzhou's anger at the chessboard in front of him flared up even more. How did I lose? Since stepping out of the ancestral hall that year, he felt that his decades-long peaceful heart realm was becoming increasingly disturbed. I feel pretty good. The servants are comfortable, and so am I. Li Hao gave the old man a sheepish smile. With you being so lax, your servants are lax too. Wait until your father comes back. See how he'll deal with you. Li Qingzhou snorted coldly. Li Hao said, "What if he stops me from playing chess with you?" "He wouldn't dare." Li Qingzhou's eyes widened immediately. Li Hao chuckled, and just then, another set of footsteps approached, though the sound didn't belong to the girl Qingzhi. He looked in surprise and saw a familiar face, Xuejin from Eternal Spring Court. Only now, after several years had passed, the girl who used to be young had developed an air of graceful charm. Following her were two maidens, with bowed heads and demure expressions, walking silently, obviously much more proper than those in his own courtyard, and also much more hardworking. Seeing that fifth grandpa was also present, Xuejin quickly bowed and greeted him with respect, and while she was surprised, she couldn't help but glance at Li Hao. Everyone in the mansion knew that this young master of mountain and river courtyard was neglectful in his studies, yet he managed to get along quite well with both of the elder lords. "Young master, the lady has sent me to inform you that Tan Palace Academy has opened for the year. This is the invitation sent by the academy to the mansion, and the lady asked me to deliver a copy to you," Xuejin said, bowing her head in reverence as she handed a black and white double fish-adorned invitation to Li Hao. Although she might not have much respect for Li Hao in her heart, her demeanor was impeccable. Li Hao, aware of the girl's exceptional handling of matters, took the invitation with a smile and then casually tossed it aside on the mat, saying, "Thank you, Miss Xuejin." Xuejin glanced down and saw that the precious invitation, sought after by martial artists all over the world, was carelessly placed to the side. Thinking of the young master's character, it was as the lady had predicted. "The lady also asked me to remind the young master, please make sure to attend, as this is a rare opportunity." With a respectful and gentle tone, Xuejin said, "If the young master doesn't go, the lady said she would ground you for 3 months, take away all your painting paper, poetry, and books, Guqin, and also forbid you from entering the kitchen again." As she spoke, a strange feeling rose from the bottom of her heart, wondering how one could have such a broad range of hobbies. This young master was indeed a man of talent. Moreover, such a precious opportunity that people would scramble for outside. Yet here she was, having to persuade this young master with great effort. It was indeed quite inconceivable. "Isn't this punishment too harsh?" Li Hao was somewhat at a loss for words and asked, "Is this really a request or a threat?" Xuejin looked up, her lovely face displaying innocence as she blinked her eyes. Fine, I understand," Li Hao sighed. Xuejin's lips curled into a smile. The young master was definitely a character. She curtsied gracefully, said goodbye to fifth master, and then took her leave from Li Hao with great respect. "You should listen to that girl Jianlan and go," said Li Qingzhou indifferently after Xuejin had left. "Is it for that peerless technique from Black and White Hall?" Li Hao inquired. As one of the 3 sacred places in Qingzhou City, Black and White Hall was mentioned alongside Listening Rain Tower. Although Li Hao had heard from Second Master that the two were not on the same level, Black and White Hall had something of its own too, like that peerless technique it possessed. Exactly, that peerless technique is worth being included in the 7 floors, Li Qingzhou said calmly. Moreover, the teaching standard of Tan Palace Academy is not bad, and you should rein your nature. That's the real purpose, isn't it? Li Hao muttered with a smirk. Before long, the maid Qingzhi bounced back with a skip in her step. Seeing her empty-handed, Li Hao asked, "What about the flaky pastries?" "Didn't manage to get them." Qingzhi bowed formally to Li Qingzhou before speaking to Li Hao. "I asked Ms. Wang next door, and Uncle Lu has gone to Tan Palace Academy to set up his stall at the fair there. They say it's crowded with talents from all 19 provinces, and the business is booming. Besides Uncle Lu, many other vendors from nearby streets have also gone there to set up their stalls." Tisk. Li Hao inhaled sharply and couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed he had no choice but to make a trip there. Although his cooking skills had reached the 6th stage by now, Uncle Lu had been making that cottony, fragrant, flaky pastry for decades. He could make it himself, but it somehow lacked that indescribable flavor, not quite perfect. On the other side, the old master watched Li Hao's resigned expression and chuckled, twirling his beard. Young master, when I came back, young Master Yuan Zhao was waiting for you on the Jiaoshi carriage outside. He said he's waiting, and you should get ready quickly to go to Tan Palace Academy together, said Qingzhou. All right then. With things having come this far, Li Hao could only get moving, for the sake of the flaky pastries. He asked Qingzhou to get his outerwear ready, and headed out in casual attire. Grandfather, I'm taking a trip and won't see you off, Li Hao said to the old master. Go ahead. We'll see how I defeat you when you return, Li Qingzhou said with a laugh. You better think it through well. Li Hao thought to himself with a secret chuckle, taking along with him Fu and Qingzhou as they stepped out. Qingzhou had entered the mansion 3 years ago. She was said to be the young lady of a small family that had fallen on hard times and ended up being sold into servitude, eventually making her way to the divine general mansion. Li Hao had heard about her some calligraphy skills, which was why he had her brought to Mountain and River Courtyard. Given the previous assassination attempt, Qingzhi's entry to the mansion went through layers of scrutiny and also a medicinal examination by Li Fu to confirm nothing was amiss before she was officially transferred to Mountain and River Courtyard. Later, favored by Li Hao, she was gradually brought to his side to become a personal maidservant, becoming one of Li Hao's more trusted individuals. Outside the mansion, a squad of the Li family's private soldiers had already taken their positions, with 5 Yinbei Hydra lions, whose bodies were as large as elephants, harnessed in front and behind a huge carriage, exuding an air of grandeur. Since Li Hao and the other members of the 3rd generation of the Li family, aside from a few who had already inherited titles, had no official achievements to their names, there was no parasol fitted on the carriage. However, the carriage body adorned with carved dragons and painted phoenixes still radiated an aura of nobility, and when combined with the imposing, savage bodies of the 5 Hydra lions, their presence was nothing short of formidable. Stepping into the carriage cabin, Li Hao saw 2 men and a woman who had been waiting inside. They were of a similar age to himself, specifically Li Yuan Zhao and the sibling pair, Li Yin. Among the direct descendants of the 3rd generation who had trained together in the martial training field, there were only the 5 of them, including the children of the 8th mistress. However, the children of the 8th mistress had been spoiled by her since childhood, and their relationship with others was extremely estranged. They were not sociable, a trait that had been apparent from the past, and had become even more obvious over time. Nonetheless, with the passage of time, many things had changed. Upon seeing Li Hao, Li Yuan Zhao immediately called out with a smile and patted the seat beside him, inviting Li Hao to join him. Now 13 years old, his body had become even more rotund, making him look quite comical. His squinty eyes resembled 2 slits on a round steamed bun. Both of Li Yuan Zhao's parents had passed away, and as an orphan among the 3rd generation, he had been fostered in the courtyard of the 4th mistress since childhood. It was said that he was greatly favored by the 4th mistress, which explained his well-fed appearance. At his enthusiastic call, the siblings looked over with slightly furrowed brows but did not greet Li Hao. As they grew older and learned more at the martial training field or were influenced by certain other factors, these siblings gradually decreased their visits to the Mountain and River Courtyard. Since Li Hao turned 11, they had not come at all. When Li Hao accompanied the elder to go fishing, he would sometimes run into them, but it seemed that the siblings had lost the enthusiasm of the old days and started to avoid him. Li Hao had taken the initiative to greet them several times, but after repeated occurrences, he realized what was happening. He said nothing about it, harboring no resentment or blame, and simply treated them as strangers from then on. After all, as the years went by, not only the people around him changed, but so did he himself. 5 years had brought about many changes. For his sake, the 5th master had left the ancestral hall, where he had been in seclusion for many years, and often visited the courtyard to play chess with him and relieve his boredom. Whereas the courtyard, once bustling with people eager to hear stories, had gradually emptied, leaving only Li Yuan Zhao, who remained as enthusiastic as ever about coming to the Mountain and River Courtyard. Sometimes, when there were no stories to hear, he'd bring a small stool to sit next to Li Hao watching him paint alone or chatting idly with the fifth master over a game of chess. Moving on, the letter from the faraway Jian Pavilion, thousands of miles to the south, had not arrived for a long time. The last time they received a letter was a year ago. However, according to the agreement made in that letter, the young girl would have completed her training and descended the mountain by this time next year. Thinking that he would see that little tale in another year, a tender smile couldn't help but appear in Li Hao's eyes as he moved over and took the half of the seat offered by Li Yuanzhao. Jining, why don't you call out to Hao? Once Li Hao sat down, Li Yuanzhao looked at the unresponsive siblings beside him and called out to the sister. The once neatly dressed and obedient Li Jining had grown into a slender and delicate young girl, but her once cheerful and innocent eyes now carried a touch of calmness and determination. She glanced at Li Hao, saw the casual and warm smile still on his face, furrowed her brow, but said nothing. Beside her, Li Yun's expression darkened, and he addressed the coachman up front. "Let's set off, Ming." "Yes, young master." The carriage started moving slowly. Aside from some initial jerkiness, the ride became stable and smooth with no jolts whatsoever. Li Yuanzhao, although we have the invitations from Tan Palace Academy, my mother has said we should rely on our own abilities to enter the academy and not depend on the family for everything, lest outsiders mock us. Lian said sternly with a cold expression. Of course. Li Yuanzhao frowned and said, "Do you think I can't rely on myself, that I need others' help? Why don't we go back and spar again, since we haven't determined a winner last time?" Li Yin snorted coldly. In the past 2 years, his sparring with Li Yuanzhao had been almost equal, hard to determine a superior. However, speaking of their ages, he was slightly at a disadvantage. After all, the latter was a year younger than him. When it came to bone measurement and the innate talent of their battle bodies, he was also at a disadvantage, his rank being 7th layer, while his sister and Li Yuanzhao were both 8th layer. Therefore, his words were not targeted at Li Yuanzhao, but more at that other person, the one who had later made him understand reason and secretly fume with anger. The thought of having been brutally beaten up by a good-for-nothing made him extremely angry, but fortunately, the incident was only known to the heavens, the earth, and between Li Hao and himself. Over the years, seeing Li Hao would make his teeth itch with irritation. If it weren't for the constant presence of the second elder and the fifth elder by Li Hao's side, he wouldn't let go of any chance to take revenge. Seeing Li Yun shooting a cold glare at Li Hao, Li Yuanzhao, despite his youth, was not foolish, especially after years with Hao, hearing all sorts of extraordinary and marvelous stories, which included tales of ghosts and demons, as well as stories about the viciousness of human nature. Although he couldn't fully understand them yet, he was still a bit more mature than his peers. Because of this, he had understood Li Yun's implication from the start and intentionally deflected the topic onto himself. Seeing Li Yun only daring to make veiled criticisms, he couldn't be bothered to argue seriously, to avoid making everyone uncomfortable, and smilingly said to Li Hao, "Hao, I heard that Schwerer will be back in a year." "Yeah." Li Hao's lips curved into a faint smile. "I heard from my master that one must reach the divine travel realm to leave the sword cottage. Could it be that Schwerer will break through to the divine travel realm by next year?" Li Yuanzhao asked curiously. The divine travel realm was the domain of fourth realm warriors who could delve into tigers' dens to slay demons and dispel evil. In the borderlands, they could carve out a path of blood, taking on the role of military officers, ranking just below generals. You should know, by next year, Bian Rushue will only be 15 years old. Such progress, even among the top talents with 8th layer battle bodies, is considered outstanding. Many of those celebrated figures across the world possess 8th layer battle bodies, which is just a starting point for the top talents, a limit set by bone measurement. And what follows, the various opportunities, efforts, and natural comprehension abilities will further widen this gap. Off to the side, Li Yun perked up at the mention of Schwerer, his eyes instinctively glancing towards Li Hao. The seed that had once sprouted in his young heart seemed to stir again. However, upon thinking of the divine travel realm, the youth's expression darkened again, weighed down by sadness. With his current understanding, he knew just how unreachable that distance was. That's right. Li Hao nodded. One in the divine travel realm could have the assurance of life whilst roaming the Jianghu. He glanced at a shadow not far off, its expression complex. He felt amused and also thought the boy deserved a beating for still harboring thoughts of rivalry. It had been too long since he'd been put in his place, daring to hold a grudge. To reach the divine travel realm at 15 is truly impressive. If she were to come to Tan Palace Academy, I bet the Palace Master would personally receive her and take her directly as a direct disciple of the inner palace. Li Yuanzhao couldn't help admiring aloud. They were merely at cycle heaven realm perfection, still a bit away from the soul succession stage. This time, they joined Tan Palace Academy with the intention of succeeding the souls of ancient and valiant figures of Tan Palace. This was the instruction of their mother, for reasons unknown to them. Her master is the Sword Saint after all. It's incomparable, Li Hao said reassuringly. In truth, these few were also geniuses. The only reason they hadn't entered renowned mountains was due to an unspoken rule in the Li family's main branch. One could enter a renowned mountain, but only as a direct disciple of a master of the Sword Saint's caliber. Otherwise, they would practice in the family estate until reaching a certain level of cultivation and then join various major forces to stand out and showcase the majesty of the younger generation of the Li family. Such standards were only for the main branch. It was different for children of concubines. As soon as their foundations were firm, they would join various famous mountains and mentors and had already made a name for the Li family in all kinds of forces. Even with just the children of concubines, the true dragon having not yet emerged, they had already become young leaders in various second and third-tier forces. This also added great prestige to the Li family's reputation in the Jianghu, extending far beyond the military camps along the borders. Indeed, Li Yuanzhao sighed, to be taught by a Sword Saint-level master, that was something to envy. At the very least, it called for a starting point with 8-layer battle body talent, which was the minimum requirement. At this time, the Jiao Lion led the way, and the enormous carriage, comparable to a house on wheels, traversed the streets of Qingzhou city, known to all that it belonged to the divine general mansion. Bystanders made way, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. One glance at the direction, and they knew. The carriage most likely carried the true dragons of the Li family headed for cultivation at Tan Palace Academy. Those martial artists and sons and daughters of prestigious families from various states who had hurried over, when their carriages met the demon energy emitted by the Jiao Lion, became restless and uneasy, halting in place. Some even bolted crazily towards the roadside in fear, unwilling to obstruct the path and unrestrainable even by the coachman's earnest tugging. The dignity of the divine general mansion was fully displayed in this moment. Before long, the carriage came to a stop, and Ming, the coachman, informed them in a gentle voice that they had arrived outside of Tan Palace Academy. Tan Palace Academy was not far from the divine general mansion, practically neighbors. As the carriage settled, Li Yuanzhao and the other two's gazes slightly intensified. Although they were also considered prodigies with extraordinary talents, they normally cultivated within the mansion and had never truly shown themselves in front of others. And given their youthful nature, a trace of nervousness was unavoidable at this moment. Li Hao, however, didn't feel much. Once the carriage stopped, he rose leisurely and casually lifted the curtain of the carriage. Light poured onto his face, and at the same time, a multitude of bustling and noisy sounds surged forward, flooding into the carriage as if lifting the curtain had uncovered an era of human flourishment. When the three inside returned to their senses, they saw Li Hao standing gracefully at the carriage door amidst the cacophony, quietly surveying the surroundings with his usual faint smile, appearing completely at ease. Li Jining's eyes narrowed slightly, as if a flicker of past memories surged forth, but she quickly regained her composure, and the corner that had been lifted was folded back down once more. Only when the three of them got up and exited the carriage did they behold the bustling scene outside. The vast square was packed with figures shoulder to shoulder, the majority being energetic young men and women bearing swords, knives, and spears. In the crowd, there were also well-dressed young men with attendants at their side, keeping all but the closest away. And amidst the throng, the young women in rainbow garments and feather dresses, with graceful maidens holding umbrellas to shield them from the blazing sun, stood out conspicuously, a striking presence. Looking around, all one could see were densely packed young martial artists. Yet at this moment, those standing on the carriage instantly became the focal point of everyone's gaze. After all, the Jiaolian carriage from the Divine General Mansion was too eye-catching. Yu decreed that dragon-blooded beasts pulling carriages were to be used for imperial travel with 9 at most, 7 for princes, and 5 for marquises and fifth-rank officials. Scholars and renowned families were entitled to use 3 or 2, respectively. Commoners, the wealthy without official titles, could only use a single steed for their carriage, and it must not be of Jiao race with dragon blood. Though Li Hao and the others lacked official titles, being the sons of a marquis, they too could enjoy the glory of their forebears. Is that the Divine General Mansion? The Li family of Qingzhou City, the millennium-old Divine General Mansion. Truly magnificent. That's 4 slots gone. I heard Tan Palace Academy has a limited number of spots. How infuriating. Lin Yin will definitely lead my Liuzhou branch of the Lin family to rise in this generation, contending with heaven and earth. They say there's a waste in the Li family this generation. I wonder if he came. A millennium of glory sparked envy and jealousy among the masses, and it stirred up even more ambition and eagerness in many young hearts amidst the noisy tumult. Li Yun, along with Li Yuanzhao and Li Jining, had tense expressions, appearing robust and calm on the surface, but their fingers were already sweating with revealed inner nervousness. Facing gazes that seemed as if they could scorch a person, Li Yun lingered no longer, and with a cold expression, uttered, "Let's go ahead." He then took his sister Li Jining and jumped down from the carriage, entering the crowd boldly like a tiger through a forest, amidst Ming's cautioning word for the young master to walk slowly and be careful. The surrounding people unconsciously made way, not out of respect for the youth, but for the surname behind him. "How? Let's go too," Li Yuanzhao said, swallowing nervously to Li Hao. Li Hao, however, tiptoed slightly and looked around, sniffing lightly. His eyes soon lit up as he said, "Let's go." With that, he jumped down from the carriage, and the onlookers parted, none daring to block the path of the fine-dressed young man. Li Yuanzhao hurriedly followed, but grabbed Li Hao's sleeve after a few steps. "How? Aren't we going the wrong way? The Tan Palace Academy is over there." "I know," Li Hao responded without looking back. "But there is food ahead. Fame and status can wait, but food comes first indeed." The scent of cotton-like, fragrant crispiness wafted over, and Li Hao could smell it from far away. This was made by Uncle Lu himself. Don't be fooled by Uncle Lu's status as a small vendor. His deep-fried, fragrant crispies were incomparable. His ability to set up a stall on the busiest street outside the Divine General Mansion for many years was a clear testament to his skill. As the aroma lingered on the edge of the square, Li Hao arrived with Li Yuanzhao. They saw that the number of young men and women here had noticeably decreased, all hurrying towards the entrance stairs to Tan Palace Academy. But there were still quite a few figures lingering in front of each stall, their attire and decorations clearly from other provinces. It was a rare trip to Qingzhou, so it might as well include sampling the local cuisine. Li Hao saw a long queue in front of Uncle Lu's stall, mostly comprised of women, as well as some house servants in line to purchase for their masters. Li Hao pulled Li Yuanzhao to the end of the long queue and started waiting. "How? Haven't you had breakfast yet?" Li Yuanzhao couldn't help but ask. Li Hao nodded. "Wait here, I'll go buy some for you." As soon as Li Yuanzhao finished speaking, he called out to the front, "Uncle Lu, prepare 2 breakfasts for us." His voice was loud and clear, drawing the gaze of many in line. Seeing the 2 dressed in exquisite and expensive attire, they instantly recognized the wealthy youths they were. At Uncle Lu's stall, Ms. Lu was busy collecting money and catering to customers. Hearing Li Yuanzhao shout, she looked up and realized that it was Li Hao, the young master, standing behind. She hurriedly responded with a smile and conveyed to the hard-working Lu. "It's young Master Hao from the Divine General Mansion. Quickly make him 2 portions." Old Lu was momentarily taken aback, glanced up in the midst of his busyness, and upon seeing the young man at the end of the line, couldn't help but smile broadly on his wrinkled face. To them, small vendors and lowly servants, the powerful and aristocratic often looked down upon them with disdain and contempt. But young Master Hao treated them all the same, without any reservations. 3 years ago, he even sat down on the ground at their stall, helping them shout and sell. That scene truly startled the couple, leaving them feeling very flattered and surprised. Since then, they had remembered this unique young master from a distinguished family. "You little rascal!" Li Hao originally wanted to stop Li Yuanzhao, as it was fine to wait. Seeing Ms. Lu smile at him, he reluctantly led Li Yuanzhao to the front of the stall and quietly waited on the other side. Next to them, the house servants who were in line kept throwing furtive glances but dared not say anything. However, the women who were standing in line themselves had their faces fall and shot hostile glares, with someone discontentedly saying, "Why should he be able to cut in line? It's not fair." "Exactly. Boss, you're being unfair." Hearing these criticisms, Li Yuanzhao started to get anxious, about to reveal their identities from the Divine General Mansion, but was stopped by Li Hao, who held him back. With things having come to this point, Li Hao had no choice but to step in to resolve the issue. Though feeling a bit helpless inside, he smiled at the complaining girls and then took out a piece of gold from his bag, handing it to Uncle Lu's stall with a gentle voice. "Ladies, there's no need to get upset. Here's fairness for you, 5 times the price." Ms. Lu was taken aback and hurriedly tried to put the gold back in Li Hao's hand. "Young Master Hao, we cannot accept this. No need for change. Consider it payment for future purchases as well," Li Hao said with a smile, pushing back any refusal, his gentle gaze leaving no room for argument. Being small vendors often involved dealing with Jianghu, so their observational skills were quite sharp. Ms. Lu immediately understood and stopped insisting. Li Hao then said, "Please trouble Uncle Lu. Make it 5 servings." "Oh, of course." Uncle Lu quickly agreed. His own wife didn't hold back anymore, so he just went ahead and did it. Seeing Li Hao behave so extravagantly, the other girls in line couldn't suppress their anger. Even at 5 times the price, a single crispy treat was affordable to them, but they didn't want to be seen as suckers. Soon, Li Hao had gotten his hands on 5 portions of the cottony crispy sweets and casually handed a bag to Li Yuanzhao before making his way out of the crowd. "So many. How can you finish them all?" Li Yuanzhao, holding the bag Li Hao had given him and after taking a bite, exclaimed, "This is really delicious. No wonder Hao likes it." Li Hao smiled and returned to the front of the carriage, where he saw Qingzhou and Li Fu standing guard at the back of the carriage. He handed each of them a bag. "Young master, haven't you gone to the entrance stairway yet?" Li Fu, taking the breakfast, looked at Li Hao with some astonishment. Li Hao replied, "I need to fill my stomach first, don't I?" Li Fu was speechless, but after following Li Hao for 5 or 6 years, he had come to understand the young master's temperament and didn't say much more. After all, they had an invitation. Li Hao returned to the front of the carriage and glanced at Ming, who was sitting on the carriage seat. Although Ming was from Piaoxue Courtyard, he was quite courteous to Li Hao on normal days, so Li Hao handed him a portion as well. "Thank you, young Master Hao." Ming quickly took it with both hands, stood up, and expressed his gratitude. Immediately, he showed the same curiosity as Li Fu and asked, "Young Master Hao, haven't you gone to the entrance stairway yet?" "I'll go after I finish eating," Li Hao said. Li Ming was slightly dumbfounded. Young Master Lu and Miss Ji Ning were probably already inside the mountain gate by now, and here young Master Hao was still loitering at the foot of the mountain. Indeed, just as the rumors said, he really was at ease. After eating and drinking his fill, Li Hao, followed by the impatient Li Yuanzhao, pushed through the crowd to the entrance stairway. It was called a stairway, but it was actually a long series of steps. Reportedly, there were 1,000 of them leading to the entrance of Tan Palace Academy. This was also the first test of Tan Palace Academy. Simply climbing 1,000 steps wasn't difficult, but on the other side of the steps next to the forest, there were figures leaping up and down, clearly all manner of monkey demons. Though they were demonic creatures, they were tamed by Tan Palace Academy. The figures attempting the entrance stairway would, during the climb, be harassed and attacked by these monkey demons. If one couldn't reach the peak within 10 breaths while evading the attacks, they would be considered to have failed the first challenge. This test was not easy by any means. Just climbing required the strength of someone in the 6th or 7th level of the Power Passage realm, not to mention the need to dodge the sneak attacks of the monkey demons, which was a true test of observation and movement technique. Miss, this challenge seems quite difficult. In the crowd, a maid holding an umbrella said nervously to the white-clothed young lady beside her, "It's nothing difficult, just a minor first test that won't defeat me," the young lady said with calm assurance, her gaze sweeping through the crowd. Compared to this challenge, there seemed to be quite a few strong competitors among these people. With her outstanding insight, Si Xiaolan saw many from noble families as she looked around. Among them, some had a higher status than the Si family, while others were slightly inferior. "Miss, those two over there seem to be young masters from the Divine General Mansion in Qingzhou." The maid, standing on tiptoes and looking around, suddenly pointed to a place on the left. Si Xiaolan looked up, recognized the sleeve pattern, and nodded slightly. Correct. Just as she was taking note, the two men were also about to register for entry. Si Xiaolan's heart stirred, and she immediately stepped forward to register as well. "What of the Divine General Mansion? I've heard that the Li family are all true dragons, but I want to see just how much I fall short." Si Xiaolan thought to herself, her eyes shining with a glimmer of light, betraying a stubborn fighting spirit. Age, place of birth, name: Qingzhou, the Si family. In front of the registration staff, Si Xiaolan only gave her family name. The registration for the first challenge was rather casual. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Si family, the staff member looked up at the young girl, then nodded and said, "Go ahead, do you know the rules? No matter the method, just reach the summit within 10 breaths. 10 breaths? That's too long." A young man in luxurious clothing said indifferently from the side. Si Xiaolan glanced at him, recognizing him as the scion of a well-known family from another state, and her gaze grew even brighter. "Miss, they are all nobility. Should we wait for the next batch?" Next to her, a maidservant hesitated nervously, tugging at the young girl's sleeve. "What's there to fear?" Si Xiaolan's eyes sparkled brilliantly. What counts in Jianghu is not one's reputation, but true martial prowess. After speaking, she instructed her maidservant to wait obediently there and followed the others into the arena. She wanted to compare herself in secret. "Get ready." Beside them, an elder who seemed deep in meditation lifted his eyelids and spoke lightly. Everyone adjusted their breathing and loosened up their joints. "Yuan Zhao, go for it." Li Hao encouraged Li Yuan Zhao with a smile. The kid insisted on relying on his own abilities to overcome this challenge, and Li Hao could only let him be. "Yes." Li Yuan Zhao nodded firmly. The others glanced at Li Hao, finding his words rather odd, but they didn't think much of it. At that moment, following the elder's command, over 10 people burst into action simultaneously. Whoosh! A fierce wind suddenly swept up from the side, and Li Yuan Zhao's figure shot out like a cannonball, taking the lead explosively, leaving a depressed mark where he stood. In the blink of an eye, he stepped onto the 100th stair. Then, with another stride, he surged ahead like a hurricane, rapidly reaching the summit. In total, it took him nearly 3 breaths. Li Hao knew that for Yuan Zhao, who had achieved Cycle Heaven Realm perfection, this did not count as exerting his full strength. When Si Xiaolan saw Li Yuan Zhao's figure burst forth, her lovely eyes slightly contracted. She then also suddenly unleashed her power, transforming into a white light and chasing after him swiftly, but was quickly left behind. Midway, a demon ape suddenly attacked, but she was well prepared, nimbly dodging with a butterfly-like spin, and after a few leaping steps, she finally reached the peak. She counted 7 breaths. As she arrived, several others reached the summit almost at the same time. After 10 breaths, out of 12 people, only 7 passed. Those standing on the summit looked at the short and stout individual with complex expressions in their eyes, showing a hint of shock. The speed at which Li Yuanzhao had exploded was terrifying. The mere wind generated by his movement had the force of a tiger's roar. Is this the prodigy of the divine general mansion? The gap is too great. Si Xiaolan's expression grew solemn as she sized up the little chubby boy, who appeared to be a year or two younger than herself, feeling an extremely uncomfortable sensation deep inside, a profound sense of defeat. At this time, someone noticed that of the two from the divine general mansion, only one had reached the summit. Some looked back in amazement to find a figure on the staircase, walking at a leisurely pace. And the demon apes around him did not launch any attacks. Ow! Li Yuanzhao turned around and waved to greet him. Soon, Li Hao also reached the summit, smiling at Li Yuanzhao. Does he also count as having passed? Someone asked in surprise and doubt. But didn't the 10 breaths pass a long time ago? The crowd was befuddled. There was an elder on the summit, too, in charge of verifying the candidates. Hearing their discussion, he said indifferently, "You've all passed. Go to the second challenge. That's where you might lose your life. If you want to quit, you can give up. After all, there are other noble families that will take disciples." The statement left everyone speechless and conveyed his confidence. Does he also count as having passed? Si Xiaolan asked with a frown, pointing at Li Hao. Of course, he has an invitation, the elder said calmly. An invitation? Tan Palace Academy actually has invitations? All were wide-eyed and astonished, clearly learning of such a thing for the first time. While everyone struggled, was there someone who simply took a boat? And this boat ticket was personally given by the Tan Palace Academy. Li Hao gave a smile to the upright young lady in white, wanted to tease her a bit. He took out the invitation from his breast pocket, shook it, and then went straight on his way. Si Xiaolan was stunned for a moment, recalling her earlier words that success in Jianghu depends on martial skills. Martial skills, my foot. His success came from having powerful support. Annoyed at Li Hao's showing off, she stomped her foot fiercely and then followed him, gritting her teeth. Before long, they arrived at the second challenge. Not far beyond the summit, there was a cliff, and chains were nailed below it, linking to the other side. Each chain was widely spaced from the next, meaning one could only step on one chain at a time. A chasm of 10,000 feet, traversed by walking on a lone chain. Some faces went pale, and they began to have second thoughts. Si Xiaolan's eyes narrowed slightly, and her palms sweat. But soon after, she cast a look at the two arrogantly imposing figures ahead. Here, she couldn't possibly still rely on an invitation. Could she? She sneered inwardly. At the edge of the cliff, aside from Li Hao and their group, there were many others who lingered, glancing around from time to time. Clearly, a fall from the cliff would mean certain death. Such a peril made many people hesitate. And on the iron chains, at this moment, there were 7 or 8 figures, each displaying their divine skills, cautiously moving forward. Some were composed, walking on the iron chains. The swaying chains were like ocean waves, but they didn't seem to affect them in the slightest, as their feet stuck firmly as if glued. Others had their arms spread wide, struggling to maintain balance, slowly and tentatively walking. There were also those who chose a less graceful but extremely stable method, which was to hug the chain and inch along. If it were merely a matter of crawling over the chains, nearly everyone present could do it, but without a doubt, this challenge was a test of courage. Who wouldn't tremble with fear in the face of such a great height? If you lack even this much courage, how do you dare face demons? Among the 7 who had just passed the test, a young man dressed in fancy clothes had a cold expression. He took the lead and leapt up, landing steadily on the chain. Clearly, he chose an elegant approach, simply walking across, and moreover, he even had his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a calm and composed air. This young man's actions immediately caught the attention of many bystanders, all surprised, and soon some recognized his identity. Sleeves edged with cloud patterns. He's from the Su family of Qingzhou. The Su family? I've heard they're one of the three great noble families in Qingzhou, with profound heritage. No wonder this lad is so bold. The borders of Qingzhou are rife with demon occurrences. He must have practiced his bravery long ago. Many people talked among themselves, and those who were hesitating showed struggle in their eyes. Let's go too. Seeing someone go ahead, Li Yuanzhao was slightly uncomfortable and spoke to Li Hao. Li Hao was looking around at the edge of the cliff, but he didn't see anyone from Tan Palace Academy, which made him feel a bit puzzled. Logically, Tan Palace Academy should have sent someone to meet them here. Otherwise, what was the point of sending the invitation? All right. Unable to wait for someone, Li Hao could only agree to Li Yuanzhao. There's no way to cheat in this challenge. Si Xiaolan sneered at Li Hao. Clearly, she was quite infuriated that Li Hao had used his background to skate through the first challenge, feeling it was unfair. Is that so? Li Hao looked at the girl in surprise, wondering if she dared to mock him without knowing his family status. But he didn't demean himself by quarreling with her. How does that saying go? Li Hao thought for a moment and responded to her. Little sister, when you're out in the world, it's not just fists or having someone behind you that counts. Si Xiaolan frowned. That sounded very similar to what she had said earlier. Because having someone behind you isn't enough. You also need someone before you. Li Hao chuckled lightly at the young girl, then lifted his head, his eyes revealing a transcendent indifference, and spoke softly. Little brother, come. Ow, you want to carry you? Li Yuanzhao understood well. He had heard from the elders at home that Li Hao had poor aptitude and could only practice body refinement. He had also never seen Hao practice, so he had anticipated this method and would never let Hao face embarrassment. Li Hao smiled faintly and patted his shoulder. Li Yuanzhao got the hint and bent over obligingly. Li Hao didn't hesitate and jumped onto his back, then waved at the girl beside him, who was staring in astonishment. See you on the other side. No sooner had the words fallen than Li Yuanzhao, unable to wait any longer, dashed forward, leaping tens of meters and landing directly on the chain. The chain shook violently, but Li Yuanzhao, with Li Hao on his back, moved with the swaying, his feet sticking to the chain as if glued. Without waiting for the chain to stabilize completely, Li Yuanzhao then ran at full speed as if on solid ground. With his cycle heaven realm perfection and years of practice of cultivation techniques and stance foundations in the martial arts field, this challenge was a piece of cake for him. Upon seeing the figure dashing swiftly on the chain, everyone on the bank, aside from Si Xiaolan, widened their eyes in disbelief. They had seen show-offs before, but nothing this fierce. It was as if he was on land, right? Besides, they might not even run that fast on solid ground. Moreover, he was carrying someone. Once they recognized the clothes of the two men, someone with sharp eyes identified them as from Qingzhou's premier family, and realization dawned. Still, they couldn't help but feel a bit of shock, for they say seeing is believing, and today's encounter exceeded all rumors. Before long, the elegantly dressed young man who had gone onto the chains first was overtaken by the swiftly running Li Yuanzhao. The latter, walking leisurely with his hands behind his back, was unperturbed until a gust of wind whooshed by his side, and only then did his face show a hint of surprise. Soon, Li Yuanzhao reached the other side. The chain 1,000 zhang long, spanning the horizon, threading through the mist between the mountains. The figure of Li Yuanzhao running had dispersed much of the mist, and upon reaching the other side, his landing immediately drew the attention of many nearby. Li Hao patted his shoulder, jumped off his back, and looked around. Clearly, they were not the earliest to arrive. There were quite a few people who had passed the earlier stages lingering here. And in front of these candidates were the disciples of Tan Palace Academy, dressed in the academy's uniform. They were all 17 or 18 years old, wearing black and white attire that gave off an elegant and ethereal feel. Of course, this look was flattering on the attractive ones, whereas on those with sturdier builds or less remarkable features, it became a bit of an eyesore. Who was that person? He's so impressive. He ran here, with someone on his back. One dares to carry, and one dares to be carried. Shush, be careful. They seem to be from the divine general mansion of the Li family. Dozens of bystanders discussed animatedly. Li Yuanzhao stepped forward and approached a young man from Tan Palace Academy, asking, "Is there a challenge here?" "Correct. This is the last one." The young man clearly recognized Li Yuanzhao's identity, since after having studied in Qingzhou City for several years and being not far from the divine general mansion, it would be hard not to know him. To pass this challenge, you need to last a round against us. If the first challenge was to test one's foundational skills, and the second was to test martial courage, then the third challenge seemed to be a bit of showing the newcomers who's boss. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanzhao's eyes instantly sparked with a fighting spirit eager to try. "Please enlighten me," he said this, then gave a fist salute as a military courtesy, and then he backpedaled a few steps, assuming a fighting stance. "You may select a weapon," the young man reminded with a smile. "It's just one round, not necessary," Li Yuanzhao said. The young man's eyes flashed slightly, feeling a bit slighted, but remembering that the people of the Li family were said to be geniuses, he didn't take it too seriously and was somewhat curious to test the waters. Immediately, he too abandoned using a sword, raised his fist, and advanced with body-rolling punches. The force of his punches created wind, ferocious like a tiger pouncing and a wolf biting. Li Yuanzhao, however, moved with a twist of his footwork, as slick as an eel slipping into a hole, moving fluidly before suddenly whipping around to smash out with a punch in return. With a loud thud, their fists collided, and the young man actually stumbled back 3 steps, while Li Yuanzhao merely rooted his stance and remained steady on the spot. The young man's face showed shock. Although he hadn't used his full strength, that punch had the power of 10,000 pounds, equivalent to a practitioner of around the 3rd layer of the Zhou Tian realm. This was well beyond the standard for an entrance test, after all, the minimum requirement being the perfection of the power passage realm. Did he almost lose face by a misstep? At least it's the strength of the 5th, or even as high as the 8th layer of the Zhou Tian realm, or maybe the cultivation of a top-tier qi circulation skill, or a meridian opening skill. Seriousness appeared in the young man's eyes. Indeed, the rumors were not false. The signs of the Li family were like demons, stacked with countless resources, far surpassing their peers. Other people, seeing the young man falling into a disadvantage with a single punch, were all astonished, looking at Li Yuanzhao as if he were a monster. Is this the prodigy from the divine general mansion? At this moment, the chains rattled, and several figures leaped up and landed, notably the youths from the Su family of Qingzhou and Si Xiaolan, among others. Other students from Tan Palace Academy immediately relayed the rules to the newcomers, and upon hearing the requirements, their expressions grew somewhat solemn. After all, to have qualified for Tan Palace Academy, they must meet the threshold of genius, but their opponents had endured several years of hard training, making this move not easy to counter. Si Xiaolan's mind raced as she glanced at Li Hao next to her, and seeing that he was still present, a trace of annoyance inevitably shone in her eyes. She knew that he had an invitation, and he would most likely bypass this challenge. Compared to those of them who struggled through various dangers to pass the challenges, his path was practically a walkover. Such was the disparity of their origins. "It's your turn," said a tall and burly young man beside Li Hao. Li Hao smiled lightly, and under Si Xiaolan's expected expression, he took out his invitation. "I have an invitation." He had no intention of wasting energy here, like Li Yuanzhao, bullying others. An invitation? All eyes turned with a mix of surprise and envy. The tall and burly young man was briefly stunned, having heard some rumors already. He frowned slightly, examined the invitation for a moment, and then returned it to Li Hao. "Although you have an invitation, you still need to undergo basic testing. I can ease up a bit." Li Hao was taken aback. The young man who had tested Li Yuanzhao, along with the other Tan Palace Academy students in charge of testing, all secretly facepalmed. Oh no, that stubborn streak had struck again. "Come on." The burly young man's body surged with flowing qi, ready to strike at any time. Li Hao couldn't help but ask, "Do you know what an invitation means?" I said I'd hold back. You at least need to show something, or others might think our Tan Palace Academy caters to the powerful and grants easy access through the back door. The burly young man stated seriously, his earnest gaze fixed. Li Hao fell silent. It said that there are 1,000 different types of people, and evidently, this burly young man belonged to the more straight-laced, stubborn sort. Buffed, Si Xiaolan couldn't help but laugh out loud, her bright eyes delighting in schadenfreude as she watched Li Hao. She had thought he was going to slip through easily, but now he met a unique individual. She even began to think that the burly young man's rough exterior was looking rather dashing. You can use any weapon you like. The burly young man spoke earnestly, pointing to the nearby weapon rack. Li Hao felt somewhat helpless, but he wasn't angry with the earnest young man. After all, being thorough wasn't a fault. He approached the weapon rack, selected a sword, and came back to face the burly young man. Using a sword, the burly young man's gaze shifted slightly, and he nodded. Then you make the first move. He also drew the sword from his back, his eyes revealing the seriousness of a swordsman. You go first, Li Hao said. If I strike first, you might not get a chance, said the burly young man word by word. Fine. Li Hao exhaled, and with a casual flick, he flourished his sword. Swordsmanship. Falling snow. Si Xiaolan suddenly felt as if snowflakes were drifting in front of her eyes, sensing a chill frost attacking her body, prompting her to look up. It's autumn. Why is it snowing? Is it snowing? No. But before the eyes of everyone, it seemed as if snowflakes had suddenly begun to float down. These snowflakes were found within the area where Li Hao stood, within 3 feet of the sword's edge. Each flake carried the chill of piercing cold, a reflection of sword light, much like the name of the swordsmanship itself, falling snow. The level was true form. In front of Li Hao, the burly youth's pupils contracted rapidly, standing still in shock. In his view, the countless snowflakes were like a storm sweeping through, tumultuous, yet that storm was grasped in the palm of the young man, as if holding the power of heaven and earth. The biting cold did not sweep over him. Only, from within the storm, a flurry of snowflakes gently began to fly out, drifting across his own cheek. Cool. The burly youth subconsciously reached out to touch it, feeling a sense of pain, but saw no blood. His gaze solidified, his body taut where he stood, gripping the sword like a brave swordsman, but his arm trembled without any further action. Soon, as if in the blink of an eye, the snowflakes that filled the sky like an illusion disappeared. Li Hao casually tossed the sword back onto the weapon rack, sliding diagonally into the sheath, and with the clang of the hilt closing like ice breaking, the burly youth snapped out of his trance, his body jolting, and the rest of the people also woke up from their shock. Just now, everyone seemed to have fallen into a dream. But was it really a dream? The scene became eerily quiet. Not until Li Hao's smiling voice broke the silence, asking, "Now, can I be said to have passed the test?" The burly youth came back to his senses and stuttered, You've won." There was no exchange of blows, as they were not evenly matched, and he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword, losing thoroughly. The other students of Tan Palace Academy were watching Li Hao in horror, having thought that Li Yuanzhao was already valiant and peerless, never expecting there to be someone even more exaggerated. What sort of swordsmanship was that? It was surely of a peerless level, even displayed at the pinnacle of perfection. No wonder they thought so. Although the falling snow sword skill was of high grade, under the might of its true form, even a peerless and perfect swordsmanship would seem a bit inferior. What exquisite swordsmanship! My God, it was like seeing an illusion. I actually saw snowflakes. Me too. That's too exaggerated. Swordsmanship from Divine General Mansion has to be top-notch. He couldn't possibly have practiced it to perfection, right? How long would that take? As the crowd came back to their senses, they all looked at Li Hao with shock. Having long heard of the reputation of Divine General Mansion, today they truly had their eyes opened. Si Xiaolan stared blankly at Li Hao. With such masterful swordsmanship, there was no doubt that Li Hao had qualified to pass the first 2 challenges on his own merits. Was this the caliber of his peers in the divine general family? Were they all truly such supernatural beings? How brother? Li Yuanzhao next to him was even more excited, not expecting Li Hao's swordsmanship to be so profound. His vision was naturally higher than those of the other noble family descendants, recognizing this as the falling snow sword skill performed by Sister Schwerer. But the level at which Li Hao displayed it clearly surpassed that of Sister Schwerer from those days. He even felt it surpassed perfection. Li Hao smiled at the excited Yuan Zhao, not saying much. His heart held a trace of nostalgia, wondering what level that little girl in the sword cottage had reached with this sword skill. Recalling the days of instructing her in the courtyard, his lips curved into a slight smile, but soon he gathered his wits and asked the burly youth in front of him, "So, which way next?" Oh, just walk straight this way. There's a teacher waiting for you all up ahead." The burly youth hurriedly replied, his eyes betraying involuntary admiration. The starting point of royal and noble families truly was incomparable to ordinary people. Li Hao nodded and led Li Yuanzhao past the burly youth, casually walking up the path steps. Behind them, people watched their silhouettes disappear before snapping back to reality. At that moment, someone suddenly thought of a question. Why did they have invitations? Could it be because their strength meant they didn't need to be assessed at all? As this remark emerged, the others came to a realization, immediately falling silent. They had assumed it was due to the illustrious background of the divine general mansion and felt somewhat resentful, but now they let it go. Si Xiaolan's pretty face changed slightly, biting her lip, realizing she had misunderstood the other party. Tan Palace Academy had stood for hundreds of years. How could it be a place that sought cheap fame, stooping to curry favor with the powerful? Inside the mountain of Tan Palace Academy, on a vast stone tablet plaza, there were many young figures gathered here, all gazing intently at the tablets in the plaza, contemplating the cultivation techniques inscribed upon them. On the edge of the plaza, however, sat two old men in a corner, with a chessboard set up between them, engaged in a game. Aya! Suddenly, one of the old men, lost in thought and rotund in figure, seemed to have a sudden realization and slapped his thigh vigorously. "I almost forgot. There are still 2 invitations I haven't gone to escort." "You mean from the divine general mansion?" The gray-robed old man opposite him looked up, puzzled. "It shouldn't be a big deal, right? The young ones from the divine general mansion can easily pass the test. Even if you don't escort them, they'll be able to make it here. If it were anyone else, that'd be fine, but have you forgotten? That child of Marquis Qingzhou is a cultivation dud, only capable of body refinement. It caused quite a stir about 10 years ago, and now it has quieted down." The rotund old man hurriedly got up, saying, "If he falls during the second trial and dies, then we'd be in big trouble." The gray-robed old man was startled as well. After all, that was the only son of Marquis Qingzhou. He quickly said, "Then you'd better hurry." The rotund old man nodded and immediately blew a whistle. A gust of wind sounded, and a large bird with a wingspan of 7 or 8 zhang rushed from afar, drawing the attention of many young figures in front of the stone tablets. The bird slowly descended in front of the old man. "I'll wait for you," said the gray-robed old man. As he watched his friend ride away on the bird, his mood for chess disrupted, he couldn't help but grumble, "Had I known this would happen, wouldn't it have been better to send out 5 invitations in the beginning instead of having an extra trinket?" As he spoke, he looked down at the chessboard. Suddenly, the more he looked, the more something seemed wrong, and he cursed out loud. "You son of a turtle, running away when you're about to lose." The rotund old man was Shun Yinqing, indeed not light at all. He rode the demon bird, hurrying toward the second trial. Apart from escaping the game of chess, he was genuinely worried about the situation at the second trial, hoping that the old man Tang there knew of the child's circumstances and would help him across the cliff. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he saw on the mountain path below 2 figures walking side by side, clothed in brocade and emitting a distinguished aura. And that dress and pattern he was all too familiar with. It was from the Leaf family of the divine general mansion. Shun Yinqing was astonished and immediately commanded his mount to descend. Bird cries and fierce winds descended from above. Li Hao and Li Yuanzhao both stopped in their tracks and looked up, only to see a massive demon bird with 3 eyes landing a few zhang off the ground, right in front of them. Sitting behind the bird's neck was a short old man, stretching his neck to look at them, seemingly finding something that confirmed their identities, and immediately a smile appeared on his face. He jolted off the bird's back with a leap. He waved his hand, letting the demon bird fly off on its own, then cheerfully addressed the two. You two must be the young masters from the divine general mansion, right? I'm not sure which branch's young masters you are. What are your names? Seeing how polite the other party was, Li Hao and Li Yuanzhao were not overly surprised. After all, their lineage was too illustrious, and ordinary people would be very polite and considerate upon meeting them, even prominent figures. This is my brother, Li Hao, and my name is Li Yuanzhao. Li Yuanzhao spoke with a touch of naive zest, but his small eyes revealed a hint of shrewdness. Shun Yinqing instantly glanced at Li Hao, and a long-absent memory resurfaced in his mind. The child who had been named by Emperor Yu for the Li family about 10 or so years ago, seemingly Hao. Li Hao. It was him. Shun Yinqing's face betrayed no change, and he nodded slightly to them both, smiling. They haven't made things difficult for you, have they? Come on, I will take you to the gathering spot ahead. He assumed they had come all this way unobstructed by showing their invitations. Li Hao and Li Yuanzhao were unfamiliar with this old man, so they didn't speak much along the way. The 3 of them walked leisurely. Li Hao's gaze swept around, admiring the scenery between the mountains, and thought to himself that the environment of Tan Palace Academy was indeed pleasing. If he were to stay here regularly in the future, at least the view would be comforting and refreshing. Soon, the 3 reached the end of the plaza. Here were gathered hundreds of people, surrounding 3 giant stone tablets. What is this? Li Yuanzhao looked questioningly at Shun Yinqing. Among those gathered, he also saw Li Yun and his sister, who had arrived at the mountain earlier. Both were among the group of people surrounding the least crowded stone tablet. Those who made it here qualify for entry to Tan Palace Academy and are considered official disciples. Shun Yinqing stroked his beard and explained with a smile, but while all are disciples, there are varying degrees of talent. Our Tan Palace Academy divides disciples into grade A, B, C, and D, based on each individual's talent, to prevent mixing of the mediocre with the exceptional, and to avoid the less talented dragging down the more talented, or the more talented bullying the less talented. So, we have these 3 stone tablets here, inscribed with 3 different cultivation techniques, ranked as low grade, mid grade, and high grade. They each have different levels of difficulty. Within 3 days, those who comprehend the high-grade cultivation technique will be classified as grade A. Those who comprehend the mid-grade technique, grade B. Those who comprehend the low-grade technique within 3 days will be grade C. And those who don't comprehend any technique within 3 days will be sorted into grade D. Shun Yinqing said with a smile, if you end up in grade D, there will be a reassessment for the last 3 ranking students each term. Should they fail the reassessment, they will be advised to leave and discontinue their studies. Li Yuanzhao listened with sudden understanding. Li Hao asked, and what if one doesn't heed the advice? The smiling Shun Yinqing was taken aback at the question, advised to leave, but refusing to quit?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.